On June 2, 2022, within the confined soft third middle school in Qingyuan City, part of the Wash Alliance. What? Dugu Kai Ubei engaged in a fierce battle with demon realm Satan and emergence gated? Zhang Sanfeng challenged Athena off divine realm and Natan Litrium fed Budal Soto Akrashi's wife? Li Qingli and severed Guanian with a sing Lestrike? Engaged in a philosophical with Godan manager reduce him to tears? Watoni Artharethi Zebazari occurrences? Gu Chang'an, having Crescent Lie traversed into this world just 3 days prior. Was abrupt lie thrust in Tatha testing platform without Hakon's for further inquiries. Gu Chang'an, strength measured at 250 kilograms, assessmental vel classify a dasa level 2 martial apprentice, the tester proclaimed. Gu Chang'an stood there with a stoic expression, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. A mere 250 kilograms? With such strength, noon you will want them for eventhemist mini off tasks after graduation, a student jeered. Let's not beat Harshevan if Gu Chang'an cannot lift bricks, Hishin Sameva Sage could still earning a pretty penny, Anno Thirstedent quipped. Kamion, don't bellicate that. Gis the top of for humanity S class. Besides, Hessa good looking of with only 250 kilogram soft strength, Istil admirum, agral kimidin. What good is good luxophonas martial prowess is lacking? No mount tough charm can compensate tefortat, a boy scafetus missmively. Amidst he taunts sophist classmates, Gu Chang'an return edihist, internally eyeing with resignation, as if he hadal really acceptethi harshield sophist situation. It's been 3 days since he miracle, and still no miraculous ability has manifested, Heliment excellently. In his previous life, Gu Chang'an had list both parents at Taeun Gage, his frail health hand lack of nutritional resource shad hindered his martial development. The Qingyuan city government's month lease subsidy of 1,000 yuan bear lease of feist for his basic needs. Despite his predecessor's diligent training, he was still far behind his peers. This world, while pleat with modern technology, Wazel's an extraordinary of martial prowess. It bereth each a soft historical dynasty such as Qin, Han, Sui, and Tang. Alongs for characters from Jin Yang's novels like De Guqiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, Wang Chongyang, and Sherpotian. Humanitai Kudarnas formidable power through cultivation even Thielder Lai Ladia Synthoparks. Possessed strength enough to lift heavy weights, while a low-tier martial practitioner Scudi solicitor with a single punk. High-tier martial practitioner Scudavin move mountain sandfill seas. In Thishig martial world, martial arts dictate de everything. The examination Shiva live favored martial skills, determining the future trajectory of soft students. Gu Chang'an had traversed in Tathabadiyava High School senior, with merely 28 days remaining until the college entrance examinations. The standard admission criteria for an ordinary universitire, required a minimum MAFA level 7 martial apprentice, while prestigious institutions demanded a level 9 or higher, and elite university as required proficient Sayasakwasa martial artist. From this assessment, it was evident that Gu Chang'an's performance had landed high math every bottom of tier rankings in entire city. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, it seemed like Clithith would universit foodie university throughout his lifetime. Shun Wanyao, strength measured at 880 kilograms, assessmental vel classify a dasa level 8 martial apprentice. As the martial arts instructor renounced the results, the classroom erupted in astonishing acclamations. Wow, Shun Wanya's power imply terrifying she's undoubted lie the top student there. The standard for a level 1 martial apprentice is over 100 kilograms, and with Shin Wanyao at 880 kilograms, she's undoubtedly a level 8 martial apprentice, nearly reaching level 9. With such strength, admission to a prestigious university is practically guaranteed. She might even contend for a spot at mainline university. Indeed, even in first middle school, there are feeling when you prowess. Upon hearing the astonished reactions sophist classmates, Gu Chang'an lifted his gaze. There stood a Girocladina white blousey and block-fitted pants beside the strength tester, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Harrelman-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her soft, rosy lip shinty data delicatessen swality, embodying Gabu titheth harmonia sly blended innocence with allure. Instantly, Gu Chang'an recalled the details about this girl Shin Wanyao, the of Butanweolf, the school's belle, an academic prodigy, class president, and simultaneous lie his disc maintenance secret crush. After completing her assessment, Shun Wanyer turned to her seat and addressed Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an, how about Westrikia deal? Lost in contemplation, Gu Chang'an was start led be her of YC and looked up. A deal? What can dof deal? He inquired, puzzled. You tutor main humanities. Anna will guide you in martial arts training. What do you think? Shen Wanyuo elaborated. Noticing Gu Chang'an's continued confusion, she continued, Gu Chang'an, Migo Alisto attend da prestigious university. The no ton li assess martial prowess butal so academic performance same t humanities. I dekit mastaf midamiti martial training, wily warathi topen the humanity is say crossed hisidi. Thus, I hope you can assist my thetaria. In return, you will coach you in martial arts. Upon hearing Shen Wanya's proposal, Gu Chang'an smiladral yanshikisht, I'm afraid I must decline, class president. I've already given up. Even if I exerteveri offered, you will likely never ganade mission to Ivor City. Therefore, why like an assist you with humanities, there is no need for martial training guidance. What? Shen Wanyao appeared taken aback. What do you mean ambithat? I can help you with martial training, yet you went to abandon your own development. That seems unreasonable. That may be true, but I immaculately aware of my own limitations. I lack the talent for martial arts rather than squandering time. It's wiser to relinquish the pursuit, Gu Chang'an replied. After a moment of silence, Shen Wanya responded, it is like being in debt to others. How about this? I will pay you 200 yuan per hour for your tutoring services in humanities? 200 yuan per hour? Gu Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Inching yuan city, the average person might not even earn 200 yuan in a day, yet Shen Wanyao casually proposed such a high fee. Noticing Gu Chang'an's sastanishid expression, Shen Wanya frowned slightly. Indeed, for the top student in the humanities, 200 yuan does seem a bit low. How about 500 yuan per hour instead? All right, I accept. When shall we commence? Gu Chang'an readily acquiesced. Thoth martial arts ime the palace, life must continue. Huas no saint with a legitimate opportunity to earn money and improve his circumstances, has certainly wooed not refuse. At that moment, a scholar li looking gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached Dan's Moldat Wanyao, saying, Wanyao, he heard from your uncle Thadi Auri seeking Simiana ta tutor in humanities. If ranged forth the most esteemed humanity as teacherator school will undoubted lilavum. This individual was Linjijia, Thesanoft Hess School Board Chairman and Vice Class President, a Level 8 Martial Apprentice, second in Lido Shenwanyan strength. Nundivi already found Sumian. Right, Gu Chang'an? Shen Wanya oder Ned Hergazi toward him. Caught off guard be Shen Wanya Susio Fimis Ashield, Gu Chang'an quickly replied. Yes, I agree ed tutor Shen Wanya in humanities. An Lin, please sid dress and be my full name Shen Wanyao, she emphasized at last. Turning back to Gu Chang'an, she instructed, Gu, please wait for me at school get after class. Understood, Gu Chang'an replied. After hearing Gu Chang'an's affirmation, Shen Wanya grabbed her backpack and dex at the classroom. For Somionio Firster, attending class was often a matter Rofwam, and the Schulz regulation shelled little sway over her. Linjijia, unfazed be the public rebuff from Shen Wanyao, maintained his composure. Once she departed, header Ned to Gu Chang'an with a gentle demeanor, saying, Gu, I trust you understand thought you steal full short compared to trolloided of a humanities teacher. I hope you won Thinderwanius academic progress. Seeing Lin's self-righteous expression, Gu Chang'an couldn't help but internally scoff. No wonder Shen Wanya dislike Shimthas monos exceedingly hypocritical. Gu Chang'an clarified, Assure you, my arrangement with Shenis purely transaction Alther will be neither implications. Thoth you wish to avoid offending Linjijia, he was determined not to let this lucrative opportunities lie pawe. Lin's Hgs brow furrowed slightly, and he patted Gu Chang'an on the shoulder, saying, Gu, I hope Peo will properly assist well. With that, he turned and left the classroom. Gu Chang'an watched Lin's Hgs retreating figure, knowing he would not be allowed to be unscathed. Chapter 2. The Divine Enlightenment System. As the afternoon school bell rang, Shen Wanyao indeed sent a car to fetch him. Ji Chang'an settled into the vehicle, which whisked him away to the most affluent residential area in the city. The scenery was picturesque, the air refreshing, and the surroundings exquisite, making it a renowned district for the wealthy in Qingyuan City, where many notable figures resided. Eventually, the car pulled into a standalone villa numbered 8 and came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Gu Chang'an immediately spotted Shen Wanyao. She had changed into a chiffon blouse and denim shorts, sporting sneakers and a cap, radiating youthful exuberance and striking beauty. Ji Chang'an found himself momentarily mesmerized by her presence before he slowly approached her. Observing his leisurely pace, Shen Wanyao raised an eyebrow, urging him to hasten his steps. "Oh, all right," he replied, quickening his pace to join her. As he drew nearer, Gu Chang'an noted Shen Wanyao's alluring figure. Her curves were pronounced. With a voluptuous bust, rounded hips, and a waist that seemed delicate enough to encircle with just one hand. Her long, slender legs, clad in athletic pants, appeared exceptionally graceful. While walking, Gu Chang'an's gaze roamed over her. Captivated by her flawless, porcelain skin, smooth and devoid of any blemish, truly, she was a testament to the prowess of advanced martial artists, whose physiques were beyond compare. "Have you seen enough?" Shen Wanyao asked coolly. Gu Chang'an calmly retracted his gaze and replied earnestly, "Is such a brief moment truly sufficient?" A faint blush crept onto Shen Wanyao's cheeks as she lightly stomped her foot in mock indignation. "Humph, you rogue, nonsense, I merely speak the truth," Gu Chang'an insisted with sincerity. After that, he lapsed into silence, and Shen Wanyao, seeing his reticence, chose not to press further and led the way into the house. She first arranged a private dinner for Gu Chang'an, and following the meal, they commenced with academic tutoring. Throughout the session, Gu Chang'an admired Shen Wanyao's flawless form while diligently assisting her. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Ah! Shen Wanyao yawned, her ample bosom rising prominently. Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Goodness, how can anyone withstand such a sight?" Unaware of his reaction, Shen Wanyao casually remarked, "Let us call it a day. I feel I've made significant progress. We shall continue tomorrow." She then summoned the housekeeper to transfer today's payment to Gu Chang'an and arranged for a driver to take him home. Gu Chang'an took a brief nap in the car, only to be awakened by the driver after a while. Upon stepping out, he glanced at his phone to find a text notification of 1,000 yuan deposited into his account, prompting a smile to grace his lips. This job was comfortable, accompanied by a beautiful woman, and the money came swiftly. He liked it. With that thought, he chuckled and shook his head, preparing to head home. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as several motorcycles roared towards him. Skidding to a halt right before him, a group of burly men dismounted, their faces etched with menace, wielding machetes. Clearly, they were thugs. Gu Chang'an was taken aback. What could they possibly want? Were they coming for him? He attempted to flee, but before he could take a step, they had surrounded him. One of the thugs stepped forward and addressed him. "You must be Gu Chang'an." Taken aback that they knew his name, Gu Chang'an hesitated, realizing their intentions were not benign. "I am not Gu Chang'an, but I know him. He lives in that building over there, on the 3rd floor, apartment 201, he fibbed, pointing to a nearby structure. The thug paused momentarily before returning to the leader. "Boss, he claims he is not Gu Chang'an, but that Gu Chang'an lives in that building on the 3rd floor, apartment 201. The leader of the thugs raised his hand and slapped the first thug across the face. "MD, you idiot. You looked at his photo before coming and still got it wrong. Don't let me catch you messing up again with that." He stepped off his motorcycle and kicked Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an raised his hand in a feeble attempt to block it, only to be sent flying. He felt as though his arm had been struck by a heavy object, and he fell to the ground, unable to rise. The force of that kick must have been at least 600 kilograms, indicative of a martial artist of at least the 6th level, far beyond his capacity to withstand. As the thug approached, he delivered another slap to Gu Chang'an's face, grabbing his hair and taunting, "Kid, do you realize you've crossed someone?" Clenching his teeth, Gu Chang'an spat blood and retorted, "I wager you are just a dog sent by Lin GGMD. You're quite the ungrateful brat," the thug sneered. Delivering another slap, Gu Chang'an had never endured such humiliation. He spat blood onto the thug's face, cursing, "You bastard, if you dare to kill me, go ahead. Otherwise, next time, I'll make sure to end you." Gu Chang'an acknowledged that he was gambling on the fact that they wouldn't dare kill him. In Tang country, one might only need to pay compensation for injuries, but murder would cost a life in return. Of course, true martial artists had their privileges, though at a significant cost, which deterred higher-level martial artists from recklessly harming civilians. The thug leader was momentarily taken aback before rage consumed him, and he delivered a powerful kick to Gu Chang'an's abdomen, sending him flying 5 meters away. Gu Chang'an understood that the thug had restrained his strength. Otherwise, that kick could have cost him his life. "You dare drink my toast and then serve me a penalty drink?" The thug growled, advancing to rain blows upon Gu Chang'an. Yet, even the leader had his reservations. After venting his frustration, he threatened Gu Chang'an, "Listen, kid, if you go near Shen Wanyao again, You'll learn what regret truly means. With that, the gang of thugs mounted their bikes and sped away. Jiu Chang'an curled up on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the pain coursing through his body, a simmering rage overshadowed it that moment. He realized just how vital strength was in this world. Had he possessed martial arts talent, he would not have been so easily bullied by these thugs. After a long while, Gu Chang'an shakily rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze as cold as ice. Heixiong Lin Jijia, I shall remember this grudge. With that, he limped toward his home, needing to return to treat his wounds to avoid lingering side effects. It took him considerable effort to reach home. He quickly shed his clothes and made his way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he was dismayed to find his once handsome visage marred by swelling. His body was covered in bruises, particularly his abdomen and arms, which were severely inflamed, causing sharp pain even with the lightest touch. As he reached for the jade pendant hanging around his neck to cleanse it, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, system detected energy, activating. Countdown 10-9-8.3-2-1. System activated. Welcome host to the Divine Enlightenment System. Current system level 1. Would you like to open the attribute panel? Gu Chang'an instinctively responded. Open the attribute panel. Immediately, a faint golden panel appeared before him. Host. Gu Chang'an system level. Level 1, 0-100, Enlightenment. 1 minute day strength. Level 2 martial artist cultivation method. Kaiyuan Ju, proficient, martial skills. None Chapter 3. Mastery of Kaiyuan Ju. Upon seeing this panel, Gu Chang'an was momentarily stunned, but then elation washed over him. He had never anticipated that the golden finger he thought he lacked would actually activate. Although it had come late and he had almost given up on himself, preparing to bow before a wealthy beauty, it had finally arrived. A man should never hang himself from a single tree. That would be a disgrace to all traversers. Host, would you like to utilize enlightenment for cultivation? Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Gu Chang'an took a deep breath and replied, Yes, I wish to cultivate through enlightenment. Host, please select a cultivation method or martial skill. Kaiyuan Ju. Host, would you like to enlighten the cultivation method Kaiyuan Ju or the martial skill Kaiyuan Ju? Curious, Gu Chang'an inquired, System, is there a martial skill version of Kaiyuan Ju? Currently, you do not possess the martial skill version of Kaiyuan Ju. Gu Chang'an's expression darkened. Then why ask me to choose? Is the system malfunctioning? To avoid confusion due to identical names, the host must specify their selection. Fine. I suppose you have a point, but that doesn't negate the fact that you're a foolish system. Having grasped the system's nature, Gu Chang'an declared, I choose to enlighten the cultivation method Kaiyuan Ju. Please select your enlightenment duration. Friendly reminder, daily enlightenment time is limited. Please choose wisely. MD, a foolish system. 1 minute of enlightenment time per day. And you still want me to choose wisely? Whoever invented this system deserves a 5-star review. Gu Chang'an grumbled, ultimately selecting a minute for enlightenment. Ding. Host selects to enlighten the cultivation method Kaiyuan Ju for 1 minute. Gu Chang'an slowly closed his eyes, his mind flooded with countless methods for cultivating Kaiyuan Ju, including how to absorb energy more effectively and utilize it to strengthen his body. Again and again, the information repeated, as if time itself had ceased. Meanwhile, his body rapidly absorbed the surrounding energy, reinforcing his physique in accordance with the visions in his mind. Until, 1 minute later, Gu Chang'an opened his eyes. Having emerged from the state of enlightenment, he shook his head, disoriented by the stark contrast of his sensations. Exhaling deeply, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He had not anticipated the effects of enlightenment to be so profound. Concepts that had previously eluded him now flowed effortlessly into his understanding, allowing him to devise even better methods. If only one could achieve enlightenment for a full 24 hours each day. The possibilities would be boundless, Gu Chang'an mused, feeling unsatisfied. To extend the duration of enlightenment, the host must strive to elevate their system level. Gu Chang'an, curious, inquired, how does one enhance the system level? The system responded, upgrading requires mental energy. Please endeavor to gather it diligently. Gu Chang'an glanced at the jade pendant in his hand, which had initially invigorated him but now appeared dim and devoid of its previous brilliance. This time, Gu Chang'an's blood had activated the pendant, enabling it to absorb energy. Had it not been for this fortuitous encounter, he would have remained unaware of how long it might take to activate the system. He carefully cleaned the pendant and donned it with great care. This pendant was the sole memento left by his mother during her lifetime. System, display the attribute panel. Host, Gu Chang'an system level. Level 1, 0-100, enlightenment. 1-minute day strength. Level 3 martial apprentice, 318 kilograms, technique. Kaiyuan Ju, great accomplishment, martial skills. None. The martial arts realm is categorized into entry, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. His previous incarnation had labored for over a decade to elevate the Kaiyuan Ju to the proficient realm. Now, with the aid of the system, a mere minute of enlightenment had propelled him to the major accomplishment realm. As Gu Chang'an rose, he immediately felt a significant increase in strength. Moreover, most of his injuries had healed considerably, with only mild swelling remaining in his abdomen and hands. Otherwise, particularly his face, had returned to a striking appearance, much like a reader might envision. Fortunately, his face had depuffed. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to venture out. After all, strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness is a lifelong affair. His strength had risen to 318 kilograms. It seemed that during the period of enlightenment, his power had surged significantly, a total increase of 68 kilograms, reaching the threshold of level 3 martial apprentice. In this world, humans determine their level based on their strength before officially becoming martial artists. The minimum standard for a level 1 martial apprentice is over 100 kilograms of strength, and so forth. A level 9 martial apprentice possesses over 900 kilograms, while those exceeding 1,000 kilograms without truly absorbing vital energy are considered quasi-martial artists. The vital energy absorbed by martial apprentices is solely for enhancing physical strength and overall quality, preparing them for becoming martial artists, and cannot be stored within the body. This is because individuals with less than 1,000 kilograms of physical quality cannot sustain the circulation of vital energy within their bodies. A fact corroborated by the Alliance's experiments. Gurgle. Gu Chang'an patted his belly. Although his strength had increased significantly from the recent enlightenment, the consumption had also been substantial. Having just finished dinner not long ago, he felt hungry again. Gu Chang'an hurried to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of egg noodles, but even after finishing, he still felt famished. Subsequently, he boiled all the remaining noodles, adding 10 eggs into the pot. As he gazed at the hearty pot of egg noodles, he sprinkled a handful of chopped scallions, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. It wasn't that he particularly favored noodles. He yearned for lavish meats. Yet financial constraints held him back. Within 10 minutes, he devoured an entire pot of noodles, finally feeling a semblance of fullness. After hastily tidying up, he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes before sitting on his bed to prepare for cultivation. He wished to test the efficacy of the major accomplishment realm of the Kaiyuan Ju. Gu Chang'an adeptly began to circulate the Kaiyuan Ju, and immediately, the surrounding vital energy surged towards him. He felt that the speed of vital energy absorption this time was over tenfold compared to before, and he quickly guided the energy to strengthen his body. He started with his limbs, moved to his torso, and then to his head, completing one round of cultivation. This session of cultivation consumed 2 hours of his time, most of which was spent on absorbing vital energy. If the vital energy were abundant, the duration required for cultivation would significantly decrease. Gu Chang'an mused. If only I had some beast meat, my cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase dramatically. After this session of cultivation, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength. Gu Chang'an swiftly checked the attribute panel. Level 3 martial apprentice, 328 kilograms. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the attribute panel, Gu Chang'an was taken aback. His strength had inexplicably increased by 10 kilograms. Previously, when practicing the Kaiyuan Ju, he would gain less than a kilogram in a day. Now, he had gained an entire 10 kilograms in one session. If one session took 2 hours, then excluding sleep and meals, he could cultivate up to 6 times a day, potentially increasing his strength by 60 kilograms daily, allowing him to reach level 9 martial apprentice in just over 10 days. This revelation left Gu Chang'an in disbelief. No wonder his martial arts instructor often emphasized the importance of enhancing the Kaiyuan Ju's level. It turns out that the disparity in realms is so vast. As he contemplated this, his stomach grumbled once more. How he yearned for meat. If only he could procure some beast meat, his cultivation speed would greatly accelerate. Beast meat is rich in vital energy and nutrients, significantly beneficial for martial apprentices. Yet it is said to be exceedingly costly. I shall visit the meat market tomorrow. After formulating this plan, Gu Chang'an went to bed with a rumbling stomach, drooling in his sleep. Chapter 4. Wolf beast meat the following morning. Gu Chang'an was awakened by his hunger. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already 8 a.m. Observing that the system had refreshed his enlightenment time, he promptly utilized it, resulting in a 50-kilogram boost in strength while elevating the Kaiwan Ju to the realm of perfection. With his stomach growling, Gu Chang'an made his way downstairs to original flavor soup noodles, ordering 5 large bowls of beef noodles to satiate his hunger. He then took a bus to the meat shop in Qingyuan City. The Qingyuan City Meat Market is the only designated trading market for beast meat as sanctioned by the city government. Due to the high prices of premium beast meat, both the government and shop owners have employed personnel to guard against theft and robbery. After verifying his identity, Gu Chang'an entered the meat market. Upon entering, he was immediately met with the pungent smell of blood. He wrinkled his nose and covered his mouth and nose, glancing around. The meat market sprawled over hundreds of acres. Yet within such a vast area, there were only a handful of shops. To his astonishment, Gu Chang'an spotted the Shun family's meat shop. It appeared that Shun Wanyao hailed from an impressive background. He thought to himself. With that, he redirected his gaze towards the Shun family's shop. He held a favorable impression of Shun Wanyao, and thus felt inclined to check out her family's establishment. Upon entering the meat shop, he found the interior lined with rows of iron cages, each housing various ferocious beasts. The assortment was vast, yet each creature exuded an air of savagery and bloodlust. Witnessing such beasts for the first time in reality caused Gu Chang'an to involuntarily gasp, his heart racing uncontrollably. So many? Gu Chang'an thought in awe. Should any one of these beasts be released into society, it would spell disaster. Contemplating this, he swallowed hard. Though he understood such a scenario was unlikely, the sheer shock still sent a shiver down his spine. Hello, how may I assist you? A gentle, polite voice from a nearby attendant broke through his thoughts. Gu Chang'an snapped back to reality, turning to the attendant with a smile. Hello, I wish to purchase some beast meat suitable for martial apprentices. The attendant, accustomed to Gu Chang'an's demeanor, skillfully began to provide him with information. He learned that there are 4 types of beast meat suitable for martial apprentices: wolf beast, iron bear, boar, and blood bull. Among them, blood bull meat is the most gentle in terms of vital energy absorption and is rich in nutritional value, making it the most suitable for martial apprentices. However, it also carries the highest price tag of 988 currency units per pound. The vital energy content in the other beast meats is comparable, but the energy is more volatile than that of the blood bull, making absorption inefficient if the proficiency of the Kaiwan Ju is too low, rendering it less economical compared to blood bull meat. The wolf beast meat possesses the most volatile energy content and has the poorest taste, thus it is the least expensive at only 200 currency units per pound. Gu Chang'an thought to himself, how perfectly suited that is for me. With the Kaiwan Ju at perfection, I should be able to fully absorb the vital energy from wolf beast meat. Taste is secondary. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. Oh, isn't this the city's #1 genius? Gu Chang'an? I heard you were so poor you were living on subsidies. How come you have money to roam the meat market now? Perhaps you found yourself a wealthy mistress who is treating you to beast meat. Ha ha ha! The sudden ridicule came from his classmates, Li Yuntao and Lu Chun, who were notorious for their sycophancy towards Lin Jijia. The two, with their arms crossed and faces painted with mockery, approached Gu Chang'an, evidently harboring resentment over his rejection of Lin Jijia the previous day. Seizing this opportunity to taunt him, Gu Chang'an cast a disinterested glance at Li Yuntao, choosing to ignore them and attempt to bypass them to continue selecting beast meat. However, the duo was unwilling to relent, reaching out to block his path. What's the matter? Afraid of being exposed for being kept and losing face? Li Yuntao's tone dripped with disdain, reminiscent of gossiping women slandering in the streets. Gu Chang'an paused, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon them. Since you are so eager to know, I shall indulge you. Indeed, I was kept by someone yesterday, which is why I have the means to buy beast meat today. He said with a smirk. Li Yuntao and Lu Qian were momentarily stunned, seemingly incredulous that Gu Chang'an would openly admit such a thing. Before they could respond, he stepped closer and whispered, in fact, I was kept by Shen Wanyao, in a way. A girl of her stature would never lower herself to associate with someone like you? Li Yuntao and Lu Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Don't believe me? I can show you the transaction records. With that, Gu Chang'an pulled out his phone to display Shen Wanyao's transfer record from the previous day. Upon seeing it, Li Yuntao and Lu Qian felt their worldview shatter. Gu Chang'an, seizing the moment, remarked, "Ah, being too handsome is a burden. Unlike you lot, who seem to worship our Miss Wanyao like a loyal dog, only to be met with indifference, as Lin Jijirs devoted sycophants." The two companions instantly erupted in anger. "You're courting death." With that, each threw a punch at Gu Chang'an. Anticipating their move, Gu Chang'an swiftly dropped to the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! Someone's being robbed." Upon hearing his cries, the guards of the Shun family rushed over. "How dare you cause a ruckus in Shun's establishment? You must be tired of living." The guards, all at least martial artists, swiftly subdued the two, with one ultimately compensating Gu Chang'an with 5,000 yuan for a private settlement. Lacking the courage to remain, the two fled, their faces smeared with defeat. Jiu Chang'an, elated, accepted the 10,000 yuan, promptly spent 4,000 of it on 20 pounds of wild wolf meat, which he packed into his backpack. For safety's sake, he indulgently hailed a cab home, fearing he might be robbed en route. Once home, Gu Chang'an secured the door, retrieved the wild wolf meat from his backpack, washed it, and cut it into evenly sized pieces. He then rummaged through the kitchen for a large pot, filled it with water, and brought it to a boil before adding the wolf meat. To eliminate the gamey scent, he added star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, ginger, scallions, and garlic as seasoning. The method of simmering the broth would minimize the loss of the wolf meat's essence and nutrients. After boiling vigorously for an hour, he added more water and reduced the heat to simmer for 2 additional hours, ensuring the wolf meat was tender yet chewy. Just in time for lunch. Gu Chang'an grabbed a spoon and casually rinsed a basin meant for washing vegetables before filling it with meat. After a long night and half a day, he felt as if he could devour an entire cow. In reality, he had overestimated himself. The energy from the wild wolf meat was exceedingly abundant. He managed to finish only half of the basin of meat and broth, glancing back at the pot, which still held enough for another basin. Seizing the moment while the energy was still coursing through him, Gu Chang'an quickly sat cross-legged in the hall to practice the Kaiyuan Ju, absorbing the essence. In a state of ample energy, the perfected Kaiyuan Ju rapidly fortified his body, allowing him to practice what normally took 2 hours in just 10 minutes. Before long, the meat's essence had been entirely consumed. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Chang'an's complexion was rosy, brimming with a surge of vigor. He tentatively threw a punch, producing a series of cracking sounds in the air. The perfected Kaiyuan Ju was indeed formidable. Gu Chang'an was exhilarated. Chapter 5. Treasures of the night market. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the curtain slits, casting a warm glow in the room. Gu Chang'an sat cross-legged on his bed. Having absorbed the final remnants of energy, he opened his eyes and gazed at the sunset outside, exhaling a breath of stale air. With a soft sigh, he gradually stood and walked to the table for a drink. With a sudden crash, the cup shattered into several pieces on the floor, glass shards scattering. "Oh no." He looked down, blowing gently on his palm, his brow furrowing. The aid of the wild beast meat had accelerated his strength too quickly. He had not yet fully mastered his newfound power. He bent down to pick up the broken cup, tossing it into the trash, and tidied the room. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the time. 6:30 p.m. "I seem to have forgotten something important." Gu Chang'an shook his head. Since he could not recall, he decided to check his strength instead. System, display attribute panel, host. Gu Chang'an system level, level 1, 0-100, insight. 1 minute day strength, level 5 martial apprentice, 538 kilograms, technique. Kaiyuan Ju, perfected, martial skills, none satisfied. Gu Chang'an nodded. He had finally caught up with the tail of his class. Yet he soon shook his head, acknowledging he was still far behind Shen Wanyao and Lin Jijiao. "No, I forgot to help Shen Wanyao with her studies." He quickly grabbed his keys and dashed out, locking the door behind him. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted a black sedan parked by the roadside. Recognizing it as the car that had picked him up the day before, panic surged within him. "Oh no, I'm definitely late." He hurriedly quickened his pace, flinging the door open and climbing inside. "Driver, I'm so sorry. Something came up today, and I forgot my appointment with Miss Shan." The driver turned to glance at him, his tone icy as he replied, "Gu, I hope you can arrive on time next time. Our young lady does not appreciate waiting." "Yes, of course," Gu Chang'an hastily assured him. Though the driver's words left a sour taste in his mouth, he had to remind himself that the driver was an associate of a wealthy patron. The journey continued in silence until they arrived at Shan Wanyao's residence. As Gu Chang'an exited the vehicle, He beheld Shen Wanyao, clad in a white dress adorned with blue flowers, her hair tied in a ponytail, wielding an ancient sword as she practiced her swordplay. Her movements were graceful, her technique fluid and agile, embodying the elegance of a poised rose. Beautiful yet perilous, Jiu Chang'an found himself momentarily entranced by her figure and couldn't he help but recite a poem. Once there was a beauty, Yang Yuhuan, whose pipa echoed through the 9 abysses. Now, there is a beauty, Shen Wanyao, whose sword dances through the 4 corners. Just as the last line escaped his lips, he noticed Shen Wanyao abruptly turn her gaze upon him. Her eyes piercing. Startled, Gu Chang'an quickly waved his hands in explanation. I'm sorry, I was merely reciting something casually. Yet Shen Wanyao was relentless, staring intently at him as she murmured, Pipa? Yang Yuhuan? A pipa's melody echoing through the 9 abysses. Who could that be from ancient times? Gu Chang'an, taken aback by her reaction, frantically gestured, No, really, I was just saying something offhand. Don't read too much into it. Humph. Shen Wanyao chuckled lightly. I may not know who Yang Yuhuan is, but I certainly fall short of dancing through the 4 corners. Gu Chang'an, you were late today, she stated, sheathing her sword. I apologize. I had something come up that delayed me. How about I waive today's tutoring fee as a gesture of goodwill? Gu Chang'an said apologetically. Those with high emotional intelligence often retreat to advance, and no need. Shen Wanyao shook her head. Considering your poem today, I shall let it slide, but do not be late again. Absolutely. I promise I won't be late. Gu Chang'an assured her. Then let us begin, Shen Wanyao said, sheathing her sword and leading Gu Chang'an to the courtyard. The garden of Shen Wanyao's home was adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees, some bursting with vibrant hues while others lay wilted, exuding a subtle fragrance. It was spring, and the blossoms competed for attention. Yet the scene was not chaotic, but rather pleasing to the eye. Gu Chang'an mused quietly, dreaming of the day he could possess such a garden, tending to flowers and plants, enjoying the beauty in his leisure. It would be such a delight. After 2 hours of enjoyable tutoring, Gu Chang'an received the transfer and declined the driver's offer to take him home. He was not attempting to feign superiority. Rather, he wished to visit the night market, hoping to discover treasures imbued with spiritual energy to upgrade his system. Qingyuan City's night market offered a variety of food, entertainment, and activities, attracting people of all ages seeking merriment. Jiu Chang'an first visited a jewelry shop, where he indeed found several pieces infused with spiritual energy. As he touched these items, the system would notify him. However, their prices were exorbitant, often reaching tens of thousands of yuan. Far beyond his means, he then proceeded to the antique market, hoping to stumble upon hidden gems. The market was bustling with stalls, a chaotic mix of wares, where inexperienced individuals often left with empty pockets and lesson learned. Jiu Chang'an meticulously examined every stall, wary of missing any genuine treasures. However, such items were exceedingly rare, and he had yet to find anything even after browsing a dozen stalls. Just then, he noticed a group gathered around a stall, engaged in animated discussion. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Upon squeezing through the crowd, he saw a boy no older than 15 or 16 manning the stall. The boy appeared emaciated, with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes, suggesting malnutrition. His stall featured only a single, tattered string of beads, rusty and pockmarked, typically something one would disregard if found on the ground. At that moment, a middle-aged man squatted down, intently examining the string of beads. Young man, how much for this string? He inquired after a long observation. 8,000 yuan. The boy replied, his voice firm yet raspy, as though his throat had been damaged. Upon hearing the boy's price, murmurs of disbelief arose among the onlookers. Wow, who would have thought this boy had such a greedy heart? This junk isn't worth that much. Indeed, this boy must be hoping to con some unsuspecting fool. I've seen this string. It can't conduct essence. It's definitely not an artifact, and while the beads are tough, they aren't worth that price. The middle-aged man frowned at the boy's assertion. Are you certain it's 8,000 yuan? The boy nodded resolutely. I'm sure. This string was passed down in my family. If it weren't for my mother's serious illness and urgent need for money, I wouldn't be selling it. The middle-aged man sighed with regret. What a shame. I was hoping to study it further, but that price is just too steep. With that, he shook his head and walked away from the stall. Gu Chang'an, intrigued, thought, perhaps this string truly is a family heirloom. With that in mind, he approached the stall and asked, Young man, May I take a look at that string? Please, go ahead. The boy replied nonchalantly. Gu Chang'an lifted the string from its box. An alert from the system resonated in his mind, even more intense than when he was in the jewelry store. Gu Chang'an was overwhelmed with excitement internally, yet he maintained a facade of calmness while feigning observation. A few minutes later, with an air of confidence, he remarked, "Young brother, this bracelet appears to be a set of prayer beads previously used by a monk. My mother has a particular fondness for such items. It would make a perfect gift for her. What is your account number? I will transfer the money to you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to make the transaction. The boy, taken aback by Gu Chang'an's promptness, hurriedly provided his account details. After acquiring the bracelet, Gu Chang'an pretended to browse for a while, and upon noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly departed from the night market. Subsequently, a tale of a night market fool who spent 8,000 on a worthless bracelet began to circulate within the antique market. Chapter 6. Golden Bell Shield, Diamond Fist. Upon returning home, Gu Chang'an securely locked the door, entered his room, and drew the curtain. He swiftly opened his backpack and placed it on the bed, carefully extracting the bracelet. Throughout the journey, he was anxious that the system might absorb energy and reveal any anomalies, which would be difficult to explain. He had to wait until he arrived home to unveil it, and the feeling was akin to beholding a breathtaking beauty. One could only gaze, not touch. Grasping the bracelet, Gu Chang'an commanded inwardly, "System, absorb energy." System absorbing energy. Ding. Absorption complete. Energy absorbed. 108 points. Conditions for system upgrade detected. Would you like to upgrade the system? Gu Chang'an nodded eagerly for the upgrade. System upgrading. Countdown. 10, 9, 8.3, 2, 1. System upgrade complete. 2 martial arts techniques detected within the energy. Would the host like to learn them? Gu Chang'an was overjoyed. Was there such a fortunate occurrence? An upgrade that came with martial arts? System, do you know what these techniques are? It wouldn't be the child skill or the sunflower manual, would it? He inquired tentatively. Host, the techniques are the Earth Grade Low-Tier Defensive Skill Golden Bell Shield and the Shin Grade High-Tier Fist Technique Diamond Fist. Would the host like to learn them? Gu Chang'an was elated. I've struck it rich. This is a tremendous gain. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The Earth Grade Low-Tier Technique Golden Bell Shield and the Shin Grade High-Tier Diamond Fist would surely incite fierce competition if presented to the outside world. How fortunate it was to have the opportunity to learn them. Was it not akin to receiving a pillow just as one felt drowsy? What he needed most at this moment were martial arts techniques. Without hesitation, Gu Chang'an confirmed his desire to learn. Moments later, he opened his eyes, excitement flickering in his gaze. Indeed, he had mastered both Golden Bell Shield and Diamond Fist. Although as a martial apprentice he could not fully unleash the true power of these techniques without vital energy. The techniques of the Diamond Fist would enable him to maximize his physical strength. After some time, he calmed his emotions and checked his attribute panel. Host, Gu Chang'an System Level. Level 2, 8500, Enlightenment. 5 minutes day strength. Level 5 Martial Apprentice. 538 kilograms, Cultivation Technique. Kaiyuan Ju, Perfect, Martial Arts. Golden Bell Shield, Earth Grade Low Tier. Entry. Diamond Fist, Shin Grade High Tier. Entry. The system upgrade experience increased to 500 points, and the enlightenment time was raised to 5 minutes. Perfect. Gu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, the enlightenment time had reset. He had used it up in the morning, and now that he was fully upgraded, could this be considered a bug? He made a mental note. Before the next upgrade, he should utilize his daily enlightenment time to maximize benefits. System, grant me enlightenment on the martial technique Diamond Fist for 5 minutes. Gu Chang'an commanded inwardly. Enhancing the Diamond Fist was a decision Gu Chang'an had pondered carefully. The Diamond Fist was the most suitable for him at present. Although the Golden Bell Shield was a higher-tier defensive technique, it was difficult to utilize effectively without vital energy. Furthermore, passively enduring attacks was not his style. A true man should take the initiative. Ding! The host has chosen to gain enlightenment on the martial technique Diamond Fist for 5 minutes. Enlightenment begins. Gu Chang'an slowly closed his eyes, his mind flooded with countless cultivation techniques related to the Diamond Fist, including how to channel vital energy and exert force to maximize his strength. Again and again, the process repeated, seemingly eternal, until 5 minutes later, Gu Chang'an opened his eyes, awakening from his state of enlightenment. Shaking his head to adjust to the stark contrast, he sighed in relief as he checked his attribute panel. The Diamond Fist, Shin Grade High Tier, was now perfected. Excellent. Ji Chang'an was quite satisfied. A perfected Diamond Fist would enable him to unleash over 3 times his own strength and allow him to better master his power. From now on, he would not encounter the issue of rapid power increases without the ability to control them. Ji Chang'an believed that this aspect was the most crucial. A martial artist who cannot control their own strength is merely a brute. When engaging in combat, one must wield their strength with precision to avoid causing unintended harm. It was nearly time. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the school's library to seek out a lightness technique and a long-range attack martial art, thereby eliminating any weaknesses. A dreamless night passed. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Gu Chang'an in its warmth. Slowly opening his eyes, he stretched languidly before rising from his bed. After washing up and hastily consuming some breakfast, he made his way to school. Today, he intended to explore the library, for he still lacked a lightness technique and a long-range attack martial art. The martial arts available in the school's library had been replicated and distributed by the Alliance, encompassing almost all techniques below the Huang grade and a few Earth-grade low-tier techniques. However, students could only view summaries. To learn them, one must exchange credits with the administrator to access the complete content of each technique. Fortunately, he had diligently saved his credits in his previous life, which proved advantageous now. Upon arriving at school, Gu Chang'an headed straight to the library. The library boasted 5 floors, the first solely dedicated to martial arts study materials, the second housing Earth-grade low-tier techniques, and so forth, with the 5th floor containing a handful of Shin-grade low-tier techniques. The credits he accumulated during his high school years were sufficient to exchange for 1 Shin-grade low-tier technique. Ascending to the 5th floor, he searched for lightness and long-range attack techniques. Both lightness and long-range attack techniques were exceedingly rare. The former served as a means of self-preservation, while the latter could kill from afar, making them invaluable. Ultimately, Gu Chang'an selected a technique titled Wind Walks 1,000 Miles. This lightness technique focused on footwork, and when practiced to perfection, it could allow a martial artist to traverse vast distances at night, rivaling the speed of a car. Even a martial apprentice could significantly enhance their agility and speed through the application of the technique. This was the advantage of lightness skills. In choosing this martial art, Gu Chang'an prioritized safety. After all, in an urban environment, one might not always find the opportunity to utilize long-range attack techniques, but lightness techniques were different. They facilitated travel, escape, and combat, making them an indispensable choice for survival. Gu Chang'an spent 1,000 credits to acquire this Shin-grade low-tier lightness technique. With a few hundred credits remaining, he decided to return to the 4th floor to find an Earth-grade high-tier technique, Shadowless Flying Dagger. To exchange for .it was said that when mastered to its peak, the Shadowless Flying Dagger would strike without a sound, making it a formidable skill. After successfully exchanging for all the martial arts techniques, he proceeded to his class, preparing for lessons. Having missed a day of classes was manageable, but frequent absences would prompt the teachers to teach him a lesson. One should not underestimate the school faculty. The least among them were second-tier warriors, while homeroom teachers were often third-tier martial masters, and the principal was even a 4th-tier martial general. Except for a few prodigies like Shen Wanyao, who enjoyed special privileges, other students were expected to attend classes diligently. As Gu Chang'an settled into his seat, he instantly felt 2 unfriendly gazes directed at him. Chapter 7. Gratitude for the 10,000 yuan gift. He looked up and discovered it was the duo of Li Yuntao and Lu Qian. The sycophants. Ji Chang'an thought to himself how fortunate he was for the 10,000 yuan contributed by these two. Otherwise, how could he have afforded that bracelet? With this in mind, Gu Chang'an offered them a slight smile in gratitude. Lu Qian turned to Li Yuntao and remarked, "Brother, do you think this kid is mocking us?" Li Yuntao replied coldly, "Remove the think. This kid is indeed mocking us. Humph, let's let him off for now. After class, we'll make trouble for him and force him to pay us back double." Ji Chang'an paid little heed to the two, closing his eyes to check the system. He had yet to utilize his enlightenment time for the day. He would complete the enlightenment for Wind Walks 1,000 Miles when he returned. Muttering to himself, he casually surveyed his classmates. The learning atmosphere in the 3rd school was not on par with the 1st and 2nd schools. Overall, it was quite lax. Students were either applying makeup, chatting, or exhibiting no sense of urgency regarding the impending college entrance examinations. It seemed that without his presence, The third school would likely come in last in the upcoming inter-school competition. Gu Chang'an shook his head inwardly. Indeed, the hope for the third school's rise rested upon him. How troublesome it was to be so handsome. Gu Chang'an narcissistically brushed his hair back. If anyone overheard such arrogant remarks, he would undoubtedly face a beating. It was not until the class bell rang that Gu Chang'an leisurely stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching him. Turning his head, he found it was the sycophant duo once again. "Oh, have you gathered money so quickly to treat me to some beast meat?" Gu Chang'an teased. At his words, Lu Qian and Li Yuntao exchanged glances, each understanding the fury reflected in the other's eyes. They glared at Gu Chang'an, their teeth clenched, wishing to pounce on him and give him a good beating. "Shut your mouth, you worthless fool. What qualifications do you have to speak?" Li Yuntao scolded with a dark expression. "Ha! Do you think I relish talking to you? I would much prefer you to be far away from me. Just the sight of you annoys me." Gu Chang'an scoffed. That moment, both Li Yuntao and Lu Qian were incensed. Li Yuntao bellowed, "Gu Chang'an, stop relying solely on your verbal prowess. If you have the guts, meet us in the small grove at school." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an thought to himself, "Do you think I wouldn't dare? I was just lamenting the lack of a reason to deal with you two nuisances. Since you've come to me, it saves me the trouble. Let us go. Who is afraid of whom?" With an air of unyielding bravado, Gu Chang'an took the lead and strode out. Observing this, Li Yuntao and Lu Qian hesitated no longer and closely followed behind him. Upon reaching the secluded edge of a small grove in the northwest corner of the campus, the three halted. Gu Chang'an discreetly activated the recording function on his phone, then awaited the duo's performance. Li Yuntao, brimming with arrogance, addressed Gu Chang'an. "I advise you to recognize your situation, return the yuan coins, and give us each 5,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Gu Chang'an raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, what yuan coins? I owe you nothing. Why should I give you anything?" Lu Qian interjected with a scoff. "Gu Chang'an, don't play the fool. Do you not remember the 10,000 yuan we gave you yesterday?" "I haven't forgotten," Gu Chang'an replied earnestly. Li Yuntao and Lu Qian exchanged glances, then menacingly demanded, "If you haven't forgotten, why don't you hand it over?" Gu Chang'an retorted, "Why should I hand it over? Are you two out of your minds? The money I earned through my own efforts is not something I owe you." Li Yuntao and Lu Qian pointed angrily at Gu Chang'an. "So you refuse to pay, huh? Brothers, let us beat the sense out of him and see if he still refuses." With that, they charged forward. Lu Qian, seeing Li Yuntao attack, rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Gu Chang'an as well. Gu Chang'an remained unfazed, observing the two as they approached, and unleashed a punch infused with the power of the diamond fist, exceeding 1,500 kilograms of force, striking Li Yuntao squarely. With a resounding thud, Li Yuntao was sent flying several meters, clutching his arms in agony. "Impossible! How can you be this strong?" Li Yuntao gasped in disbelief. "Ha! A frog at the bottom of a well," Gu Chang'an scoffed dismissively. Witnessing this, Lu Qian hastily retreated to Li Yuntao's side, his eyes wide and shocked. Gu Chang'an sauntered over, and Lu Qian, mustering his courage, shouted, "Why, you better not come any closer. Let us talk this out. If we fight, don't aim for the face." Noticing Lu Qian's trembling legs and the yellow liquid seeping out, Gu Chang'an wrinkled his nose in disgust and took a few steps back. "Now, each of you owes me 5,000 yuan, transferred to my account, or you both know the consequences," Gu Chang'an declared ominously. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao, gritting his teeth, struggled to rise despite the pain, and said, "This is extortion. I will report you to the teacher." Gu Chang'an retorted mockingly, "Report me? I have the recording. I can accuse you both of robbing a diligent, earnest student. When the time comes, who do you think the teacher will side with?" You shameless wretch!" Li Yuntao spat, blood seeping from his mouth in fury. "No more talking. If you don't pay, I'll keep beating you until you do," Gu Chang'an stated impatiently. With that, he raised his right leg and delivered a kick to Li Yuntao's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, Gu Chang'an seized Lu Qian by the collar and delivered a flurry of punches. Lu Qian cried out in pain but dared not retaliate, fearing further wrath from Gu Chang'an. Once Gu Chang'an had dealt with Lu Qian, he dusted off his hands and asked, "Now, are you willing to pay up?" Lu Qian, weeping bitterly, replied, "I'll give you the money. I said I wouldn't hit you in the face. Woe is me, I want my mother. Apologies, but your face simply begs for a beating. I'll be sure to avoid your face next time. Gu Chang'an chuckled, releasing Lu Chen's collar. With the notification of a text message, Gu Chang'an glanced at his phone to see 2 transfers of 5,000 yuan each, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you to my loyal supporter for the 10,000 yuan. You re truly a treasure, and I look forward to your next visit. Li Yun Tao, hearing this, erupted in fury, spitting blood once more. Lu Chun quickly dragged him away, desperate to escape this demon. Watching the two flee in disarray, Gu Chang'an shook his head with a smile. Such individuals are cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Once you intimidate them, they won't dare to trouble you again. Just when he had exhausted his funds, another 10,000 yuan comes his way. If only he had more classmates like them, life would be a breeze. With this thought in mind, Gu Chang'an departed from the school, boarded a bus, and made his way to the meat market. As for attending class, not a chance. Strengthening oneself is far more crucial than attending lectures. Once his power reaches new heights, the teachers will surely commend him. Upon disembarking from the bus, Gu Chang'an chose to purchase 40 pounds of mad wolf meat from the Shin family butcher. The remaining 2,000 yuan would serve as his pocket money. Chapter 8. Level 7 Martial Disciple in the affluent district of Qingyuan City. Within a lavish villa, Lu Chun and Li Yun Tao were relaying their grievances to a young man seated above them. Brother Jia, that surnamed Gu is far too overbearing. He took all our money, beat us up, and even claimed that Shen Wanyao is supporting him, mocking you as a sycophant. Did he truly say that? The young man's voice rose sharply, his expression darkening as he fixated on the two. Yes, they nodded vigorously, fear evident in their eyes. The young man stood, approached the window, and gazed silently at the nightscape for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is what you said true? Gu Chang'an really defeated you with ease?" Lu Chen quickly affirmed, "Absolutely true. He knocked Tao Gu down with a single punch." "Good, I understand," Lin Jijia responded, pulling out his phone to dial a number. A sycophantic voice came through, "Young Master Lin, how may I serve you? I would go through fire and water for you. You know that kid I mentioned? Find an opportunity to deal with him. Then bring him to me," Lin Jijia instructed darkly. After hanging up, his eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Gu Chang'an, I hope you can surprise me." Upon returning home, Gu Chang'an processed the mad wolf meat as he had previously. Once the meat was cooked, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and he was famished. This time, he forewent using a basin, opting instead for a large spoon to dig in. After satisfying his hunger, he began practicing the opening yuan technique. The perfected opening yuan technique absorbed energy at an astonishing rate, allowing him to quickly assimilate the consumed mad wolf meat, and Gu Chang'an could distinctly feel his power surging. This sensation ensnared him, rendering him unable to extricate himself until he had consumed every last bit of the beast's flesh. When he checked his attribute panel, it displayed Level 7 Martial Disciple, 715 kilograms. Gazing at the figures on the panel, Gu Chang'an fell into contemplation. The increase in strength was not as significant as anticipated. From level 5 to level 7, he had ascended 2 levels, with a power surge of over 200 kilograms. Such rapid gains in merely 2 hours were indeed impressive, yet they did not align with his expectations. Previously, consuming 20 pounds had yielded a 200-kilogram increase. Now, 40 pounds had produced an effect akin to that of the 20 pounds. Was it possible that the Shun family was selling subpar beast meat? Certainly not. The reality was that as one progressed, the energy required for strength enhancement increased significantly, resulting in the 40 pounds having the same effect as the previous 20. Based on his current training pace, should he rely solely on personal effort, each session would yield a mere 5 kilograms of strength. Furthermore, as he advanced, the rate of improvement would inevitably slow. By the time he reached level 8 Martial Disciple, he might only gain 2 kilograms per session, and at level 9, merely 1 kilogram. Even with daily insights and practice, the pace remained unbearably slow. The only viable solution was to utilize beast meat to expedite training. But that required substantial yuan. Considering his current earnings from tutoring Shen Wanyao, he could, at best, accumulate over 20,000 yuan by the time of the college entrance examination. However, this was uncertain. If Shen Wanyao reached her target scores, she would no longer require tutoring in liberal arts, severing his income. Opportunities like the generous duo who provided yuan coins were unlikely to present themselves again. They would surely flee from him in the future. With 25 days remaining until the college entrance exam, the yuan he had was woefully insufficient to elevate himself above level 9 Martial Disciple. Without the divine insight system, given his previous martial aptitude, he would have simply given up. Why exert effort? Aiming for a wealthy beauty could save him 2 decades of toil. Now that he had the chance to pursue the martial path, he would never allow himself to surrender. No matter how thorny the road ahead or how perilous the trials, he would forge ahead, lest this journey through time be in vain. Having come to this realization, Gu Chang'an felt a sense of relief. Currently, there was only one solution to his predicament. To amass wealth, he began contemplating where to acquire more yuan, for that was the crux of the matter. After much deliberation, he resolved to try his luck at rock gambling. The night market had places for that, and he intended to see if he could rely on the system's hints to uncover energy-rich jadeite, which would resolve his yuan predicament. Such jadeite was highly valuable. As he had inquired at jewelry stores, if all went well, any surplus jadeite could also be absorbed to enhance his mental energy, serving a dual purpose. As Gu Chang'an ruminated on this, he suddenly realized he had been lost in thought for quite some time and quickly checked the time. It was 5:15. Fortunately, there was still a bit of time left before class, and he should not be late. Gu Chang'an tidied up briefly, grabbed his keys, and set off toward the school. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed a black sedan waiting. Checking the time again, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't late. He approached the vehicle, and the driver said, "Gu classmate, please fasten your seatbelt." After the driver started the car, they headed toward the Shun residence. Gu Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the Shun family estate. As Gu Chang'an alighted from the vehicle, he immediately spotted Shen Wanyao seated in the pavilion of the courtyard. Engrossed in a book, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance. Today, Shen Wanyao was adorned in a flowing white dress, a book clasped in her hands, her hair cascading gracefully down her back. She exuded an aura of gentleness and intellect. Utterly charming, Gu Chang'an mused to himself. No wonder the original owner harbored a secret admiration for Shen Wanyao. Her beauty and poise were beyond reproach. "Shen, I'm here. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Gu Chang'an approached her and said. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Wanyao lifted her head and replied, "Not at all, Gu. You are quite punctual today. Let us head inside." "All right," Gu Chang'an nodded in agreement. Another 2 hours of tutoring ensued, and time, as it often does when one is enjoying themselves, flew by swiftly. Throughout the session, their rapport deepened. Gu Chang'an occasionally cracked jokes, and Shen Wanyao took them in stride. Eventually, after receiving a transfer, Gu Chang'an reluctantly departed from the Shun residence. "Onward, my comrade. The revolution is far from complete. The affluent and beautiful still require diligent pursuit. Let's go." With this thought in mind, Gu Chang'an made his way to the bustling night market, a hub for stone gambling. Upon his arrival at the stone gambling market, Gu Chang'an was immediately enveloped by its vibrant atmosphere. The place was abuzz with activity, voices rising and falling in a cacophony, as throngs of people jostled about, creating a delightful chaos. As he stepped into the night market, he was greeted by an array of stalls brimming with raw jade stones, surrounded by a multitude of professionals engaged in bargaining and inspecting their wares, all equipped with specialized tools, powerful flashlights. He, however, had arrived empty-handed, rendering him conspicuously amateurish. He hastily purchased a flashlight from a nearby shop, eager to join in the selection process. Fortunately, he possessed a system that would alert him to the presence of spiritual energy within the stones. Thus, he scoured the area, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally stumbled upon a stone imbued with spiritual energy. It was an egg-sized rock, its surface a dull yellowish gray, unremarkable under the light. "Boss, how much for this raw stone?" Gu Chang'an inquired of the vendor. Upon hearing the question, the middle-aged man, with an ordinary appearance and a slightly plump physique, turned to assess him. After scrutinizing Gu Chang'an for a moment, he replied, 300. Gu Chang'an feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "What are you robbing me? How could such a tiny, worthless stone possibly be worth 300? This stone is 300, take it or leave it," the vendor waved dismissively. Exuding impatience, Gu Chang'an's lips twitched. Although the stone was indeed small, the crucial factor was its spiritual energy. "Very well, 300 it is. Here is your money." He paid for the stone and tucked it away, leaving with a lightened heart. After Gu Chang'an had walked some distance away, the vendor muttered to himself, "Can you believe someone actually forked over 300 for such a stone? That fellow must be a fool." "Hey, I'm back." Gu Chang'an's voice rang out, prompting the vendor to nervously inquire, "Aren't you leaving?" Initially, Gu Chang'an had intended to return to let the system absorb the stone. However, recalling that an upgrade required 500 points of energy, he realized that this jade stone wouldn't suffice for an upgrade. It would be wiser to sell the jade and use the currency to purchase beast meat to enhance his abilities more swiftly. Thus, he returned. "I couldn't bear to part with you, boss," Gu Chang'an said with a smile. "The raw stone I bought from you. There's no charge for processing it, right?" "Of course not. How could I charge for processing a stone sold here?" The vendor chuckled awkwardly, quickly summoning an assistant with a polishing machine. The stone was too small for a cutting machine, so they would have to polish it by hand. With each grinding sound, Gu Chang'an felt his heart race. Despite knowing that the stone would yield jade, the thrill of gambling with stones was exhilarating. Perhaps this was the allure of stone gambling, he pondered. Holding his breath, he fixated on the stone, scarcely daring to blink, as the outer layer was gradually polished away. The craftsman paused to wipe it and inspect it under the bright light, to Gu Chang'an's delight. The faint blue-green jade inside became strikingly visible. "It worked. It actually worked. Look at the quality and color. This is ice jade." The crowd erupted in excitement. The vendor was taken aback, at a loss for words, never having anticipated that such an unassuming stone would yield ice jade. "This lad has certainly struck it lucky," he thought. Gu Chang'an was equally stunned, marveling at his fortuitous luck. The vendor, taking the polished stone in hand, asked Gu Chang'an, "Young man, are you willing to sell this jade? I can offer you 10,000 currency." Gu Chang'an shook his head, thinking, 10,000 for my jade? Dream on. He had previously visited jewelry stores and knew that even a very small piece of ice jade jewelry would start at 10,000. And considering this jade had the rare effect of calming the mind, its value would multiply. "Young man, you must think carefully. While the initial yield is promising, subsequent yields could greatly diminish its value." The vendor advised earnestly, "Thank you for your concern, but I would like to take a closer look," Gu Chang'an replied. "Well, if that's your wish," the vendor said regretfully, before instructing the craftsman to polish it further. The sounds of grinding resumed as all eyes were glued to the craftsman's movements. After what felt like an eternity, the craftsman finally polished the stone clean, revealing a piece the size of a dove's egg. He placed it in a tray, smiling at Gu Chang'an. "Congratulations. This piece is sufficient for a pair of earrings or a couple of ring settings." Gu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, handsome individuals often had the best of luck. He promptly handed the craftsman a red envelope containing 1,000 currency and made his way to the jewelry store. For jade of such quality, unless one was particularly fond of it, the prices offered by casual buyers would typically fall far below those of a jewelry store. To maximize his profits, Gu Chang'an decided to inquire about prices at the jewelry store himself. Arriving at Tianfeng Pavilion, the largest jewelry store in the night market, he explained his purpose and was ushered into the reception room to await the manager's arrival. As Gu Chang'an sipped tea patiently, a stunning young woman soon entered. Dressed in a white blouse and a black skirt, she possessed an alluring figure, her curves accentuated by her attire. Her face bore light makeup, giving her a strikingly exotic appearance, and her features were mature and beautiful, laced with a hint of seduction. As she sat down, Gu Chang'an's gaze involuntarily wandered, internally exclaiming, "What a captivating figure!" The female manager, noticing the young man's unassuming yet stylish attire and striking looks, felt an immediate fondness for him. "Mr. Gu, you are truly a remarkable young man. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, extending her delicate hand for a handshake. Gu Chang'an reciprocated politely. The manager's eyes sparkled as she teasingly remarked, "Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Zhao Ying, the manager of Tianfeng Pavilion." Gu Chang'an rose and greeted her. "Hello, Sister Zhao." Zhao Ying settled onto the sofa and gestured for Gu Chang'an to take a seat. She inquired, "I understand you wish to sell a piece of ice jade. May I have a look?" Gu Chang'an retrieved the jade from his bag and placed it on the table, saying, "Please take a look." Zhao Ying extended her alabaster hand, delicately holding the jade for a moment before speaking. "Indeed, this is ice jade, and of exceptionally high quality, with the added benefit of calming the mind. It is indeed a rare find." Gu Chang'an smiled. "Sister Zhao, you have a discerning eye. A beauty as lovely as you, with such good taste, I trust will offer a fair price." Zhao Ying, flattered by the compliment, laughed. "Mr. Gu, you are quite the charmer. Since you place your trust in us, I assure you our offer will be to your satisfaction. She extended 5 fingers, adding, this is my utmost sincerity. I cannot exceed this amount. Jiu Chang'an regarded the figure she offered. Realizing it far exceeded his expectations, without hesitation, he agreed to the deal. Appreciating Zhao Ying's straightforwardness, I would like to expedite the transaction. He added, of course, I will notify the finance department to transfer the funds immediately. Zhao Ying nodded. The deal was finalized, and she happily escorted Gu Chang'an to the door. Mr. Gu, here is my business card. Zhao Ying handed him a gilded card and smiled. This contains my personal phone number. Feel free to call me anytime. With a flirtatious smile, she departed, her heels clicking against the floor. Jiu Chang'an held the still warm card to his nose, inhaling its scent. Truly an enchanting woman. I like her. Reflecting on Zhao Ying's captivating demeanor, Gu Chang'an stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured to himself. Although it was already 10 p.m., the shopping mall was still bustling with people. He strolled through the mall, observing his surroundings while selecting items. Though the merchandise was rather expensive, the quality was undeniably commendable, and some brands were reasonably priced. Suddenly, he halted and turned his attention to a nearby men's clothing store, which was adorned with an array of garments, including casual suits, shirts, ties, and dress shoes. Jiu Chang'an examined the offerings at the counter and found them quite appealing. Sir, may I assist you with something? A sales clerk inquired with enthusiasm. Gu Chang'an glanced at the clothing and suddenly requested, could you please help me take down that white casual t-shirt for a fitting? The clerk nodded in agreement, of course. Just as Gu Chang'an was about to head to the fitting room, a girl clad in a blue casual outfit entered. Shun Wanyao. What brings her here? Gu Chang'an pondered with a hint of confusion. That moment, Shun Wanyao spotted him and approached. Jiu Chang'an, what a coincidence. You here shopping for clothes as well, she remarked with a smile. Jiu Chang'an returned the smile, saying, indeed, quite the coincidence. I just happened to come to see if there were any suitable clothes. Shin Wanyao nodded, commenting, your taste is quite impressive. The quality of the clothing in this store is excellent, and the styles are quite modern. Jiu Chang'an chuckled. I think the clothes here look appealing, so I decided to take a look. Shin Wanyao scrutinized Gu Chang'an for a moment before grinning and suggesting, could you do me a favor? Gu Chang'an, perplexed, asked, what sort of favor? I see your build is similar to that of a friend of mine. Would you mind trying on some clothes for me? In return, you can pick any item, and I'll gift it to you. Shun Wanyao said, her eyes sparkling. Friends? Could it be a boyfriend? Gu Chang'an thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, there's no need for that. If I'm helping you out, I wouldn't want a gift in return. Wouldn't that imply I'm not being considered a friend? Looking earnestly at Gu Chang'an, Shun Wanyao clarified, you've misunderstood. I merely wish to avoid being indebted to anyone. Since you've said that, I'll go select a few items, and you can assist me with the fitting. With that, she moved off to browse. Jiu Chang'an frowned, but ultimately chose not to voice his thoughts. Perhaps she has never harbored feelings for me, nor considered me a friend. Maybe I am being overly sentimental. With that thought, Gu Chang'an shook his head and entered the fitting room with the garments. He changed swiftly, emerging moments later. The sales clerk was momentarily stunned. Jiu Chang'an, tall and well-proportioned, with a narrow waist, strong, straight legs, broad shoulders, and a robust chest, exuded an aura of handsome vitality. Clad in a white t-shirt paired with dark jeans, he appeared both lean and filled with youthful energy. The sales clerk was captivated, astonished by how striking Gu Chang'an looked in nicer attire. This gentleman is incredibly handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? She mused, her cheeks flushing. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances before exclaiming, Mr. Gu, that outfit suits you perfectly. It seems tailor-made for you. Feeling bashful from the compliment, Gu Chang'an replied, thank you. It's primarily due to the quality of your clothing. He admired his reflection in the mirror, satisfied with his appearance, and decided, I'll try on another piece. Certainly, I'll hold on to your clothes, the sales clerk responded. After Gu Chang'an finished changing and stepped out, Shun Wanyao was there, astonished by his look. You look amazing in that outfit, she exclaimed. At this moment, the sales clerk chimed in with a smile. I was also mesmerized by how this gentleman looked while trying on clothes. Is he your boyfriend? He is truly dashing. You two are a match made in heaven. Jiu Chang'an remained silent, while Shun Wanyao bashfully clarified, you've misunderstood. We're merely classmates. What a pity, the sales clerk lamented. Jiu Chang'an, feeling a surge of emotion, retreated to the fitting room again. When he emerged, he had changed back into his original clothes, his expression now calm. The outfits are nice. Please pack up the 2 sets I tried on, he instructed the sales clerk. Shun Wanyao, having selected a formal outfit, shyly handed it to him. Ji Yuchang'an said nothing, changed in the fitting room, and stepped out to another round of admiration. Shun Wanyao was pleased with her purchase. As they exited the store with their bags, Gu Chang'an suddenly heard Shun Wanyao calling from behind. Ji Yuchang'an. He halted and turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Shun Wanyao bit her lip and softly confessed, "To be honest, you looked really handsome in that white t-shirt." She met his gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes, clearing her throat before continuing, "What I mean is, you look good in anything." "Thank you. You also look beautiful in whatever you wear," Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. Perhaps she truly is just buying for a friend. Maybe I misjudged her. With that thought, Gu Chang'an shook his head, bid farewell to Shun Wanyao, and departed the mall. Chapter 11. Defeating Black Bear. When Gu Chang'an returned to his neighborhood, it was already 11 p.m. The streets outside the community were desolate at this hour. There were few souls lingering outside. Just as Gu Chang'an was about to enter the community, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from a nearby alley. Turning his head, he spotted a girl in a red hoodie rushing towards him. "Help! Help!" she cried out as she sprinted in his direction. Behind her, a group of 7 or 8 burly men pursued her, jeering and making lewd remarks. Observing the girl's frantic demeanor, Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow. Initially reluctant to intervene, he decided to block the path of the pursuing men upon seeing their menacing appearance. "You, Gu Chang'an, we've been waiting for you," the lead thug growled. "Kid, you've made me lose my appetite these past few days." Gu Chang'an seethed with resentment at the sight of Black Bear, recalling the humiliation he had endured days earlier. "You ungrateful brat. After I let you off last time, you dared to offend young Master Lin again. This time, you won to escape unscathed. Brothers, attack!" Black Bear sneered, waving his hand. The others surged forward. With a cold glint in his eyes, Gu Chang'an swiftly kicked one of them, sending him sprawling. He then seized the arm of another thug, twisting it with force, resulting in a sickening crack as the bones snapped, causing the man to wail in agony, clutching his shattered arm as he rolled on the ground. The remaining 5 men hesitated for a moment before lunging at Gu Chang'an. Seizing the opportunity, he created distance, evading their attacks while deftly kicking down a few of them. It was clear these men were no match for Gu Chang'an. In mere moments, they all lay groaning on the ground. Except for Black Bear, whose face turned ashen as he cursed, "A bunch of useless fools. I wasted my time raising you." With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches and charged at Gu Chang'an ferociously. Gu Chang'an snorted coldly and retaliated with a punch of his own. The resulting clash sent both combatants staggering back, but Gu Chang'an only took a half step back, while Black Bear was knocked back 2 to 3 meters. Witnessing this, Gu Chang'an felt a weight in his heart. Black Bear was a level 9 martial artist, 2 levels higher than him. Although he had attained level 7 and wielded the perfected diamond fist, granting him slightly greater strength, he knew he couldn't sustain this output for long. Moreover, Black Bear's physical prowess and martial skills made it challenging for him to inflict any damage. As expected, it wasn't long before Black Bear established dominance. His movements fierce and commanding, forcing Gu Chang'an into a defensive stance, unable to counterattack. Soon, a sweeping kick from Black Bear caught Gu Chang'an off guard. Smack! The kick collided with Gu Chang'an's chest, sending him crashing against the wall as he coughed up blood. He realized he couldn't endure much longer. In this critical moment, he could only hope to grasp the lightness technique wind walk in the midst of battle. Ji Yuchang'an thought to himself. Meanwhile, the girl seemed to be communicating through an unspoken method. "Sister Mo Cho, if I had known, I wouldn't have sneaked out to play." When he is about to falter, "Please lend him a hand," the girl implored. "Understood, princess," the woman named Mo Cho replied before falling silent. Black Bear, sensing his advantage, taunted Gu Chang'an, "Kid, have you realized my might yet?" With that, he lunged again. "System, grant me insight into the martial technique wind walk for 1 minute," Gu Chang'an commanded inwardly. Ding! The host has chosen to gain insight into the martial technique wind walk for 1 minute. Insight begins. In an instant, Gu Chang'an's mind flooded with countless methods of practicing wind walk, allowing him to miraculously evade Black Bear's lethal strikes. He occasionally leveraged his newfound agility to counterattack. Interesting. He can actually comprehend techniques mid-battle, Quite the talent, Imo Cho's voice echoed in the girl's mind. Wow, that move was so cool, the girl exclaimed with admiration. Imo Cho, visibly exasperated, thought to herself, as the battle progressed. Gu Chang'an found himself becoming increasingly adept at wind walk, gradually gaining the upper hand against Black Bear. The latter was taken aback, observing Gu Chang'an as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. What is going on? How has this kid's lightness technique suddenly become so formidable? Black Bear mused. Realizing he couldn't afford to continue in this manner, he abruptly ceased his assault and commanded several of his standing subordinates. You little ones, all together now. Let us see how he evades our attacks. Upon hearing this, the subordinates joined the fray. Initially, Gu Chang'an found himself overwhelmed, facing perilous situations. However, as the battle progressed into a stalemate, he grew increasingly composed, even exhibiting a sense of ease. Damn it, this fellow is too formidable. His progress is astonishingly rapid. I can hardly keep up. A few of them exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of shock. The enhancement of Gu Chang'an's agility had far surpassed their expectations. Gu Chang'an let out a sigh of relief within his heart. During the fight, he had exhausted all of his epiphany time. Achieving perfection in his wind walk technique was the key to this outcome. Were it not for his perfected skill, he would likely have faced grave danger today. With that thought, Gu Chang'an resolved not to prolong the encounter any further. He inhaled deeply, then forcefully stomped on the ground, propelling himself into the air towards the Black Bear. As the Black Bear witnessed Gu Chang'an leaping mid-air, a sinister expression flickered across his face, and he abruptly lifted his head to confront him. He intended to use this tactic to force Gu Chang'an to fall first. Yet, at the very moment they were about to collide, Gu Chang'an suddenly altered his trajectory, extending his right arm to seize the Black Bear's neck. Startled, the Black Bear quickly withdrew his hand. He attempted to retreat to create distance. However, Gu Chang'an seemed to have anticipated his every move, and his right arm bent sharply. The Black Bear could only manage to shield his upper body, leaving his lower half exposed. Gu Chang'an's left knee struck the Black Bear's abdomen. Bang! The Black Bear collapsed onto the ground. Struggling in vain to rise, Gu Chang'an delivered a punch to the Black Bear's face. Bang! The bridge of the Black Bear's nose caved in, blood gushing forth, and his face swelled grotesquely. Gu Chang'an stood over the Black Bear, foot planted on his back, and slowly inquired, "Have you had enough?" The Black Bear glared at Gu Chang'an through gritted teeth, seething, "Defeating me means nothing. Do you comprehend the prowess of young Master Lin? I am merely a pawn he carelessly placed. Should he truly send a guard, you wouldn't even know how you perished." Upon hearing the Black Bear's words, Gu Chang'an felt the sense of achievement in defeating him dissipate. Compared to the enigmatic Lin Jijia, the Black Bear was nothing more than a street thug. Scram, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, every encounter will end in conflict, Gu Chang'an admonished sternly. A few subordinates hurriedly helped the Black Bear to his feet, and they vanished into the night. Chapter 12. Li Mingyao. Thank you, thank you. The girl rushed over and bowed in gratitude to him. It was only then that Gu Chang'an could clearly discern her features. Clad in a crimson hoodie and sporting a ponytail, her delicate and refined features, coupled with skin as smooth as jade, captivated him. Particularly striking were her lips, lush and red, as if stained with fresh blood. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Gu Chang'an swallowed hard. The phrase charming and enchanting flashing through his mind, he withdrew his gaze, waved his hand, and spoke solemnly to the girl. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort, however, as a young woman. You should refrain from wandering out alone at night. It is unsafe. The girl looked up at him, nodded, and replied, I understand, I won't do it again. Gu Chang'an, gazing into her watery eyes, could not help but say, Where do you live? Let me accompany you home. The girl shook her head and lowered her gaze, saying, I'm not going home, Ado. Why not? Gu Chang'an inquired curiously, for being alone outside at such a late hour was perilous. The girl bit her lip, mustering the courage to meet Gu Chang'an's gaze, and confessed, Because I am afraid to go home. Gu Chang'an was taken aback. Afraid to return home, yet wandering the streets at this hour? If you don't mind, could you accompany me to look for a place to stay? The girl asked softly, I suppose I can. Gu Chang'an hesitated for a moment, then nodded and suggested, How about we search in my neighborhood? Is that all right? That would be wonderful, thank you. The girl sighed in relief, revealing a bright smile. Ji Chang'an smiled back, and although the girl was beautiful, he harbored no improper thoughts. After all, he considered himself quite pure. Nonetheless, he grew increasingly curious about her. She appeared to be a student, yet she dared not return home at night and sought a place to live. What a convoluted tale, Gu Chang'an shook his head, dismissing the odd thoughts. Regardless of the reasons, they had little to do with him. Women would only hinder my cultivation speed. Given his current situation, rapidly enhancing his strength and gaining admission to the finest institution in the Huaxia Alliance. The Huaxia Academy was of utmost importance. The Huaxia Academy, established by the Huaxia Alliance, gathered the most talented students from the 9 nations of Huaxia.it, was said that the least accomplished graduates were of the 5th rank in martial prowess. Thus, it was a key focus of protection for the Tang Kingdom. Lin Jijia and his family would not dare to retaliate against students from the Huaxia Academy. Once his strength increased, he would have ample opportunities to settle the score. By the way, my name is Gu Chang'an. What is yours? After walking a few hundred meters, Gu Chang'an took the initiative to inquire about the girl's name. The girl hesitated briefly before responding. My name is Li Mingyao. Just call me Mingyao. Mingyao, a lovely name, Gu Chang'an nodded, committing it to memory, then added, I will call the landlord out. You can speak with him. Thank you, Brother Chang'an. You are a good person, Li Mingyao shyly remarked. Feeling slightly disheartened by being labeled a good person by the girl, Gu Chang'an led her to the entrance of the neighborhood, where they encountered a kind-looking elderly lady standing at the gate. This was the landlord of the complex, known for her amiable nature and willingness to help. He had previously called the landlord, so she was already waiting for them. The landlord, surnamed Qin, appeared quite elderly but was in good health. It was rumored that she had fought on the battlefield in her youth, though Gu Chang'an was unsure of the truth behind that. With a smile, Gu Chang'an said, Thank you, Granny Chun. Granny Chun beamed and nodded in acknowledgement. After introducing Li Mingyao to Granny Chun, Gu Chang'an bid them farewell and returned to his residence. Once there, Granny Chun brought Li Mingyao inside, bending respectfully and addressing her. Commoner Chen Chunlan pays her respects to Her Highness the Princess. Please rise, Granny Chun. Father has stated that the soldiers from the Death Battle Army need not bow to anyone. Besides, I snuck out for a bit of fun. Please do not call me Princess. It would not be good if someone overheard. Li Mingyao quickly assisted Granny Chun in standing. How can this be? You are the most beloved daughter of His Majesty. It is entirely different. All right, Granny Chun. Please do not tease me. You from the Death Battle Army are so serious and rigid. How could you have such whimsical notions? I snuck out this time, and Father is aware of it. This, since His Majesty knows, you should return to the palace without delay. Granny Chen grew anxious. Li Mingyao quickly grasped Granny Chen's hand, pouting, Oh, Granny Chun, please just agree with me. Father knows I am out, and besides, I managed to sneak out from the palace without being discovered. He certainly will not punish me. But what if someone were to offend you? Oh, that won't happen. Sister Macho is here to protect me. Are you still worried? Granny Chun sighed, feeling helpless. Fine, Your Highness, but you must promise me not to wander off recklessly, or I shall have to report to His Majesty. You understand? Li Mingyao stuck out her tongue playfully. I understand. I will be obedient. I promise not to run around. Seeing Li Mengyao's agreement, Granny Chen finally felt reassured. She smiled. Please have a seat for a moment. I will prepare dinner. After we eat and rest well, we shall move tomorrow. Wait, there is one more thing you must assist me with, Li Mingyao said. Such a thing? Absolutely not. Your Highness, you are of noble birth. How could you do this? Granny Chen exclaimed anxiously. I say it is permissible. Gu Chang'an is the one I have chosen. Thus I must understand him better. Besides, with Sister Macho around, who in Qingwen City could harm me? Li Mingyao asserted resolutely. Very well. Then I shall adhere to Your Highness's plan. Granny Chun conceded begrudgingly. After a long day, Gu Chang'an took a shower and prepared to rest. That moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Shaoan, are you asleep? Upon recognizing Granny Chen's voice, Gu Chang'an hurried to open the door. There stood Granny Chun alongside Li Mingyao, her expression reserved yet filled with anticipation. Granny Chun, what brings you here? Gu Chang'an asked, puzzled. Granny Chun waved her hand and explained. It is like this. Mingyao was pressured by her family to meet someone she dislikes and snuck out. In her haste, she did not bring any money. So I propose this. Since you saved Mingyao, why not continue your kindness? You have an extra guest room, do you not? Let her stay with you for a while until her relationship with her parents improves and she can move out. Let her stay with me? Gu Chang'an exclaimed in shock. What, are you unwilling? Granny Chin's tone rose. Jiu Chang'an's face flushed crimson as he stammered, no, it's just what? Granny Chun raised an eyebrow. Just that it's not that I mind sharing a room with a girl. But if word got out, it might tarnish Meng Yao's reputation. Pa, Grandma Chen cast a fierce glare at him, exclaiming, you wretched boy, who instilled such vile thoughts in you? I, an old woman, have lived a lifetime, consuming more salt than you have rice. Do you think I cannot fathom your thoughts? It is evident you fear that this will tarnish your reputation. No, I am not that kind of person. You have misunderstood, Jiu Chang'an hurriedly explained. Humph, spare me the excuses. It is decided I shall take my leave now. You young ones ought to communicate more and understand one another better. Grandma Chan turned away, waving her hand dismissively, then slowly exited, leaving Gu Chang'an utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. The mysterious woman. What on earth? Gu Chang'an scratched his head, appearing utterly perplexed. Could I have truly erred? That cannot be. I am undeniably upright. Ahem, Brother Chang'an, Li Mingyao suddenly called out. Jiu Chang'an snapped back to reality, quickly saying, Mingyao, please have a seat. I will tidy up your room. He promptly went inside, arranged his bedding, and moved his quilt and clothes to the guest room, then retrieved a clean quilt in exchange. After completing these tasks, he cleaned the floor and meticulously arranged the chairs before leading Li Mingyao inside. Li Mingyao surveyed the room, her face slightly flushed. Thank you, Brother Chang'an, she murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper. Gu Chang'an smiled, saying nothing. He found her shyness endearing. Make sure to rest early. Tomorrow I will take you shopping for daily necessities. For tonight, we shall make do with that. He helped Li Mingyao close the door before returning to the guest room to rest. At that moment, a mysterious woman appeared in Li Mengyao's room. She wore an elegant ancient-style gown in black and white, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her demeanor enchanting, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her complexion fair and smooth. A true beauty? Princess, you are being utterly reckless. You must understand that there is not a single good man in this world. How can you willingly walk into a tiger's den? The mysterious woman exclaimed sorrowfully upon her arrival. However, Li Mingyao simply smiled faintly and shook her head, appearing unperturbed. Sister Macho, I do not care. The moment I laid eyes on Brother Chang'an, I liked him. Let me stay a few more days to observe him. Besides, with you here, he cannot do anything to me. Li Mingyao pouted playfully, tugging at the woman named Macho. Alas, very well, Macho sighed in resignation, slowly fading away from the room. At that moment, within a villa in the affluent district of Qingyuan City, a furious shout echoed. Useless fools! Black Bear and his men knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, unable to meet the gaze of the man before them. A bunch of good-for-nothings, the man bellowed in rage. Not only did you fail the task I assigned, but you also allowed yourselves to be beaten. How dare you return? I expect you to incapacitate that brat. What have you all been doing? Black Bear and his subordinates shrank back, too frightened to utter a word. Speak up. Have you lost your tongues? Are you deaf? Young Master Lin, that brat is quite formidable. Black Bear finally blurted out, Formidable, you say? Lin Jijia furrowed his brow. Is he truly capable of handling such a multitude as you? Young Master Lin. Black Bear began to reply but abruptly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Terrified, he clamped his mouth shut, not daring to utter another word. Lin Jijia pondered for a moment before saying, You may leave for now. I will handle this matter. Yes, sir. Li Yuntao and Lu Chun quickly exited the room, with Black Bear and his men following suit. Lin Jijia gazed out the window for a long time, his eyes gradually narrowing. Butler Lu, Lin Jijia called out, At your service. An elderly servant bowed respectfully beside him. Is it permissible to dispatch the guards? Lin Jijia inquired. Young master, the master has advised caution due to the recent stirrings. It is best to refrain from sending our people out, Butler Lu replied. Then, send a task to the Shadow Pavilion. I want Gu Chang'an brought outside the city. I must uncover this boy's secrets. Lin Jijia commanded coolly. Understood. I will see to it. The old servant bowed and swiftly exited. Lin Jijia sat on the sofa, a gloomy glint in his eyes. He lifted his head to gaze at the framed portrait hanging on the wall, depicting Shen Wanyao, a cold, bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured. Wanyao, You belong to me and only me. The following day, Gu Chang'an arose early. After freshening up and dressing, he ventured out to buy buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk for breakfast. Upon returning with the food and entering the courtyard, he encountered Grandma Chun. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "Oh, young man, you are up so early. You certainly know how to care for others." Gu Chang'an quickly clarified, "No, I merely rose a bit earlier today to bring back breakfast." "Oh," Grandma Chun nodded, continuing her chatter. Young people never take care of their health. It's quite chilly in the mornings. Dressing so lightly makes one susceptible to catching a cold. You must be cautious. Don't fall ill." The old woman, having reached an age where she relished her ramblings, could easily talk for half a day if one did not hasten away. Gu Chang'an nodded in agreement, seeking any excuse to return home. Watching his retreating figure, Grandma Chen's expression shifted to one of concern. "Xiao Anzi, whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your performance." Upon reaching his doorstep, Gu Chang'an found Li Mingyao already dressed and groomed. Radiating vitality, she sat by the window, gazing outside, and upon hearing his footsteps, turned to him with a sweet smile that revealed two charming dimples. "Brother Chang'an, you are back." Gu Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, her smile rendering him momentarily dazed. He quickly shook off such thoughts, approached the table, and handed her the breakfast, asking, "Mingyao, you've woken up just in time. I brought you breakfast, so eat while it's warm." Li Mingyao accepted the breakfast with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chang'an. Is this fried dough stick and soy milk? It's delicious." She bit into the fried dough stick, her eyes sparkling with delight. "In a way, have you never had fried dough sticks and soy milk before?" Gu Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. Li Mingyao's gaze flickered as she replied, "Oh, I grew up in a mountain village, so I've never had fried dough sticks and soy milk. And a wonder, if you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day," Gu Chang'an said casually. "Brother Chang'an, you are so kind to me," Li Mingyao beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescents. "Of course, we are quite compatible. From now on, you can treat me as your brother and share any concerns with me." He replied as they enjoyed their breakfast and chatted. Gu Chang'an gradually realized that Li Mingyao was unfamiliar with many common concepts. Considering she had grown up in a mountain village, he couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. After finishing their meal, he suggested that Li Mingyao explore the neighborhood while he returned to the meat market. "Welcome, Mr. Gu." The staff at the shop greeted him with smiles upon his arrival. Gu Chang'an nodded and stated, "This time, I wish to purchase 100 pounds of wild wolf meat. Do you offer home delivery? It's inconvenient to come back and forth." "Certainly," the attendant replied eagerly. "At our Shun's shop, any order over 10,000 coins qualifies for home delivery. And we have dedicated customer service to assist clients, making it very convenient." She then produced her business card to hand to him. "This is my number. Orders made during working hours will be delivered as swiftly as possible." Gu Chang'an accepted the card, tucking it into his pocket. The home delivery service would certainly save him a great deal of time, as the round trip was quite cumbersome. By the way, is there a service fee for home delivery? He suddenly inquired. "Of course not," the attendant assured him. "Moreover, we guarantee quality. If there's a problem, we will compensate you, so rest assured." Her words reminded Gu Chang'an of the M Group from his past life, which had risen to prominence through delivery services. Perhaps he could eventually establish a similar enterprise, employing formidable martial artists as couriers to create quite an impressive spectacle. With this thought in mind, he inquired further about the details and then paid for the 100 pounds of wild wolf meat before heading home. Chapter 14. The Invincible Warrior. Upon returning home, Gu Chang'an devoted himself entirely to training. 10 days later, aged, Gu Chang'an stretched his body, the sound of cracking joints echoing throughout. The 100 pounds of wild wolf meat had long been consumed, and his strength had rapidly elevated to the 8th level of martial apprentice. However, as he progressed, the energy required for further advancement increased. Gu Chang'an had arranged for the Shin family meat shop to deliver 2 more batches of wild wolf meat. Spending 60,000 coins on a total of 300 pounds of meat, he finally reached the 9th level of martial apprentice. During this time, he had achieved complete mastery of the shadowless flying dagger technique, perfecting all his martial skills. Gu Chang'an dedicated his daily meditation time to the Kaiyuan technique. Initially, he thought that even if he couldn't enhance the realm of the Kaiyuan technique, it would still bolster his strength. To his astonishment, the Kaiyuan technique exhibited improvement, evolving on its original foundation. It had transformed into a version of the Kaiyuan technique that was most compatible with his cultivation. akin to a custom-tailored method, significantly enhancing its efficacy. However, the essence remained unchanged. The limit was still 2,000 kilograms. Ji Yuchang'an mused that perhaps with greater frequency of meditation, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative transformations. And the Kaiyuan technique might become even more formidable. He eagerly anticipated that time's arrival. In the meantime, he took the opportunity to peruse the antique market and the stone gambling market, but unfortunately, his luck was not particularly favorable, and he did not discover anything extraordinary. Observing his dwindling balance, Gu Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I truly am in need of funds, as Gu Chang'an stepped out of his door. He was greeted by the sight of steaming dishes laid out on the dining table. Elder brother Chang'an, have you finished your training? Come and eat, Li Mingyao called out with a cheerful smile. Beckoning him to join her, Yu Chang'an approached with a smile, affectionately ruffling Li Mengyao's hair as he replied, Yes, I have completed my training. Oh, Cho watched Gu Chang'an tenderly pat the princess's head. And her inability to reveal herself made her grit her teeth in frustration. Why is it so cold today? Gu Chang'an shivered slightly. Didn't I say? Leave the cooking to me. You just need to wait to eat, he said indulgently. Mingyao was a considerate girl. Ever since she moved in, while he was busy with his training, she kept their home clean and tidy. She even learned to cook from her phone, and her dishes were surprisingly delicious. This warmth of home deepened Gu Chang'an's affection for this sister he had taken under his wing. Since discovering that Li Mingyao had never trained before, he had been teaching her step by step. However, it puzzled him that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't absorb any vital energy. With no other choice, he decided to temporarily set this aside, hoping that once he grew stronger, he might find a solution. After finishing lunch, Gu Chang'an prepared to head to school. Today, the school had invited the previous year's top scholar of Qingyuan City, Lu Jingshua, the pride of the third high school, to give a lecture. The principal had emphasized that all staff and students must attend. Ji Yuchang'an was also quite curious about this senior, so he took to the internet to gather information. Lu Jingshua could indeed be considered legendary. He began participating in various youth martial arts competitions in his second year of high school, winning countless awards each year, and even broke into the top 10 of the league once. Yet, he suddenly dropped out of school, reportedly due to some unforeseen circumstances. Remarkably, just before the college entrance examinations, he returned to the third high school. With the strength of a level 3 warrior, he swept aside all third-year students in Qingyuan City. Achieving first place and gaining admission to Huaxia Academy, Lu Jingshua became a star idol in Qingyuan City. As a third-year student himself, Gu Chang'an understood just how challenging it was to become a warrior at this stage of high school. Even with his exceptional speed of progress, he couldn't guarantee a breakthrough to true warrior status before the exams. Thus, he held a deep admiration for this senior. Just as Gu Chang'an stepped out of his house, a seemingly ordinary man in the distance took out his phone to send a message. The target has left the safe location. Await the opportune moment to act. He then vanished from sight. Gu Chang'an's home was quite far from the third high school, requiring nearly half an hour by bus. By the time he arrived at school, students were already gathering. Most of the girls had eagerly occupied the front rows, while others fought for better positions, creating a scene of chaos, whereas the boys stood by, thoroughly entertained. Yu Chang'an noticed Shun Wanyao among the crowd, dressed in a white dress that resembled a pure lotus flower. Her beauty breathtaking. Unfortunately, the presence of an unwelcome companion nearby made him feel disgusted. Spotting Lin Jijia, Gu Chang'an felt an urge to confront him. After all, Lin had targeted him repeatedly and even sent someone to attack him. However, he knew it wasn't the right time to act impulsively, given the strength of Lin's background. He would have to bide his time. Before he knew it, the clock struck 9, under the guidance of their teachers. All students lined up in the schoolyard. A few middle-aged men in formal attire strode toward the steps and took their positions. After a round of applause, one of the men approached the podium and greeted the students with a booming voice. Hello? Students. There are only 10 days left until the college entrance examinations. We have witnessed your hard work and dedication. However, effort alone is not enough. Today, we are fortunate to have invited our school's first top scholar, Lu Jingshua, your senior, to share his experiences in martial arts. I hope you all take this opportunity to learn humbly. At this point, the girls in the audience erupted into a frenzy of screams. Although Gu Chang'an had prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Lu Jingshua's overwhelming popularity. He looked up to observe Lu Jingshua closely. The young man was quite handsome, his features sculpted like a statue. His brows were elegantly arched, his deep-set eyes captivating, his nose straight and refined, and his lips thin yet alluring. Especially in this moment, with his calm demeanor, he appeared exceptional, inciting the adoration of numerous girls, some even attempting to rush to his side for photographs, only to be reprimanded by the teachers. Jiu Chang'an shook his head. Not only was Lu Jingshua strong, but his looks were also remarkable. No wonder he attracted such a following. Lu Jingshua remained unfazed by the adoration around him, merely smiling and waving his hand in greeting. He then turned to face the students, a warm smile gracing his face. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Jingshua, but you can simply call me Lu Shuizhang. It is truly an honor to meet you all today. I would like to take this opportunity to share my understanding of martial arts, hoping it will be of assistance to you. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lu Jingshua continued, I believe all of you have learned the Kaiyuan-ju, correct? The Kaiyuan-ju is a martial art perfected over thousands of years in our Huaxia, and its significance as the sole cultivation method for martial apprentices is undeniable. Now, do you know the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, listening intently. It lies in the mastery level of the Kaiyuan-ju, Lu Jingshua stated emphatically. The higher the level of the Kaiyuan-ju, the greater the potential for bodily enhancement and foundation. Perhaps your teachers haven't mentioned this because most of you possess a low mastery level, fearing it might discourage you. Mastering the Kaiyuan-ju can elevate one's limit to 1,000 kilograms, allowing one to become a warrior. Meanwhile, a proficient level can raise it to 1,200 kilograms. You might think that's just a difference of 200 kilograms, but each acupoint opened by a first-tier warrior represents a 10% increase in strength. Therefore, the greater the disparity in foundational strength, the more pronounced the gap becomes in the future. This is the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. Hearing this, someone eagerly asked, Senior, what is the limit for a perfected Kaiyuan-ju? Lu Jingshua replied with a smile, Great question. I can tell you that the limit for a perfected Kaiyuan-ju is 1,500 kilograms, while the complete mastery reaches 2,000 kilograms. Another voice chimed in, Senior, were you a warrior at the perfected level? Lu Jingshua shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, I attained warrior status only at the great mastery level, not the perfected level. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. I once faced a warrior who had achieved perfected mastery of the Kaiyuan-ju. Such warriors are known as invincible warriors, truly unmatched at the same level, a concept difficult for you to fathom. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Gu Chang'an was taken aback. A warrior advancing a level can enhance their foundational strength by 50%, and a perfected Kaiyuan-ju can achieve 2,000 kilograms. Such knowledge, previously unknown to him, left him in disbelief. If that's the case, I must push my strength to the limit before becoming an invincible warrior, Gu Chang'an resolved. Chapter 15. The attack of the man in black. Lu Jingshua continued. A perfected Kaiyuan-ju not only allows one to break through their strength limits, but also enables one to absorb more vital energy after becoming a warrior. As Lu Jingshua elaborated. The entire auditorium fell silent, every student hanging onto his words. Even Gu Chang'an was engrossed. Lu Jingshua's explanations were detailed and practical, with each sentence provoking deep contemplation among the students. In a sense, his teaching proved more effective than any instructor's. After speaking for nearly an hour, he concluded his lecture. As he descended from the podium, applause erupted from the audience. Upon returning to his seat, Lu Jingshua's gaze lingered on Shan Wanyao. Gu Chang'an, lost in thoughts of martial arts, remained oblivious. Once the school leaders announced the end of the lecture, Gu Chang'an stood and made his way outside. Today's insights had been substantial, enlightening him on many previously unknown aspects. With only 10 days remaining until the college entrance examinations, time was of the essence. He needed to seize every moment to enhance his strength. Exiting the school gates, Gu Chang'an intended to take a shortcut through an alley to reach the bus stop quickly. Normally, he would take the longer route when not in a hurry, but this time, he opted for a shortcut. Just as he stepped into the alley, he felt a menacing aura approaching from behind. He swiftly sidestepped to evade it, but was still struck on the shoulder by a punch. Jiu Chang'an let out a grunt, clutching his shoulder and stepping back a few paces, frowning at the black-clad figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Who are you, and why did you ambush me? Gu Chang'an asked warily, his mind racing through memories of the original owner's experiences, but he found no match for this assailant. The man in black coldly scanned Gu Chang'an, saying, "You should be grateful I only used 60% of my strength." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an immediately became alert. 60% of his strength. He distinctly remembered having no means of resistance just moments ago. Had he not dodged in time, he would likely be injured now. The force he had felt from that strike was clearly just a casual attack from the assailant. This indicated that the black-clad figure was far stronger than he had anticipated. He was undoubtedly a warrior. Indeed, the man had no intention of wasting words and chose instead to engage in swift combat. The figure surged forward, leaping toward Gu Chang'an with a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Gu Chang'an activated his wind step technique to retreat rapidly, evading the attack. Unfortunately, without the enhancement of vital energy in the eyes of a true warrior, the art of wind walk, which allows one to traverse 1,000 miles, is deemed too sluggish. With his strength as a level 9 martial apprentice, employing wind walk to evade the opponent's assault proves to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he strives to avoid critical strikes while dissipating a portion of the force upon the instant of the enemy's attack. The figure clad in black relentlessly delivered kick after kick to Gu Chang'an, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! Gu Chang'an collided with the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feigning immobility. Though the adversary's strikes appeared formidable, most of their force was mitigated by Gu's evasive maneuvers, ensuring he sustained no life-threatening injuries. The black-clad assailant refrained from further attacks, casually approaching and stating with a hint of disdain, "What a pity. Such a prodigy has crossed paths with those he ought not to offend." "Are you referring to Lin Jijia?" Gu Chang'an inquired, his complexion pale. "As for who it is, I cannot say," the black-clad figure replied. "I advise you to relinquish your struggles. How could a mere martial apprentice contend with a true warrior?" He extended his hand, intending to render Gu unconscious and abduct him. That moment, Gu Chang'an suddenly unleashed a fierce roar, drawing the surrounding energy into his right hand, and with a powerful strike, landed a blow to the black-clad man's abdomen. With a resounding impact, the assailant was sent staggering back 5 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an broke free from the grasp of his captor. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, not pausing for a moment. The black-clad figure, momentarily taken aback, clearly did not anticipate such audacity. A smirk crept upon his lips as he slowly raised his right hand, gesturing lightly in the direction of Gu's escape, unleashing a sharp surge of energy. Thud! The energy missed its target, exploding into a crater upon the hard floor. What remarkable reflexes! A typical level 1 warrior might have indeed faltered. The black-clad man murmured. Yet, he underestimated Gu Chang'an. Although his rank was merely that of a level 9 martial apprentice, his prowess far exceeded that of his peers, and even a casual level 1 warrior could find themselves at a disadvantage. Upon sensing the energy approaching from behind, he swiftly sidestepped and utilized the perfected wind walk to evade the attack. Observing this scene, the black-clad man raised an eyebrow, his eyes turning frigid. He coldly fixated on Gu Chang'an's fleeing figure before launching himself forward with great speed. Resembling a specter in an instant, he caught up to Gu Chang'an and seized his arm. "You won't escape, kid," the black-clad man scoffed, preparing to hurl Gu into the vehicle. However, before he could act, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head, rendering him unconscious as a dagger pierced his eye socket and penetrated his brain. An execution by the perfected shadowless flying dagger. Before him stood Gu Chang'an, panting heavily, his expression one of shock and relief. That was close, Gu Chang'an thought, glancing at the fallen black-clad figure, silently grateful for having learned that lethal knife technique. He proceeded to search the body, uncovering several thousand coins and a jade pendant. The pendant bore a yellow character on one side and the name Wang Yongjun on the other. What a remarkable find! It even contains spiritual energy for the system to absorb. Gu Chang'an instructed the system. Ding! System absorption complete, gaining 100 energy points. If each black-clad figure possesses such a jade pendant, then the system's upgrades would be rapid, Gu Chang'an mused. He pocketed the coins and sighed with relief. However, as soon as he relaxed, an agonizing pain surged through his right hand. Gu Chang'an looked down to see the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his muscles swollen and tinged with red. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "It seems I cannot rely on that technique too frequently." The perfected Kaiyuanju allows for a brief absorption of energy to execute martial techniques. He had only just managed to create distance with the diamond fist before delivering that fatal blow with the shadowless flying dagger. The veins in his arm were still not accustomed to the energy flow. Perhaps once he reached the rank of a quasi-warrior, he would be capable of handling it. With a heavy sigh, Gu Chang'an retrieved his phone to dial the Enforcement Bureau. It would be prudent to leave the black-clad man to the authorities. In this modern society, should he carry the body out, the Enforcement Bureau would undoubtedly come knocking by the next day. And it would prove difficult to explain. By simply recounting the events, he assured himself there would be no repercussions, and he might even glean the information he sought from the Enforcement Bureau. Before long, an enforcement vehicle screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance, from which emerged a man and a woman. The woman was tall and striking, sporting a short hairstyle, while the man appeared somewhat frail, resembling someone who had suffered from malnutrition. This pair was Zhao Yang and Chen Yumei, the agents responsible for monitoring this region. Upon entering the alley, they discovered the black-clad man sprawled on the ground, while another youth rested nearby. "You must be Gu Chang'an, right? Is this the assailant who attacked you?" Chen Yumei inquired. Gu Chang'an nodded. "Indeed. I found this jade pendant on him. It should serve as some form of identification." The pendant held little value for Gu Chang'an, so he preferred to hand it over to the enforcement team, hoping it might yield some insights. Zhao Yang raised an eyebrow as he examined the pendant before saying, "Then you'll need to accompany us for a statement." Approaching the lifeless body, he took hold of the black-clad man's ankle and dragged him toward the enforcement vehicle. Gu Chang'an followed suit. Chapter 16. The Shadow Tower. Upon arriving at the Enforcement Bureau, Gu Chang'an recounted the events succinctly. However, he omitted the fact that he had killed the black-clad man, concocting a story about an elderly passerby who had witnessed his predicament and thrown a dagger. Inadvertently dispatching the attacker, he concluded, "This black-clad man was likely targeting me. I kindly ask you to investigate and see if you can trace the mastermind behind this." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yumei nodded and stepped inside to make a call. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yang returned, stating, "We've confirmed the assailant's identity. He's affiliated with the Shadow Tower." "Another rat from the Shadow Tower?" Chen Yumei spat through clenched teeth. Gu Chang'an turned to her. "May I inquire what the Shadow Tower is?" Understanding that Gu Chang'an was a victim of their machinations, Chen Yumei softened her demeanor and explained, "The Shadow Tower is an assassin organization, operating solely for monetary gain. Regardless of the faction or individual, they will accept any task as long as the price is right. However, the Shadow Tower has always remained shrouded in mystery. No one knows the location of their headquarters, making them like rats in the sewers, impossible to eradicate completely. It is said that the Shadow Tower has a strict hierarchy, comprising assassins, mercenaries, and informants, all trained by specialized instructors to receive professional training." Gu Chang'an pondered Chen Yumei's words. "Are you implying that someone has issued a contract within the Shadow Tower to target me?" Chen Yumei nodded, affirming, "Correct, though I am unaware of the specifics. However, you need not worry. While the Shadow Tower is one of the most dangerous assassin organizations in the Huaxia Alliance, they would not dare to act openly, as long as you avoid deserted paths or areas devoid of surveillance. You should generally be safe. I see," Gu Chang'an realized. His intention to take a shortcut to catch the bus had inadvertently led to this ambush. Zhao Yang interjected, "We will assign a dedicated team to investigate this case. If there are no further matters, you should head to the hospital for a checkup. All expenses will be covered by the Enforcement Bureau. Additionally, there is a reward of 20,000 coins. If those who helped you cannot be found, it will be awarded to you." Gu Chang'an smiled. "Thank you, Chen and Zhao. I won't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine, I'll just head home." After Zhao Yang recorded Gu Chang'an's bank account details, he remarked, "I've noted your account. The funds will be transferred within 2 business days." Zhao Yang jested, "You're quite fortunate. It seems you encountered a retired veteran who lent you a hand." Gu Chang'an chuckled. "Indeed, I feel fortunate. Had it been another, they might have fallen victim." Yet, in his heart, he thought, "This isn't luck. It's merely relying on my own strength." Finally, Zhao Yang offered a friendly warning. "For the time being, try to avoid isolated areas. Based on our knowledge of the Shadow Tower, they will likely dispatch 2 warriors for the next assignment." Upon hearing Zhao Yang's warning, Gu Chang'an felt a surge of excitement, thinking, "Just when I am in need of spiritual energy, they are delivering it to me." He was unconcerned about the impending attack from the Shadow Tower. Soon he would become a quasi-warrior, and at that point, his combat prowess would soar. Mere low-tier warriors would be no match for him. "Thank you for the advice. I will remain vigilant," Gu Chang'an replied earnestly. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, Gu Chang'an did not rush home. It was 11 a.m., and with an hour until noon, he decided to visit the market and procure some ingredients to prepare a hearty meal. He bought half a kilogram of pork ribs, a carp, and several vegetables. Ever since he learned that Li Mingyao adored braised carp, he had frequently taken to the kitchen, and each time he saw her devour the fish down to the bones. His heart swelled with joy. After completing his purchases, he leisurely made his way home. Upon entering his abode, he found Li Mingyao tending to a potted plant. Spotting him with bags in hand, she approached with a bright smile. "Brother Chang'an, what did you buy?" Gu Chang'an replied with a grin. "Of course, I bought the carp that you love so much." "Yay, Brother Chang'an, you're so good to me," Li Mingyao exclaimed with delight. Jiu Chang'an affectionately ruffled her hair. "Why don't you play on your phone for a bit? I'll call you when the meal is ready." Goodlong and Ji Dao Li Mingyao obediently ran back to the living room. Pretending to play with her phone, in reality, she was secretly conversing with Imo Cho. "Sister Imo Cho, look at how good Long and Gu is to me. He even made my favorite braised carp." Li Mingyao boasted. "Princess, he merely regards you as a younger sister. You should return to the palace with me. The emperor hasn't seen you lately and can't eat properly," Imo Cho advised. "Humph, Long and Gu likes me. And I don't care. Tell father the emperor that I will play for a while longer before returning." With that, Li Mingyao stubbornly ended the conversation. On the other side, Gu Chang'an first placed the spare ribs and fish in the kitchen, washed the utensils, and began to prepare the carp. After cleaning the ribs and putting them in a pot to stew, Gu Chang'an started frying the fish and cooking the dishes, by the time he served the meal. 40 minutes had passed. Jiu Chang'an filled a bowl with rice, then took out another empty bowl and filled it to the brim, placing it aside and pushing it onto a nearby table. "Mingyao, it's time to eat," Gu Chang'an called out. "I'm coming." Li Mingyao put down her phone and walked over. He handed her the chopsticks, watching as she devoured the fish. Jiu Chang'an chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Dasham." Li Mingyao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's so delicious. Long and Gu, your braised carp is something I could eat for a lifetime without getting tired of it. If you want to eat, I will make it for you for a lifetime." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Chang'an realized his mistake. Noticing the blush on Li Mingyao's face, he quickly explained, "Ahem, Mingyao, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was, if you want to eat, I will cook for you." Jiu Chang'an awkwardly touched his nose. A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Mingyao's face as she thought, "Does he really only see me as a younger sister?" She forced a smile and murmured, I understand. Long and Gu. Silly sister, hurry and eat. The dishes are getting cold," he urged "I know. Long and Gu, I'm eating," Li Mingyao replied, lowering her head to shovel rice from her bowl. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Gu Chang'an said with concern. Seeing her in this manner, he couldn't help but want to pinch her cheek. Li Mingyao, blushing and her heart racing, protested, "Long and Gu, I'm already this big, and you still pinch my face. It's so embarrassing," Gu Chang'an chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. After dinner, once he tidied the table, he noticed that the 20,000 currency compensation from the Enforcement Bureau had arrived. Thus, he thought of inviting Li Mingyao out for some fun. Ever since he accepted her as his sister, he hadn't taken her out properly. He had been too busy training. But today he planned to take a break and enjoy a day out with her. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao immediately jumped up joyfully. As long as she could be with Gu Chang'an, she would be happy doing anything. The two took a car to the shopping mall, where Gu Chang'an bought Li Mingyao various snacks and clothes that little girls adore. They then went to the cinema to watch a movie, and after dinner, they spent some time at the amusement park. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that they reluctantly returned home, unaware that a greater crisis was approaching him. Chapter 17. The outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain. In a certain residential building, 3 men in black sat solemnly on the sofa. Before them stood a kind-looking old man in his 60s, dressed in a gray tang suit. One of the men in black spoke, "Minister, a yellow-level mission has failed today." Surprisingly, this seemingly unassuming kind old man was the minister of the Qingyuan City branch of the Shadow Tower. The old man frowned and asked, "What mission has failed?" Another man in black handed him a document. The minister flipped through a few pages and said indifferently, "Interesting. The task assigned by the Lin family was to deal with a martial apprentice. It seems the Lin family is becoming increasingly weakened. Minister, what should we do? Should we continue?" The man in black inquired. "Since we have taken it on, we must proceed. We cannot tarnish the rules of our Shadow Tower." The old man replied, pausing for a moment before adding, "If this young man endures through 3 attempts, we will find a way to recruit him into our Shadow Tower." whether by luck or strength. He is undoubtedly a talent. The old man's gaze drifted to the window, his eyes deep and distant. Our shadow tower has been dormant for 200 years. It is time to stretch our muscles. Understood, Minister. The man in black nodded in agreement. The following morning, Gu Chang'an opened his eyes and, after freshening up, opened Meng Yao's room, only to find her still sound asleep. This girl must have exhausted herself from all the fun yesterday. Gu Chang'an chose not to wake her, instead quietly stepping out to buy breakfast. Fresh newspapers. The latest high school student strength rankings are out. Don't miss out as you pass by. As soon as he stepped out of the community, Gu Chang'an heard the voice of a newspaper seller. Curiosity piqued, he bought a copy. Opening it, he found that the newspaper listed the top 50 genius high school students in Qingyuan City. Among them were Shen Wanyao and Lin Jijia, ranked 35th and 38th with the strength of 9th level martial apprentices. The first place went to Lin Haoshuan from number 1 high school, a first-level martial artist, already reserved by the Huaxia Academy, and the only talent in Qingyuan City this year comparable to Lu Jingxua. Upon seeing the strength of the first place, Gu Chang'an immediately felt a sense of crisis. Tio reached the level of a first-level martial artist. He would need to increase his strength by at least over 1,000 kilograms. Even with the perfected open-source technique. With only 9 days until the college entrance examination, he had no choice but to take a risk and hunt beasts in the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain. Gu Chang'an thought to himself. Qingyuan Mountain was the largest and most dangerous area within Qingyuan City, filled with numerous ferocious beasts. It was said that even martial kings faced nearly certain death in its depths. However, the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain were mostly inhabited by low-tier beasts. Some students would team up to train there, honing their combat skills while also obtaining beast meat to enhance their strength. Previously, Gu Chang'an's strength had been insufficient, making it too dangerous for him to venture into Qingyuan Mountain alone. Now, with the strength of a 9th-level martial apprentice and the perfected windwalk technique, as long as he didn't encounter a speed-type first-level beast, self-preservation would not be an issue. Having made up his mind, Gu Chang'an returned home with the breakfast and informed Li Mingyao that he had matters to attend to for a few days. To avoid worrying her, he did not disclose to Li Mingyao that he was going to Qingyuan Mountain, instead transferring her 10,000 currency, fearing she might run out of money. As for Shenwanao, she had indicated a few days ago that she no longer needed tutoring in the liberal arts, which saved him some trouble. Next, Gu Chang'an went to the supermarket to purchase essential outdoor supplies, such as windproof lighters, seasonings, and insect repellent sprays. Finally, he visited a weapon shop to buy 10 throwing knives, fully equipping himself. After the success of the throwing knives last time, Gu Chang'an had customized his belt to hold throwing knives for easy access. Once prepared, Gu Chang'an took a bus to the nearest station to Qingyuan Mountain, then utilized Windwalk to advance quickly. After an hour's journey, he heard the navigation prompt indicating he had entered the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain. The hunt had begun. As Gu Chang'an walked into a forest, he began to hear the low roars of beasts as he ventured deeper. The area was far from peaceful. The occasional roars of ferocious beasts echoed, indicating that some beasts were fighting. Generally, low-tier beasts would engage in fierce battles, devouring one another, a common occurrence in the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain. Only by doing so could they rapidly increase their vitality and advance to first-level beasts. The deeper he went, the stronger and more numerous the beasts he encountered. Gu Chang'an was fortunate. Shortly after entering Qingyuan Mountain, he came across an iron pig, a low-tier beast known for its defensive capabilities. Unlike ordinary wild boars, this creature could absorb vitality to strengthen its hide, resulting in a coat as tough as iron, making it difficult for standard weapons to penetrate. If a team of 7th-level martial apprentices confronted it without special weapons, they would be at a complete loss. The moment the iron pig spotted Gu Chang'an, its eyes turned red, and it charged at him at a speed of 80 miles per hour, its massive weight of over 1,000 pounds making it akin to a charging tank. With a slight clash of its tusks, it knocked down any obstacles in its path. Gu Chang'an seized the opportunity, sidestepping the iron pig's charge and, with a swift motion, landed a powerful punch on its side. Possessing over 900 kilograms of strength, combined with the perfected diamond fist technique, which could amplify his attack power by over 3 times, he unleashed an astonishing 2,700 kilograms of force, sending the iron pig flying several meters away. However, the beast's resilience was remarkable. The iron pig, known for its defensive prowess, rolled over and stood back up, shaking its head as if unbothered, continuing its charge toward Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an mused, "Indeed, the intelligence of low-tier beasts is quite low. As long as I remain cautious and calm, there shouldn't be any problems." Jiu Chang'an threw another punch to meet the iron pig, knocking it to the ground. He then pressed down on the pig's head, immobilizing it, while his other hand unleashed a flurry of punches at a specific spot. Boom. Crack, crack. After 3 strikes, the thick hide of the iron pig finally reached its limit and was pierced by Gu Chang'an's relentless assault. The iron pig's legs stretched out, and it ceased to move. Jiu Chang'an retrieved a dagger from his backpack, preparing to bleed the iron pig, when he noticed 3 individuals approaching from a distance. Dressed in matching uniforms adorned with 3 golden stars on their chests, Gu Chang'an recognized them as students from No. 2 High School, likely there to train in Qingyuan Mountain and acquire beast meat. This situation was quite common among students from other schools. "Hey, there's an iron pig over there that has already been slain. Let's go take a look." 3 individuals spotted the steel pig lying on the ground, and their excitement was palpable. This group had previously encountered a formidable beast but could only flee, unable to capture it. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. To their astonishment, they now beheld a steel pig, and the one attempting to slay it appeared to be a mere student, his unremarkable appearance suggesting a lack of prowess. The trio eagerly approached. "Kid, put down that steel pig, or don't blame me for being rude." The leader warned menacingly. Jiu Chang'an ignored him and continued his task. Infuriated by their dismissal, the 3 were consumed by indignation. "You seek death, brothers, attack!" they shouted in unison, drawing their short swords and clubs as they charged at Gu Chang'an. Chapter 18. The gray mist leopard Gu Chang'an leapt nimbly, evading the strikes of 2 assailants. With a swift kick, he struck one in the face, instantly collapsing his nasal bone, causing him to fall to the ground and wail in agony. Seizing the moment, another attempted to sneak attack Gu Chang'an from behind, but he countered with a resounding slap that left the man's face swollen. The boy cried, clutching his numbed cheek in pain. The trio's combined efforts were effortlessly thwarted by Gu Chang'an. Observing their hapless state, he shook his head. Their martial capabilities were simply too feeble to pose any threat. Jiu Chang'an had no intention of lingering with them and was preparing to deal with the steel pig when suddenly, a chilling gaze fell upon him. He looked up sharply to find a gray-black leopard-like beast emerging into view, its form enveloped in a dense mist. The gray mist leopard, a beast of the first rank. "Ah, the gray mist leopard is upon us. Run!" the trio shouted in terror. The gray mist leopard was not to be compared with the steel pig. It was a genuine first-rank beast. First-rank beasts could harness vital energy, significantly enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, beasts of the same rank often triumphed over humans in battle. With the gray mist leopard fixated on him, Gu Chang'an felt every muscle in his body tense. Grasping the steel pig, he gathered his strength and with a powerful stomp, shouted. In the next moment, utilizing the wind walk technique, he covered 10 meters in a single stride, vanishing into the jungle, leaving the 3 in disarray. The gray mist leopard widened its eyes in surprise. It had anticipated a desperate fight, but the human had fled. Cursed human, always so cunning. Frustrated, the gray mist leopard redirected its fury towards the trio, and within a minute, their lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. Confronted with the speed of the gray mist leopard, Gu Chang'an recognized that he was no match. Failing to flee would only serve as a feast for the beast. "Farewell, my 3 brothers, on this day next year. I shall burn extra paper money in your memory, honoring our fleeting bond of life and death." The 3 brothers. Gu Chang'an did not linger and continued to advance swiftly. After running for a full hour, he finally paused. Circling the vicinity, he discovered a bear den, where 2 bears were busy reproducing. He entered, swiftly knocking them out with 2 punches before disposing of them outside. He then placed the steel pig down and used a dagger to drain its blood. Consuming the blood of a steel pig would yield poor flavor, and the blood of beasts was rich in vital energy. Once deceased, the steel pig's hide was no longer impenetrable, and a dagger could easily slice through it. Gu Chang'an plunged the dagger into the pig's throat, and blood gushed forth. He quickly positioned a small pot beneath to collect it, filling it in no time. Ignoring the metallic scent, he lifted the pot and drank heartily. He managed to fill 2 pots, nearly draining the pig of blood. After consuming the beast's blood, Gu Chang'an felt a wave of heat surge through him. He quickly sat down, entering a meditative state. If anyone were to witness him, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. Despite being abundant in vital energy, both the flesh and blood of beasts carried the chaotic will of the beasts. Absorbing too much within a short period could adversely affect one's mental state and hinder growth. Ji Yuchang'an had consumed a considerable amount of beast flesh without any negative consequences, thanks to the system absorbing the residual consciousness of the beasts. As night fell, Gu Chang'an opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He sensed a significant increase in his strength, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, he had gained at least a dozen kilograms in power. As time progressed, improvement became increasingly sluggish. A single leap of over 10 kilograms was already quite remarkable. Ji Yuchang'an picked up the dagger and began to carve the steel pig, discarding the internal organs and reserving the bones. The once 1,000-pound steel pig was reduced to about 800 pounds, with over 300 pounds being inedible bones. Ji Yuchang'an then procured a 5-meter-long, thick wooden stick, sharpening one end to facilitate skewering the pig. Next, he ignited a fire at the cave's entrance, holding the steel pig over the flames, ensuring even cooking. As it neared completion, he retrieved seasonings from his backpack, sprinkling them over the pig in no time. A delectable aroma wafted from the golden-brown pig, attracting numerous beasts that gathered at a distance, drooling at the sight. Ji Yuchang'an paid them no mind, as long as they did not disturb him. If any overly curious beasts approached, he would casually toss a few stones to shoo them away. Once the pig was sufficiently roasted, Gu Chang'an tore off a leg and took a generous bite. Exquisite, he exclaimed, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior, rich yet not greasy. A true delicacy. In less than an hour, the entire roasted pig was devoured. Ji Yuchang'an closed his eyes, reveling in the surging vital energy within him. He then tossed the bones to the watching beasts, found a large stone, and blocked the bear den's entrance before resuming his cultivation. Ji Yuchang'an activated the open-source technique, rapidly consuming the beast flesh while continuously absorbing vital energy to fortify his body. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped by. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the cave. Ji Yuchang'an opened his eyes, a look of joy gracing his features. After last night's training, he felt a significant boost in his strength, and the breakthrough to the 9th-level martial apprentice was within reach. After tidying up, he departed from the bear den. Now, the effects of low-tier beast flesh were minimal. He needed to hunt more formidable beasts to advance. As he stepped beyond the cave's threshold, danger loomed near. He immediately scanned his surroundings with caution. A gray mist leopard emerged slowly, its gaze fixed on Gu Chang'an, glimmering with avarice. This lowly human, it recognized. He was the one who had deceived it yesterday. Today, as it ventured out to hunt, it caught a whiff of a familiar scent and followed it here. Indeed, it was this contemptible human. The gray mist leopard did not rush into action. Instead, it observed for a moment. Once it confirmed that Gu Chang'an's strength was merely at the martial apprentice level and posed no threat, the beast dashed towards him with agile strides. The gray mist leopard's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was at Gu Chang'an's side, its sharp claws lunging without hesitation, the air seeming to rip apart from the force. Gu Chang'an knew that fleeing now would only hasten his demise. And given the leopard's swiftness, he had no choice but to confront it. He deftly evaded one claw, unleashing a powerful strike from the diamond fist technique. His punch carried tremendous force, accompanied by a howling wind. Bang! The gray mist leopard was knocked back several paces, its claws scraping against the ground, carving a deep trench. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes against the gray mist leopard. Initially taken aback, the leopard, renowned for its speed, found itself being forced into retreat by the seemingly frail human. How could this be? The gray mist leopard roared, its gaze hardening with ferocity, and it lunged forward with renewed vigor. Gu Chang'an nimbly sidestepped the leopard's onslaught, then landed a punch to its midsection, but the beast dodged with even greater speed. A tremendous roar echoed, causing Gu Chang'an's heart to skip a beat. That familiar, chilling dread washed over him again. He looked up, directly meeting the blood-red eyes of the gray mist leopard. Its jagged fangs bared teeth that moment. The leopard's gaze was filled with a desire for bloodshed. An insatiable hunger for slaughter that was more intense and primal than that of typical beasts. With a ferocious roar, The gray mist leopard lunged towards Gu Chang'an, its sharp claws aiming for his chest. If they connected, he would likely be torn apart in a single swipe. Chapter 19. The ultimate escape. Gu Chang'an deftly evaded the initial strike, employing the powerful technique of the diamond fist. His punch, heavy with force, cut through the air with a fierce wind. Bang! The gray mist leopard was sent staggering back, its claws carving a deep gash into the earth. Seizing the moment, Gu Chang'an pressed forward, unleashing a relentless series of blows upon the beast. Initially caught off guard, the leopard, known for its speed, found itself being pushed back by the seemingly weak human. How could this be? The gray mist leopard let out a roar. Its eyes filled with a more savage intensity as it charged forward once more. Gu Chang'an swiftly sidestepped the leopard's attack, landing a punch aimed at its flank. However, the gray mist leopard dodged with an even swifter maneuver. A thunderous roar erupted, sending a chill down Gu Chang'an's spine. As a sense of foreboding washed over him once more, he lifted his gaze just in time to see the leopard's crimson eyes and its fearsome fangs glinting menacingly. In that moment, the gray mist leopard's gaze was filled with an insatiable thirst for blood, a ferocity that surpassed that of ordinary beasts. At this moment, the depths of the gray mist leopard's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. This killing was unlike the usual ferocity of wild beasts. It was more frenzied and intense. A growl escaped the gray mist leopard as it lunged forward with astonishing speed, its sharp claws aimed at Gu Chang'an's chest. And if they landed, he would likely be torn apart in an instant. Gu Chang'an's pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated. The gray mist leopard pursued relentlessly, opening its gaping maw to clamp down on his right arm. Yanking fiercely and tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh, blood splattered forth. Gu Chang'an let out a muffled groan and struck at the gray mist leopard with his left fist, but the creature deftly evaded his attack. Swinging its other paw to strike his right shoulder, the wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and his right arm instantly dislocated. He cried out in agony, delivering a fierce kick to the gray mist leopard's belly. But it was deflected. Gu Chang'an quickly retreated, while the gray mist leopard continued its relentless pursuit, intent on tearing him to shreds. Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow. The gray mist leopard had grown even more irritable. Its attacks became increasingly ferocious, threatening to rend him apart at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to fend off a few strikes. His injuries were severe, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Had it not been for his level 9 martial apprentice physique, he would have likely been shredded by now. The gray mist leopard continued to assault him, its claws incessantly slashing and its tail whipping. Exhausted, Gu Chang'an persevered, gritting his teeth. Just as he was about to be struck on the head by the gray mist leopard's paw, he sidestepped 2 meters to the right with more than double his usual speed. The leopard's paw sliced through Gu Chang'an's afterimage, gouging a pit in the ground. In this critical moment, Gu Chang'an absorbed the surrounding elemental energy and employed the windrunning technique to narrowly evade this lethal blow. In that fleeting moment, Gu Chang'an roared, his body trembling as the elemental energy surged forth, coalescing into his fist. His fist erupted with dazzling golden light, as if it were a flame. The gray mist leopard's claws descended toward Gu Chang'an's head. But he raised his fist to meet it, and their collision resounded with a dull thud throughout the forest. The gray mist leopard let out a piercing wail, its massive body crashing against the rock wall. Shaking the entire cavern, Gu Chang'an staggered back a few steps, feeling as though his right arm had been severed, the pain searing through him. Gazing at the temporarily repelled gray mist leopard, he gritted his teeth against the agony and executed the perfected windrunning technique to dash away. The gray mist leopard roared in fury, about to seek vengeance, but found Gu Chang'an had vanished. It turned its massive head, searching frantically, when suddenly, it caught a whiff of something with its flaring nostrils. Instantly becoming exhilarated in a flash, it disappeared from its previous spot. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'an pressed a hand against the wound on his right arm, his face pale as he sprinted forward. Damn it, I almost fell into the clutches of that beast. Gu Chang'an cursed inwardly, astonished by the gray mist leopard's cunning. How it had trailed him without his notice. Breathing heavily, he retrieved some healing ointment from his backpack, hastily bandaging his wound before continuing his flight. His injuries were grave, his right arm severely affected. Yet he dared not linger, not even pausing to heal. He pressed on, A low growl echoed behind him, accompanied by a nauseating stench that made him grimace. Gu Chang'an maintained a stoic expression and continued to run. Although the gray mist leopard was fast, it was occasionally hindered by Gu Chang'an's shadowless flying daggers, keeping it at a safe distance for the moment. He was gravely injured and could not afford to engage in a stalemate. He needed a way to shake it off. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds coming from nearby. Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow. Were there humans in that direction? Upon discerning the scene, a cold smile crept onto his lips. He saw two figures in black, searching for something. It turned out to be the second mission of the Shadow Tower. Gu Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The Shadow Tower was indeed the foremost assassination organization of the Huaxia Alliance. Despite repeated failures, they remained relentless. Contemplating this, he altered his course toward the two figures in black. Upon noticing Gu Chang'an rushing toward them, the two figures were elated. Gu Chang'an, with paths to heaven untraveled and hell's gates uninvited, we have finally found you. However, they soon realized that a gray mist leopard was hot on his heels. And their expressions shifted dramatically. Quickly, kid, stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A smile tugged at Gu Chang'an's lips, his eyes glinting with coldness. Brothers of the Shadow Tower, allow me to present you with a gift. I hope you enjoy it. With that, he dodged one black-clad figure's attack, delivering a punch to the other. Utilizing the force from the punch, Gu Chang'an accelerated forward. Just as the gray mist leopard arrived. Seeing its path obstructed by the two figures, it let out a fierce roar and lunged at one of them. The two figures were no pushovers either. Upon seeing Gu Chang'an had distanced himself, they vented their wrath on the gray mist leopard. Instantly, the trio engaged in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, neither the black-clad figures nor the gray mist leopard could gain the upper hand, and they retreated from one another. 3 days later, Gu Chang'an had mostly recovered. During this time, he had encountered numerous attacks from ferocious beasts, but fortunately, his strength was formidable enough that those who attacked him ended up as his meals. Not only did this hasten his recovery, but it also allowed him to break through to the level of an aspiring martial artist. However, he was troubled by the fact that now, as an aspiring martial artist, the efficacy of consuming low-tier ferocious beast meat had diminished significantly. Attribute panel, host, Gu Chang'an system level, level 2, 108,500, comprehension, 5 minutes day strength, aspiring martial artist, 1,086 kilograms, cultivation technique, Kaiyuan Ju, perfected, martial skills, golden bell shield, earth grade lower tier, perfected, diamond fist, mystical grade upper tier, perfected, wind running, mystical grade lower tier, perfected, shadowless flying dagger, yellow grade upper tier, perfected. Gu Chang'an glanced at the attribute panel, frowning. With over 900 kilograms remaining to reach the limit of 2,000 kilograms. Time was of the essence. He needed to hunt stronger ferocious beasts to expedite his progress. It was time to seek out the gray mist leopard for a rematch. Gu Chang'an muttered to himself. After being severely injured by the gray mist leopard a few days ago, he had been forced to flee, which left him feeling frustrated. He was determined to exact revenge on the gray mist leopard. Victory would yield significant gains, while defeat would simply mean another retreat. With this thought, Gu Chang'an made his way toward the last known location of the gray mist leopard. As he journeyed, various low-tier ferocious beasts detected his presence and rushed toward him, perhaps sensing the threat he posed. This group of low-tier beasts opted to swarm him. However, their feeble strength was insignificant to Gu Chang'an, who dismissed them entirely. Within the span of a single tea break, he had dispatched all of the beasts, leaving behind those he could not carry. What a waste! If he could take them back, he could easily earn tens of thousands of coins. Gu Chang'an felt a pang of regret at the thought. Just then, a formidable roar echoed from a distance. The gray mist leopard's cry grew louder, tinged with a sense of ecstasy and excitement. Gu Chang'an looked up to see the gray mist leopard racing toward him, closing the distance rapidly. Its massive form moved with incredible speed, reaching Gu Chang'an in the blink of an It leaped. Its sharp fangs aimed at Gu Chang'an's neck, mouth agape, ready to bite down. However, just as it was about to clamp down, a surge of energy erupted from Gu Chang'an's body. With a sharp thud, the gray mist leopard's teeth struck Gu Chang'an's shoulder, only to be repelled. Its sharp fangs stained with blood, droplets falling to the ground. This was the result of Gu Chang'an employing the golden bell shield to reflect the damage. The highest level martial skill he had acquired thus far. It had been too energy-intensive to use until now, but at this moment, he was finally able to make use of it. Jiyu Chang'an could now freely absorb the elemental energy in the air for combat without fear of backlash. This was the confidence that allowed him to confront the gray mist leopard. However, compared to genuine martial artists, the amount of elemental energy he could absorb in such a short time was relatively limited. Unlike the energy cultivated by martial artists that could be manipulated at will. Seizing the moment while the gray mist leopard hesitated, Gu Chang'an delivered a punch to its abdomen. This time, the gray mist leopard sensed danger. Quickly dodging aside and exposing its glistening white teeth. Anticipating the leopard's evasion, Gu Chang'an adjusted his stance and pivoted to launch an attack from a different angle. The gray mist leopard emitted a tragic wail as it was sent flying several meters by Gu Chang'an's punch. It quickly regained its footing and lunged at him once more. Jiyu Chang'an utilized the wind-running technique to sidestep. The spot where the leopard had just lunged was left in total disarray. Dirt flying and trees snapping. The gray mist leopard roared in fury, relentlessly pursuing Gu Chang'an, intent on tearing him apart and consuming him. Yet, Gu Chang'an's speed surpassed that of the leopard, no matter how hard it tried. It always fell short. The frustrated leopard dashed through the underbrush, crashing into trees and bushes along the way. Suddenly, Gu Chang'an came to a halt, and the gray mist leopard, unable to stop in time, collided forcefully with him. Instantly, a shield of elemental energy manifested in front of Gu Chang'an, resembling a part of a bell. This was the manifestation of the golden bell shield, though the surrounding elemental energy was not abundant enough to fully materialize. Still, that portion was sufficient to render the gray mist leopard immovable. With a thunderous crash, the gray mist leopard was sent staggering back over 10 meters, crashing to the ground and shaking the earth beneath it. Gu Chang'an brushed off the dust that had splattered onto his clothing. "Is it my turn now?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, he leaped into the air and delivered a fierce kick to the head of the gray mist leopard. The creature seemed to comprehend its disadvantage against Gu Chang'an and opted not to engage in a contest of strength. Unlike its previous confrontations, it chose a defensive stance, rolling away just in time to narrowly evade Gu Chang'an's formidable strike. As he landed, a frown creased his brow. Ah, this beast has grown clever. Once the gray mist leopard regained its footing, it fixed a wary gaze upon Gu Chang'an, its eyes brimming with apprehension. The sight made Gu Chang'an's smile widen. "Though you think that mere cunning will spare your life, foolish creature." With a sharp command, he activated the Windwalker technique and soared into the air once more, resembling a cannonball as he aimed squarely at the gray mist leopard. The leopard's pupils constricted as it swiftly retreated, its claws extending towards Gu Chang'an. With a resounding thud, Gu Chang'an's perfected diamond fist met the leopard's claw. Unwavering as it repelled the attack, the leopard was forced down, its back pressed firmly against the ground. It howled in frustration, thrashing about and roaring defiantly. "Heh," Gu Chang'an chuckled derisively. "Now you seek mercy? What were you doing just moments ago?" The gray mist leopard, unperturbed by his taunts, flickered its eyes and suddenly erupted in a dense cloud of black smoke. Jiyu Chang'an, sensing a significant move, swiftly ascended to a large tree. The smoke enveloped the leopard entirely, transforming it into a swirling mass of darkness that vanished into the depths of the forest. Gu Chang'an mused, scratching his nose in confusion. The gray mist leopard had escaped. He had anticipated a grand transformation. Yet it had chosen to flee instead. Frustration surged within him. The proverbial duck that had flown from his grasp. Could this smoke be a manifestation of the leopard's innate abilities? He recalled having read about powerful beasts possessing extraordinary powers. Even the capacity for ancestral memory, a phenomenon indeed remarkable. It was said that once awakened, such abilities could bestow otherworldly strength. Regardless, now that the gray mist leopard had eluded capture, it must have invoked its innate capabilities and likely retreated far into the wilderness. Gu Chang'an shook his head, resolving not to dwell on the matter. Although he yearned to hunt the leopard, its swift escape rendered him unable to pursue. Recent encounters had revealed the creature's vengeful nature. Yet, he harbored no fear of its potential retaliation. With his divine enlightenment system, his progress would only accelerate. If it chose not to confront him, it might find itself tasting the gallbladder of a leopard should it dare to return. Exhaling a deep breath, Gu Chang'an steadied himself. It was imperative that he enhance his strength swiftly. The outskirts of Qingyuan City were unlikely to harbor first-tier ferocious beasts. He needed to delve deeper into the true Qingyuan mountains. With that thought, he set forth, hastening into the depths of the wilderness. Chapter 21. Confrontation with the dark-clad assassins. Qingyuan Mountain stood as a colossal peak, stretching for thousands of kilometers with steep cliffs that loomed majestically. It was home not only to ferocious beasts, but also to rare treasures and minerals. Over the years, countless treasure seekers had flocked to Qingyuan, not just locals, but many from distant provinces seeking fortune and adventure. As he ventured into the heart of Qingyuan Mountain, night had fallen, and he navigated through the dense thicket. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, leading him to investigate further. Soon, he stumbled upon a spirit herb. Measuring a foot in length, its body crystalline and translucent, emitting a gentle glow and an alluring scent that invigorated the senses. Indeed, Qingyuan Mountain is not merely a realm of ferocious beasts, but also a sanctuary for treasures guarded by them, items of far greater value than the flesh of any beast. Contemplating this, Gu Chang'an felt the pang of missed opportunities. He scanned the surroundings for threats and, finding none, approached the herb without hesitation and unearthed it. That moment, the leaves above rustled gently, and a small monkey cautiously peered out. Its fuzzy form and sparkling eyes were irresistibly adorable, evoking an urge to embrace it. Yet, the little creature remained hesitant, merely observing Gu Chang'an from a distance. He raised a finger, beckoning it closer, but to his surprise, the monkey turned and scampered away, vanishing into the treetops. Gu Chang'an's lips twitched. Am I truly that fearsome? However, he quickly pondered. When had this little monkey appeared? How had he failed to notice it before? Dismissing these thoughts, he washed the spirit herb with water and consumed it in a few bites. Instantly, warmth spread through his abdomen, as if a wave of heat radiated from his stomach, enveloping his entire being in comfort. Seated cross-legged upon the tree, Gu Chang'an closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Though small, this spirit herb contained an abundance of pure energy, far surpassing that of beast flesh. The impurities were minimal, amplifying its efficacy and fortifying the body. His physique gradually absorbed the herb's energy, fully healing the wounds inflicted by the gray mist leopard, while his vitality surged, strengthening his prowess. Attribute panel, host, Gu Chang'an system level, level 2, 108 500, insight, 5 minutes day strength, quasi-warrior, 1,138 kilograms. Cultivation technique, Kaiyuan Ju, perfected, martial techniques, golden bell shield, earth grade. Perfected, diamond fist, profound grade, perfected, windwalker, profound grade, perfected, shadowless flying knife, yellow grade, perfected. A mere spirit herb had elevated my strength by nearly 50 kilograms. If I could gather more such herbs, my prowess would rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of the quasi-warrior realm. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within Gu Chang'an as he rose, intent on seeking more spirit herbs. That moment, he heard a rustle and turned his gaze toward the distance. There was a commotion. He must investigate. Murmuring softly, he moved with ethereal grace, darting several hundred meters in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, he found himself before a cave, its entrance marked by signs of a struggle. Upon closer examination, he discovered several skeletal remains. One skeleton bore a shattered chest, a dagger embedded in its heart, clearly the work of a sharp weapon. The others bore similar wounds, and the ground was soaked in blood. The air thick with the scent of iron, a frown creased his brow, and a sense of caution arose within him. The earlier commotion had been significant, suggesting that the perpetrators were still nearby. He held his breath, enveloping his eyes with energy, keenly attuned to the subtle disturbances around him, as even the faintest tremor would not escape his notice. Suddenly, his ears perked up as a flash of cold light shot toward him from the left. Aimed directly at his throat, moving with lightning speed, Gu Chang'an instinctively swerved, narrowly evading the strike, then retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the assailant hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a formidable attack surged from behind. Panic gripped Gu Chang'an. Had he been struck, he would surely face grave consequences. In a moment of desperation, he pivoted and propelled himself forward, utilizing the recoil to launch himself like a cannonball. As he distanced himself, a fierce gust of wind swept past him. He quickly twisted his body to dissipate the force, just managing to avoid the blow. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted into a massive crater. Dirt flying as a stone ricocheted in the chaos, nearly striking Gu Chang'an. Stunned, he surveyed the devastation. The force was akin to that of a grenade. Thankfully, he had evaded in time. It was then that he discerned his attackers, the dark-clad assassins of the Shadow Tower. This time, 2 martial artists had been dispatched, both of whom had reached the 2nd level of martial prowess. Their seamless coordination allowed them to unleash a combined assault formidable enough to rival a 3rd-level warrior. "Kid, surrender and break your own legs, or we'll leave you crippled. Our employer only requires that you remain alive," one of the assassins sneered coldly. Jiu Chang'an regarded them with a contemptuous glance. "You two think you can capture me?" The assassins exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Such bravado from a mere boy. We'll see how you beg for mercy shortly. Enough chatter. Let us finish him." With that, the 2 assassins charged at Gu Chang'an, weapons drawn, executing their martial techniques in a synchronized assault. Jiu Chang'an narrowed his eyes as the atmosphere around him surged with energy, his muscles swelling and veins protruding. With a mighty roar, he stepped boldly into their encirclement, unleashing his diamond fist with the force of a mountain crashing down. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy impacts reverberated as their weapons were violently deflected. With a powerful kick, he sent both assassins flying several yards. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an channeled all his strength and the surrounding energy toward their hearts. The assassins crashed heavily to the ground, spewing copious amounts of blood. They gasped, struggling to utter a few words, their eyes wide with disbelief as they met their demise. They had never anticipated that the renowned assassins of the Shadow Tower would fall to a mere teenager. Gu Chang'an approached their lifeless forms, shaking his head. "Tell me, how could you, as assassins of the Shadow Tower, lack even the slightest common sense?" 2 assassins attempting to confront a fully defensive warrior. How did you imagine you could prevail? Yet it was understandable. They had assumed him nothing more than a martial apprentice, incapable of inflicting harm. Alas, he let out a sigh and began to search the 2 figures before him. Chapter 22. The Little Monkey. From the 2 men in black, he retrieved 2 jade tokens, a common drop from elite monsters, which did not surprise Gu Chang'an. What truly astonished him was the discovery of 4 spirit herbs on their persons, one of which was actually the awakening grass, a treasure that nourishes the soul. Typically, martial artists who have fallen into a state of madness must use awakening grass to recover. The awakening grass possesses spiritual energy, and perhaps this time the system could upgrade. This thought filled Gu Chang'an with immense joy. The members of the Shadow Tower are akin to express delivery, swift, free of charge, and even offering a rebate. "System, it's time to work. Absorb the energy," Gu Chang'an commanded. Ding. Energy detected. Absorption in progress. Absorption complete. You have acquired 488 energy points. You meet the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade, Gu Chang'an replied hastily. After a brief pause, the system's voice resounded. System upgrade complete. The host can view the attribute panel at any time. Attribute panel. Gu Chang'an eagerly summoned the system panel to observe the changes. System level, level 3, 96 1000. Comprehension, 10 minutes day. Strength, Quasi-Warrior, 1138 kilograms. Cultivation technique, Kaiyuan Ju, perfection. Martial skills, Golden Bell Shield, Earth grade lower class, perfection. Diamond Fist, Mysterious grade upper class, perfection. Wind walking 1,000 miles, Mysterious grade lower class, perfection. Shadowless Flying Knife, Yellow grade upper class, perfection. Only a mere 5 minutes of comprehension time increased. Disappointing. During the first upgrade, the comprehension time had increased 5-fold, and Gu Chang'an had expected a similar enhancement with each subsequent upgrade. But it turned out to be only an additional 5 minutes. Well, though the increase was modest, it was still better than nothing. Gu Chang'an tucked away his disappointment and searched for a nearby large tree. Leaping up into its branches, he then took out the remaining 3 spirit herbs and began to consume them for cultivation. An hour later, Gu Chang'an stretched his arms, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and felt his strength significantly enhanced. Upon checking his attributes, he discovered that his strength had reached Quasi-Warrior, 1,300 kilograms. This precise measurement of 1,300 kilograms brought him much satisfaction, easing his obsessive tendencies. Tomorrow, he would continue to push forward. After silently motivating himself, Gu Chang'an leaned against the tree branch and fell asleep. A night passed without incident. The following day, as Gu Chang'an was still in a drowsy state. He sensed something approaching him. He instantly opened his eyes to find a little monkey perched on another tree, peeking curiously at him from the branches. It was the same little monkey. Gu Chang'an let out a sigh of relief. He did not shoo it away. Instead, he smiled and retrieved a piece of roasted beast meat from his backpack, tossing it gently to the little monkey. The little monkey caught the meat, sniffed it, licked it a few times, and then eagerly began to devour it. Gu Chang'an chuckled and tidied up before descending from the tree. Just as he was about to leave, the treetops shook slightly, and the little monkey darted down. Out of nowhere, it produced a red fruit and offered it to him. Gu Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and accepted the fruit. This red fruit emitted an enticing aroma, and after a brief hesitation, he took a bite. The little monkey seemed delighted, clapping its tiny hands and chattering excitedly. The fruit melted in his mouth, imparting a subtle sweetness. Suddenly, he felt a warm rush throughout his body, as if the impurities within him were being expelled, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. Gu Chang'an's face lit up with joy. Could this be the effect of the fruit? Such a miraculous fruit is a rare find, and the little monkey had generously gifted it to him. Gu Chang'an patted the little monkey's shoulder, praising, "Well done, little fellow." With that, he turned to depart deeper into the forest. The little monkey watched as Gu Chang'an's figure disappeared, lowering its head as if in contemplation. After a moment, the little monkey finally gritted its teeth and scampered off into the distance. Gu Chang'an was oblivious to the little monkey's departure. In his mind, it must have returned to its nest to rest. The further he ventured into the mountains, the more wild beasts he encountered. Packs of wolves, groups of leopards, clusters of bears, and even numerous venomous insects and ferocious creatures. Perhaps sensing the threat emanating from Gu Chang'an, these beasts actively avoided him, allowing him to pass through with ease. However, there were exceptions, as was the case now. Roared, a massive python lunged from the side, pouncing towards Gu Chang'an. His expression turned grave as he fixated on the giant serpent. This python was colossal, its strength reaching the pinnacle of a first-tier ferocious beast. Such serpents are always more terrifying than their counterparts of the same rank. With immense power, high defense, and remarkable agility, Gu Chang'an dared not underestimate it. He swiftly rolled aside to evade its strike. The python's tail swept through the air, attempting to strike him down. Gu Chang'an's toes touched the ground as he leapt into the air. Bam! He landed a short distance away, just as the python's tail crashed where he had stood moments before, sending debris flying. Gu Chang'an steadied himself, his gaze flickering as he locked onto the python before him. The serpent flicked its tongue and hissed, its crimson eyes fixed on Gu Chang'an as if intent on tearing him apart. The python coiled within the trees, bending the leaves under its weight. Its chilling gaze trained upon Gu Chang'an. The python opened its massive maw. Gu Chang'an's pupils constricted, and he shifted his stance to evade the python's attack while simultaneously delivering a blow to its head with his diamond fist. With over 3,900 kilograms of power, bolstered by his energy, the strike exceeded 5,000 kilograms, sending the python flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage of diamond fist strikes. Blow after blow forced the python to retreat. Eventually, the cornered python lashed out, swinging its massive tail at Gu Chang'an. He dodged to the side, delivering a powerful punch against the python's scales, which emitted a jarring scraping sound. However, the python's thick skin only bore a faint mark, causing no significant damage. Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow. This approach was futile, as he could not contend with it that moment. The python suddenly raised its head, gazing into the distance, its crimson vertical pupils betraying anger and tension. Gu Chang'an, keenly aware of the python's anomaly, followed its line of sight. "Is it over there?" he murmured to himself. The python writhed its powerful body and swam toward that direction, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Gu Chang'an frowned at the python disappearing into the jungle, suspecting it had discovered some treasure or something worthy of its protection. But what could be over there? Shaking his head, he temporarily abandoned the thought of pursuing it and decided to search for spirit herbs instead. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the direction of the python. He halted, turning his head toward the source of the sound. That voice sounds so familiar. Gu Chang'an felt a pang of suspicion as he walked toward the sound. Chapter 23. Saving Shen Wanyao. Lin Jijia, Shen Wanyao. Why are they here? Though Shen Wanyao often exhibited a fickle attitude toward him, Gu Chang'an did not hesitate. He activated Wind Walking 1,000 miles and sprinted forward. At that moment, two colossal pythons were mercilessly attacking several martial artists disguised as guards. Shen Wanyao, in a state of panic, struggled to free herself from Lin Jijia's embrace but was utterly powerless. Lin Jijia wore a lecherous grin, chuckling, "Wanyao, don't make a fuss. Just come with me, and I promise you'll be comfortable." Upon hearing this, revulsion and disgust flashed in Shen Wanyao's eyes. She glared fiercely at Lin Jijia, shouting, "Shameless beast! Get away!" Lin Jijia's eyes blazed with fury at her words. His expression twisted as he yanked Shen Wanyao's arms forcefully. A sickening crack echoed as her arm dislocated, and she let out a pained groan. He seized her legs, hoisting Shen Wanyao up and sprinting deeper into the woods. Jiyu Chang'an dashed forward and soon spotted Lin Jijia and Shen Wanyao, prompting him to quicken his pace. Lin Jijia, "Let her go." Upon hearing a voice behind him, Lin Jijia was startled, turning quickly to see Gu Chang'an racing toward them. "Jiyu Chang'an, it's you, the useless one." Lin Jijia halted, looking down on him with contempt, completely disregarding him. His right hand firmly gripped Shen Wanyao's collar, while the other hand held her skirt, lifting her off the ground. Shen Wanyao struggled desperately to break free, but her weakness rendered her efforts futile. And she could only shout, "Gu Chang'an, run. He's already a martial artist. You're no match for him. Hurry back and tell my father. He won't dare to hurt me." Her legs dangled in the air, arms raised helplessly, exposing her delicate and ample bosom, eliciting involuntary salivation from onlookers. Lin Jijia, witnessing this sight, felt his breath quicken. "Hurt you, Wanyao? How could I ever harm you? Once we unite, wouldn't the Shen and Lin families become one? I believe Uncle Shen is a reasonable man." He licked his parched lips, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Chang'an. "And you, worthless one, dare to ruin my plans? You're truly courting death." Gu Chang'an's anger flared at Lin Jijia's words. He fixed an icy glare upon Lin Jijia, sneering, "What do you think you are, to call yourself my old man?" His attitude was outrageously arrogant. Infuriating. "You seek death." Lin Jijia became utterly enraged, his eyes radiating a fierce and vicious glint as he released Shen Wanyao and charged toward Gu Chang'an. With a swift motion, his body suddenly grew 3 inches taller. His skin turning as white as jade, the pair of razor-sharp claws lunged towards Gu Chang'an's throat, the fierce nails slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as if capable of tearing apart any obstacle in their path. With a resounding thud, Gu Chang'an unleashed a punch, sending his assailant hurtling several meters away. Witnessing Lin Jijia being struck back by Gu Chang'an's formidable blow, Shen Wanyao's expression was one of sheer astonishment. The strength exhibited by Gu Chang'an was astonishing. To send Lin Jijia flying with a single punch was nothing short of incredible. "With a pathetic creature like you, I could easily finish you off with just one hand," Gu Chang'an taunted. Observing Gu Chang'an's immense power, Lin Jijia let out a roar that echoed into the heavens. A faint black mist enveloped him, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing the flora to wither and die. Has he succumbed to demonic transformation? Gu Chang'an pondered in disbelief. The fact that his opponent practiced forbidden demonic arts was alarming. Such practices were strictly prohibited by the Huaxia Alliance, and discovery would lead to extermination. Demonic cultivation often relied on the slaughter of humans for rapid enhancement, hence the ban imposed by the Alliance. Transformed by dark powers, Lin Jijia's might surged, doubling his physical strength and significantly increasing his speed. With a savage laugh, he lunged at Gu Chang'an like a wild beast, his eyes alight with bloodthirsty desire. Unfazed, Gu Chang'an engaged in a fierce battle with him. Despite Lin Jijia's augmented strength and speed, Gu Chang'an wielded his perfected diamond fist and wind walk technique, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. As Lin Jijia became increasingly emboldened, he suddenly unleashed a thunderous shout. Striking out at Gu Chang'an with a palm infused with dark energy, conjuring fierce winds that hinted at advanced cultivation techniques, Jiyu Chang'an's expression turned serious as he braced his left fist against the incoming attack while his right hand coiled into a powerful punch aimed at Lin Jijia's chest. The force behind this strike was formidable, generating a chilling gust of wind. Lin Jijia, taken aback by Gu Chang'an's choice to confront him head-on, displayed a scornful sneer, contempt evident on his features. "Such a feeble attack poses no threat to me." Indeed, His hand bizarrely slipped through Gu Chang'an's fist, landing squarely on Gu Chang'an's chest. With a resounding impact, Gu Chang'an was knocked to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Pathetic, Lin Jijie sneered. Seizing Gu Chang'an by the neck, his eyes dark with malice. Shen Wanyao is mine. Gu Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he coldly uttered 4 words. In your dreams. He raised his knee to strike Lin Jijie's groin while simultaneously flipping his wrist. A hidden dagger appearing at his fingertips. With a swift motion, Lin Jijie grunted, clutching his groin as he sank to his knees. Jiu Chang'an, you will pay for this, he spat, his gaze venomous with a desire for vengeance. No, it is you who shall perish. Gu Chang'an slowly rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. Lin Jijie, now genuinely enraged, had not anticipated that Gu Chang'an concealed a dagger. He had thought Gu Chang'an to be an easy target. But this turn of events was unforeseen, causing his expression to darken. You both shall die, Lin Jijie growled ominously. With that, Lin Jijie's eyes turned crimson, a sinister aura radiating from him. His once smooth, white skin morphed into a coarse, dark texture, veins bulging from his forehead, and his irises transformed into a blood-red hue. He roared, the sound reverberating like thunder throughout the valley. This is bad. He is fully transformed, Shen Wanyao exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 24. The Dagger That Vanquishes Foes. Ascending to heavenly rank. Once a practitioner of demonic arts achieves complete transformation, their power skyrockets, rendering them monstrous. Lin Jijie was now in this very state. His body covered in dark, scaly armor, his figure swelling as he appeared like a towering black iron statue. His scarlet eyes fixated on Shen Wanyao, and he swung a hand towards her. Yu Chang'an's heart raced. He quickly pushed Shen Wanyao aside, bracing himself against Lin Jijie's assault. A resounding slap landed on his shoulder, causing him to spit out a copious amount of blood. Shen Wanyao, witnessing Gu Chang'an's injury in his attempt to save her, was moved to tears. Lin Jijie's strength had escalated to a new level. Gu Chang'an found himself outmatched and nearly had his ribs fractured. Gritting his teeth, he struck Lin Jijie's abdomen, but to no avail. Lin Jijie remained unyielding. Your strength is still too weak, Lin Jijie mocked, launching another punch towards him. Yu Chang'an was sent sprawling to the ground, a dull ache radiating from his chest. Lin Jijie approached him with a sinister grin. You are utterly worthless. With that, he swung another fist, aiming for Gu Chang'an's head. Yu Chang'an, Shen Wanyao cried out in concern. Upon hearing her voice, a flicker of clarity returned to Lin Jijie's eyes, halting his assault as he turned to her. Greed flashing in his gaze. Wanyao, since you have chosen to be with me, let us expedite our affairs. His lecherous gaze roamed over Shen Wanyao's curvaceous figure, his intentions far from innocent. You're asking for death. Gu Chang'an barked furiously. Lin Jijie's expression twisted into a malevolent snarl, resembling a demon as he forcefully kicked Gu Chang'an in the abdomen, sending him flying several yards. Yu Chang'an crashed to the ground, struggling to rise, but the intense pain coursed through his muscles. Sweat beaded down his back as he painstakingly stood, a fierce determination emanating from him. Today, I shall kill you, and Wanyao will still be mine. Lin Jijie bellowed arrogantly, his voice echoing in the valley. Impossible! I would rather die than be with you. Shen Wanyao shouted defiantly. You refuse? Then die first. Lin Jijie roared, fully succumbing to his demonic transformation, charging towards Shen Wanyao. Let her go! If you dare, come at me! Gu Chang'an shouted fiercely, unleashing his full power as he struck Lin Jijie's cheek with a devastating punch, toppling him to the ground. Lin Jijie howled in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, his gaze turned icy as he glared at Gu Chang'an. Suddenly, he threw back his head and let out a primal scream. In an instant, a torrent of dark energy radiated from Lin Jijie's form. Yu Chang'an's expression hardened, feeling as though his body was being suppressed, each step becoming a struggle that, I am invincible now. You stand no chance against me. Lin Jijie roared, delivering a kick to Gu Chang'an's chest that sent him flying several meters away. Yu Chang'an slammed into a rocky wall, coughing violently, blood surging up his throat as he fell to the ground. Shen Wanyao, horrified, rushed to Gu Chang'an's side. He waved her off, indicating he was not gravely injured. Gazing at Lin Jijie, Gu Chang'an recognized that his opponent now matched advanced warriors in strength, bolstered by the dark energy coursing through him. He realized he must exploit Lin Jijia's defensive weaknesses to achieve a decisive blow. I need to create an opportunity, Gu Chang'an thought to himself. Lin Jijia, disregarding both Shen Wanyao and Gu Chang'an, advanced towards them, his eyes filled with bloodlust and madness, as if bent on annihilating everything in his path. You all shall perish, he muttered, his tone eerie. Gu Chang'an rose, harnessing the perfected opening chi technique to gather the surrounding energy while employing agile movements to disrupt Lin Jijia's approach. Though Lin Jijia's speed was remarkable, his madness rendered him predictable, charging straight ahead without finesse. As the energy around Gu Chang'an coalesced, he charged directly at Lin Jijia. Unfazed, Lin Jijia welcomed him with a direct punch. Gu Chang'an, forsaking defense, held a dagger tightly between his fingertips. Just as Lin Jijia's fist was about to land, an ancient golden bell crafted from energy enveloped him. With a resounding clash, Lin Jijia was struck by a backlash of his own power, sending him hurtling away. Gu Chang'an's eyes sparkled. The moment had arrived. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Jijia was suspended in midair, Gu Chang'an swiftly dispelled the golden bell. The dagger in his hand absorbed the residual energy, its blade shimmering with brilliance. At that moment, Gu Chang'an felt an extraordinary calm, as if time itself had frozen, and all insights regarding the shadowless dagger flooded his mind. The shadowless dagger, striking without a trace. With a whoosh, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Lin Jijia, caught off guard, had two daggers driven into his eye sockets, the blades vanishing to the hilt. With a heavy thud, Lin Jijia collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, motionless. Ding! Congratulations, host. The shadowless dagger has gained sentience and has been upgraded to heavenly grade low tier. The host may review its status at will. Seeing Lin Jijia defeated, Shen Wanyao rushed over, embracing Gu Chang'an, her soft, voluptuous form pressed against him. Gu Chang'an, still in the posture of having just thrown the daggers, was enveloped in her embrace and succumbed to unconsciousness as he drifted away. His last thought was, this pillow is truly large and soft. Realizing Gu Chang'an had merely fainted, Shen Wanyao hurriedly lifted him, fleeing the scene. She feared the Lin family guards would arrive after dispatching the two giant serpents, making their escape impossible. Unbeknownst to her, a severely injured Lin family guard had witnessed everything from nearby bushes. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 25. Departure in the affluent district of Qingyuan City. Within the Lin family villa, a captain of the guard received the call. After learning the details, he promptly reported to the head of the guards. The head of the guards, recognizing the gravity of the situation, proceeded to the innermost chamber of the Lin villa. Knock, 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 enter, boomed a commanding voice. The head of the guards pushed the door open, finding old Master Lin seated with a sinister elder, both sipping tea. The captain of the guards spoke with a grave expression. I must inform you, my lord, that we have received word that the young master has been murdered at Qingyuan Mountain. With a loud crash, the teacup slipped from his hand, spilling scalding water onto his shoe. The elderly man across from him sighed in sorrow, remarking, what a pity for the young master's talent. I had intended to take him as my disciple once he became a warrior. Alas, it is a great loss. He sighed deeply, full of regret. Who did this? Lord Lin gritted his teeth as he inquired of the captain. One of them is Shen Wanyao from the Shen family, and the other is a student named Gu Chang'an from the 3rd high school, the captain replied, lowering his head. Shen Wanyao and Gu Chang'an must die. I want them to accompany my son in death. Lord Lin's eyes burned with rage as he declared. The head of the Shen family is not easily dealt with, young Lin. You must think this through, the sinister old man cautioned with a chilling smile. It was only then that Lord Lin came to his senses and respectfully implored the sinister elder, Ghost Elder. I am willing to offer 80% of the Lin family's wealth in exchange for your assistance. If successful, all of the Shen family's riches shall be yours. Under normal circumstances, he would never propose such terms, but Lin Jijia was his only heir. Without him, the Lin family would have no hope. Did he still care about wealth? The sinister elder narrowed his eyes, having awaited this very statement. Very well, I accept your offer. What do you plan to do? A wicked smile crept across Lord Lin's face as he replied. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve my son's body and to hunt down Shen Wanyao and Gu Chang'an. I believe we shall find them soon. Once captured, I shall bring them before the Shen family, and in front of Shen Guodong, I will personally slay his daughter, thus alleviating my grief over the loss of my son. Oh, The sinister elder's eyes glinted with understanding upon hearing this. He chuckled darkly. You are indeed ruthless. No wonder you are the head of the Lin family. This plan is quite clever, I must say. Lord Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him at these words. He had feared that the ghost elder might refuse to help him, leaving him powerless against the Shin family. After all, the ghost elder had been residing in the Lin household for years, recovering from illness and neglecting worldly affairs. He never expected the elder to agree to assist him today. It should be noted that this ghost elder was a formidable figure in the demonic realm. Should he wish, the annihilation of the Shen family would be but a trivial task. Shen Guodong, it seems even heaven seeks to destroy your family. Lord Lin's face twisted into a mad grin. As the morning sun bathed the land in light, life began to stir anew. Jiu Chang'an found himself lost in a lengthy dream. In this dream, there was a girl, and Aboymy name is Gu Xinyan. What is yours? The girl asked with a smile. I am Gu Chang'an, the boy shyly replied. Brother Chang'an, from now on, we are family, the girl declared, taking the boy's hand with a warm smile. Sister Xinyan, I will protect you. The boy vowed loudly, Brother Chang'an, my father is dead and my mother is gone. I am so tired, I may not be able to stay with you anymore. Promise me, live well and do not seek revenge for me. The girl said weakly. That night, the girl passed away. The boy wept for her day and night, burying her with his own hands. From that day forth, he vanished without a trace. 3 years later, he returned to the girl's tombstone. No longer bright and cheerful, but filled with endless sorrow. Sitting before her grave, he quietly recounted the experiences of the past 3 years. During this time, his hands had been stained with countless blood. Yet he felt no regret. Given the chance to choose again, he would still make the same decisions. Ultimately, the boy aimed a pistol at his own head. Bang! Jiu Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight filtered through the leaves. Illuminating his face, he shielded his eyes and looked around, realizing he was lying against a tree. Stretching his body, he recalled the dream he had just experienced. He closed his eyes, striving to dispel those images. At that moment, Shun Wanyao had just returned. Her face was pale, and dark circles surrounded her eyes, clearly indicating a lack of rest. Upon seeing Gu Chang'an, she broke into a joyful smile. Chang'an, you have finally awakened. Shun Wanyao exclaimed, visibly relieved. Yes, I am fine now, Gu Chang'an said with a smile. That's good. You scared me. You have been unconscious for a whole day and night, Shun Wanyao said, patting her chest in relief. A day and a night. Has it been that long? Gu Chang'an murmured. Are you hungry? I caught a rabbit. I will prepare it for you, Shun Wanyao said with a smile, holding up the rabbit. Jiu Chang'an approached her, wanting to caress her weary face, but Shun Wanyao instinctively recoiled. Ignoring this, he said with concern, look at how haggard you are. Leave the rest to me. Go and rest for a while. Shun Wanyao shook her head, saying, it's not hard. Compared to what you have done for me, this is nothing. With that, she opened her backpack, retrieving seasonings to prepare the rabbit. Jiu Chang'an did not stop her, understanding that this was her nature. If he did not allow her to do something, her conscience would trouble her. He watched as she clumsily handled the rabbit. By the way, how did you end up at Qing'an Mountain with Lin Jijia and get kidnapped? Gu Chang'an asked, admiring Shun Wanyao's graceful figure with curiosity. Shun Wanyao paused for a moment and then replied, I heard that a giant python had just laid eggs at Qingyuan Mountain. Those python eggs are my opportunity to become a warrior. So I brought my guards with me. Lin Jijia must have caught wind of this and ambushed you. My guards were killed in the surprise attack, and I fell into Lin Jijia's hands. Thankfully, it was you who saved me. Otherwise, I would have faced a grim fate. Rest assured, when we return, I will not treat you poorly, Shun Wanyao said calmly. Hearing this, Gu Chang'an frowned and responded, do you think I saved you for monetary gain? If you believe I am someone who seeks profit, then let us act as if we have never met. With that, Gu Chang'an turned and walked away without hesitation, watching Gu Chang'an's retreating figure. Shin Wanyao felt a pang of anguish. Wanyao is already promised to another. You are not worth my affection. Moreover, if the Lin family discovers that it was Chang'an who killed their son, they will certainly not let him go. Thus, I cannot be with Chang'an, for that would only bring him harm. Chang'an, Wanyao must reject you. How I wish I could be an unfettered ordinary girl. Chapter 26. Harvest. After leaving, Gu Chang'an wandered aimlessly through the forest, lost in thought. Indeed, I was being overly sentimental. No matter how much I do for her, she will not be moved. We are simply not from the same world. Forget it. A man should aspire to greatness and not be disheartened by a woman. Gu Chang'an, you must persevere. You are destined to become the strongest. After comforting himself, Gu Chang'an resolved to set aside his feelings for Shen Wanyao and focus on enhancing his strength. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were only 3 days until the college entrance examination and 2 days left to improve himself at Qingyuan Mountain. Time was of the essence, and he decided to investigate the giant python. Shen Wanyao had mentioned that the python had just laid eggs, and those beast eggs were rare treasures, filled with abundant pure energy. If hatched and bonded with a master, they could serve as battle companions. In the market, high-grade beast eggs were always in high demand. Since he had the chance, he could not let it slip away. Guided by his memory, Gu Chang'an followed the trail until he arrived at the site of the previous battle. Aside from the remnants of the conflict, no other life remained. Following the traces, he eventually located the giant python's lair. Inside, a slightly smaller python was incubating the eggs, while the larger one was likely out hunting. The cave also contained several bodies of Lin family guards, suggesting they had suffered total defeat. After all, a first-tier peak giant python was not to be trifled with. Only the demonic Lin Jijia would stand a chance against it. And even then, victory was uncertain. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an ventured inside. Upon noticing a human intruding into its lair, the giant python coiled its massive tail, carefully placing the python eggs in a secure corner and shielding them with its body to prevent harm from coming to them. Gu Chang'an regarded the python before him. Although it was smaller than the previous ones, its strength was still formidable. However, due to its recent laying of eggs, its power was diminished, and Gu Chang'an was not overly concerned. Resolute in his decision, he approached the python swiftly, and before it could react, he delivered a powerful punch to its head. The sheer force flipped the python onto its back, exposing its belly. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang'an struck at the python's vital spot with a hidden technique, channeling 80% of his strength into the blow. Bang. Though the python bore no external injuries, its insides were utterly wrecked. The creature convulsed a few times before falling still, devoid of life. With just 2 punches, a mere warrior had defeated a first-tier giant python. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a stir. Gu Chang'an let out a sigh of relief, quickly dragging the python aside to inspect the eggs. There, he found 5 fist-sized python eggs radiating a soft white glow, absorbing the surrounding energy. Not caring for any caution, he smashed open the shells and devoured the contents, one after another. When he reached the last egg, he paused, intending to take it back to sell for currency and procure some items infused with spiritual energy. Once the divine comprehension system reached a higher level, his growth would accelerate significantly. Wiping his mouth, he let out a satisfied burp. The energy contained within the python eggs was substantial, nearly overwhelming him. The final serpent egg was placed into the backpack, and upon inspecting the cave, an unexpected discovery was made: a fragrant serpent fruit. This fruit bore no extraordinary properties, but its unparalleled flavor, coupled with its scarcity, rendered it exceedingly precious, a fortuitous windfall. Gu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with delight as he hastily gathered all the fragrant serpent fruits and packed them into his bag. Ultimately, he did not neglect the carcass of the colossal python. Dragging it away, one could only wonder how the giant serpent would react upon returning to find its home vanished. Would it be driven to madness? Gu Chang'an chuckled as he exited the serpent's lair. Chapter 27. Enhancement of Power. After leaving the serpent's den, Gu Chang'an sought a secure location to lay down the giant python's remains. The serpent egg he had consumed earlier had yet to be fully digested, and if he did not assimilate the vital energy soon, it would dissipate. Wastefulness was a disgrace, and thus, Gu Chang'an promptly seated himself on the ground to cultivate. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Attribute Panel, Host, Gu Chang'an System Level, Level 3, 108, 1000, Comprehension, 10 minutes Day Strength, Quasi-Warrior, 1600 kilograms, Cultivation Technique, Kaiyuan Ju, Perfected, Martial Skills, Shadowless Flying Dagger, Heavenly Low Grade, Perfected, Golden Bell Shield, Earthly Low Grade, Perfected, Diamond Fist, Mysterious Upper Grade, Perfected, Wind Walk 1000 Miles, Mysterious Low Grade, Perfected. Upon careful inspection, Gu Chang'an noticed something amiss. System: how has the Shadowless Flying Dagger transformed into a Heavenly Low Grade? He inquired, perplexed. Host: during your previous battle, You gained deeper insights into the shadowless flying dagger, and by endowing it with your will, it was able to ascend to heavenly low grade, the system replied. Recalling the scene of his fierce battle with Lin Jijia, Gu Chang'an suddenly remembered how he had infused his understanding from the previous life's little flying dagger into the shadowless flying dagger, wielding it with unwavering conviction. So that was it? Gu Chang'an experienced an epiphany. System, if I were to merge other martial skills into an existing one, would it upgrade that skill? Realizing he had stumbled upon a new method for utilizing the system, he eagerly sought confirmation. Host, this is not guaranteed, as martial skills possess compatibility. If two incompatible skills are fused, it could lower the skills level, the system answered candidly. Understanding dawned upon Gu Chang'an, bringing him immense benefit. As long as he could locate numerous highly compatible martial skills, he would never lack for advanced techniques. He could create them himself. Gu Chang'an was elated. I was too foolish to realize the advanced applications of the system until now. But it is not too late. He resolved that upon his return, he would study a plethora of martial skills in the library to upgrade his techniques, focusing on enhancing his power in the meantime. Satisfied with his increased strength of 1,600 kilograms, Gu Chang'an nodded in approval. He proceeded to process the giant python's carcass. Due to its considerable length, he found it necessary to cut the python into several sections for roasting. It was not until dawn that he fully consumed the python. Observing his strength rise to 1,750 kilograms, Gu Chang'an felt invigorated. On the final day, Gu Chang'an discarded the bones of the ferocious beasts he had finished consuming, tidied up his belongings, donned a fresh set of clothes, and prepared to return home. Unfortunately, he was still 100 kilograms short of reaching his limit. What a pity, Gu Chang'an murmured. On this last day, he scoured the area within a 30-mile radius for ferocious beasts. Whether due to a depletion of fortune or some other reason, he could only locate two first-grade ferocious beasts. One was a saber-toothed tiger, which he could not defeat and was thus pursued for several miles. The other was a black rock turtle, which ignored him entirely, retracting its limbs and head. Gu Chang'an struck it in frustration, but the turtle remained unscathed, its shell gleaming even brighter. Infuriated, he attempted to roast the turtle over the fire, only to find it comfortably asleep. At that moment, Gu Chang'an realized the turtle was no ordinary creature. I cannot provoke such a formidable being. With no other option, he returned to seek out the giant python once more. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, he managed to slay the colossal serpent after enduring 3 broken ribs. Now, the entire family of pythons was neatly gathered within him. Regrettably, as he progressed, the demand for vital energy grew increasingly substantial, and he could only elevate his strength to 1,900 kilograms before it plateaued. With the college entrance examination looming tomorrow, Gu Chang'an hurriedly descended the mountain to return home. Just as Gu Chang'an prepared to rise, a man clad in black, embroidered with a character for Lin on his chest, suddenly appeared before him. Gu Chang'an, I have finally found you. You are rather difficult to locate. The head of the Lin family's guard. A second-grade warrior. Before Gu Chang'an could inquire further, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Captain, I have successfully brought Gu Chang'an back as commanded, the head of the guard reported respectfully. Well done. Hurry and return. Lest the master grows anxious, the captain instructed. Understood. The head of the guard complied and carried the unconscious Gu Chang'an away. Chapter 28. Convergence at Qingshan Lake. Outside the city of Qingshan, within the courtyard of Qingshan Lake, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianya, sat in a chair with eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the anxious voice of Butler Liu. Master! Lin Jianya's eyes flew open. Master, Shun Wanyao and Gu Chang'an have been brought in, Butler Liu reported respectfully. Good, bring them over, Lin Jianya replied, his expression impassive. At that moment, a man and a woman were dragged in, both in a state of unconsciousness, and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Lin Jianya gazed at the two figures lying there, seething with rage, wishing he could eliminate them on the spot to appease his son Jiere's spirit in the afterlife. However, recalling that he could not be the sole bearer of this grief, he resolved to ensure that Shun Guodong also experienced the pain of losing a daughter. Thus, he managed to suppress his fury. It was an already settled matter. There was no need to rush in Qingshan City, the Shun family. Shun Guodong was engaged in pleasant conversation with Lu Jingshu, thoroughly satisfied with this potential son-in-law. Jingshu, I have heard that you have also reached the warrior level, and at such a young age, you have attained the second-grade warrior level, truly a prodigy, Shen Guodong praised. Lu Jingshu smiled modestly. Uncle, you flatter me. It is merely that I have worked harder than others. Waving his hand dismissively, Shen Guodong said, there is no need for modesty. I know your talents surpass those of your peers. Given time, you will undoubtedly reach the 5th grade martial commander level. Once you graduate, I will arrange for you and Wanya to marry without delay. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingshu's face broke into a wide smile. Ding dong. Shen Guodong's phone buzzed with a text message. He picked it up and his expression darkened with a glimmer of murderous intent. Such audacity. How dare they kidnap my daughter Shen Wanyao? I shall see who it is. In a fit of rage, Shen Guodong slammed his hand down on the tea table, shattering it into splinters. Uncle, Wanyao has been kidnapped? Lu Jingshu inquired anxiously. I received a message stating that Wanyao has been taken by them. We must go to Qingshan Lake immediately, Shen Guodong declared, his fury boiling over. Never before had Shen Guodong felt such rage. The audacity of those who dared to harm his only daughter was a direct challenge to his authority. He rose to his feet and strode out of the room. Gather everyone in the household immediately. We must head to Qingshan Lake. Wanyao must not come to any harm. Otherwise, I shall ensure that those scoundrels pay dearly. With that, Shen Guodong made his way towards the hall, and Lu Jingshu hurriedly followed. As night fell and the moon shone brightly in the starry sky, Li Mingyao sat alone by the window, gazing at the luminous moonlight while missing Gu Chang'an. Princess, I can sense Gu Chang'an's presence. He is in the northeastern direction, within the vicinity of Qingshan Lake. Mo Chao's voice echoed in her mind. Li Mingyao's eyes brightened with excitement. Mo Chao, are you certain? With the will of the martial king enveloping a city? I can certainly confirm. However, I also sense a presence beside him that is not weaker than mine. It seems he is in peril, Mo Chao replied gravely to Mo Chao. Let us hurry there, Li Mingyao urged. That is not advisable, Mo Chao countered. That individual possesses strength comparable to mine. Should a confrontation arise, I cannot ensure your safety. Princess, I do not care. Mo Chao, I command you as a princess to take me there. Li Mingyao insisted, her urgency palpable. Unless you summon the retired Death Battle Army's 8th Regiment, or request the mayor of Qingshan City to protect your safety, I will not agree, Mo Chao stated resolutely. There is no time. You must go summon Granny Chun, Li Mingyao exclaimed. With a mental command, Mo Chao alerted Chen Chunlan. Upon receiving the news, Chen Chunlan acted without delay, sending an order to the group. Death Battle Army's 8th Regiment, assemble at the community entrance within 1 minute. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. The name of the Death Battle Army had not been heard in decades since their retirement. Upon seeing the message, tears welled in the eyes of many. Are the Death Battle Army about to emerge once more? Ha ha, I have long awaited this day. An elderly man exclaimed excitedly. Enough chit-chat. Old Wong, gather quickly. This time we shall restore the Death Battle Army's reputation. Another elder added. Indeed, I too am eager for the world to know just how formidable we, the Death Battle Army, truly are. Me as well. Let us assemble. Old comrades, don your armor and arm yourselves. Heh. It has been so long since I stepped onto the battlefield. I long for it. Within a minute, a multitude of elderly individuals swiftly gathered at the community entrance. Some bore missing limbs, others had lost ears or noses, and some even had a blind eye. Yet they resembled a battle-hardened army, their spirits ablaze, for they had once been heroes of Huaxia. Now, they were poised to revive their glory. Death Battle Army's 8th Regiment, Deputy Commander Wang Dazhu reporting for duty. Death Battle Army's 8th Regiment, 3rd Battalion Commander Zhao Tiniu reporting for duty. The 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army, led by 2nd Company Commander Sun Daniu, has reported for duty. The 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army, with 1st Platoon Leader Zhang Sandao, has also reported for duty. The 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army, with 5th Squad Leader Liu Dachui, has come to report. In total, 109 seasoned veterans stand at the entrance, awaiting orders. They are the elite of the 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army and the last remaining warriors. Once, they followed the commander of the Death Battle Army into the foreign battlefields, suffering heavy casualties, leaving only these 109 men. They stand in formation, their gazes resolute. In this moment, they are the valiant soldiers of the battlefield, ready to shed blood and charge into battle at the sound of a command. Li Mingyao, Mo Chao, and Chen Chunlan have just arrived at the entrance and are met with a dense throng of people. Seeing the neatly lined-up veterans, Li Mingyao is immediately moved to tears. These soldiers of the Death Battle Army had long since hung up their armor, yet today, they don their gear once more for her sake. "Commander!" the crowd calls out in unison. "You have all worked hard. I know you have been waiting for a long time to return to the 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army. Our objective now lies at Qingshan Lake. We must depart immediately," Chen Chunlan commands, her voice resonating through the air, as if announcing the return of the 8th Regiment of the Death Battle Army. Contrasting starkly with her usual gentle demeanor, the crowd responds in unison, "Understood." Without questioning the mission, their duty as soldiers is to obey orders. With a wave of her hand, Chen Chunlan declares, "Get in the vehicles. Let us set off." Outside the community, a fleet of aged military trucks has been waiting for some time. The group climbs aboard and sets forth towards Qingshan Lake in the southeast direction of Qingyuan City. Chapter 29. A life hanging by a thread. A gentle breeze caresses the shores of Qingshan Lake. At this moment, outside the Qingyuan Lake Villa, Shen Guodong and Lu Jingshu arrive side by side. "Jingshu, let us go together," Shen Guodong suggests. "All right," Lu Jingshu replies, appreciating Shen Guodong's company as they walk towards the villa. Bang! The villa's grand door is shattered by Shen Guodong's palm, splintering wood flying in all directions. "Imph!" A cold snort follows, and the wood debris falls to the ground. Upon entering, Shen Guodong sees Lin Jianye seated in a chair, while Shen Wanyao and Gu Chang'an lie unconscious on the floor. "Lin Jianye, it is you. Who gave you the audacity to kidnap my daughter Shen Guodong?" Shen Guodong roars in fury. In Qingshan City, the Shen family has always held the upper hand over the Lin family, which is why Lin Jijia has persistently courted Shen Wanyao, hoping to merge the two families. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Guodong has already promised his daughter to Lu Jingshu, who entered the prestigious Huaxia Academy last year. Though Lu Jingshu's family is merely a small clan in Qingyuan, with Lin Jingshu's support, the Lu family will undoubtedly rise to prominence within a decade. This is the weight of a Huaxia University degree. Typically, graduates achieve the rank of 5th-grade marshal general, equivalent to a general in the Tang Kingdom. Shen Guodong is highly optimistic about Lu Jingshu's future. "Haha, Shen Guodong, you remain as arrogant as ever. Do you still fail to see the situation clearly?" Lin Jianye sneers at Shen Guodong. Nephew Lu Jingshu greets Uncle Lin. "I am unaware of the reason for Wanyao's abduction. If there is any misunderstanding, let us discuss it. As a student of Huaxia Academy, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory response." Lu Jingshu, fearing Lin Jianye may act irrationally, invokes the name of Huaxia Academy to stabilize the situation. Huaxia Academy does hold significant prestige, but what is Lu Jingshu compared to me? Lin Jianye dismisses him with disdain. "You?" Lu Jingshu's face flushes with anger. As a student of Huaxia Academy, he is accustomed to respect. Yet now he finds himself disregarded. "Shen Guodong, let me be clear. Your daughter and this person killed my son. Today, I intend to annihilate the Shen family to honor my son's spirit," Lin Jianye declares, his laughter echoing maniacally. "Perfect. Now that the Shen family is all gathered, I will fulfill my vow today." "Bah! It was your son who harassed my daughter. How could my daughter commit such an act?" Shen Guodong utterly disbelieves Lin Jianye's accusations. "If that is the case, let me ensure you meet your end clearly." Lin Jianye commands his men to awaken Shen Wanyao and Gu Chang'an. As Shen Wanyao regains consciousness, she sees her father, Shen Guodong. "Dad," she cries, rushing into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Lin Jianye makes no move to stop her. The moment of father-daughter affection, once shattered, will leave an indelible mark. "Wanyao, do not be afraid. Your father is here, and no one can harm you," Shen Guodong softly reassures, patting his daughter's back. "Wanyao, are you all right?" Lu Jingshu also approaches with concern. Shen Wanyao shakes her head and turns to the recently awakened Gu Chang'an, urgently exclaiming, "Father, please save my classmate. He was captured by the Lin family while trying to save me." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an feels a warmth in his heart, yet he dares not act recklessly. Knowing that he is merely a martial artist and fearing that any sudden movement may lead to dire consequences, "Do not worry. With your father here, no one can take you or your classmate away." Shen Guodong gently comforts Shen Wanyao, stroking her hair. "Tell your father, did you kill Lin Jijia?" Shen Wanyao nods. "Lin Jijia attempted to violate me. I had no choice." Hearing this, Shen Guodong feels a sense of relief. "Lin Jianye, did you hear that?" Your son brought this upon himself. If I see him, I will personally end his life. Lin Jianya, upon hearing this, laughs in anger. Is that so? Then let him accompany my son to the grave. Ghost Elder, it is time. Send them on their way. Lin Jianya coldly commands. I suggest killing them directly. There is no need for hesitation. A voice impatiently interjects. Ghost Elder suddenly rises, floating in the air. Instantly, all present feel an overwhelming pressure, nearly suffocating them, immortal flying. This is a martial king. Lu Jingshu exclaims in shock. Good eye, kid. As expected of a Huaxia Academy student, in light of Huaxia Academy's prestige, leave now, and I will spare your life. Ghost Elder remarks. Lu Jingshu appears conflicted. Remaining here would mean certain death. As a student of Huaxia Academy, he has a bright future ahead and sees no reason to sacrifice himself for a so-called fiancé. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave. Resolute, Lu Jingshu turns and departs without looking back. You fool. I must be blind to have betrothed Wanyao to such a person, Shen Guodong exclaims in frustration. While Shan Wanyao remains expressionless, revealing no emotion. Hearing Shan Guodong's words, Gu Chang'an reflects inwardly. Wanyao has indeed been promised to another. No wonder she has been so distant with me. I have misjudged her. Ha, this is the wise choice. Now, you should make your exit, Ghost Elder states nonchalantly, his aura radiating terror. Esteemed elder, please wait. I am willing to offer my entire fortune in exchange for your mercy in this matter. Shen Guodong shouts. Having navigated the upper echelons of Qingyuan City, Shen Guodong is no simple character, quickly proposing terms. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Guodong's tempting offer, Ghost Elder retracts his formidable aura and turns to Lin Jianya, saying, Lin boy, the conditions presented are quite enticing. This puts me in a difficult position. Shen Guodong's eyes gleam with hope, sensing that the Shun family might be able to outbid the Lin family, perhaps even swaying Ghost Elder to their side. Ghost Elder, you are being played. If you delay, the mayor of Qingyuan may sense your aura and come over, Lin Jianya remarks casually, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of Ghost Elder's retaliation. Truly dull. I had hoped for more fun, Ghost Elder responds, his disinterest palpable. The wave of despair washes over those present, their faces ashen. Shen Guodong opens his mouth as if to speak, but finds himself at a loss for words. An atmosphere of desolation envelopes the Shen family. Esteemed elder, please spare me. I am merely someone working for the Shen family, with no connection to this matter. Yes, I have an elderly parent and young children. Out of your great compassion, spare us, the others plead, kneeling in desperation. Ha, spare you? Who will spare my son? Lin Jianya retorts coldly before adding, then you shall accompany him in death. Wait. At this moment, Gu Chang'an steps forward. Calling out loudly, Chapter 30. A sudden strike. Wait. Gu Chang'an stands tall, his voice ringing out. Ghost Elder regards the bold youth with interest. For one of his strength, 1,000 years of life without engaging in something entertaining would be maddening. I alone am responsible for Lin Jijia's death. Each person is accountable for their own actions. Shen Wanyao was merely a bystander and did not take part. If you wish to verify, you may inquire with those present at the time. Gu Chang'an stands fearlessly before the Lin family and Ghost Elder. Life and death are inherent to humanity. If one lives in fear, what is the point? If my death can save so many lives, it is not in vain. Chang'an, you. Shen Wanyao is astonished that Gu Chang'an would shoulder the blame alone, recalling how he risked everything to kill Lin Jijia to save her. Now, he stands resolute against them all. Gu Chang'an meets Shen Wanyao's gaze, silently shaking his head to signal her to remain still. Shen Wanyao covers her mouth, tears streaming down her face, fearful that her words might lead to further disaster for the Shen family. At that moment, a pale-faced guard from the Lin family steps forward, respectfully addressing Lin Jianya, reporting to the family head, it is indeed as the youth stated. He alone killed the young master, that moment. The young master had already ascended to the ranks of a martial artist, yet he was still slain by this individual. Lin Jianya did not spare a glance at the bodyguard, casually striking him with a palm, causing the bodyguard to be utterly obliterated. Wiping his hands, Lin Jianya coldly smiled at the members of the Shen family and remarked, is he truly the only one of importance? I intend for all of you to accompany my son in death. Lin Jianya, a true man ought to engage in one-on-one combat. Relying on others is no skill at all, Shen Guodong bellowed. Lin Jianya paid him no mind and respectfully addressed the old ghost. I beseech you, old ghost, to take action and eliminate the members of the Shen family. I shall promptly deliver on my promise. Wait, with that, the old ghost suddenly appeared before Gu Chang'an, placing a hand upon him. Lin Jianya immediately sensed trouble. If it weren't for the old ghost's interest in this young man, wishing to take him as a disciple moments later, the old ghost, with a gleeful expression, declared, indeed, he is a peerless genius. Young man, you have reached the perfected realm of the Kaiyuan formula, have you not? Senior, I can confirm that I have indeed attained the perfected realm of the Kaiyuan formula, Gu Chang'an replied candidly. Upon hearing Gu Chang'an's admission, the onlookers gazed at him with envy and jealousy. It is well known that while many achieve mastery of the Kaiyuan formula, few attain its perfection nationwide. Should this be discovered, he would undoubtedly be granted admission to prestigious academies in Huaxia, with not only waived tuition but also a substantial scholarship. According to records from the Huaxia academies, those who reach the perfected realm of the Kaiyuan formula invariably become renowned figures. For instance, there is Li Qinglian, the sword immortal of the Tang dynasty, who claims to be invincible beneath the saints, and by Qi, the god of death from the Qin dynasty, not to mention Zhang Sanfeng from the Song dynasty. These are all unparalleled existences of the age. It is through such invincible beings that humanity in the martial god realm has managed to contend with the divine and demonic realms for millennia. Upon hearing Gu Chang'an acknowledge his perfected state of the Kaiyuan formula, Lin Jianya's heart sank. If the old ghost were to take him as a disciple, avenging his son would become an impossibility. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was still in shock, Lin Jianya stealthily approached Gu Chang'an. Die! Lin Jianya erupted in fury, unleashing all his strength in a lethal strike. At that moment, the members of the Shen family finally came to their senses. Just as Shen Wanyao was about to warn him, Lin Jianya's hand was merely a fist's distance from Gu Chang'an. Chapter 31. A battle of wits and courage. Himph, you dare to attempt murder in my presence? The old ghost snorted coldly, rendering Lin Jianya immobile. Do you think you could kill in front of a martial king? One must admit, you are truly foolish. The martial king wields mastery over himself, awakening his will. Those beneath the martial king find it impossible to move an inch. Despite Lin Jianya being at the pinnacle of martial generals, the outcome would be the same for a martial commander. Old ghost, we are allies. How could you assist an outsider? Lin Jianya feigned ignorance. I care not for others, but this young man is to be my future disciple. Should he come to harm, even 10 Lin families could not compensate for it. The old ghost retorted disdainfully. Old ghost, we had a prior agreement. Seeing the old ghost's unwavering stance, Lin Jianya altered his approach. Humph, what agreement can a weakling have with a strong one? Have you forgotten what I am? Enough of your nonsense. Young man, what is your name? Are you willing to take me as your master? The old ghost inquired of Gu Chang'an. Indeed, handsome individuals are always in demand, Gu Chang'an mused inwardly. My name is Gu Chang'an and I would be willing to accept you as my master, but I have 3 conditions. Observing the old ghost's eagerness for him to become a disciple, Gu Chang'an felt compelled to seize the opportunity for some benefits. Speak not of 3 conditions. If I can fulfill them, I shall agree to 10 or even 100. The old ghost readily acquiesced. He had stumbled upon a genius who had perfected the Kaiyuan formula in a small city. Had this been in a larger city, any display of his perfected state would have attracted not just martial kings, but even martial emperors lining up to take him as a disciple. He had struck a remarkable bargain. With that thought, the old ghost revealed a wide grin. First, I need you to ensure the safety of the Shen family. This should be a trivial task for you. Gu Chang'an articulated his first condition. This is no problem. The Shen family may leave at once, the old ghost declared. Lin Jianya, witnessing the old ghost genuinely letting the Shen family go, hastily interjected, Old ghost, you mustn't. You promised to assist me in dealing with the Shen family. Bah! Who is more important, you or my precious disciple? If you lack the foresight, I shall teach you a lesson, the old ghost retorted. Lin Jianya, intimidated by the old ghost's fury, fell silent. Gu Chang'an sighed with relief upon seeing the Shen family truly allowed to depart. Chang'an, return safely. I shall await your return at home. Shen Wanyao spoke to Gu Chang'an with deep affection. Gu Chang'an smiled and nodded at her. Once the Shen family had left, the old ghost eagerly urged, Good disciple, hasten to convey your second condition. Rest assured, it shall be something I alone can fulfill. And I will not go back on my word. Yu Chang'an pondered for a moment before stating, I desire 10 items imbued with spiritual energy. Not too many, just 10, the old ghost, believing Gu Chang'an sought spiritual attribute artifacts. Grimaced, such artifacts are rather scarce. I currently do not possess that many. Can I owe you for the remainder? Then how many do you have? Please give me what you can, Gu Chang'an replied without hesitation. The old ghost thought to himself, reluctant to part with treasures yet unwilling to lose a disciple, viewing it as an early meeting gift. Subsequently, the old ghost rummaged through his storage bag, producing a series of clinking sounds. 7 various artifacts materialized from thin air, floating before Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an's eyes gleamed as he beheld the artifacts, secretly contemplating, I've hit the jackpot. If these were absorbed by the system, wouldn't that elevate me by 3 or 4 levels? Observing the old ghost conjuring items from thin air, Gu Chang'an realized, this world truly possesses legendary storage space treasures. If I had one, I could have stored the ferocious beasts I hunted in Qingwen Mountain. Thankfully, he refrained from voicing this thought. Had the old ghost learned of it, he would likely have been subjected to a severe beating. It is critical to note that storage artifacts are immensely valuable, each worth a fortune and with limited capacity. Even consider storing inferior beasts is an utter waste of precious resources. Senior, you still owe me 3 artifacts. Do not forget, Gu Chang'an reminded the old ghost. The old ghost, incensed, retorted, do you think I lack awareness of how many I've given you? Do I need your reminders? Now, what is your final request? The old ghost asked, suppressing the urge to reprimand Gu Chang'an. His expression turning amiable. Internally, he reminded himself, this young man is an unparalleled genius, my future disciple. Do not get angry, do not get angry. For my final request, I wish to wait until after my college entrance examination to accept your apprenticeship. Gu Chang'an articulated his last condition. The first 2 were merely to placate the old ghost. The last was his true intention. Upon returning to Qingwen City, if they attempted to coerce him into becoming a disciple, it would be laughable. Observing the old ghost, Gu Chang'an couldn't help but think of Lin Jijia. That man practiced demonic arts, and with the Lin family's connections, how could he have acquired demonic cultivation methods? It was likely the old ghost who imparted them to that point. If he were to report this matter to the authorities, they would undoubtedly dispatch experts to investigate any demonic-related affairs. The old ghost would then have no choice but to flee. This way, he could resolve the crisis while reaping benefits, and most importantly, he could make a perfect escape. Impossible. Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? Best to give up on that idea. The old ghost unexpectedly saw through Gu Chang'an's intentions and promptly rejected his request. For him, the moment he revealed himself, he needed to find a swift way to hide. The longer he delayed, the more perilous it would become. The authorities were still hunting him down. If he were to agree to this young man's terms, and the young man reported him, he would find himself trapped like a fish in a barrel. Sensing the old ghost's refusal of his condition, Gu Chang'an immediately began to feign distress. Oh dear, old ghost, you have wronged me. For the past several years, I have been engrossed in mastering the Kaiyuan formula, neglecting to enhance my strength. Thus I have suffered bullying in class. Now that I have finally perfected the Kaiyuan formula and elevated my power, how could I not take this opportunity during the college entrance examination to teach a lesson to those who once tormented me? How could I find peace otherwise? Observing the old ghost's skeptical expression, Gu Chang'an adopted a childlike demeanor of grievance. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with any senior student from my class, and they will confirm my experiences. Upon hearing this, the old ghost pondered, could it be that I have truly misunderstood this young man? Noticing the old ghost wavering, Gu Chang'an continued, moreover, I do have a bit of selfishness. Indeed, the old ghost thought, realizing the young man had ulterior motives. In truth, Gu Chang'an yearned to bask in the glory of the college entrance examination, relishing the feeling of being admired by others. Gu Chang'an paused, a bitter smile gracing his face as he lamented, if you still do not believe me, then consider that I never spoke these words. This masterful display of acting ultimately swayed the old ghost. Observing Gu Chang'an's pitiful expression, the old ghost became convinced of his words. After some contemplation, the old ghost gritted his teeth and said, very well, since I have promised to fulfill your conditions, I shall indulge you this once. However, after the college entrance examination, you must follow your master to cultivate. You are not permitted to entertain any other errant thoughts. Upon hearing the old ghost finally agree, Gu Chang'an suppressed his inner joy, feigning sincerity as he replied, "Rest assured, master, I shall earnestly follow you in my cultivation immediately after the entrance examination." The old ghost, elated to hear Gu Chang'an address him as master for the first time, chuckled, "Then you must hurry back, and do not forget your promise to your master." After expressing his gratitude, Gu Chang'an turned to leave the manor. "Hold on," the old ghost suddenly called out. "Does master have further matters to discuss?" Gu Chang'an feigned calmness as he inquired. Gue Lao looked at him with a smile and replied, "Since you have decided to take me as your master, I shall not treat you poorly." With that, he produced a red pill from his chinkuan bag and handed it to Gu Chang'an from a distance. "Take this pill, and you may leave." Upon hearing these words, Gu Chang'an could not help but scoff inwardly. No wonder Gue Lao had that expression earlier. He was afraid I might change my mind. "What is this?" Gu Chang'an hesitated to ask. "This is the 3-day certain death pill, my exclusive formula. Only I possess the antidote in this world. If you do not return within 3 days, I can only burn incense for you," Gue Lao said, feigning a sorrowful expression. This old fox. I wondered why he agreed so readily. It seems he was waiting for me all along. "If I don't take it, I won't be able to leave this manor today. If I do take it, at least I can live for 3 days. Better to live, even if only for a few days." With a grimace, Gu Chang'an picked up the pill, preparing to swallow it that moment. A beam of sword light sliced through the air, aiming at Gue Lao. "Who dares to disrupt my affairs?" Chapter 32. The Martial King's domain. At that moment, a silver needle soared through the air towards Gue Lao. Gue Lao quickly dodged, and a shadow swiftly took Gu Chang'an away. "I soul silver needle. Who dares to ruin my plans?" Gue Lao roared in anger. "Humph, Ding Chuanxiu, so it is you. How dare you come to stir trouble in the Great Tang?" A woman in a black and white ancient gown stood before Gue Lao, one hand wielding a sword while the other held Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an gazed at the woman in the palace attire, feeling as if a celestial being had descended to earth, her beauty beyond compare. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is the Red Lian Fairy. For the sake of being from the same great song, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Gu Lao glared at the Red Lian Fairy ominously. Gu Chang'an was utterly astonished. The Red Lian Fairy, Li Macho, Gue Lao, Ding Chuanxiu, the divine eagle and the condor battling the heavenly dragon and the 8 parts. At this moment, he felt as if his understanding of this world had been completely upended. The Red Lian Fairy sneered, "Ding Chuanxiu, stop the nonsense. You dare to collude with the demonic path? The Huaxia Alliance will no longer tolerate you. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the Great Tang's divine captors arrive, your soul will be extinguished and you will be sent to the Buddhist realm of the West." "Ha ha ha ha. I have roamed the Huaxia Alliance for thousands of years. What scenes have I not witnessed? Do you think you can scare me away with mere words? A delusion." Ding Chuanxiu's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. "I cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the divine captors arrive." With that, Ding Chuanxiu waved his hands. In an instant, invisible ripples spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. What is this technique?" Gu Chang'an felt his internal energy being restrained, leaving him utterly powerless. Had he not been held by Li Macho, he would have collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the sky, only to find the once bright sunlit sky had turned into a dusky twilight, and the entire manor seemed to be situated in another world. Surrounding them were the wails of tormented spirits, a sound piercing his eardrums and tearing at his nerves. Gu Chang'an clutched his head, the pain unbearable. He wanted to scream but could not, his eyes wide open yet seeing nothing but tears streaming down his cheeks. This torment was not merely physical. The more terrifying aspect was the agony of the soul, as malevolent spirits clawed at him, tearing at his skin and flesh. "Humph!" With a cold snort from Li Macho, Gu Chang'an suddenly regained his senses. "Is this truly the legendary Martial King's domain? It is indeed terrifying." Gu Chang'an was profoundly shaken. The standard of a martial king is to condense their will into a domain. He had read about it in school, but he never expected to experience it firsthand. However, even with Li Macho's assistance, Gu Chang'an still felt an overwhelming fatigue and hunger deep in his bones. All he wished for was sleep, even if it meant slumbering until the sun rose the next day. This sensation was akin to extreme deprivation of food and water. it was far more tangible than the previous illusions. Even accompanied by a severe dizziness, as if he had been cast adrift on a ship, adrift and unable to discern direction. Ice Soul Domain. Activate. With Limacho's low command, a frigid aura rapidly spread, forming an icy world around her. Ice needles composed of ice souls sliced through the air, blocking the encroachment of Ding Chuanxiu's poisonous mist domain. Jiyu Chang'an felt a warmth envelop him, the unbearable hunger dissipating entirely. Replaced by an indescribable coolness. Ding Chuanxiu, if you have the ability, then ascend, Limacho declared, throwing Gu Chang'an upward before soaring into the sky, with Ding Chuanxiu closely pursuing. As they ascended, Ding Chuanxiu scoffed, "Let him come. I fear no one." Himph. Limacho smirked, a hint of derision on her lips. Soon, both Limacho and Ding Chuanxiu had reached midair. Chapter 33. Entanglement. After being tossed by Limacho, Gu Chang'an was caught by Chen Chunlan, who was then supported by Li Mingyao. The Lin family has colluded with the demonic path. The 8th Battalion of the Death Battle Army is at your command. Kill without mercy, Chen Chunlan declared loudly. Kill! The 109 warriors of the 8th Battalion shouted in unison. With that, streams of energy surged within them. Their once white hair began to darken, and the wrinkles on their faces gradually faded, restoring them to their peak condition. Before the Lin family members could react, they were scattered to the winds by the charge of the 8th Battalion. Jiyu Chang'an, being supported, widened his eyes in disbelief. These were the elderly men and women who normally walked unsteadily in the community. They were clearly a pack of descending tigers. However, what shocked him most was the combat quality of the Death Battle Army, which could undoubtedly be described as fierce. Before long, the entire Lin family, including Lin Jianye, had been slain. Just as Gu Chang'an thought it was over, a sudden crash echoed as Limacho plummeted from the sky. Shattering a large rock, the Death Battle Army quickly gathered, encircling Li Mingyao and Gu Chang'an. Coughed. Limacho lay on the ground, gasping for breath. She had just recently advanced to Martial King, while Ding Chuanxiu was already a renowned Martial King. Thus, she was at a disadvantage. She glanced at Ding Chuanxiu, who was approaching slowly. Hand that boy over, and I will spare your life, Ding Chuanxiu declared with his hands behind his back. As for Gu Chang'an and the others, he had automatically disregarded them. Beneath the Martial King, they were but ants. Limacho stood up, the Ice Soul Divine Needle in her hand radiating a chilling light. What a low-grade energy you have. Do you think that is all you possess? With a flick of his wrist, a fan appeared in Ding Chuanxiu's hand, his famed weapon, the Earth-grade lower-class carefree fan. Upon seeing this fan, Limacho's expression darkened. It seemed today would be a fight to the death. With that thought, Limacho flicked her wrist, and a multitude of Ice Soul Divine Needles, glowing blue, materialized in the air, numbering in the dozens. Densely suspended in the air, resembling a rain of flowers that would engulf Ding Chuanxiu. Ding Chuanxiu furrowed his brow at the sight, violently swinging the carefree fan. In an instant, a fierce wind surged forth. Whoosh! The sharp gusts swept through, shredding the silver needles into countless specks of light that fell upon the snowy ground. Taking advantage of his momentum, Ding Chuanxiu pressed the attack, the wind howling around him. With one hand gripping the fan's handle and his feet stepping in a peculiar rhythm, he leapt several meters with each step. With every stride, he closed the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Limacho. Whoosh! He extended his palm, producing an immense sucking force, prompting Limacho to hastily defend herself. Ha! How does it feel? This transformation technique of mine is quite delightful, isn't it? Prepare to become a cripple. Ding Chuanxiu cackled wildly. Curse you! Limacho gritted her teeth, resisting, refusing to allow his energy to enter her body. Chen Chunlan, witnessing Limacho being suppressed, shouted, "Form the formation." The 8th Battalion of the Death Battle Army immediately sprang into action, positioning themselves methodically. Chen Chunlan stood in the center, gathering the surrounding energy. She raised her battle blade, consolidating all her will and energy, and struck down towards Ding Chuanxiu. This strike carried the weight of annihilation. Like thunder and lightning, crashing against Ding Chuanxiu's protective energy, boom! An explosion reverberated through the sky. Although Ding Chuanxiu was a martial king, he could not withstand the full force of the Death Battle Army's strike, and he was instantly sent tumbling back over 100 meters, crashing through 3 buildings. He spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Chen Chunlan and the others, roaring, "You all shall die." As soon as his words fell, Ding Chuanxiu charged towards Chen Chunlan. Yu Chang'an hurriedly retreated with Li Mingyao. At this level of combat, they could merely be bystanders, as even the shockwaves could easily kill them. Chen Chunlan, seeing Ding Chuanxiu approaching, swept her blade horizontally, unleashing a fierce blade aura that forced Ding Chuanxiu to a halt. However, the energy of the death battle army had been entirely consumed, reverting them back to their elderly states. Li Macho broke free from her constraints, and as she acted, hundreds of Ice Soul Divine Needles appeared in the air, flying towards Ding Chuanxiu. Ah! Ding Chuanxiu roared in fury, wielding the carefree fan in a frenzy, conjuring endless energy to form toxic barriers to counter the assault. Clink, clink, one by one, the Ice Soul Divine Needles fell to the ground, yet Ding Chuanxiu grew increasingly beleaguered. Suddenly, one of the Ice Soul Divine Needles pierced through his left shoulder, embedding itself in flesh. This Ice Soul Divine Needle was laced with a terrifying poison. Had it been any other martial king, they would not only be incapacitated but would also suffer grievously. However, Ding Chuanxiu is also a master of poison, even more formidable in this art than Li Macho, which is why she finds herself suppressed by him. Seeking death, Ding Chuanxiu bellowed, swinging the Xiaoyao fan fiercely towards Li Macho. The fan, infused with a terrifying vital energy, unleashed a tempest of force even before it reached her, akin to a 1,000-pound hammer crashing down. Li Macho emitted a cold snort, sending forth her Ice Soul Needles. Aimed directly at his heart, this was all the concealed weaponry she could muster at present. Yet, Ding Chuanxiu's cultivation level was exceedingly high. She dared not wager that he would not evade, for he was a formidable warrior of the martial king realm. Indeed, Ding Chuanxiu dismissed her efforts with disdain, remarking, "A mere parlor trick." With a swift motion of his right hand, he effortlessly sliced through the air, narrowly avoiding her needle with a fine opening on the other side. Seeing that Ding Chuanxiu had effortlessly evaded her Ice Soul Needle, Li Macho was not surprised. She was acutely aware that against a master like him, ordinary concealed weapons would prove utterly ineffective. Taking a deep breath, she felt her inner vital energy surge wildly, raising her left hand to her chest, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, and closing her eyes as she murmured incantations. A spectral figure of a woman appeared above her. Ding Chuanxiu's expression changed upon witnessing this, and he shouted, "What do you intend to do?" A resonant sword chant echoed across the snow-laden ground as Li Macho drew the sword embedded in the earth. Its blade glistening with frost, a brilliant white light suddenly radiating forth. "Jade Maiden Sword Technique?" Li Macho exclaimed, her voice laced with authority as she wielded the sword, unleashing beams of sword light that enveloped Ding Chuanxiu. The swordplay was profoundly mysterious, compelling Ding Chuanxiu to take heed. With a flurry of swift movements, Li Macho's ethereal form left behind flickering afterimages in the snow, making it difficult to discern her true self. Her speed escalated, becoming so rapid that she appeared somewhat indistinct, while Ding Chuanxiu struggled to maintain clarity, his vision blurring and doubling. The clash of weapons resounded as Ding Chuanxiu raised the Xiaoyao fan to defend against Li Macho's relentless assault. But he found himself retreating step by step. "How has this girl's swordplay become so swift?" Ding Chuanxiu muttered, his arms growing weary. Li Macho's speed only intensified, rendering Ding Chuanxiu unable to catch sight of her. Suddenly, a flurry of Ice Soul Needles, brimming with chilling energy, shot forth from Li Macho's side, striking Ding Chuanxiu and splattering crimson droplets of blood. His body was pierced by several needles, blood flowing profusely and staining his garments. "No!" Ding Chuanxiu cried out in anguish, his body swaying as he glared at Li Macho, filled with resentment. Observing his pitiful state brought Li Macho a sense of satisfaction. "Men are all wretches. Ha ha, die." Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Tang Emperor Whoosh. At that moment, Ding Chuanxiu's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of green light as he charged at Li Macho. His muscles bulged, seemingly brimming with immense energy, as both fists struck forth, unleashing a powerful surge of vital energy that threatened to obliterate all in its path. This punch transcended the mid-phase of the martial king realm, reaching the late phase. Bang! Ding Chuanxiu's fist connected with Li Macho, causing her to tremble violently before being propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Pain surged through her dantian as a violent force rampaged within her, akin to a savage beast devouring her inner vital energy. Ding Chuanxiu sneered. Little wretch, perish, with a flick of the folding fan in his hand. A gust of wind ensnared Li Macho's waist, dragging her closer, before he seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And by the time others reacted, Li Macho was already in Ding Chuanxiu's grasp. Cough. Li Macho struggled desperately, yet her throat constricted, making breathing laborious. Ding Chuanxiu, with a malevolent grin, proclaimed, Li Macho, your time has come. Wait, release her. And I will go with you. At the sight of Li Macho in peril, Gu Chang'an shouted fervently. Ding Chuanxiu released Li Macho, soaring to Gu Chang'an's side, producing a scroll as he said, I cannot trust you any longer. But I have a contract here. Sign it with your blood, and I shall spare them. Gu Chang'an gazed at the scroll before him, a strong premonition stirring within him. This scroll was undoubtedly something greatly disadvantageous to him. He glanced at those around him, recalling all they had sacrificed for him. Resolutely, he took the scroll and declared, Very well, I shall sign. Chang'an, no. This is a servant contract, recognized by the heavenly Tao. Once signed, you shall be a slave for life. Li Mingyao urgently grasped Gu Chang'an's hand, pleading, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, girl. You're not as simple as you appear. Ding Chuanxiu remarked, his face a mask of admiration, yet everything remained within his control, leaving him unperturbed by any possibility of dissent. Gu Chang'an gently patted Li Mengyao's head, smiling as he said, Mingyao, it's all right. What is a lifetime of servitude compared to your lives? Chang'an, you. Li Mingyao wept, clinging tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. Ding Chuanxiu impatiently swatted her aside, coldly ordering, enough with the nonsense. Sign the contract quickly. Do not waste time. Gu Chang'an hurriedly examined Li Mingyao, discovering that she had merely sustained minor injuries. And he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back to Ding Chuanxiu, his expression fierce. If you dare harm my family again, I will not rest until I die in defiance of you. Ding Chuanxiu chuckled coldly, since I dare to come, I have no intention of leaving alive. Consider your own circumstances. With that, Ding Chuanxiu extended his hand, a strand of vital energy shooting forth from his fingertips. Snap! The energy struck Li Mingyao, instantly shattering her shoulder blade. Ah! Li Mingyao cried out in agony, losing consciousness. Gu Chang'an's eyes widened in rage, his voice filled with fury as he bellowed, I will sign, but you must swear an oath before the heavenly Tao. Humph! How perceptive! Ding Chuanxiu retracted the energy, a smirk gracing his lips. With the heavenly Tao above, let the heavens be my witness. If I, Ding Chuanxiu, violate this oath, I shall suffer divine retribution. Thunder rumbled ominously from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the sky. A purple lightning bolt descended, as if bearing witness to the event. Ding Chuanxiu beamed with delight, turning to Gu Chang'an and saying, Now you must believe, right? With gritted teeth, Gu Chang'an glared at Ding Chuanxiu, his eyes blazing with hatred. I believe you. As he prepared to bite his finger and sign the contract, Li Mingyao suddenly awoke, suppressing her pain as she clung to Gu Chang'an. Chang'an, I don't want you to sign. Seeing this, Ding Chuanxiu cruelly stated, You haven't signed the contract yet. Killing her would not count as breaking my oath. With that, he struck a palm towards Li Mingyao. Gu Chang'an cried out in despair, yet he could do nothing to stop it. Bang! Li Mengyao's body was sent flying by Ding Chuanxiu's blow, and as she soared through the air, the jade pendant she clutched seemed to sense something and shattered spontaneously. With the pendant's destruction, a tempest arose in the once calm space, scattering the dark clouds. Amidst this storm, a voice of authority resonated. Who dares harm my daughter? Chapter 35. A 3-year pact this. This is the aura of a martial emperor. It cannot be. How could a martial emperor appear here? Ding Chuanxiu exclaimed in terror, his body erupting with formidable vital energy as he hastily ascended into the air. Desperate to flee, before the martial emperor, his death was certain. Halt! Divine technique. Words become reality. Though Ding Chuanxiu had flown thousands of meters away, he found himself immobilized. As the raging wind subsided, a towering and majestic figure emerged. His countenance resolute, his stature imposing, as if he were the sovereign of all things. radiating an overwhelming presence. Minister Li Macho, paying respects to your majesty, the Tang Emperor. Li Macho struggled to rise, bowing her head in reverence. I am Qin Chunlan, paying respects to your majesty. Qin Chunlan dropped to one knee in homage upon seeing the figure. Paying respects to your majesty. The soldiers of the Death Battle Legion knelt as well. Gu Chang'an, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed towards the Tang Emperor, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please save Ming Yao. Audacious! Do you not kneel before your majesty? Qin Chunlan thundered. Ignoring him, Gu Chang'an continued to beseech the emperor. Enough of this. Of course, I shall save my daughter. With a flash, the emperor was at Li Meng Yao's side, gazing tenderly at his beloved daughter. The Tang Emperor used his divine sense to assess her condition and swiftly retrieved a gleaming white pill. Administering it to her, the pill dissolved upon entry, and the Emperor assisted Li Meng Yao in absorbing its potency with his vital energy. In mere moments, Li Meng Yao's complexion regained its color, and her breathing steadied. Gu Chang'an anxiously inquired, How is she, Meng Yao? Humph, her body has recovered, but the damage to her consciousness will not mend so easily, the Tang Emperor replied in dissatisfaction. He was well aware of his daughter's recent tribulations and had turned a blind eye to her capriciousness. He never anticipated such a calamity would befall her today. Had it not been for the jade pendant he had left with her, the consequences would have been dire. Then, how long will it take? Gu Chang'an asked nervously. Li Macho fixed her gaze upon the Tang Emperor, eagerly anticipating an answer. Perhaps it would take years, or even decades. The Tang Emperor glanced at the two of them and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chang'an and Li Macho simultaneously gasped in shock. They had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Jiyu Chang'an fell silent, his heart heavy with sorrow. Young man, you may leave. In the name of Meng Yao, I shall spare your life. He could not bear to see the one responsible for his daughter's grave injury for even a moment longer. Meng Yao, I am truly sorry. I failed to protect you. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chang'an looked sorrowfully at the unconscious Li Meng Yao. He slowly rose to his feet and addressed the man before him. Your Majesty, will I have the chance to see Meng Yao again? Humph, unless you reach the Martial King realm within 3 years, do not even think about seeing Meng Yao again. I shall also employ my powers to erase her memories of this time. The Tang Emperor replied coolly, his tone laden with a stern warning. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Gu Chang'an. He reasoned that given 3 years, it was not impossible for him to attain the Martial King level. He lifted his head and earnestly asked the Emperor, Your Majesty, do you truly mean what you say? If I achieve the Martial King realm within 3 years, will you allow me to see Meng Yao? The Emperor furrowed his brow, having expected Gu Chang'an to grasp the difficulty of the situation and retreat. Yet he was taken aback by the stubbornness of his response. It is worth noting that throughout history, no one had ever ascended from a martial disciple to the Martial King realm within 3 years. What made him believe he could? However, the Tang Emperor looked at Li Meng Yao, then turned to Gu Chang'an and stated, A gentleman does not speak falsely. If you reach the Martial King realm within 3 years, not only will I allow you to see Meng Yao, but I shall also bless your union. Hearing the Emperor's promise, Gu Chang'an was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt before him, bowing deeply. The commoner is grateful to your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, he turned and made his way towards Qin City. The Tang Emperor sighed as he watched Gu Chang'an's retreating figure. Meng Yao, this is all I can do to help you. With that, his clone took Li Meng Yao and soared towards the capital. Chapter 36. The first day of the college entrance examination upon returning home. It was already past 2 in the morning. Lying in bed, he found sleep elusive. The images of the night's events replayed in his mind, filled with guilt and regret. Meng Yao, wait for me. I will come to find you. 3 years. I must seize every moment to train diligently and cannot afford to slack off any longer. With that thought, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes slightly, and began to practice the Kaiyuan technique. The night passed in the midst of his cultivation. Around 6 in the morning, Gu Chang'an concluded his training. For him at this moment, a night of practice yielded limited progress, yet this gradual accumulation filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Today marked the first day of the college entrance examination, and he needed to prepare quickly before heading to school for the test. After having breakfast, Gu Chang'an used his lightness skill to rush to school. Upon arrival, he spotted Shun Wanyao waving to him at the entrance. The surrounding classmates were momentarily stunned, not expecting the goddess of the third high school to be waiting for Gu Chang'an. Isn't that Gu Chang'an? So, Shun the goddess is waiting for him. My heart is shattered. How could this useless Gu Chang'an win the goddess's favor? Could it be that the goddess's eyesight is poor and she mistook him for someone else? As he approached Shin Wanyao, Gu Chang'an seemed oblivious to the stares around him. Good morning, Chang'an. I bought an extra breakfast for you, Shin Wanyao said with a smile, handing him a breakfast bag. She had already broken off her engagement with Lu Jingshu. And with the crisis in the Lin family resolved, she could now openly be with Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an smiled as he accepted the breakfast bag, opening it to find it filled with youtiao, buns, and soy milk, Meng Yao's favorite breakfast. This realization struck him with an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Since his arrival in this world, only Li Mingyao had given him a feeling of home. He had treated her as family, and now she was no longer by his side. Wanyao, I'm not hungry. Let's head to the classroom, Gu Chang'an said. Although he showed no outward signs of distress, Shun Wanyao sensed a growing distance between them. She took the initiative to loop her arm through his and said, All right, let's go. Feeling the softness of her arm, Gu Chang'an could only disregard the gazes of others as they walked towards the classroom, eliciting a chorus of heartbroken sighs from those nearby. Once inside the classroom, they settled into their familiar seats at the back, by the window, where they could enjoy some peace away from prying eyes. Chang'an, I'm a bit nervous about the first day of the humanities exam. What should I do? As soon as they sat down, Shin Wanyao immediately seized Gu Chang'an's arm, her voice laced with anxiety. Don't worry, you'll do great, Gu Chang'an reassured her, patting her shoulder encouragingly. However, Shin Wanyao's anxiety only intensified, prompting Gu Chang'an to tell a few jokes from his past life to lighten the mood. Laughter erupted from Shin Wanyao. Dispelling her nervousness, as the bell rang, students began trickling in. After the teacher distributed the exam papers, they took their seats and focused on their work. In the Shadow Tower Division, the leader, upon receiving news, stated, Yesterday, 2 martial kings clashed at Qingshan Lake, and a martial emperor also appeared. The cloaked figure spoke respectfully to the elder seated before him. The elder, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. While martial kings were rare, they did exist. However, martial emperors were as rare as phoenix feathers, likely numbering less than 10 across the entire Tang dynasty. Moreover, such individuals rarely made an appearance, so the fact that they had shown up in the remote city of Qingyuan was unexpected. Nevertheless, their battle had been brief, and they departed hastily within half an hour. Yet, the elder couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he inquired of the cloaked figure. Has there been any change in Qingyuan City, leader? Reports indicate that both the Shun and Lin families were involved. However, the Shin family left early and suffered no losses, whereas the Lin family had no survivors. The Lin family, the Shun family, could it be that Ding Chuanxiu is behind this? The elder squinted, murmuring to himself. Who are you referring to? The cloaked figure asked, puzzled that it's nothing. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Continue to keep a close watch on the Shin family and report any developments promptly. Yes, leader. Just as the cloaked figure was about to depart, the elder suddenly asked, by the way, what is the situation with that Gu Chang'an? It seems the 2 martial artists have yet to return. Yes, leader, the cloaked figure responded. This boy is quite the talent. The elder, instead of expressing anger, spoke with admiration. Cancel the 3rd mission. Send an undercover agent to persuade him to join our shadow tower. Understood, leader. I will make the arrangements immediately. With that, the cloaked figure vanished from sight. Chapter 37. System upgrade and mall opening. After finishing the exam, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Shan Wanyao invited Gu Chang'an to dinner at the Shun family home. But he politely declined, citing some matters he needed to attend to. He still had not processed the gains from his time in the Qingyuan Mountains and planned to liquidate them at the night market. Before heading to the night market, Gu Chang'an made a quick trip home, as he had not brought anything with him for the exam and needed to retrieve some items. Upon returning home, he checked his backpack and found that the python eggs and snake fragrance fruit were intact. Additionally, he discovered 7 pieces of spiritual-grade artifacts. It suddenly dawned on him that these had been obtained from Ding Chuanxiu. So much had happened yesterday that he had momentarily forgotten about them, but it was not too late. Jiu Chang'an neatly arranged all the artifacts on the table, their gleaming presence drawing attention. If someone were to see them, they would surely be envious. Most of these were yellow-grade artifacts, with only one being a mysterious grade artifact, a beautiful bracelet, the effects of which he was well aware. Without hesitation, Gu Chang'an picked up a low-grade yellow artifact and allowed the system to absorb it. Once the absorption was complete, the artifact shattered, and the system provided feedback, granting him over 500 points. The system's upgrade points increased significantly. Gu Chang'an glanced at the remaining artifacts with anticipation. If all went well, these artifacts would be sufficient for the system to level up twice. With that thought, Gu Chang'an decided to absorb all the artifacts except for the mysterious grade 1. Soon, all the artifacts were absorbed, and the system's points reached over 6,000, just enough for 2 levels up. The conditions for system upgrade have been met. Would you like to upgrade the system? Upgrade, Gu Chang'an confirmed. After a brief wait, the system's voice announced, System upgrade complete. The system mall has been added. Points are sufficient. Would you like to continue upgrading? First, let me check the attribute panel. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to review the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an system level, level 4, 5,138 5,000, Epiphany, 20 minutes day strength, quasi-martial artist, 1,900 kilograms, technique, Kaiyuan technique, perfect, martial skills, shadowless flying dagger, heavenly low grade, perfect, golden bell shield, earthly low grade, perfect, diamond fist, mysterious upper grade, perfect, windwalk 1,000 miles, mysterious low grade, perfect. The system upgrade had increased his epiphany time by 10 minutes, a significant improvement. Open the system mall. Before Gu Chang'an appeared a panel showcasing several categorized options: techniques, martial skills, artifacts, pills, spiritual plants, ores, treasures. The search bar was also present, making it convenient for him to find what he was looking for. Gu Chang'an first clicked on the techniques section to explore, which revealed subcategories: divine, sacred, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Divine level? Sacred level? I thought the highest level techniques were heavenly. Gu Chang'an mused. It appears that, for the common man, the knowledge of this world remains woefully insufficient. Without hesitation, he chose the divine level martial arts section, eager to discover what these so-called divine techniques entailed. Chaos divine art, a divine level technique, the pinnacle among the divine. Exchange points, 99,999,999. Technique description. The chaos divine art is the most formidable martial art of chaos. Said to be the cultivation method of the chaos divine demons, it is the source of all mysterious powers. Perfected, it can merge all things in heaven and earth into one, commanding everything and creating worlds anew. 9 turns profound skill. A divine level body refinement technique, the pinnacle among the divine. Exchange points, 99,999,999. Technique description. A body refinement technique created by the chaos divine Pangu, perfected. It renders one impervious to all laws. Indestructible, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, and transforming the flesh into sanctity. Gu Chang'an gazed at the 2 techniques at the top, his mouth agape, realizing that these were the legendary divine arts, upon glancing at the exchange points behind them. Nearly 100 million points made him feel that this system was indeed benevolent. Indeed, if one could redeem these 2 techniques for 100 million points, what else could be considered benevolence? Gu Chang'an understood what these 2 techniques represented. They were keys to ascend to the pinnacle. However, the nearly 100 million points also filled him with despair. System, Gu Chang'an exclaimed with excitement. Host, what is your command? The system responded. Is there any way to redeem these 2 divine arts in advance? Gu Chang'an inquired. The host can choose to pay in installments. Installments? Gu Chang'an's face darkened immediately. Did you also traverse here? How come you are so adept at this process? Host, the system came along with you. Of course it traversed as well. After hearing the system's words, Gu Chang'an was left speechless. What could he say? The system had followed him across. Was he expected to banish it? Gu Chang'an sighed. How do I go about making installment payments? Host, you can choose the duration for the installments. The interest for 1 year is a fixed 1%. This meant that regardless of how long the installments were stretched, the annual interest remained unchanged, merely prolonging the principal repayment period. Gu Chang'an calculated in secret. If he opted for the installment plan to redeem the chaos divine art, he would need to pay an additional 1 million on top of the nearly 100 million in principal each year. The realization startled him. After a long silence, he muttered, "Are you trying to cheat me?" Ding dong. Host, your insight is truly commendable. How astute you are, Gu Chang'an. Ha. To think the system's intelligence had also increased after the upgrade. This meant he had no chance to exploit loopholes, as the interest was already fixed. Very well, system. I shall proceed with the installment redemption of the Chaos Divine Art and 9 turns profound skill, Jiu Chang'an conceded. Though reluctant to part with his points, he recognized that acquiring the technique sooner would ultimately benefit him. Please select the installment duration, host. By the way, system, what happens if I cannot repay? If the host cannot repay, the system will automatically reclaim the techniques and the powers gained from them. What the heck? This system leaves no room for loopholes whatsoever. No way, system. You still owe me a beginner's gift pack. You need to grant me a 10-year interest-free period. Jiu Chang'an insisted. System declines your request. Damn! You lack credibility, Gu Chang'an cursed angrily. Ding dong, the system prompted. Please select the installment duration, host. Exceeding the time will be considered abandonment. Jiu Chang'an felt tears welling up, ultimately stating, then let it be 100 years. Installment payment confirmed. Host has chosen to redeem the Chaos Divine Art and 9 turns profound skill in 100 years. Annual interest. 1, 999, 999.98. Host may repay early. Agreement completed. Transmission of techniques commencing. Ding. Transmission of techniques completed. Please contemplate them at your leisure. As the system's voice faded, Gu Chang'an immediately felt the contents of the Chaos Divine Art and 9 turns profound skill materializing within his mind. Chapter 38. Acquiring divine level techniques. He examined the 2 techniques, each comprised of 9 levels. The content of the first level was exceedingly clear, while the second level could only be accessed after he completed the first. This was a protective measure from the system. Otherwise, if all content were transmitted at once, Gu Chang'an would likely suffer a mental breakdown long before reaching the century mark. Choosing to cultivate both techniques simultaneously was a decision Gu Chang'an made after careful consideration. A martial apprentice advancing to a martial artist could choose to specialize in energy, focus on body refinement, or cultivate both simultaneously. However, aside from true geniuses, few would opt for such a path. Each cultivation method had its own merits and demerits. Those who specialized in energy cultivated quickly and found breakthroughs relatively simple, yet their physical bodies tended to be frail, relying heavily on energy weapons and techniques. Without formidable weapons, their combat power often paled compared to their peers. Conversely, body-refining martial artists possessed extraordinary vitality, high defenses, and immense strength, rendering them invincible among their peers, relying on their bodies as their greatest weapons. Their techniques, powerful enough to overwhelm lesser abilities, yielded miraculous results. The downside, however, was the arduous nature of their cultivation, making breakthroughs challenging. Without resources, their progress would be painfully slow. Therefore, this method of cultivation was rarely pursued. Of course, these observations pertained to ordinary martial artists. Jiu Chang'an, however, felt no concern. With the divine-level comprehension system, his cultivation speed already surpassed others by a considerable margin. As for resources, once he became a true martial artist, he could employ energy to refine pills and forge weapons, making wealth easily attainable. After reviewing the 2 divine-level techniques, Gu Chang'an discovered a significant issue. Both required exceedingly stringent conditions for cultivation. For instance, the Chaos Divine Art necessitated the Chaos Divine Body to practice. Only with a strand of innate chaotic energy within the Chaos Divine Body could one cultivate the Chaos Divine Art. The 9 turns profound skill required a martial apprentice to reach a strength of 10,000 kilograms as a prerequisite. Otherwise, the body would be incapable of withstanding it. System, come forth. Jiu Chang'an called out internally. Host, what is your command? System, why did you not inform me in advance of these outrageous prerequisites for the 2 techniques? Gu Chang'an feigned anger. Host, you did not inquire, thus I was not obliged to disclose. I don't care, you have caused me losses, and you must compensate me. Ding dong, the system cannot compensate the host for any losses. What kind of logic is this? Host, this is the system's logic, please understand. I do not understand. Give me a reason. The system cannot explain. It can only state one thing. The system is simply this willful. Gu Chang'an was left speechless. Nevertheless, having already purchased these 2 divine-level techniques, he resolved to persevere through any challenges that lay ahead. System, do you have any solutions at present? Gu Chang'an inquired. The host may purchase the Chaos Divine Body to cultivate the Chaos Divine Art. As compensation, the first year's interest will be waived. Gu Chang'an's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. And what about the 9 turns profound skill, which requires the martial apprentice to reach 10,000 kilograms of strength? Gu Chang'an continued to ask. The host may purchase rare materials to meet the requirement. However, this may destabilize the foundation. The optimal method is to enhance the foundation through upgrading the opening yuan technique. Upgrading the opening yuan technique? As expected, Gu Chang'an had long suspected this. The opening yuan technique could indeed be further enhanced. He had previously failed to grasp the true utility of the system, but now he resolved to spend time accumulating knowledge in the library after settling down, then leverage the system for enlightenment to upgrade the opening yuan technique and martial skills. After contemplating this, Gu Chang'an opened the system shop, navigated to physique, and selected the divine level physique. The topmost option was none other than the Chaos Divine Body. Chaos Divine Body. Divine level physique, exchange points, 99,999,999. Physique description. The Chaos Divine Body is born from the first wisp of chaotic energy at the dawn of creation, possessing unparalleled recovery abilities, capable of containing all energies and transforming them into chaotic power. When maximized, it can merge with chaos and re-evolve into all things. Additional effects. Sovereign of all laws, impervious to all techniques, suppressing all other physiques. How extraordinary! Yet, it is exceedingly expensive. Gu Chang'an winced at the sight of the long string of 9s. Alas, too much debt is burdensome. Let us opt for a 100-year installment from the system. Gu Chang'an sighed, yet the thought of soon possessing the mightiest divine body filled him with exhilaration. Ding dong, the system has assisted the host in redeeming the Chaos Divine Body. The process of replacing the mundane body may involve some pain. Please prepare accordingly. System, let us proceed swiftly. Don't dally, I can endure any pain, even if it feels like bones being drilled. Gu Chang'an declared with bravado. Is the host certain? You will not regret it? Absolutely not. Ding dong. The host has confirmed, commencing replacement. In 3 seconds, the host will begin to endure immense pain. What? This sounds severe. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Chang'an couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Yet, knowing it was for the sake of becoming the Chaos Divine Body, he steeled himself against the pain. Gu Chang'an took a deep breath. Ding dong. The host has entered preparation mode. Please monitor your physical condition. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, an excruciating pain surged through him. Gu Chang'an's face flushed crimson, and his body convulsed. It hurts. The tearing pain felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. This intense agony seemed to emanate from his very bones, causing Gu Chang'an's face to twist in torment. Gu Chang'an bit down on the blanket, stifling any sound, his muscles twitching increasingly, his entire being collapsing onto the bed like a heap of mud. Trembling uncontrollably, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and the discomfort that enveloped him, biting his lip fiercely to suppress any cries. Sweat beaded on Gu Chang'an's forehead, his complexion turning a ghastly pale. His face contorted, eyes bloodshot. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, a sudden warmth coursed through his body, filling him with strength. The pain gradually receded, and the discomfort that had plagued him began to fade away. At that moment, blood thunder rumbled across the skies of the martial god continent, with flashes of lightning and howling winds. Gu Chang'an's body started to emanate a soft glow, golden light seeping from every pore, bringing him a sense of refreshing vitality, as if he had been reborn, causing him to drift into slumber. Chapter 39. The emergence of the chaotic divine body, movements from all sides, in the primordial chaos. Yin and yang intertwine, all things revive, the chaotic divine body is fully condensed. Ding, unidentified divine consciousness detected, the system has automatically concealed the host's aura. At this moment, 1,000 meters beneath the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty, an old man opened his eyes, and in an instant, it was as if a flash of lightning had passed. This phenomenon, could it be the birth of a sacred body? No, it is not merely a sacred body. Could it be a divine body? Regrettably, no information could be gleaned. The old man murmured to himself, Shimen, the divine body has emerged, the heavenly Tao is wary. Send someone to investigate within the Tang territory to find out whose family has given birth to the divine body. And once found, bring them to me, and I shall personally instruct them. As the old man's message was conveyed, the Tang emperor, who was reviewing memorials, was taken aback. Oh, it is indeed the birth of a divine body. No wonder it has alarmed the supreme emperor. All right, father, I will arrange it immediately. The Tang Emperor responded respectfully. Come here. At his command, several shadowy figures swiftly appeared. Immediately convey my decree. Search for the infant born today. Ascertain whose family has given birth to the sacred body. Understood. Remember, do not alert anyone. Act discreetly and ensure the safety of the sacred body. We shall obey the sacred edict. As the Tang Emperor's words fell, the figures in black swiftly departed. The Tang Emperor concealed the divine body, for it was too astonishing, a matter requiring caution, in the heart of the martial god continent, at the highest tower of the Huaxia Academy. A dignified woman felt a stirring sensation. The divine body has manifested. The heavenly Tao is wary. It seems heaven favors our human race. Saying this, she closed her eyes. Deep within the forbidden mountain range, a colossal dragon, thousands of meters long, opened its eyes. Himph! Another divine body has emerged among the human race. Someone, go into the Tang territory and locate the divine body. If the opportunity arises, eliminate it. The dragon's tone was filled with murderous intent. Understood. Surrounded by black mist, a shadowy figure flickered and departed. Simultaneously, in a desolate land, an ancient tomb, a corpse suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze dark and profound. Like two stars. Ha! The divine body is born. Truly a heavenly boon. It seems I must leave this cursed place. The corpse rose, and the surrounding flora trembled in shock. With a single step, it vanished into the tomb in various other directions. Several unparalleled powers that had slumbered for countless years opened their eyes in unison. Another prodigious talent has emerged among the human race. It appears we must awaken quickly to contend for fate on behalf of humanity. In an instant, numerous formidable beings broke free from the earth and surged toward the Tang dynasty. Gu Chang'an remained oblivious to all of this. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiyu Chang'an was unaware of how long he had been in slumber. When he regained consciousness, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, akin to ants gnawing at him. He opened his eyes, surveying the familiar surroundings, his mind swirling in dizziness. Struggling to rise, he rubbed his head, feeling an overwhelming soreness in his body. Hiss! Why does it hurt so much? Gu Chang'an inhaled sharply. Nevertheless, he persevered to sit up, stretching his limbs and discovering a surge of strength coursing through him. Not only his body but at his dantian, an ancient door had unexpectedly appeared. A wisp of grayish mist lingered beside the small door, presumably the innate chaotic essence. This door was no larger than a palm, tightly shut, yet he sensed boundless power within. He attempted to open it, but found himself unable to budge it in the slightest. How wondrous! Is this the chaotic divine body? Gu Chang'an was astounded. System, check attributes. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to observe the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, chaotic divine body, system level 4, 5138 5000, insight, 20 minutes day strength, pseudo warrior, 3500 kilograms, techniques, opening technique, perfection, chaotic divine technique, beginner, 9 revolutions mysterious technique, beginner, martial skills, shadowless flying knife, heavenly grade low, golden bell shield, earth grade low, diamond fist, mysterious grade high, windwalk, mysterious grade low, all perfected. The chaotic divine technique and 9 revolutions mysterious technique could not yet be cultivated, nor could he gain insight. If he did, his body would automatically cultivate that technique. Although he possessed the conditions to practice the chaotic divine technique, doing so would mean he could no longer be classified as a martial apprentice, thus precluding him from cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. He would not forsake future growth for immediate gains, as that would be akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Other than that, there were no significant changes, save for the addition of the chaotic divine body, with his strength soaring to 3,500 kilograms. Gu Chang'an attempted to practice the opening technique, only to find his physical body unable to absorb any energy. This was a sign of the body being perfected, poised to advance into a warrior. However, to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious technique, he needed to elevate his strength to 10,000 kilograms. To achieve that, he must first upgrade the opening technique, which required the accumulation of knowledge and could not be rushed. With remaining points sufficient for 1 level upgrade, Gu Chang'an decided to enhance the system. After upgrading, the system granted him an additional 30 minutes of insight time, allowing him to derive an upgraded version of the opening technique. Once he completed all of this, he glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. He resolved to visit the night market to liquidate the python eggs and snake incense fruits for more useful resources. Chapter 40. Reunion with Zhao and Gu Chang'an checked everything before departing, ensuring he had not overlooked anything, then closed the door. Leaving his accommodation, he took a taxi to the night market. Returning to the night market evoked a sense of nostalgia, as though everything had changed. Although merely a fortnight had passed, recent events had significantly matured him. Jiu Chang'an made his way directly to the Baibao Pavilion. After stating his purpose, he was escorted to a reception room. A middle-aged man received him, and upon presenting the python eggs and snake incense fruits, he quoted a fair price. Without hesitation, Gu Chang'an promptly agreed, and the man quickly transferred the funds to his phone. Watching the 10,000 yuan arrive on his phone, he would have been thrilled before, but now he felt no stirrings within. Exiting the Baibao Pavilion, Gu Chang'an headed towards the Tianfeng Pavilion. Tianfeng Pavilion was the largest jewelry store in Qingyuan City, and having previously transacted with the beautiful store manager, he considered her an acquaintance he intended to see if he could procure some discounted, energy-infused jewelry or scrap materials due to mistakes in production. After leveling up to level 5, he required 10,000 points for further upgrades, and during this period when the opening technique could not enhance his strength, his only recourse was to expedite the system's level advancement. As Gu Chang'an stepped into the Tianfeng Pavilion, he was greeted by a refreshing and delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Looking up, he saw a spacious, exquisitely decorated store. Before him stood a crystal display showcasing hundreds of rings, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, a dazzling array of treasures. "Hello, welcome to Tianfeng Pavilion. If you need anything, please let me know." A maid approached him with gentle demeanor. "Could you please summon your store manager, Zhao?" "Thank you." Gu Chang'an smiled. "Certainly, please hold on." The maid led Gu Chang'an to the VIP area and offered him tea shortly after. A stunning woman in a professional suit, her face exquisite yet slightly haggard, entered. "Sister Zhao, long time no see." Gu Chang'an smiled. "Jiu Xiaodi, what a rare visitor. What brings you to my humble shop today?" Zhao Ying's charming eyes blinked as she asked with a smile, "I happened to pass by and wanted to check in on you." "Sister Zhao, and consult on a few matters," Gu Chang'an replied. Sitting upright and maintaining a serious demeanor in the span of just over 10 days, Zhao Ying sensed that the young man before her had matured significantly, prompting her to tease him. With this thought, Zhao Ying revealed a hint of flirtation in her gaze as she stepped closer to Gu Chang'an, leaning down and whispering enticingly, "Little brother, what brings you to seek out your sister?" Gu Chang'an, caught off guard by the profound allure before him, cleared his throat awkwardly and replied earnestly, "Sister Zhao, let us not jest. I wish to discuss serious matters. I would like to inquire if your esteemed shop has any reasonably priced jade or emerald stones. The craftsmanship and appearance are irrelevant, as long as they possess calming properties." Zhao Ying playfully bit her red lip, casting an exasperated glance at Gu Chang'an. "Gu Xiaodi, why so serious? I'm just teasing you, however. We do have quite a few of what you seek, all piled up in the warehouse. If you're willing, you may choose freely." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an's heart soared with joy, though he maintained his composure. "Sister Zhao, how about the pricing? How about this? I'll take you to see them, and if you like them, we can discuss further." With that, Zhao Ying stood and walked toward the warehouse, prompting Gu Chang'an to follow closely. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Gu Chang'an was taken aback. He had expected such materials to be scarce, yet to his surprise, there were several large bags stacked in the corner. According to Zhao Ying's introduction, the jade stones here are all remnants from processing errors or of limited value, and due to their difficult nature, they have been piled up in the warehouse for quite some time. "Gu Xiaodi, take a look first, and once you've assessed them, let me know that I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you for now." Zhao Ying gestured to a nearby girl. "All right, store manager. Zhao Jia, you go ahead with your work. I'll just browse around," Jiu Chang'an said calmly, suppressing his inner excitement. After Zhao Jia departed, he approached the jade stones for inspection. Being discarded materials, these stones exhibited very low luster and integrity. However, with a discerning eye and a touch of creativity, these materials could be transformed into remarkable objects. Yet, Gu Chang'an was not a mere trader. He only required the energy contained within them. After a meticulous examination, he discovered that among the several bags of jade, only one contained stones imbued with energy. Although it was just one bag, it weighed at least 100 jin, far exceeding his expectations. Having made up his mind, Gu Chang'an feigned seriousness as he rummaged through the jade, shaking his head to indicate poor quality. Moments later, he turned to Xiao Li and said, "I've seen enough. Let us go find store manager Zhao." "Certainly, right this way." With that, Xiao Li led Gu Chang'an back to the reception room. Passing through the hall, Gu Chang'an noticed Zhao Ying staring blankly into space. Curiously, he asked Xiao Li, "Is there something troubling your store manager lately?" Xiao Li glanced around to ensure no one was listening before quietly responding, "Young Master Gu, you may not know, but our boss has recently acquired a new wife who is quite envious of Yingjia's beauty and competence. She often comes to the store to create trouble for Yingjia and constantly whispers in the boss's ear. It's been quite difficult for Yingjia lately." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an fell into deep contemplation. He recognized Zhao Ying's business acumen, and if given the chance, having her work for him would save him a great deal of time and trouble. Chapter 41. The 5 million yuan jadeite. The timing is not yet ripe. I shall wait a bit longer. With this thought, Gu Chang'an savored his tea while awaiting Zhao Ying's return. Before long, Zhao Ying re-entered the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting, little brother." Zhao Ying smiled apologetically. "No problem. I haven't been waiting long." Gu Chang'an shook his head with a smile. "How was the inspection?" Zhao Ying inquired. "The purity of these jade stones is too mixed, and the colors are rather lackluster." "They lack purity," Gu Chang'an offered an excuse. "If the price is right, I wouldn't mind taking some remnants back to inlay on my bed." Little brother is quite the joker. Who would use jade to inlay a bed? Zhao Ying laughed before pausing and saying, "How about this? I'll sell it to you by weight at 11,000 per jean. This is the lowest price. You can ask around elsewhere, and if you find it cheaper, I won't charge you a dime." "All right, let us go with that price. I'll buy it." Gu Chang'an nodded immediately, knowing this was indeed the lowest price. He then transferred a fresh sum of 100,000 yuan to Tianfeng Pavilion and took away a box containing 10 jin of jade. After that, he didn't wander about but went straight home. System: absorb these jade stones. Upon returning home, Gu Chang'an instructed the system to absorb all the jade. Energy absorption in progress. Energy absorption complete. Gain 10,086 points of energy. Hearing the system's voice, Gu Chang'an displayed a satisfied smile. To his surprise, 10 jin of waste material yielded over 10,000 points, just enough for a system upgrade. No rush. Let us first see how jade can be exchanged in the system mall. If there is an installment option, that would be delightful. With a smile, Gu Chang'an opened the system mall and searched for keywords like jadeite. After reviewing, he discovered that the system mall exchanged jade with 9/10 of the energy he selected. System: why is it 9/10 instead of an even exchange? Shouldn't it adhere to the law of energy equivalence? "Have you siphoned off my energy?" Gu Chang'an questioned the system with a frown. "Host, the system needs to consume energy to exchange for real materials. Precisely 1/10 of the energy consumed is for the exchange." "I see. I was mistaken about you, system. Please assist me in making an installment payment for 10,000 jade stones." Gu Chang'an commanded the system. Host: due to the system's inability to recover the consumed real materials, installment payments for real materials are not supported. Please understand. System: you might as well uninstall yourself. If I take action, don't say I'm bullying you. Understood, host. Upon uninstallation, the system will reclaim the Chaos Divine Art, 9 turns Divine Skill, and Chaos Divine Body, executing in 10 seconds. Wait, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, Gu Chang'an hurriedly exclaimed. Host, the system was also joking. It does not have an automatic uninstallation function. Fine, you have some bite. After the system upgrade, its intelligence had significantly increased. Realizing he wasn't getting any advantage, Gu Chang'an ceased his entanglement. System: exchange for 100 points of jade. Despite the system explaining that the exchange would be a loss, Gu Chang'an, driven by curiosity, proceeded with the exchange of 100 points for jade. Ding, 100 points deducted. Jade exchange complete. Would the host like to receive it now? Yes, please. Gu Chang'an watched as a white light flickered before him, revealing a diamond-shaped jade, the size of a pigeon egg, completely transparent. It resembled a work of art polished by a master craftsman, emitting a dazzling array of colors under the light's reflection. Exquisite beyond belief. This purity, this luster, I've struck gold. System, you're truly remarkable. I adore you, Gu Chang'an exclaimed with excitement. Host, please maintain your decorum and do not tarnish the system's purity. Damn! Gu Chang'an scoffed at the system, took out his tools to weigh it, and found it to be exactly 9 grams. Neither more nor less. I wonder how much this jade is worth. Oh right, I should ask Zhao Ying with that. Gu Chang'an took out his phone, snapped a photo of the jade, and sent it to Zhao Ying along with a voice message. A few seconds later, the voice call connected. Zhao Jia, how much is this jade worth? Gu Chang'an inquired. Little brother, where did you find this beautiful piece of glass? Zhao Ying responded, seemingly off topic. What glass? This is high-quality glass-type jadeite, Gu Chang'an clarified. Glass-type jadeite. Zhao Ying gasped, her eyes fixated on the crystalline beauty of the jade in the photo, murmuring, my goodness, such high-purity jade. Hearing Zhao Ying's astonishment, he could already envision her jaw dropping in awe. Little brother, if this truly is glass-type jadeite, you must sell it to me. I will ensure you receive the highest price possible. Zhao Ying took a deep breath, her tone resolute. Such quality jade is a rarity, and if I can secure this piece, the boss will regard me more highly, and that woman will think twice. Having achieved limited success in martial arts, Zhao Ying had struggled in the jade market for over a decade to reach her current standing. If she were dismissed from Tianfeng Pavilion, no one in Qingyuan City would dare to hire her. The consequences. With this in mind, Zhao Ying's determination to acquire the glass-type jadeite solidified even further. Ji Yuchang'an thought for a moment and concluded that he currently lacked the capital and capability to open a store and tackle the subsequent challenges. Opening a store was simple enough. With money, one could secure a good location and register with the Market Supervision Bureau. However, sustaining a store required strength and connections to address future hurdles. He was not yet capable of doing so. More importantly, he realized that he could obtain such jade in bulk, provided he had sufficient points. Zhao Ying was anxiously awaiting Gu Chang'an's response. After solidifying his decision, Gu Chang'an said, rest assured, Zhao Jia, since you have taken a liking to this jade, I will certainly give it to you. That I trust you will help me secure significant benefits. Ji Yuchang'an replied with a gentle smile. Little brother, please don't say that. You've done such a great favor for me. I am already grateful enough. Zhao Ying quickly replied, to avoid any misunderstanding, she added, don't worry, I will ensure you are well compensated. When the time comes, I'll invite you over to my house. Visiting? At this, Gu Chang'an suddenly felt wide awake. Did Zhao Jia plan some special program? Imagining Zhao Ying's alluring figure and enchanting curves made his heart race. Pooh, it seems my nature is hard to change. He chuckled inwardly. Little brother, what are you thinking? It's just that in a few days, it's my birthday, and you are the only one I've invited. Then it would be rude not to accept. I shall intrude upon you then. Yu Chang'an feigned restraint in his response, which elicited a fit of giggles from Zhao Ying. By the way, how much is this jade roughly worth? Gu Chang'an suddenly remembered he had a pressing matter to inquire about. Little brother, let me tell you, it's quite challenging to price jade of this quality. If it falls into the hands of someone who truly appreciates it, its value could multiply several times. Generally, such pieces are kept as treasures to enhance the store's prestige, so I can't provide you with an accurate answer. However, I can say that this glass-type jadeite is worth no less than 5 million yuan. With the exact value needing verification by our Tianfeng Pavilion experts. After chatting a bit more with Zhao Ying, Gu Chang'an ended the call. Once the call was disconnected, he practiced the Kaiyuan Ju to calm his emotions. As the operation of the Kaiyuan Ju unfolded, his excited heart gradually calmed. Although cultivation at this moment did not enhance his strength, it enabled him to better master himself, thereby unleashing a more formidable prowess. That night, Gu Chang'an spent his time in meditation. Chapter 42. If you have the ability, strike me. Come dawn. Gu Chang'an opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. After a period of training, his physique had become well-proportioned and robust, presenting him as a figure of elegance, exuding an unmistakable masculinity. After freshening up and having breakfast, Gu Chang'an boarded a vehicle to school. Today's examination involved practical combat, where the senior students were required to confront ferocious beasts face-to-face. The more beasts a student defeated and the shorter the time taken, the better their score would be. The entire venue was monitored by martial arts instructors, so concerns for life-threatening danger were alleviated. However, injuries leading to disabilities or lasting psychological scars were unavoidable. Warriors grow through battle, and unless a beast targeted a student's vital areas or the student was clearly overmatched, the instructors would not intervene. Of course, there were instances when the instructors were unable to react in time, leaving the question of intent ambiguous. Thus, each year, numerous students sustained injuries, yet none ever retreated. Those who did would face scorn from the entire school. even from family and relatives, and would bear a stain on their record, leading to disdain in future endeavors. This illustrates the high regard in which martial arts is held in this world. Unlike ordinary academic subjects, this discipline is of greater significance, as it not only tests a person's overall capabilities, but also serves as a direct reflection of a student's ability to stand firm in society, accounting for a substantial portion of the overall examination score. Upon entering the school, Gu Chang'an spotted Shen Wanyao waiting for him at the entrance. Dressed in a light green blouse paired with black and white striped fitted jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing her pristine forehead, her features were exquisite, and her skin smooth and delicate. Notably, her eyes carried a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a spring pool. "You've arrived." Shen Wanyao smiled gently as Gu Chang'an approached, linking her arm with his and sweetly saying, "Have you been waiting long?" As she spoke, Gu Chang'an tucked a stray hair behind her ear. He had grown accustomed to her affectionate gestures and did not resist. After all, what was the point of living without a sense of freedom? Moreover, he felt an affection for Shen Wanyao in his heart. "I just got here as well," she replied, and together they walked towards their classroom, engaged in cheerful conversation. Along the way, Gu Chang'an attracted countless envious glances. However, he paid no heed to the gazes of others, having long since grown accustomed to it. After all, being handsome was not his fault. "Humph!" A cold snort echoed from behind. Gu Chang'an turned to see Lu Jingshua standing nearby with two other boys, holding a bouquet of flowers. The image of Lu Jingshua fleeing from him a few days prior was still vivid in Gu Chang'an's mind. His admiration for such a coward had long since dissipated. As Shen Wanyao prepared to explain something to Lu Jingshua, Gu Chang'an gave her a reassuring glance and spoke up. "Oh, I knew this, Senior Lu? What brings you here? Are you delivering flowers to my Wanyao?" With that, Gu Chang'an wrapped his arm around Shen Wanyao's slender waist and added, "I'm sorry, but from now on, Wanyao belongs to me alone. No need to covet her." Senior Liu.as Shen Wanyao leaned against him, a picture of demureness. Lu Jingshua's face darkened with anger. "Gu Chang'an, don't be too arrogant. Do you know who you're speaking to? Let me tell me what? Are you itching for a fight? If you have the ability, strike me." Gu Chang'an taunted Lu Jingshua defiantly. Naturally, he was no match for Lu Jingshua's martial prowess, but as an examinee, he felt secure knowing that if Lu Jingshua dared to act against him, even being a student of a prestigious institution, he would not escape unscathed. With this thought, Gu Chang'an dismissed Lu Jingshua entirely. "Fight. If you're not going to, I'll be leaving." After making his declaration, Gu Chang'an took Shen Wanyao by the hand and walked away, leaving Lu Jingshua and his companions fuming. "What is this kid's background? He has got some nerve," exclaimed one slender boy, unable to contain his disdain. Lu Jingshua's veins bulged with fury. He had never endured such humiliation, especially not in front of his former fiancée, which he deemed a tremendous disgrace. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Gu Chang'an's retreating figure. "Lu Jingshua, why are you still dawdling? Go seek your revenge," urged the gaunt boy. "Right? How could you swallow this insult?" echoed another. The trio exchanged banter, and Lu Jingshua's face flickered with conflict. He recognized that his classmates were deliberately provoking him, hoping to incite a mistake that would grant them greater resources from the school. The competition at Huaxia Academy was fiercer than at other institutions, and any misstep at such a critical moment would hinder his advancement. Ultimately, Lu Jingshua took a deep breath, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes as he muttered, "Just wait. After the examination, we'll see how arrogant he can be." Exchanging glances with his companions, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Lu Jingshua was indeed astute, understanding the importance of weighing consequences. His decision aligned with his usual demeanor. Any sane individual would refrain from provoking a candidate during the examinations. Regardless of how Gu Chang'an had offended Lu Jingshua, now that he had chosen to endure, further provocation would only make him more cautious. Why invite trouble? Fine, you're impressive. I'll take my leave to avoid further embarrassment. One boy scoffed. "I'm leaving too. We came here to discover talented students, and if we can pique the interest of a few teachers, this trip to Qingyuan City won't be in vain," added another as he followed suit. After they departed, Lu Jingshua glared fiercely at Gu Chang'an and Shen Wanyao's disappearing figures, secretly vowing, "Gu Chang'an, Shen Wanyao, you will pay for this." Chapter 43. The Beast Arena. Gu Chang'an felt no concern for offending Lu Jingshua as long as he was within Qingyuan City, Lu Jingshua would not dare to act against him. Throughout their journey, Shen Wanyao's sparkling eyes gazed at Gu Chang'an with delight. Hand in hand, they arrived at their classroom and settled into their seats. Their intimate behavior sparked a flurry of discussions among their classmates. Many boys regarded Gu Chang'an with increasingly complex expressions, even beginning to question what charm he possessed to win Shen Wanyao's affection. Hearing the whispers around him, Gu Chang'an could not help but smile. These individuals held on to outdated impressions of him, so he remained indifferent to their discussions. Let them say whatever they wished. Such people could not harm him in the slightest. Noticing the misunderstanding surrounding Gu Chang'an, Shen Wanyao was about to rise and clarify, but he gently pulled her back. Don't worry about others' opinions. After all, life is yours to live. If you constantly care about what others think, it will only lead to exhaustion. Upon hearing Gu Chang'an's words, Shen Wanyao found them quite insightful. In that moment, she perceived her classmates as immature, and looking at the composed Gu Chang'an deepened her affection for him. Once all the students had gathered, the martial arts instructor entered the classroom. Today, our examination will involve battling ferocious beasts. All students should assemble on the playground, where we will take a bus to the beast arena. In this world, beast fighting was a common form of entertainment, and the venue was particularly well suited for such contests, which is why examinations were typically held there. After calling the roll, the instructor led the students to the playground, with Gu Chang'an and Shen Wanyao following closely behind. Before long, the senior students from the 3 classes of the 3rd school had gathered in the field. Under the guidance of their instructor, they boarded the bus to the beast arena. Upon arrival, it was already 9 a.m. As Gu Chang'an disembarked, he noticed the buses from the 1st and 2nd schools had already arrived. The exams for the 1st and 2nd schools were scheduled before those of the 3rd, indicating the latter's standing in Qingyuan City. Despite the 3rd school having produced the top scorer Lu Jingshua last year, its reputation still paled in comparison to the 1st and 2nd schools. As students from the 1st and 2nd schools caught sight of the 3rd school students, disdainful looks crossed their faces. These dregs from the 3rd school dare to show up? Aren't they afraid of embarrassment? A student from the 2nd school mocked. Last year was just a stroke of luck with Lu Jingshua. Aside from that, Haven T, they always been at the bottom, chimed in a student from the 1st school. Exactly. We from the 1st school are the main contenders for the examination. Who do they think they're trying to cut in line? A girl from the 1st school added. Their remarks were loud enough for the 3rd school students to hear. Yet the latter displayed no signs of anger, as they secretly shared the same sentiments. Gu Chang'an shook his head at this. Weakness itself is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is a lack of backbone. The students of the 3rd school may not truly be inferior in talent to those of the 1st and 2nd schools, but their long-standing underachievement had conditioned them to believe they were indeed lesser. This was also reflective of the teaching methods at the 3rd school, resulting in a learning atmosphere far inferior to that of the 1st and 2nd schools. Wanyao, given your talent and family background, you could easily attend the best 1st school. Why did you choose the 3rd school? Gu Chang'an inquired, puzzled. To us, the Shin family, the 1st and 3rd schools are quite similar, so I chose the 3rd school as it is closer to home. Shen Wanyao replied with a smile. Closer to home. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Chang'an fell into a prolonged silence, his heart struck by a myriad of emotions. He never anticipated that the typically aloof Shen Wanyao possessed such a naive side. After the students from the 3rd school awaited the arrival of their counterparts from the 1st and 2nd schools, they promptly followed suit into the arena. The center of the arena lay an expansive stretch of grass, upon which 10 makeshift enclosures had been erected, corresponding to the 10 assessment positions. Surrounding the area were seats capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators. Encircling the grassy expanse were numerous iron cages, housing a variety of ferocious beasts. Most of these creatures were of inferior grade, specifically prepared for the examination candidates. There were also a few primary grade beasts, reserved for the prodigies. Such a vast arena, aside from teachers and examinees, also hosted family members accompanying the students, who would later watch from the stands. Once the candidates took their designated positions, these family members would gradually enter the arena. In the VIP section, the principals of the 3 schools sat alongside a few unfamiliar dignitaries, with the principals warmly welcoming them. Old Wang, I hear there are no outstanding students from your 3rd school this year. Let us hope you don't fare too poorly compared to us at the 1st school. The principal of the 1st school jested. While your 1st school boasts numerous exceptional talents, our 3rd school may not compare. But we still have some commendable students. The principal of the third school retorted without hesitation, "Oh? You claim to have exemplary students in your second school? I haven't heard of any." The principal of the second school expressed with curiosity. "How could that be? Our Shun Wanyao from the third school is a prime example. And then there's that Lind at this point. The principal of the third school abruptly fell silent, aware that the downfall of the Lin family was tied to higher authorities. It was best that fewer people were privy to this matter. Not only the principal of the third school, but also the principals of the first and second schools tacitly agreed to keep this information under wraps, refraining from mentioning it. However, the reactions of the three principals indicated that they were certainly aware of something. Shen Wanyao, the only one from your third school who stands out is her, but she pales in comparison to our Lin Haoshuan from the first school. The principal of the first school said with pride. This year, Lin Haoshuan from the first school was comparable to last year's Lu Jingxuo, which brought the principal immense pride, often mentioning it in front of the other two principals. The principal of the second school remained unfazed, as the second school had always looked up to the first school, and the two institutions had long referred to each other as brother schools, influencing both faculty and students alike. The principal of the third school, however, felt quite differently. After Lu Jingshua's emergence last year had allowed him to bask in glory, this year's return to mediocrity left him feeling quite unsettled. The first and second school's joint mockery of the third school was, of course, an attempt to elevate their own status, hoping to leave a favorable impression on university admissions officers, thus securing additional special recruitment slots. This was a golden opportunity for them to enhance their credentials, pivotal for their career advancement. Humph! The principal of the third school scoffed quietly. He was well aware of their intentions, yet this year, the third school truly lacked standout students and could only hope that the results of the examination would not be too disastrous. Let us hope this strategy proves effective, the principal of the third school mused inwardly. To avoid a humiliating defeat, he significantly increased the rewards for this year's examination, hoping to motivate the students, at least in terms of morale. All right, enough talk. Let us commence the examination. Another man clad in a white suit interrupted, urging them on. The principals of the first and second schools, noticing the man's impatience, promptly signaled the host teacher to begin the examination. Chapter 44. Beast Battle. The battle assessment officially commenced, with security and medical personnel on standby, and the candidates called to enter the examination arena in an orderly fashion. Once the host teacher announced the start of the assessment, the previously raucous arena fell into a profound silence, all students holding their breath as they focused on the first school. The first school began the assessment first, followed by the second and then the third, so all eyes were fixed on the first school, eagerly awaiting the candidates to take the stage. The host teacher called out names. 10 students from the first school stepped forward, entering their respective enclosures. Each enclosure was supervised by an invigilator and a medical staff member. The main duty of the invigilator was to ensure the safety of the students rather than to monitor for cheating. The medical personnel were present to provide immediate assistance in case of injuries. As the first school students entered the arena, the leading teacher from the third school encouraged, "Students, do not be anxious. Although we may not match up to the first and second schools, if we can showcase our own strengths, we too can achieve commendable results. To ensure you all perform well, the principal has decided to enhance the rewards, with the specifics to be shared in the class group later. Please prepare yourselves mentally and present your best selves for this assessment." Upon hearing their teacher's words, the students were instantly filled with fervor, eager to commence the examination. All right, you may relax now. Seize the moment to rest. Let us take this opportunity to observe and learn, which will enable you to perform even better, the teacher encouraged once more. The students from the third school gradually relaxed under their teacher's words. With plenty of time before the assessment began, Gu Chang'an sat in the designated viewing area, pulling out his phone to review the reward document set by the principal in their group chat. The document clearly outlined the rewards for the top 10 candidates. The 4th and 10th places would receive a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. The 3rd place would earn 30,000 yuan along with a basic grade martial skill. The 2nd place would garner 50,000 yuan and a mid-grade martial skill. The 1st place would receive 100,000 yuan and a superior grade martial skill. Additionally, the winner could make one reasonable request to the principal, who would fulfill it. Upon seeing the rewards for the 1st place, Gu Chang'an felt a surge of excitement. He didn't particularly value the currency or martial skills, as he had access to a system marketplace and found such sums trivial. As for martial skills, he was not in need of basic grade ones. Only if they were of earth or heaven grade would he be tempted. What he truly coveted was the opportunity to make a request to the principal. He needed extensive martial knowledge to upgrade his Kaiyuanju, and the quickest and most efficient way to acquire it was through the library. If he could secure permission to peruse all the text in the library, his Kaiyuanju upgrade would be within reach. However, he was uncertain whether the first place referred to the best among all high schools, or merely the top of the third school. He resolved to strive for the top position across all 3 high schools, though he acknowledged it would pose a significant challenge. After all, he was not a genuine martial artist, and the first school already had a bona fide martial artist among its ranks, leaving him unsure of his ability to secure first place. With a whistle, the ferocious beasts were released into the enclosures, and the battle assessment officially commenced. The minimum requirement for the assessment was to defeat a ferocious beast within 10 minutes, with additional points awarded for each extra beast defeated. Defeating a primary grade beast would yield an extra 100 points, and so forth. Should a candidate exceed the allotted time, they would be deemed unsuccessful. The examinees were well aware of the brutality of the beast battle assessment, yet this did not dampen their fervor to win the competition. In the first examination area, a beast roared, enraged by the opponent's defensive stance, and launched itself at them. The spectators gasped in shock at this sudden turn of events, and the candidates faced the beast with bewildered expressions. The creature moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance in a panicked response. One candidate kicked the beast in its belly, sending it sprawling, yet he failed to capitalize on this moment of advantage. The beast, now in pain and more furious than before, let out a deafening roar and lunged toward the candidate once again. Gu Chang'an shook his head at the unfolding scene, recognizing that this student lacked practical experience and was bound to fail. Indeed, the invigilator rushed forward to seize the beast and rescue the candidate, subsequently announcing that the candidate had not passed. However, such incidents were rare. The first school boasted an impressive pass rate of 80%, a fact that left its principal beaming with pride. Witnessing such performance, the principal of the second school praised his counterpart for their adept management, suggesting he share some of his insights. The principal of the second school flattered the first school principal. The principal of the third school inwardly scoffed, yet listened intently to the advice being shared. Meanwhile, the vice principal of the third school exchanged a glance with the principal of the first school, both eyes glinting with a sense of conspiracy. The examination continued. The 10 students from the first school were quickly nearing the completion of their assessment. Gu Chang'an, seated in the audience, observed the students battling the ferocious beasts and gleaned a wealth of experience. Though these students might not match his strength, their diverse combat styles and unique interpretations of battle provided him with valuable insights. He silently noted these lessons, confident they would serve him well in future practical scenarios. As time passed and the number of candidates from the first school dwindled, only one group of 7 remained. These were the top-tier students, exuding an aura of superiority far beyond that of ordinary candidates. Among them stood Lin Haoshuan, recognized as the strongest high school student in Qingyuan City, whose entrance ignited a fervor among the audience. The 3 principals in the VIP section, along with the university admissions officials, straightened in their seats, paying keen attention. The 7 students exchanged glances and, in unison, shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, they charged toward their respective beasts. Each of the 6 students showcased their skills with lethal precision, demonstrating their extensive combat techniques. While Lin Haoshuan's approach was strikingly straightforward yet domineering, with a single punch, he dispatched the beast he faced. The audience erupted in astonishment. Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation as he regarded Lin Haoshuan. According to the opponent's strength, at the very least, they are a martial artist who has advanced in the great achievement of the opening Yuan technique. Such performance was indeed anticipated. Beasts of inferior rank are far too fragile. I demand to battle a first-tier ferocious beast. Lin Haoshuan's voice echoed across the entire training ground, instantly plunging the scene into silence. Other candidates struggled significantly against the inferior beasts, spending considerable time to seize an opportunity to defeat them. Yet, in his hands, they faltered. It was quite demoralizing. However, he possesses such strength. What could they possibly say? This student is overly arrogant and will inevitably face consequences, remarked the principal of the third high school disapprovingly. Youthful exuberance is to be expected. When else should one indulge in it? Don't you all agree? Chuckled the principal of the first high school. Indeed, indeed, echoed the principal of the second high school. You all. Himph, we shall see. The principal of the third high school turned away in frustration. Very well, the supervising teacher consented. Soon, a first-tier ferocious beast was brought forth. As soon as the beast was dragged onto the training ground, it let out an enraged roar. It charged fiercely towards Lin Haoshuan. Chapter 45. The prodigy of the first high school. Lin Haoshuan maintained an expressionless demeanor, his legs powerfully striking the ground as he leaped into the air, delivering a punch to the beast's head. The first-tier beast let out a pained howl before crashing to the ground, struggling for a moment before rising as if nothing had happened. The first-tier beast was significantly more formidable than the inferior ones. Even its defense left ordinary martial artists helpless, let alone its tremendous offensive power. However, such an attack posed no threat to Lin Haoshuan. He coldly approached, grasped the beast by its tail, and forcefully slammed it into the ground. With a resounding crash, the green grass was gouged, and the beast lay dazed within the pit, twitching incessantly. Chang'an, Lin Haoshuan is truly powerful, said Shen Wanyao, her face filled with astonishment. Not bad. Judging by Lin Haoshuan's ability to lift the beast with bare hands, his foundational strength is at least over 3,000 kilograms. He should have reached the second-tier martial artist level, commented Gu Chang'an, a second-tier martial artist. Isn't that invincible among our students? Shen Wanyao said, her face clouded with frustration. Not necessarily. As he spoke, he ruffled Shen Wanyao's hair with a mysterious smile. Let us continue watching the battle. At that moment, the ferocious beast had been dragged away. First-tier ferocious beast, battle successful. Lin Haoshuan, do you wish to continue? The host teacher called out. I wish to continue the challenge. Lin Haoshuan declared, his brilliance shining forth. His tone was resolute, exuding boundless conviction that commanded respect, as if he were not challenging a first-tier beast, but rather a 9th or 10th-tier beast. Excellent. The host teacher wasted no time and immediately summoned 2 first-tier ferocious beasts to the stage. However, this time, the first-tier beasts were different from the previous batches. The current beasts were 2 massive, pitch-black leopards, their robust physiques and gleaming dark fur radiating an aura of ferocity. This time, the first-tier beasts are indeed intriguing. They are black leopards, exclaimed the principal of the first high school in surprise. It is well known that leopard species are top-tier predators in the wild, more ferocious than ordinary feral beasts. The other 2 principals nodded in agreement. In that moment, the entire arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 2 black leopards advanced slowly towards Lin Haoshuan, one to the left and one to the right. Roar! The savage roar pierced through the air. In the next moment, both beasts lunged at Lin Haoshuan. Yet, he appeared utterly unperturbed, merely standing still, even a faint smile curving his lips. Something is amiss. Has he truly been paralyzed by fear? Indeed, he must be stunned, standing motionless. Ha ha ha. Now we have a spectacle to behold. I dare say this lad cannot withstand it, the surrounding spectators murmured. Meanwhile, Lin Haoshuan remained still, closing his eyes to listen intently to the movements of the 2 black leopards. They were less than 5 meters away from him. This distance was ample for them to rend him to shreds. Suddenly, with a crack, Lin Haoshuan opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. The next instant, he propelled himself off the ground, his figure shooting forth like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, Lin Haoshuan's fist struck the abdomen of one black leopard, the immense force sending it crashing several yards back, colliding against the barrier behind, incapacitated. The other leopard missed its mark as Lin Haoshuan pivoted and landed a punch squarely on its throat. With a splatter, the first-tier beast immediately fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. Lin Haoshuan remained unfazed, merely brushing the dirt off his sleeve. All present were left dumbfounded. Excellent, 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 the principal of the first high school exclaimed, repeating the word thrice in excitement. This child is impressive. The principal of the second high school remarked, indeed, quite impressive. However, I sense that Lin Haoshuan seems to regard the first-tier initial stage beasts with disdain. Is he aiming to challenge 3 first-tier beasts? Questioned one of the recruiting teachers with intrigue. Isn't Lin Haoshuan astonishing? 2 first-tier beasts posed no threat to him, exclaimed Shen Wanyao in awe. He is indeed remarkable. Lin Haoshuan has mastered the technique of overcoming stillness with motion, waiting for the opportune moment, and leveraging strength against strength. He is a formidable opponent, Gu Chang'an remarked with anticipation. And no matter how formidable Lin Haoshuan is, He cannot match Chang and Ji. Let us go. Shen Wanyao encouraged from the sidelines. Hearing this, Gu Chang'an chuckled. Well, we'll only know once they face off. Next, Lin Haoshuan continued his series of challenges, his strength becoming increasingly enigmatic, his strikes fierce and unrelenting. Ultimately, he was defeated by the combined efforts of 5 ferocious beasts. This performance surpassed that of Lu Jingshua from the previous year. Such an outstanding record sparked a fierce competition among several university recruiters, nearly igniting a frenzy. This student is ours at Shuimu University. We promise to waive tuition fees and not only offer a scholarship of 100,000 coins annually, but also provide a low-grade martial technique, declared the recruiter from Shuimu University. You must be dreaming. We at Kyoto University also want him, offering 100,000 coins annually, a low-grade martial technique, and a house in Kyoto as a reward, stated the recruiter from Kyoto University. The frenzy among the recruiters caused the principal of the first high school to beam with joy. Who would have guessed that Lin Haoshuan would attract such immense attention and demand such substantial offers? It was truly astonishing, however, as a seasoned fox, he knew that Huaxia Academy had yet to make its move. The principal of the first high school interjected, Dear teachers, please don't rush. I understand your eagerness for talent. Why not allow me to invite Lin Haoshuan over for you to extend your invitations in person? This very well. After a moment of hesitation, the teachers agreed. The principal of the first high school instructed. And soon, Lin Haoshuan was brought to the VIP seats. The principal of the first high school praised, Lin, Shuimu University and Kyoto University wish to offer you a special recruitment. I refuse. Before the principal of the first high school could finish, Lin Haoshuan interjected decisively. The faces of the teachers turned dark. Please wait a moment. I haven't mentioned the conditions these teachers are offering yet, the principal of the first high school said awkwardly. No need. Aside from Huaxia Academy, I will not consider any other universities, Lin Haoshuan stated with unwavering resolve. The principal of the first high school shook his head helplessly, exactly as he had anticipated. In that case, Huaxia Academy is willing to admit you as a member, but you will be treated as an ordinary student, without any privileges, said a man in a white suit who had been silent. Very well, I agree, Lin Haoshuan responded without hesitation. He believed that with his talent, Huaxia Academy would certainly value him and provide him with more resources. What he needed now was an opportunity, and Huaxia Academy represented that opportunity. There, he would find the greatest number of prodigies, the best cultivation environment, the most advanced techniques, and the most formidable mentors. That would be his stage, which is why Lin Haoshuan chose to join Huaxia Academy without a second thought. Chapter 46. Shen Wanyao takes the stage. Haoshuan, you have been accepted into Huaxia Academy. You may choose whether to continue participating in the college entrance examination, the principal of the first high school said solemnly to Lin Haoshuan. Old man, do you need to ask? I choose to continue with the college entrance examination, Lin Haoshuan replied as a matter of course. Old Lin, what is going on here? The principal of the second high school asked in confusion. Generally, such a term as old man is used only among those who share a close relationship or familiarity. Apologies, I keep forgetting to introduce everyone. This is my son, Lin Haoshuan, the principal of the first high school said with an embarrassed smile. Then I must congratulate you, old Lin, the principal of the second high school acknowledged with a knowing smile. Oh, I remember Lin Haoshuan comes from a single-parent family. How has he suddenly become your son? Could it be that Principal Lin has an untold story? The principal of the third high school mocked intentionally. Internally, he mused. No wonder the single-parent Lin Haoshuan has such resources to rapidly break through as a martial artist. It turns out he is the illegitimate child of this old man. Cough, cough. The principal of the first high school cleared his throat twice, refusing to explain. He would not delve into such matters. Instead, shifting the topic with a smile. Haoshuan, your performance was outstanding. On behalf of the first high school, I thank you. And I hope you continue to bring glory to our school in the upcoming college entrance examination. Then, the principal of the first high school turned to the other university recruiters, saying, Dear teachers, let us continue to observe the performances of other candidates. May we discover more talents like Lin Haoshuan to contribute to our great Tang. Very well, the teachers replied in unison. The ferocious beast combat assessment of the first high school concluded. With the exception of Lin Haoshuan, the next best student managed to defeat 6 inferior beasts simultaneously. Such a result would typically be considered exceptional, yet in the shadow of Lin Haoshuan's brilliance, it appeared utterly dim. Next came the ferocious beast combat assessment for the second high school candidates. Although the second high school may not possess a genius like Lin Haoshuan, it is certainly home to a considerable number of aspiring martial artists. These students have performed admirably, with 2 of them even daring to challenge 6 fierce beasts. This has brought a radiant smile to the face of the principal of the second high school. Had it not been for Lin Haoshuan, today would have seen the second high school emerge as the biggest winner. The assessment for the second high school students concluded at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The school had arranged for lunch midway through, and after a break until 2 o'clock, it took another hour to finish the evaluations. Finally, it was time for our third high school. Filled with excitement, Shun Wanyao exclaimed as she patted the towering mountain. Ji Yuchang'an nodded with a smile. After watching others for so long, his hands were itching. Recalling the exhilarating experience of hunting fierce beasts in Qingyuan Mountain, he felt a surge of anticipation. Now, please prepare for the third high school candidates. Those whose names are called may enter the corresponding examination venue. Announced the host teacher, Shun Wanyao. Examination venue 1.as the host called out. Shun Wanyao promptly stood up. Chang'an, I'm the first one. I'm so excited, Shun Wanyao exclaimed, gripping Gu Chang'an's arm eagerly. Ji Yuchang'an stood up and gently ruffled her hair, saying, do your best. Just be careful not to get hurt. Yes, I will do my best to keep up with you, she replied before stepping out and entering the examination venue. Wow, how beautiful. As soon as she entered the exam area, Shun Wanyao captured everyone's attention. This is Shun Wanyao, our finest student from the third high school. The principal of the third high school introduced her with a beaming smile. Finally, it was the turn for the third high school, and she could show off a bit. Shun Wanyao's first appearance was a deliberate arrangement. As the most recognized powerhouse of the third high school, she aimed to perform exceptionally in this inaugural match, ensuring that neither the first nor second high school could underestimate them. With the fierce beast entering the arena, Shun Wanyao's battle against it officially commenced. The first beast she faced was a ferocious wolf, appearing quite menacing with its pitch-black fur and sharp fangs exposed. Its entrance instilled a significant sense of pressure, causing the onlookers to worry for this beautiful girl. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged forward. Shun Wanyao swiftly evaded and counterattacked, plunging her sword into the wolf's throat. The wolf's neck was pierced, blood gushed forth, and Shun Wanyao deftly retreated to avoid the splatter, watching as the wolf's lifeless body crashed to the ground. Clad in white, she moved gracefully, resembling a celestial being, leaving the spectators in awe. Drawing her sword and cleaning it, she secretly sighed in relief, thankful she had not let her guard down. Otherwise, her attire would have been stained. Applause erupted from the audience. Well done, what a stunning young lady. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. She is indeed the pride of our third high school. Simply remarkable. Hearing the praises around her, Shun Wanyao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Gu Chang'an, watching Shun Wanyao's performance, couldn't help but smile with joy. He had long known that Shun Wanyao had mastered a profound sword technique, and he was pleasantly surprised to see her reach perfection now. Compared to Lin Haoshuan, while Shun Wanyao was slightly inferior in raw power, in every other aspect, she was his equal, if not superior, especially in talent. At least Lin Haoshuan had only attained the pinnacle of martial skills, whereas Shun Wanyao had already achieved perfection in one look. This is my daughter. Impressive, isn't she? Shen Guodong boasted loudly to a nearby group in the audience. Upon hearing Shen Guodong's words, the crowd erupted in laughter, with some exaggeratingly remarking, is it true? Your daughter is so beautiful. How could she possibly resemble you? Of course she doesn't resemble me. Ugh. What I meant was, she takes after her mother. Meanwhile, the principal of the third high school in the VIP section was ecstatic, gesturing animatedly at Shun Wanyao's performance. See, this is a student from our third high school. Isn't she strong? Indeed impressive, to achieve such mastery at such a young age. This girl's potential is limitless, praised teacher Shui Mu. Kyoto University would like to extend an invitation to Shun Wanyao for further studies under our previous conditions, a teacher from Kyoto University added. This girl is desired by our Huaxia Academy. Compared to strength, Huaxia Academy placed greater emphasis on talent. A lack of strength could be compensated with resources, but without talent, no amount of resources would suffice. Shun Wanyao's talent surpassed Lin Haoshuan's, prompting the academy to actively recruit her. As the man in the white suit spoke, the other teachers fell silent. We can't compete. It's unfair. The largest global institution is snatching students from our national elite university. It's not even a fair comparison. As for competing with Huaxia Academy for students, That was merely courting disappointment. Shen Wanyao, will you continue your challenges? The host teacher inquired. Teacher, I wish to continue challenging, Shen Wanyao replied confidently. Lin Haoshuan, resting in the audience, observed Shen Wanyao with a predatory gaze, thinking to himself, a woman like her is worthy of me. Chapter 47. Battle against the White Moon Wolf. Shen Wanyao pressed on with her challenges. This time, she faced a steel pig and a blood bull. The steel pig boasted remarkable defenses but had somewhat weaker offensive capabilities. The blood bull, a powerhouse among fierce beasts, was incredibly swift and possessed tremendous strength. Both beasts had terrifying charging capabilities, yet Shen Wanyao showed no signs of fear. She maximized her speed, deftly evading the charge of the steel pig. The blood bull, sensing danger, halted abruptly, raising its horns in a defensive posture. In that moment, Shen Wanyao suddenly vanished from sight. Instantly, she reappeared to the left of the blood bull, wielding her long sword, and struck down fiercely at the bull's head. The bull's head was cleaved in half, its massive body collapsing. The remaining steel pig, sensing the peril, attempted to flee. Shen Wanyao seized the momentum, launching a relentless assault that swiftly dispatched the steel pig. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Excellent! Well done! Stunning! Shen Wanyao wore a faint smile, her attire still pristine. Shen Wanyao, have you succeeded in your challenge? The host teacher continued to inquire. Teacher, I wish to challenge a grade 1 fierce beast, Shen Wanyao declared without hesitation. To her, lesser fierce beasts posed no challenge. She resolved to directly ascend to a grade 1 beast. Wow! A gasp rippled through the audience. I asked this girl out of her mind. How could a mere aspiring martial artist contend with a grade 1 beast? Indeed, a grade 1 beast possesses strength comparable to a novice martial artist. Gu Chang'an felt a pang of worry for Shen Wanyao. This woman is courting disaster. Does she really think a grade 1 beast is on par with those inferior beasts? Lin Haoshuan watched Shen Wanyao in disbelief. Daughter, don't overreach. You are already extraordinary. No need to prove yourself in such a manner. Shen Guodong shouted loudly, hoping to sway her decision. Shen Wanyao, are you certain you wish to challenge a grade 1 beast? The host teacher asked again for confirmation. I am certain, Shen Wanyao stated resolutely. Ignoring the concerns expressed around her, she chose to challenge the grade 1 beast, not to prove herself, but to keep pace with the one she admired. Unlike others, she was acutely aware of Gu Chang'an's strength and growth rate. With the perfect opening technique and an abundance of perfected martial skills, she had showcased her prowess thoroughly during the battle against Lin Jijia. Such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly soar after the examinations. If she did not seize this opportunity, she might never see his back again after being admitted to Huaxia Academy. Driven by this thought, Shen Wanyao resolutely opted to challenge the grade 1 beast. A howl reverberated throughout the arena as a pure white wolf slowly emerged from its cage, approaching Shen Wanyao. His so-called my goodness. It's the White Moon Wolf, the king of the wolf clan. Such a formidable beast will surely tear her apart. She's doomed to as the White Moon Wolf sauntered closer. Shen Wanyao's expression grew serious. The grade 1 beast. The White Moon Wolf, with its snow-white fur and crimson eyes, exuded an aura of silver-gray elegance. Its sharp claws gleaming coldly as it drew nearer. Shen Wanyao unsheathed her sword, preparing for battle attack. Shen Wanyao shouted, raising her sword and striking fiercely at the White Moon Wolf. The force of her strike was immense, slicing through the air and heading straight for the wolf's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Shen Wanyao's sword met the wolf's body, leaving her utterly stunned. She had not anticipated the White Moon Wolf's speed, which allowed it to parry her strike with its claws. Quickly retracting her sword, Shen Wanyao retreated to gain distance. With a howl, the White Moon Wolf let out a battle cry. Shen Wanyao stood at a distance, her expression grave. Despite being in its juvenile phase, this White Moon Wolf was far more challenging than any grade 1 beast she had encountered before. Shen Wanyao furrowed her brow, contemplating her situation. With a growl, the White Moon Wolf lunged toward her. Armed with her sword, Shen Wanyao met its charge. She struck the wolf with her blade, but to her dismay, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Incredible! The defense of this white wolf is astonishing. Such attacks are utterly ineffective. My goodness, can Shen Wanyao even win? The audience below was in an uproar. Daughter. Shen Guodong could not contain his anxiety. Shouting out, "You've got this," Gu Chang'an silently encouraged Shen Wanyao. Now you know the consequences of overextending, Lin Haoshuan thought, reveling in her predicament. Roar! The white moon wolf let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist erupted from the mouth of the white moon wolf, cascading down to the ground beneath it. With a surge in speed, the white moon wolf lunged towards Shan Wanyao. The mist was a manifestation of the wolf's innate abilities, causing Shan Wanyao's pupils to constrict as a sense of dread enveloped her. She thought to evade, but it was already too late. She could only watch in horror as the white moon wolf collided with her, an overwhelming pain radiating throughout her body, sending her crashing to the ground. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling as she stared wide-eyed at the fearsome creature before her. The ferocity of the white moon wolf was terrifying. Its speed and strength were beyond her current capacity to withstand. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate technique. Fixing her gaze upon the white moon wolf, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She understood that without unleashing this move, defeat was inevitable. With that thought, Shan Wanyao closed her eyes, positioning her sword at chest level, her right leg slightly bent. This sword technique felt so familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Gu Chang'an murmured to himself, "The Jade Maiden sword technique?" Shan Wanyao cried out in an instant. She vanished from her spot, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed towards the white moon wolf, subsequently slicing through its abdomen. The wolf, taken by surprise, let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 48. The arrival of Li Macho at this moment, within the office of the mayor of Qingwen City. Li Macho was engaged in discussions with the mayor. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, her expression grave as she gazed towards the arena. "Macho, what troubles you?" the mayor inquired, startled by her demeanor, his heart racing with apprehension at the thought of offending such a notorious figure. Li Macho cast him a glance but offered no response, swiftly turning to ascend towards the arena. "Oh dear." The mayor rubbed his temples in frustration, hastily following her, to the arena, as the crowd remained enraptured by Shan Wanyao's astonishing defeat of the white moon wolf. An immense pressure descended, rendering everyone breathless. Who might this eminent figure be? As the crowd looked up, they beheld Li Macho standing at examination venue 1. "It's her," Gu Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you employ the Jade Maiden sword technique?" Li Macho inquired, her gaze fixed on Shan Wanyao. The residual sword intent lingering around Shan Wanyao was unmistakable. At that moment, Shan Wanyao, having exhausted all her energy from utilizing the technique, lay on the ground, her clothing soiled and appearing utterly disheveled. "Yes, esteemed elder, is there something you require?" Shan Wanyao asked respectfully. Despite her curiosity, she dared not inquire further, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this formidable woman. "Could you tell me who taught you the Jade Maiden sword technique?" Li Macho scrutinized Shan Wanyao intently. At this question, Shan Wanyao was taken aback in her memories. Her mother had taught her the sword technique when she was young. Whenever Shan Wanyao had slacked off, her mother would scold her for being foolish and compel her to practice, ultimately leading to her mastery of the skill. "Elder, it was my mother who taught me the Jade Maiden sword technique," Shan Wanyao replied candidly. "What is your mother's name?" Li Macho pressed further. "My mother is named Hong Lingbo. She passed away over a decade ago." Mentioning her mother caused Shan Wanyao to lower her head, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable emotions in front of others. As expected, Li Macho sighed, realizing she should have anticipated this. Given the aura of the Jade Maiden sword technique surrounding the girl, it was undoubtedly linked to her own disciple. Li Macho refrained from asking further, recognizing that the deceased could not be revived. "You should tend to your injuries. I will return for you in 3 days, she stated calmly. "Elder, where will you be taking me?" Shan Wanyao questioned, puzzled. "To the place you are meant to be. Also, my name is Li Macho." With that, Li Macho turned and soared into the sky above the arena, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Master!" Shan Wanyao gasped, covering her mouth in realization that this woman was none other than the master her mother often spoke of, whose portrait she treasured at home. Such a promising talent cannot be permitted to enter the Academy of Huaxia, lamented the man in a white suit. Since Shan Wanyao had learned the ancient techniques of the ancient tomb sect, it was clear that the sect would not allow her to join the academy. While the founder of the ancient tomb sect, Lin Chaoying, was a renowned master, she was not considered a threat to the academy. The real concern lay in the fact that her partner was an honorary professor at the academy. To poach from within would be akin to family feuding against family. Who is this mysterious woman? The principal of the Third Academy inquired, perplexed. The Crimson Serpent Fairy, Li Macho, the man in the white suit, replied indifferently. It is she? The principal quickly covered his mouth in shock. At that moment, the host realized and hurriedly announced Shen Wanyao's successful challenge. Shen Wanyao chose not to continue challenging and returned to the spectators' area. As soon as she exited the examination venue, Gu Chang'an rushed forward to support her. Wanyao, are you all right? Is your injury severe? He asked, concern etched on his face. Shen Wanyao smiled softly and shook her head. I am fine. It is merely exhaustion. I told you not to overexert yourself. Why didn't you listen? Thankfully, you emerged unscathed, Gu Chang'an said, gently pinching Shen Wanyao's nose. Shen Wanyao felt warmth in her heart at Gu Chang'an's tender gaze. By the way, what did the Crimson Serpent Fairy say to you? Gu Chang'an asked curiously. Crimson Serpent Fairy? You mean my master, right? Shen Wanyao replied with a smile. Master? What does that mean? Gu Chang'an asked, taken aback. My mother was a disciple of my master, so it is only natural for me to address her as such, Shen Wanyao explained factly. Wonder your mother is named Hong Lingbo. Was it Lu Wushuang? My mother is named Hong Lingbo. By the way, Chang'an, how did you know that? I don't believe I've mentioned it to you before. Shen Wanyao asked, puzzled. Haha, perhaps I read it in a book. I can't quite recall. Gu Chang'an replied evasively. After all, he could not disclose that he had traversed through time and was well versed in the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. By the way, my master said she would come for me in 3 days. What should I do? I do not wish to leave my father, nor do I wish to be separated from you. Shen Wanyao lamented, her eyes reddening. Gu Chang'an embraced her, gently patting her back. Silly girl. I will never leave you. And no matter what happens, as long as I, Gu Chang'an, am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Moreover, perhaps this is not such a bad thing. In 3 days, we will inquire with the Crimson Serpent Fairy about the situation and then decide. Gu Chang'an comforted her. All right, I will listen to you. Shen Wanyao replied obediently. Shen Guodong, watching his daughter exit the examination venue, contemplated approaching her, but was halted by the benefactor who had saved the Shen family last time. He sighed internally, thinking, alas, a daughter cannot be kept. Just as Gu Chang'an was helping Shen Wanyao to her seat, a figure obstructed their path. Only I am worthy of her, Lin Haoshuan's arrogant voice rang out. I advise you to leave her at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Shen Wanyao looked at the man before her and suddenly felt a twinge of pity. I do not know you. Please leave, she replied coolly. Lin Haoshuan's expression shifted, disbelief etched across his face. Shen Wanyao, this waste is not worthy of you. I do not know what kind of enchantment he has cast upon you. But from now on, you must follow me. Lin Haoshuan had learned that Gu Chang'an was merely a good-for-nothing, having only lifted 250 kilograms in a recent assessment. Such a useless person could not even carry bricks. So how could he be worthy of Shen Wanyao? Get lost, Shen Wanyao shouted angrily. Does this man truly consider himself a prize? You. Lin Haoshuan, infuriated, turned to Gu Chang'an and spat. You waste. If you have the ability, stand up and face me instead of hiding behind a woman. Are you referring to me? Gu Chang'an replied leisurely. If not you, then who? Lin Haoshuan mocked. I believe we are quite well matched. Look at us. We are a perfect couple, Wanyao. Would you not agree? Gu Chang'an said, flashing a knowing glance at Shen Wanyao. Indeed, that is correct, Shen Wanyao replied, smiling at Gu Chang'an. Utterly unreasonable. When it comes time for the college entrance examination battles, I will show you that in the face of power, looks are meaningless. Oh, not regret it then. With that, Lin Haoshuan stormed off. Chapter 49. Gu Chang'an takes the stage. Shen Wanyao shot a glance at him and scoffed. That man must be out of his mind. We do not even know him. Gu Chang'an chuckled as he wrapped an arm around Shen Wanyao. You do not understand. What this world has in abundance are self-important individuals who believe themselves to be the center of the universe. They think we must revolve around them, that they are always right and superior to everyone else. In truth, they merely lack a good lesson. After a few hard knocks, they will learn. Shen Wanyao nodded in agreement with Gu Chang'an's sentiments. Do not concern yourself with him. Focus on resting. Gu Chang'an gently ruffled Shen Wanyao's hair. She nodded, leaning on Gu Chang'an's shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut. She was utterly exhausted. Gu Chang'an gazed at her quietly. Sweetness flooding his heart. In the following period, few students from the Third Academy were able to challenge multiple ferocious beasts. They were all expending their utmost effort, hoping merely to pass the foundational assessments and gain admission to university. The families in the audience grew weary, as there were no thrilling battles to witness. Were it not for the significance of the college entrance examinations, a large portion of the spectators would have already departed from the arena. As the event drew near its conclusion, it was finally the turn of Gu Chang'an to take the stage in the final round. Go, Chang'an! Shen Wanyao cheered, clenching her fists in encouragement. Ji Chang'an smiled at Shen Wanyao as he approached the arena. In this last round, only 5 students remained, all of whom were the least formidable among the students of Class 3. The principal of Class 3 had intentionally placed them at the end for the sake of appearances. Gu Chang'an was assigned to the second examination area, where preparations were underway for the release of the ferocious beast. The assessment begins. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. With the authoritative call of the host teacher, the ferocious beast was unleashed into the enclosure. Opposing Gu Chang'an was a massive iron black bear, its imposing figure brimming with bulging muscles, exuding an intimidating aura. The iron black bear was among the top-tier beasts, known for its raw strength and iron-like fur, making it a formidable opponent even for a first-grade initial stage beast. This student is simply out of luck, facing the iron black bear. It seems he is destined to lose. A spectator remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, this student is in grave peril. Another echoed in agreement. I wonder which class this student belongs to. It's certain he will fail this assessment, lamented yet another. Lin Haoshuan watched Gu Chang'an with a sense of schadenfreude. Finding it utterly unforgivable that this incompetent dared to vie for the attention of a girl he had set his sights on. Roar! Roar! The iron black bear bellowed angrily at Gu Chang'an. The latter found the bear somewhat familiar, and upon noticing a scar on its right ear, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the very beast he had encountered at the outskirts of Qing'an Mountain? The one he had knocked out and discarded during its breeding? How unpredictable life is, a twist of fate indeed. Since fate had brought them together, he decided to take it easy, with a playful beckon of his finger. Gu Chang'an called out, "Come here." As soon as Gu Chang'an's words left his lips, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that this student had the audacity to provoke the iron black bear. "Is he seeking death?" they murmured. Indeed, the bear's fur bristled in agitation as it opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth. Then, to everyone's shock, it curled up at the edge of the enclosure, trembling in fear. It recognized a familiar scent, the very demon who had knocked it unconscious during its prime and sold it here. This demon is terrifying. I must stay away. Gu Chang'an awkwardly touched his nose. Pondering, am I truly so fearsome? This student is incredibly fortunate. The iron black bear seems to be having a fit at this moment, someone commented. Yes, if not for the bear's sudden episode, this student would be in danger. Another agreed. What sheer luck, Lin Haoshuan lamented with disappointment. The assessment concludes with Gu Chang'an as the victor. Do you wish to continue challenging? The teacher looked at Gu Chang'an with a serious expression before announcing his score. Gu Chang'an smiled at the host teacher and declared, Teacher, I wish to challenge a first-grade ferocious beast. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Goodness, is this student insane? He cannot possibly think that merely passing the assessment by luck has inflated his ego. This fellow is courting disaster. Does he not understand the terror of a first-grade ferocious beast? Son, heed your father's words. Study diligently, or you may end up like him in Class 3, someone warned. Lin Haoshuan, however, began to respect the audacity of his rival. The host teacher, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow and asked, Are you certain you wish to challenge a first-grade ferocious beast? Yes, Gu Chang'an affirmed confidently. After a moment's hesitation, the host teacher relented, for it was the candidate's right to choose. Think carefully. If you find yourself overwhelmed, call for help immediately, and I shall come to your aid, he advised earnestly. Ji Chang'an nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, teacher, but it's unnecessary. A mere first-grade ferocious beast is no challenge at all. Humph. I shall observe your performance closely, the host teacher huffed, somewhat displeased. Today's youth are far too eager for attention. Seeking instant gratification. Bring forth a first-grade ferocious beast, he instructed. Following his command, a first-grade beast was soon delivered, cage and all. With a thud, the iron cage door swung open, and a robust black tiger emerged. Its sleek, dark fur gleaming, eyes sharp, and fangs glistening. A Wu. The black tiger howled menacingly at Gu Chang'an. As the tiger roared, the very air around them seemed to solidify, and the audience collectively held their breath. Roar, roar, roar. A series of thunderous roars reverberated, shaking the souls of all present. The black tiger stalked toward Gu Chang'an, its eyes fixed intently on him. The spectators below widened their eyes, captivated by the unfolding battle. With a fierce roar, the black tiger lunged forward. Is this human to be its first meal of the day? It certainly appears delectable, the tiger thought excitedly. Yet, Gu Chang'an remained rooted in place, unmoving. Many fragile-hearted spectators covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. This boy must be terrified. He is probably soiling himself, Lin Haoshuan thought gleefully. In the next instant, bang! Lin Haoshuan's mouth dropped open in shock, disbelief etched on his face. The tiger's paw struck Gu Chang'an's arm. Yet the tremendous force failed to send him flying. Instead, it broke its own claw upon impact. Stunned for a few seconds, the black tiger let out a pained howl and turned to flee. What just happened? The host teacher stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Gu Chang'an watched the retreating black tiger with an apologetic expression, saying, "My apologies, teacher. I misspoke. A mere first-grade ferocious beast requires no effort at all." Chapter 50. The most inferior student of our school, the host teacher. Snicker. The proctor and medical staff could no longer contain their laughter. "Cease your laughter," the host teacher urged hastily. He could not fathom the reality of what had transpired. How could this boy withstand an attack from a first-grade ferocious beast? Emerging unscathed while injuring the beast in return, how had he achieved such a feat? Not only the proctor but also the surrounding students were abuzz with confusion, unable to comprehend Gu Chang'an's remarkable display. However, he paid them no mind, standing there with an air of composure. "Well, old Wang, how is it that you have concealed such an outstanding student from us until now? Were you merely waiting to slap us in the face?" The principal of Class 1 exclaimed angrily, pointing at the principal of Class 3. The latter, equally bewildered, gazed at Gu Chang'an below. When had such a genius emerged from his school? How had he remained unaware? Had he known, he would have confronted the principal of Class 1 head-on instead of enduring his disdain. "I have no knowledge of this. This student is our school's most inferior," the principal of Class 3 insisted innocently. "Old Wang, must you go to such lengths? Are you implying that our students from Class 1 and Class 2 are inferior to your weakest student?" The principal of Class 2 retorted indignantly. "I did not. I am not. Do not misinterpret my words." The principal of Class 3 protested vehemently. He would not bear that blame. As they continued their discussion, another roar echoed forth. The crowd turned to see two first-grade ferocious beasts charging at Gu Chang'an. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He stood his ground, and both beasts were flung back by an unseen force. Gu Chang'an's performance was undeniably a slap in the face to the principals of Classes 1 and 2. "Why are you just standing there? Move, do something." The principal of Class 3 felt a mix of joy and anxiety. He was elated by his students' prowess, but worried about provoking the ire of the other two principals. "Old Wang, you will pay for this." Both principals were furious, storming off in a huff, leaving the principal of Class 3 with a wry smile. "Principal Wang, I find your student quite perplexing," remarked a teacher from Shuemu University. "Indeed, I too am at a loss," the principal of Class 3 chuckled awkwardly, adding, "This young man is no simpleton. Esteemed sir, with your vast experience, could you enlighten us?" A teacher from Kyoto University inquired of a man in a white suit. This student seems to have mastered a defensive martial technique from the Buddhist sect. It appears to be a ground-level skill that he has fully comprehended, as long as he does not exceed 5 times his own strength in an attack. "He cannot be harmed," the man in the white suit replied with a smile. Who would have thought that a spontaneous visit to Qingyuan City would uncover such a remarkable talent? Upon returning, he would surely have grounds to negotiate a salary increase with the principal. "This student possesses an astonishing talent," exclaimed the teacher from Shuemu University in shock. Once the white-suited man explained, the university professors abandoned thoughts of special recruitment. This student was simply too exceptional. Not only had he mastered a ground-level martial skill, but he had also achieved complete understanding. Their universities were unworthy of such a talent unless he were blind to the illustrious institutions of Huaxia and chose them instead. Such a stroke of luck would only exist in dreams. "Gu Chang'an, will you continue to challenge?" The host teacher had steadied himself, realizing that he would be able to boast of officiating the examination of such a student for a lifetime once he blossomed. Teacher, I believe that one-by-one challenges lack excitement. Why not unleash all the first-grade ferocious beasts at once? Gu Chang'an suddenly suggested. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Was he truly attempting something so audacious? Have you lost your mind? The host teacher exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Gu Chang'an replied earnestly, nodding his head. He was not jesting. Having observed the arena, he noted that only first-grade initial stage beasts were present. Such creatures posed no threat to him. Rather than waste time facing them individually, he preferred to deal with them all at once. Thus, this fellow is determined to put on an act. Shen Wanyao gazed at the boy in the examination hall, who exuded both dominance and elegance, and found herself utterly captivated. Impossible. How dare he behave in such a manner? He must be pretending. Soon enough, his true self shall be revealed. Lin Haoshuan gritted his teeth and remarked. Indeed, Gu Chang'an's utterance drew the attention of the entire audience. The host teacher swallowed hard and inquired, Gu Chang'an, are you certain? Absolutely, Gu Chang'an affirmed with a nod. The host teacher's lips twitched in disbelief. Such a prodigy was a first for him. Regardless, he should consult the principal. Gu Chang'an, I can submit your request, but the final decision rests with your principal. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the challenge? The host teacher asked seriously. Yes, please inform our principal at your earliest convenience, Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. Very well. Since he is adamant, I shall not hinder him further, haha. The lad is quite audacious. He reminds me of my younger self. Son, do not heed your father's words. We shall enroll in the 3rd high school. Best of luck. I have faith in you. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, even though they were unaware of the source of Gu Chang'an's confidence. However, such a student was deserving of respect. Gu Chang'an responded with a smile. Soon, news from the VIP seats confirmed that Gu Chang'an's challenge was approved. In that case, let us commence preparations, the host teacher declared through clenched teeth. All the teachers present sprang into action, unleashing a multitude of first-tier ferocious beasts into Arena 2 in no time. All the first-tier ferocious beasts congregated in Arena 2. Observant spectators gasped in astonishment. There were a staggering 18 first-tier initial stage ferocious beasts, a truly spectacular sight. Yet, Gu Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. Gu, are you certain you wish to undertake this challenge? You still have one final opportunity to reconsider. The host teacher inquired. I am certain, Gu Chang'an replied resolutely. Very well, then let the competition begin. With the referee's command, all the cages swung open, and the 18 first-tier initial stage ferocious beasts roared in unison, charging towards Gu Chang'an. His earlier inaction had indeed been a display of bravado, yet it was time to unleash his prowess. He stretched his neck, slightly crouched, and with a surge of immense power, launched himself into the fray like a cannonball, crashing into the horde of beasts. Boom! As soon as he landed, he crushed 2 beasts beneath his feet. Encased in a protective aura, he unleashed his golden fist, sending the ferocious beasts flying as if they were mere sandbags. In mere seconds, he had dispatched 4 or 5 of them. The remaining beasts, unwilling to yield, charged at him, yet Gu Chang'an offered them no respite. Maintaining his relentless pace and sending another 5 or 6 beasts hurtling through the AT that moment, Gu Chang'an's performance ignited the audience's excitement. The man in the white suit rose abruptly. He has mastered the complete opening yuan technique. I must notify the teacher immediately. Chapter 51. The beast battle assessment concludes. The man in the white suit quickly retrieved his phone, dialing the first number in his contacts under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Such a talent must be reported forthwith. Otherwise, he might be snatched away by other influential figures upon arrival at the Huaxia Academy. The expressions of the many teachers were tinged with regret. They had never anticipated witnessing a student who had attained mastery of the opening yuan technique, yet it was destined not to belong to their institution. The principal of the 3rd high school trembled with excitement, realizing that such a legendary genius had emerged from his school. Once Gu Chang'an gained fame, it could elevate the school's reputation to global heights. In a corner of Huaxia Academy, a man clad in a gray robe was engaged in martial arts discussions with several friends when his phone suddenly rang. What is it? He inquired, activating the speakerphone. Teacher, a student has been discovered who has mastered the complete opening yuan technique. What should we do? The man in the white suit replied urgently. The booming voice from the phone was clear to all present. Complete opening Yuan technique. Instantly, his companions became agitated. I have to leave. My old friend Huang is having a baby. My family calls me home for dinner. I must take my leave. My 7 disciples are causing trouble again. I need to sort them out. My 2 wives are fighting again. I must go mediate. The gray-robed man watched as the once revered masters of the martial world scrambled for flimsy excuses to depart, feeling utterly speechless. Yet, this was the complete opening Yuan technique. An undeniable martial arts prodigy, destined to become a martial king at the very least. If such a disciple were not swiftly secured, what were they waiting for? I apologize, teacher. It seems I may have caused a commotion. The man in the white suit said meekly, I'll deal with you when I arrive. The gray-robed man retorted before hanging up, then whistled towards the sky. Immediately, a dark golden eagle descended, landing before him. The gray-robed man mounted the eagle and declared, Old friend, we are bound for the Tang dynasty. With that, the eagle took to the skies, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'an was becoming increasingly exhilarated, dominating the 18 ferocious beasts, astonishing the audience. Where did this student come from? Remarkable. Such a monster could only be nurtured in the Tang dynasty. Incredible. The 3rd high school is on the verge of redemption. Waves of admiration echoed from all directions. At this rate, these ferocious beasts would surely succumb within half an hour. They were all worth quite a sum. One teacher couldn't contain his concern. Where did this kid acquire such formidable martial skills? I've never seen anything like it, another teacher wondered. The host teacher began to perspire. He had never encountered a situation like this before. He hurried to consult the principal of the 3rd high school. Principal Wang, should we halt the competition? The principal glanced at the other teachers from different schools, noticing their expressions of admiration. No need to intervene. Let him showcase his talents, he replied. This child is extraordinarily gifted. Our academy may never attract a student of his caliber. This is not our fault. After all, we cannot compete with Huaxia Academy. The host teacher nodded, resuming his role per the principal's instructions. Unbeknownst to Gu Chang'an, who was wholly immersed in battle, his current strength, combined with his martial skills, posed no challenge against the initial stage ferocious beasts. He decided to rely solely on his physical prowess to hone his combat experience. Eager to ascertain his limits, he altered his combat strategy, initially confronting a single beast. If another approached, he would send it flying with his golden fist, only inviting another beast once he felt comfortable dealing with the first. Fortunately, his chaos divine body endowed him with remarkable recovery capabilities, allowing him to engage in prolonged combat. The man in the white suit observed admiringly, impressive. He is demonstrating remarkable patience in refining his practical combat skills. Such diligence is rare among students. Gu Chang'an deftly evaded an attacking beast. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a smirk. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Chang'an gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. And the boost to his strength from this competition solidified his newfound capabilities. At last, as the last ferocious beast collapsed, the battle reached its conclusion. Incredible. Gu Chang'an is nothing short of a monster. On an entirely different level from the other candidates, indeed, such an impressive student is truly a sight to behold. Gu Chang'an is not only handsome but also exceptionally powerful. Oh my, I think I've fallen in love. Come now, let us return home and dream sweetly. In the audience, discussions about Gu Chang'an buzzed incessantly. The host teacher addressed Gu Chang'an, saying, Congratulations, Gu Chang'an, on your successful challenge. Thank you, Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. Please return to your seat. Certainly, teacher. After Gu Chang'an returned to his position, the host teacher addressed the students. You all performed admirably, facing the ferocious beasts without flinching. We are proud of you. Thank you, teacher. All the candidates stood in unison. A wave of applause erupted around them, but the host teacher's face grew tense as he waved his hands to silence the crowd. Now, I declare the beast battle assessment concluded. Results will be announced tomorrow morning. Wishing everyone outstanding achievements. With that, the host teacher turned and exited the arena. All candidates departed the beast fighting arena, some taking school buses back, while others returned home with their parents. Just as Gu Chang'an and Shen Wanyao were about to leave, they encountered a group of individuals from the VIP section. The man in the white suit approached them with a smile. Greetings, Gu Chang'an. I am Ling Hu Chong, a senior teacher at Huaxia Academy. Chapter 52. Special recruitment from Huaxia Academy. Upon hearing the introduction from the man in white, Gu Chang'an and those around him were left speechless. They had assumed he was merely an ordinary teacher at Huaxia Academy, not realizing he was a senior teacher. The faculty at Huaxia Academy is classified into 4 levels: junior, intermediate, senior, and special teachers. Professors and academics are merely titles. The highest rank is that of a special teacher. To attain the position of senior teacher at Huaxia Academy, one must possess a minimum strength of martial king and a wealth of knowledge in martial arts. Both are indispensable. The esteemed educators of the Huaxia Academy not only symbolize status, but also exemplify formidable prowess. Ji Chang'an was utterly astonished to discover that the individual before him was none other than the protagonist from The Smiling Proud Wanderer, an unbelievable revelation. First, it was Ding Chuanxiu, then Li Macho and Hong Lingbo, and now, once again, Ding Chuanxiu had made an appearance. His curiosity about this world was steadily intensifying. With great effort, Gu Chang'an suppressed his shock and spoke. "Greetings, Senior Linghu. I am Gu Chang'an. You must have guessed my intention. Indeed, I wish to extend a special invitation for you to join us at the Huaxia Academy. May I inquire if you would be willing?" Linghu Chong responded directly. Ji Chang'an harbored no doubts about his ability to gain admission to the Huaxia Academy, yet receiving a special invitation ahead of time was entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, since someone had extended this invitation, he felt compelled to inquire about the benefits. "Senior Linghu, might I ask what advantages accompany this special invitation?" Gu Chang'an asked earnestly. Linghu Chong, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, "Although the criteria for special admission are stringent, the benefits are truly beyond imagination. Allow me to summarize briefly. First, there are the basic perks. Special admission students enjoy full tuition waivers, complimentary accommodation, and exclusive access to a luxurious dormitory. Furthermore, the Academy provides support, granting special admission students the privilege to study all terrestrial-level techniques and martial arts free of charge." At this juncture, the surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment. These were terrestrial-level techniques and martial arts, any one of which could drive a city-level family into a frenzy, and now they were being offered free of charge to special admission students. Was this the depth of the Huaxia Academy? Linghu Chong was already accustomed to such reactions and continued. Additionally, upon graduation, students are entitled to have a terrestrial-level artifact crafted for them at no cost, with all materials provided. During their time at the Academy, special admission students also receive an annual allowance of 10,000 points for personal expenditures. Hiss. Old Wong. The exchange rate for Huaxia Academy points compared to the outside world is 1 to 10,000. Correct? An individual interjected. Indeed, this translates to an annual sum of 10 million yuan, and yet, it is invaluable as no one would be foolish enough to exchange points for currency, Principal Wong of the 3rd Middle School affirmed. Gu Chang'an, listening nearby, felt an overwhelming urge. Such treatment was nothing short of that of a devoted caretaker. Full accommodation and financial support, along with comprehensive training in techniques, weapons, and martial arts. Was this not a caretaker's level of care? "So, are you interested in joining the Huaxia Academy?" Linghu Chong inquired. Without a doubt, Gu Chang'an replied immediately. "Ha ha, splendid." Linghu Chong laughed heartily. "However, what is it?" Linghu Chong frowned. "Intrigued, I would like my girlfriend to be admitted to the Huaxia Academy as well." "Would that be possible?" Gu Chang'an stated. Shen Wanyao was taken aback, touched to tears at Gu Chang'an's thoughtfulness. Her eyes filled with affection. "Girlfriend?" Linghu Chong raised an eyebrow, finally noticing Shen Wanyao beside Gu Chang'an. If it were anyone else, it might be manageable, but her. Linghu Chong smiled knowingly. Ji Chang'an's heart tightened. But Wanyao is exceptionally talented and performs admirably. Why would that be an issue? Shen Wanyao anxiously clutched her garment. Her gaze fixed nervously on Linghu Chong. "Your young girlfriend, having mastered the ancient tomb sect's ultimate technique, the Jade Maiden swordplay, is naturally destined to become a core disciple of the ancient tomb sect. Our Huaxia Academy maintains a cordial relationship with them, and it would be inappropriate to poach," Linghu Chong explained. "However, rest assured, the benefits for core disciples of the ancient tomb sect are significantly more abundant than those for special admission students at Huaxia Academy." But Ji Chang'an pondered the abrupt nature of their relationship, having just confirmed their bond, and now faced the prospect of a long-distance relationship, which left him feeling unsettled. Shen Wanyao internally resolved not to burden Gu Chang'an any further. Perhaps joining the ancient tomb sect would allow her to cultivate more swiftly, enabling her to assist him in turn. "Chang'an, you should focus on the Huaxia Academy. Perhaps my training at the ancient tomb sect will accelerate my growth. You mustn't let me surpass you, Shen Wanyao gently reassured him, grasping his hand. With a sigh, Gu Chang'an acquiesced, take good care of yourself. Otherwise, I shall be troubled that I will, Shen Wanyao replied. Observing the reluctant couple, Ling Hucheng couldn't help but reminisce about his own bond with his junior sister. Truly, love is the most wondrous phenomenon in the world. Senior Ling Hu, when shall I report to the Huaxia Academy? Gu Chang'an inquired. Ling Hucheng smiled. You need only arrive at the academy before September 1st. Gu Chang'an nodded. With over 2 months until September 1 ST, he had ample time, Gu Chang'an. Here is your admission notice. Do ensure it's safekeeping. With that, Ling Hucheng produced a crimson admission notice seemingly from thin air and handed it to him. Another spatial artifact, Gu Chang'an mused. Onlookers gazed enviously at Ling Hucheng and Gu Chang'an, who carefully accepted and stowed the notice. I have one more humble request, which I hope you will grant, Gu student. Ling Hucheng said, seizing the opportune moment to voice his main intention. Senior Ling Hu, if it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly comply, Gu Chang'an responded earnestly. The Huaxia Academy has an unwritten rule. All new students must choose a mentor to whom they will pledge their loyalty. Ling Hucheng explained. Gu Chang'an contemplated. Is Ling Hucheng suggesting that I should take him as my master? That would not be out of the question. Thus, I wish for you to take my master as your mentor. Ling Hucheng said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. What did you say? Take your master as my mentor? Gu Chang'an exclaimed in shock. Isn't your master Yu Buchuan? You want me to take Yu Buchuan as my mentor? To learn the 9 swords of Dugu? What could possibly be wrong with that? Ling Hucheng inquired, puzzled. May I ask the name of your esteemed master? Gu Chang'an cautiously queried. My master is known as Dugu Chubai. Often referred to as the sword demon, Ling Hucheng proudly declared. Dugu Chubai. Gu Chang'an was momentarily stunned. In the smiling, proud wanderer, Feng Qingyang had accepted Ling Hucheng as a disciple and imparted to him the 9 swords of Dugu. Never did he expect that in this world, Ling Hucheng had genuinely become a disciple of Dugu Chubai. The fact that his master was none other than the legendary sword demon was utterly astonishing. Indeed, a millennium ago, during the demon realm's assault on our divine martial realm, it was the sword demon who single-handedly entered the demon realm with but a sword, vanquishing millions of demons and forcing their retreat, ultimately returning unscathed even while being pursued by the demon realm's sovereign, Satan. The prospect of becoming a disciple of the legendary Dugu Chubai was simply incredible. Gu Chang'an felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Among all the figures in Jian Dada's novels, the one he admired most was undoubtedly the legendary Dugu Chubai. Now, the possibility of becoming his disciple filled Gu Chang'an with a surreal sense of wonder. With fervor, Gu Chang'an grasped Ling Hucheng's arm and exclaimed, Senior Ling Hu, is all that you say truly authentic? Of course. My master is en route and will arrive shortly, Ling Hucheng replied with a smile. Seeing Gu Chang'an's ecstatic expression, Ling Hucheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently thinking, all is well. It appears I shall not face any penalties this time. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a tremendous eagle's cry echoed from the heavens, shaking the very earth. Everyone looked up in astonishment to witness a colossal dark golden figure slicing through the air, approaching them rapidly. Wow! Is that an airplane? Someone exclaimed as the figure grew larger. Powerful martial artists could discern silhouettes standing atop it. Ling Hucheng, upon seeing this, laughed. My master and uncle have arrived with remarkable swiftness. The crowd gasped in shock. The Huaxia Academy was situated hundreds of thousands of miles from the Tang dynasty. Yet they had arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. Was this the legendary sword demon? With a thunderous roar, the dark golden giant eagle descended into the center of the arena. Gu Chang'an looked up to behold this magnificent creature, its enormous wingspan obscuring the sky, its formidable feathers resembling steel. This was indeed a dragon eagle. Not a species of dragon, but a giant eagle that preys upon dragons. Aptly named the dragon eagle. The dragon eagle landed. It let out a proud cry, asserting its dominance. The figure atop the eagle leaped down and strode directly towards Ling Hucheng, respectfully greeting, Greetings, master and uncle. Dugu Chubai nodded, and the dragon eagle emitted a soft call. Is this the student who has perfected the Kaiyuan technique? He inquired. Quite impressive. He has surpassed the limits of perfection. Dugu Chubai regarded Gu Chang'an with satisfaction. Gu Chang'an felt as though all his secrets lay bare before Dugu Chubai's gaze. Disciple Gu Chang'an pays respects to Senior Dugu, he said with utmost reverence. Ha, splendid. Would you like to train by my side? Dugu Qiubai asked, patting Gu Chang'an's shoulder. Gu Chang'an's heart surged with excitement as he prepared to respond affirmatively when a voice boomed from above. Hold on, Dugu the old demon. You are using underhanded tactics. Bringing Eagle Brother along, 4 inscrutable figures materialized before Gu Chang'an in an instant. I am Zhang Sanfeng, Xiao Yaozi, Wang Chongyang, Shi Patian. The 4 bowed slightly, acknowledging Gu Chang'an. Young man, Gu Chang'an, I have the honor of meeting the 4 esteemed elders. Gu Chang'an replied, his heart racing with astonishment. Those present were rendered speechless by the legendary figures before them. Although their portraits had long circulated throughout the world, they had never anticipated that these 4 would gather here. Gu Chang'an noticed their eager gazes fixed upon him and wondered how to respond. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Young friend Gu has achieved such accomplishments at a tender age. His future is boundless, Zhang Sanfeng remarked with a smile. Pray tell, are you all here to vie for my disciple? Dugu Qiubai teased. How could one dare to say so? We simply rely on our own merits. Zai Yozi gazed at Gu Chang'an with a satisfied expression and remarked. My criteria for accepting students are both looks and talent. Seeing how handsome and gifted Gu Chang'an is, I am naturally quite pleased. Very well, let us engage in a friendly spar. I am eager to see what progress you have made with your Xiaoyaoyu, Dugu Qiubai retorted with a cold snort. How detrimental it is to our camaraderie to indulge in such brawls, Zai Yozi chuckled lightly. Humph! You all eagerly evade a spar with me, yet are so keen to poach students, Dugu Qiubai scoffed at the 4 others. Dugu Qiubai, who relished challenges, frequently visited to issue them, mainly because sword cultivators possess formidable offensive power. They could neither defeat him nor evade him. Dugu Laoma, I am not afraid of fighting you. It's just that you already have several disciples. What is to become of us? Shi Patian protested indignantly. Humph! This is a matter of mutual consent. There is no room for negotiation, Dugu Qiubai countered. In my opinion, let Gu Xiaoyu choose for himself. We are all esteemed individuals. And this bickering is beneath us, Wang Chongyang remarked nonchalantly. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most reasonable solution. Dugu Qiubai also nodded and said, Very well, young man, take a look at us 5 and choose one to be your master. Gu Chang'an surveyed the 4 individuals before him, feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all 5 were masters of their respective sects, and selecting any one of them would be a great honor. Choosing just one from 5 was no easy task. I choose Dugu Xinbei, Gu Chang'an declared after a moment of contemplation, biting his lip. Oh? And why is that? Zhang Sanfeng inquired with keen interest. I believe in loyalty. Since Dugu Xinbei approached me first, I have resolved to become his disciple. To change my mind midway would betray my original intent. Upon hearing his words, the others regarded Gu Chang'an with admiration. Dugu Qiubai stroked his beard, revealing a look of approval, and nodded, saying, Well said, reminiscent of my own youthful spirit. Zai Yozi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how self-absorbed the old demon was. In that case, you esteemed uncles, why not show a gesture of goodwill? Dugu Qiubai said with a smile. The 4 were taken aback, realizing they had yet to gift anything to their prospective disciple, and felt a twinge of frustration. Since he is your disciple, this shall be a gift to you, Shi Patian said, producing a small figure from thin air. A substitute doll, Brother Shi. You are quite generous, Dugu Qiubai chuckled. Brother, you've struck gold. This doll can withstand a fatal blow on your behalf. It is a life-saving artifact, Ling Huchong expressed with envy. Senior, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Gu Chang'an declined. Take it. Your master has some face, Dugu Qiubai insisted. Then I shall express my gratitude to my uncle, Gu Chang'an said solemnly as he accepted the doll with both hands. I have nothing of value, but since I see you practice martial arts, I shall gift you this Tai Chi manual. I hope you use it well, Zhang Sanfeng said with a smile as he handed Gu Chang'an a tome. Heaven-grade lower-tier martial skill, quite average, Dugu Qiubai remarked casually, eliciting envious glances from those around. This is indeed a heaven-grade skill, sufficient to elevate a prominent clan, they thought, noting the vast disparity in perception. Thank you, Uncle, Gu Chang'an said with delight, feeling elated at such a substantial gain. Nephew, take this jade pendant. Activate it with your vital energy upon encountering an enemy, and it will form a defensive shield capable of withstanding an attack from a martial king for an hour. Zai Yozi said, presenting a green jade pendant. Thank you, Senior Xiaoyao, Gu Chang'an replied joyfully. This pendant was yet another treasure for preserving life, granting him a sense of security. Zaiyozi smiled and shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity for such a promising student. Wang Chongyang produced a jade vial and said, "This is my unique innate elixir. Consuming it will restore your body to its innate state and extend your lifespan by 20 years. Consider it a meeting gift." "Thank you, uncle," Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. While it was of no use to him, it was an invaluable treasure for those nearing the end of their lives. Noticing that the four had presented gifts, Dugu Qiubai urged, "All right, you have all given your gifts. What are you lingering here for? Are you waiting for a meal? You old demon, I won't hold it against you," they remarked as the four transformed into shooting stars and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Chang'an felt a surge of aspiration. When would he also be able to come and go with such ease? "Now it is my turn. Boy, kneel and address me as your master," Dugu Qiubai said with a grin. Chapter 54, Duga 9 Swords, Saint Disciple pays respects to Master, wishing you eternal longevity, equal to the heavens. Gu Chang'an hastily knelt and bowed. "Ha ha ha," Dugu Qiubai chuckled, stroking his beard contentedly. "Where is the customary offering for your master?" Gu Chang'an, still kneeling, looked up at Dugu Qiubai with a silly grin, thinking, since even the uncles provided gifts, how could his master not? "You rascal," Dugu Qiubai chided playfully. "Your master possesses 4 swords. The other 3 have been given to your 3 senior brothers, the sharp sword to your eldest brother Feng Qingyang, the ZY soft sword to your second brother Ling Huchong, and the Xian Tai heavy sword to your third brother Yang Guo. Today, I bestow upon you the last wooden sword, and I hope you will not let this extraordinary weapon go to waste. Remember, its brilliance and sharpness belong solely to you." Dugu Qiubai handed over a wooden sword. Ling Huchong looked at Gu Chang'an enviously. While others might be deceived by the sword's unassuming appearance, he was not. This was the last sword used by his master and represented the strongest of them all. Gu Chang'an accepted the wooden sword, feeling as though Dugu Qiubai was playing a trick on him. It was a remarkably plain wooden sword, devoid of any extravagant adornments, appearing to merge seamlessly with its sheath. The sword was entirely black, lacking any peculiar markings, and looked exceedingly simple, as he gently drew the blade. A sound like a sword cry sliced through the air, as if the wooden sword had a consciousness, welcoming its new master. "You must wield it with caution. This sword is your master's favorite. Having tasted much blood, it craves blood and becomes frenzied upon encountering it," Dugu Qiubai warned after a moment of contemplation. Ji Chang'an quickly clutched the wooden sword tightly. This treasure belonged solely to him. "And no one could take it away. If my master has given me this, then what will he use?" Gu Chang'an asked anxiously. "Foolish disciple, at the level of your master, anything can become a sword. What need is there for worry?" Ling Huchong replied proudly. "Oh, it is. I understand now," Gu Chang'an said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Dugu Qiubai nodded, understanding his disciple's dispositions and refraining from further elaboration. "This spatial ring contains a jade sword. Should you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, you may summon it for battle, but it can only be used once, so use it wisely," Dugu Qiubai said as he handed Gu Chang'an a spatial ring. "Thank you, master." Gu Chang'an received the coveted spatial ring with gratitude. Finally, Dugu Qiubai tapped Gu Chang'an's forehead, transmitting a wealth of information. It took Gu Chang'an a long time to digest it all. Inside were numerous insights on swordsmanship and cultivation. One particular sword technique leaving him utterly astounded. Dugu 9 Swords, Saint. This technique transcended the realm of heaven-grade sword arts, reaching the saintly level, which was simply unbelievable. "All right, I have bestowed upon you these items. You are now a disciple of Dugu Qiubai. Though these treasures are precious, they hold little value for me. I have nothing further to teach you, except to impart this wisdom. Be diligent and strive to ascend to the higher realms of martial arts. Rest assured, master, your disciple will heed your teachings and dedicate himself to training," Gu Chang'an replied respectfully. "Very well, I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, you may use the communication talisman in the ring. I will respond promptly," Dugu Qiubai stated as he prepared to depart. Ji Chang'an nodded, watching as Dugu Qiubai mounted his dragon eagle and flew away. With Dugu Qiubai's departure, a look of satisfaction adorned his face. He had found another exceptional successor. This young lad possessed remarkable aptitude, immense potential for the future, and a pure disposition, just to his liking. Dugu Chubai mused silently. Little junior brother, the path of a warrior lies in boldness and relentless improvement. One must not become complacent, hence I must also take my leave. Ling Hu Chong said as Gu Chang'an turned around to find him standing before him. Second brother, are you leaving so soon? Gu Chang'an was taken aback. Indeed, I enjoy traveling and experiencing life. It is time for me to seek new horizons, Ling Hu Chong replied. Oh, in that case, I wish you smooth sailing. And may we reunite when the opportunity arises, Gu Chang'an said. Let us exchange contact information, so we can reach out to each other in the future, Ling Hu Chong suggested. Ji Yu Chang'an, on behalf of Sanzhong, I extend my gratitude to you, Old Wang said earnestly. Principal, it is my duty. After all, I am also a student of Sanzhong, and it is my obligation to bring honor to our school. Gu Chang'an replied, I shall refrain from further words. As long as it falls within my authority as principal, feel free to make any requests. This is Sanzhong's reward for you. Then I shall not be modest. Principal, I hope to have unrestricted access to the school's library and resources during my university years. Gu Chang'an seized the opportunity to present his previous proposal. That is certainly feasible, A.S. Lao Wang spoke. He produced a jade pendant, stating, by merely holding this pendant, you shall have the freedom to enter and exit any part of the school at any time. It was a privilege reserved for those exceptional students who were specially recruited by the esteemed Huaxia Academy. The trifles of Sanzhong hardly held any value there. It would be more gracious to extend a gesture of goodwill. Thank you, Principal Chang'an will forever hold this in gratitude, Gu Chang'an remarked. Upon hearing his words, the principal of Sanzhong departed with satisfaction. Chang'an, shall we return now? Shen Wanyao suggested to Gu Chang'an. Taking her small hand in his, they strolled towards the arena's exit. Upon exiting, they spotted Shen Guodong waiting outside for quite some time. After a ride back to the Shen residence in Shen Guodong's car and enjoying dinner, Gu Chang'an prepared to take his leave. Shen Wanyao accompanied him to the door. Wanyao, you should head back. In 3 days, you will be leaving with your grandmaster. Spend more time with your uncle during this period, Gu Chang'an advised. Shen Wanyao obediently nodded, but suddenly lifted her head and said, Brother Chang'an, I will miss you. Hee, silly girl, as a young lady, you ought to learn to be strong. Gu Chang'an gently ruffled her hair with a smile. Shen Wanyao pouted slightly. All right, go back now and I will visit you again when I have the time. With a wave, Gu Chang'an departed from the Shen household. He intended to head to Tianfeng Pavilion to sell the glass-type jade he had exchanged for the previous night. Chapter 55. Chang'an, I'm feeling hot at 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Chang'an arrived at Tianfeng Pavilion after a leisurely stroll. Upon entering, he noticed the receptionist Xiaoli, who had attended to him the night before. Young Master Gu, you've come, Xiaoli greeted with a troubled expression. Yes, is Sister Zhao in? I need to speak with her, Gu Chang'an stated directly. Please follow me, young Master Gu, Xiaoli said, glancing around before leading him to the reception room. You may not be aware, but Sister Zhao was dismissed by the boss today. Xiaoli sighed. What happened? Gu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. I heard it was because the boss's wife took a disliking to Sister Zhao, Xiaoli explained, shaking her head. It's quite unfortunate for Sister Zhao, as she unknowingly offended the boss's wife. Do you know where Sister Zhao is? I need to find her, Gu Chang'an inquired. I'm not entirely sure, young Master Gu. You should have Sister Zhao's phone number. Perhaps you could call her, Xiaoli suggested. Ji Yu Chang'an then recalled the business card he had previously received. All right, I won't delay your work any further. I'll take my leave, he said as he exited Tianfeng Pavilion. No problem. Take care, Xiaoli replied as she saw him off. Once outside, Gu Chang'an took out his phone and dialed Sister Zhao's number. After a few rings, it was answered. Hello? Who is this? A cacophony of noise could be heard on the other end. Sister Zhao, it's me, Gu Chang'an. Young Master Gu. I apologize. I couldn't fulfill the promise I made to you. Zhao replied apologetically. I'm aware of the situation. You cannot be blamed for it, Gu Chang'an reassured her gently. Are you busy right now? I would like to entrust you with selling a piece of glass-type jade I have. He asked. But I'm no longer working at Tianfeng Pavilion. Aren't you afraid I might run off with your jade? Zhao replied in surprise. I trust you. Sister Zhao, Gu Chang'an smiled. Where are you? I'm actually nearby and can come find you. He offered. You're coming to find me? Is that inconvenient? Gu Chang'an asked, puzzled. No, not at all. I'm at the Red Rose Bar. Should I come to you? Zhao hesitated. No need. I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Gu Chang'an headed towards the Red Rose Bar. The Red Rose Bar was arguably the largest bar in Qingyuan City. Its interior was lavishly decorated. and the dance floor was alive with scantily clad women gyrating to the pulsating music. As Gu Chang'an stepped inside, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous women, each assessing him with glimmering eyes. However, Gu Chang'an paid them no mind and quickly located Zhao Ying. She was dressed in a black spaghetti-strap mini-dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. A group of men surrounded her, attempting to engage her in conversation. Zhao Ying remained aloof, completely ignoring their advances. "Hey beautiful, care for a drink?" A portly young man leaned in close to Zhao Ying, offering his glass. "Get lost? I don't know you," Zhao replied coldly, showing no courtesy. "Haha, you've got quite the fiery temper." Another young man with bleached hair chimed in with a grin. "Don't be so fierce. Drinking alone can be lonely. Allow me to buy you a drink?" He leered at her, his gaze lecherous as it roamed over her alluring figure. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will call the police," Zhao warned through gritted teeth. Gu Chang'an had been observing the exchange, and upon seeing their conversation escalate, he strolled over leisurely and addressed the young man. "Excuse me, everyone, but this lady is taken." Zhao Ying was startled by Gu Chang'an's sudden appearance and quickly moved behind him. "Hey, which brat is ruining my fun? What bad luck?" the portly man grumbled. With a swift motion, Gu Chang'an delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Who are you calling a brat?" Gu Chang'an's gaze was fierce. Radiating an intimidating aura, the portly man clutched his swollen cheek, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Gu Chang'an. "You dare hit me? Brothers, take him down," he shouted, rallying his companions. In an instant, several burly men rolled up their sleeves and approached. In mere moments, 7 or 8 strong men lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. Although they were not weak, they could not compare to Gu Chang'an's prowess. "Humph, let's go," Gu Chang'an remarked, dusting off his hands as he prepared to pull Zhao Ying away. However, she suddenly became weak and collapsed into his arms. Gu Chang'an was taken aback. He could feel her body pressed against his, and his heart raced. "Chang'an, I'm feeling hot." Zhao Ying, flushed all over, clung to his neck. Realizing at that moment that she had been drugged, Gu Chang'an swiftly carried her to confront the portly young man, pressing his foot firmly on the man's chest. "You scoundrels, how dare you drug her? Tell me, where's the antidote?" Gu Chang'an's voice was laced with fury, as he could not abide such despicable acts. "Bro, there's no antidote for this stuff." The portly youth trembled. Gu Chang'an knew he spoke the truth. In his past life, he had studied various substances and understood that most aphrodisiacs had no antidote, as they posed no real harm to the body. They merely exploited a slim chance that perhaps there could be a rare antidote. Realizing this, Gu Chang'an's anger surged again as he continued to assault the man. "Please, bro, stop. I was just following orders," the bleached-haired youth pleaded. Gu Chang'an was taken aback by the revelation and paused. "Explain yourself. And if you deceive me, I swear you will regret ever being alive," he warned coldly. "It was the boss of Tianfeng Pavilion. He took a liking to this beauty and instructed us to drug her so she could be delivered to his room afterward." The young man stammered. Gu Chang'an's expression darkened further. He could not believe the owner of Tianfeng Pavilion would stoop so low. Yet he also recognized that someone of the owner's caliber would likely have skilled fighters at his disposal. If he acted recklessly, he would only place himself in peril. Moreover, Zhao Ying's condition was deteriorating. He needed to find a way to alleviate her state. Although the aphrodisiac was not toxic, it had side effects. And if not addressed in time, Zhao Ying could suffer dire consequences, potentially becoming a fool or a vegetable. With that thought, Gu Chang'an swiftly carried Zhao Ying out of the bar, making his way to the nearest hotel. Chapter 56. Boys should protect themselves. When out, Gu Chang'an hurriedly checked into her room, carrying Zhao Ying into the elevator amidst the astonished glances of the front desk staff. Upon reaching the room, he turned the air conditioning to its lowest setting and brought Zhao Ying into the bathroom. He placed her beside the bathtub, turned on the tap, and adjusted the water temperature. That moment, Zhao Ying's mind was clouded. She opened her eyes in confusion, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where is this, Chang'an? Is that you?" she murmured. Gu Chang'an, seeing her dazed expression, sighed helplessly. She truly was too innocent. Zhao Ying's voice was soft, almost as if she were speaking to herself rather than inquiring about him. "It's me," he replied gently, sitting beside the bathtub. Upon hearing his confirmation, Zhao Ying finally regained her senses, and her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Gu Chang'an. Unable to help but shyly close her eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you bathe," he assured her, gently caressing her smooth skin. Zhao Ying opened her eyes, looking at Gu Chang'an so close, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Why you better not do anything reckless," she stammered, her face aflame. Gu Chang'an shook his head, understanding that Zhao Ying had misunderstood his intentions. He directed the showerhead towards her, removing her clothing and casting it aside, rinsing her with water. Despite the cold weather, her body felt feverishly warm. Zhao Ying's skin was fair and flawless, glistening under the light like a shimmering gem. Gu Chang'an caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, momentarily losing himself in its allure. By the time he regained his composure, his hand had already brushed against Zhao Ying's soft skin. Zhao Ying's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, her shyness causing her to avert her gaze from Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an, equally embarrassed, quickly turned his eyes away, hastily glancing at the shower gel beside him, which he then applied to Zhao Ying's body. At that moment, he forgot his earlier romantic thoughts, concentrating solely on alleviating Zhao Ying's discomfort. A soft moan of relief escaped her lips, causing Gu Chang'an's heart to skip a beat. He swiftly turned back, continuing to assist her in wiping down. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Ying was now drenched. "Chang'an, thank you," she said earnestly, meeting his gaze. Gu Chang'an smiled and replied, "There's no need for politeness between us. Are you feeling better now?" Zhao Ying nodded. Relieved, Gu Chang'an helped her out of the bathtub, wrapping her in a towel. "Let me help you dry your hair," he proposed. "Sure," Zhao Ying nodded obediently. "Just wait a moment, I'll be right back." After stepping out of the bathroom to fetch a hairdryer, he helped Zhao Ying dry her hair. Half an hour later, Zhao Ying lay on the bed, clad in Gu Chang'an's t-shirt and jeans, covered by a blanket. "Chang'an, will you stay with me tonight?" she asked sweetly. Gu Chang'an shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll come back tomorrow morning. You should get some rest." With that, he left without hesitation. Once he departed, Zhao Ying curled up, feeling a pang of disappointment, her heart heavy with a sense of grievance. I possessed no charm in his eyes. Gu Chang'an sprinted back to his residence, downing several bottles of mineral water, finally feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, women can be the greatest source of trouble. He had nearly compromised his integrity, he inwardly mused. Grateful that he had previously encountered such situations. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. After taking a shower and donning his pajamas, he retired to bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. Chapter 57. Farewell. The following morning, Gu Chang'an rose early, tidied up briefly, and headed to school. Given the significant events of the previous day, the entire city was likely already aware. By mid-morning, the school forum was abuzz with posts featuring images and text depicting Gu Chang'an single-handedly defeating 18 ferocious beasts. His fame began to spread. "Wow, from now on, Gu Chang'an is my idol. Is he really that formidable? He kicked one first-rate beast away. Absolutely impressive. I always knew my male deity was too handsome to be useless. He must have been hiding his strength all along." Various versions of the tale circulated. Gu Chang'an paid little heed to the gossip. His focus lay on what he intended to do next. Originally, he had planned to participate in the college entrance examination, not for any other reason but to deliver a beating to Lin Haoshuan. That rascal had the audacity to flirt with his girlfriend right in front of him, a situation no man could tolerate. However, he was taken aback when Lin Haoshuan fled Qingyuan City overnight after witnessing his display. This left him feeling frustrated. He had anticipated confronting that scoundrel, only to have him escape, which stoked his anger. Don't be too upset. His decision not to take the exam isn't all bad. This way, it won't hinder your studies. Didn't you mention wanting to spend some time in the library? Shen Wanniao advised. She had come to school solely to spend more time with Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an nodded. Shen Wanniao took his arm and twirled around a few times before saying, "In that case, let us head to the library." With that, she led him towards the library. Gu Chang'an understood her intentions to prevent him from wasting time and said nothing further. Upon arriving at the library, he meticulously perused each book from the first floor, aiming to imprint the knowledge in his mind, which would guide him when utilizing the system. Fortunately, his consciousness was exceptionally robust, allowing him to read quickly and retain information effectively. Shen Wanniao quietly observed him from behind. Before long, a day had passed. He escorted Shen Wanniao back home. The next day, Gu Chang'an arrived early at the Shen residence. Upon seeing Shen Wanniao emerge, he hurried over. "Wanniao, good morning," he greeted with a smile. "Chang'an, what brings you here?" Shen Wanniao exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. "I came to pick up my girlfriend." Gu Chang'an grinned at her. Shen Wanyao's cheeks flushed, and she huffed playfully. Who's your girlfriend? You will inevitably be my wife. If you don't believe me, we can put it to the test, Gu Chang'an whispered in her ear. At his words, Shen Wanyao's eyes widened, her face turning a deep shade of red as she retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Look, you're blushing, which proves that I'm right. I must hurry to marry you, or else you'll belong to someone else. Gu Chang'an declared, seizing Shen Wanyao's hand and pulling her forward. With Gu Chang'an leading the way, Shen Wanyao's heart raced wildly. A sweet smile graced her lips as she wished to walk hand in hand with him forever. As they ran, Gu Chang'an suddenly halted. What's wrong? Shen Wanyao asked, puzzled. Wait for me here, he replied before stepping into a bicycle shop. Moments later, he emerged riding a brand new bicycle. Beautiful lady, would you like a ride? Gu Chang'an grinned. Shen Wanyao squinted her eyes, chuckling. Sure, master, but I have nothing to offer in return. Then you shall offer yourself, Gu Chang'an joked. You're incorrigible. Shen Wanyao chided playfully, willingly taking a seat on the bike. Wrapping her arms around Gu Chang'an's waist, he laughed as he pedaled away, their footprints marking every corner of Qing'an City. They watched movies together, played games, shopped, embraced passionately in the park, and shared sweet goodbyes beneath the setting sun. They indulged in every activity typical of couples. Chang'an, why are you suddenly so kind to me today? Shen Wanyao gazed up at him. I reciprocate kindness with kindness, Gu Chang'an replied, gently tapping her pert nose with his finger. Although this moment is fleeting, if you don't mind, I will make it up to you in the future, he assured her. Shen Wanyao smiled softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Being your girlfriend is wonderful. Gu Chang'an lifted her effortlessly, saying, silly girl, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Don't come to see me tomorrow. I fear I won't be able to bear parting from you. Wait for me. I will come to find you soon, Shen Wanyao whispered. With that, they embraced tenderly for a long while before parting. The following day, Gu Chang'an stood at a distance, watching Shen Wanyao depart. His eyes glimmering with determination, he resolved to set everything aside and strive for strength. Chapter 58. Opening the Yuan scripture, St. Gu Chang'an arrived at the designated meeting place with Zhao Ying, handed her the glass-like jade, and then returned to school. He planned to seclude himself for 10 days to read all the books in the library. The week passed swiftly, and he had completed the books on the 3 floors of the library. With a wealth of knowledge amassed, his opening the Yuan scripture progressed to new heights. System, display attributes, Gu Chang'an summoned the system interface to review the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, chaotic divine body, system level, level 5, 13810. 000, enlightenment, 30 minutes day strength, quasi-warrior, 3,500 kilograms, techniques. Opening the Yuan scripture, Saint, 5,000 kilograms, completed, chaotic divine scripture, entry. 9 transformations of profound techniques, entry, martial skills, Duga 9 swords, Saint, entry. Tai Chi, heavenly grade lower tier, completed, shadowless flying daggers, heavenly grade lower tier, completed, golden bell shield, earth grade lower tier, completed, diamond fist, mystical grade upper tier, completed, windwalking 1,000 miles, mystical grade lower tier, completed. From the attribute panel, it was evident that the maximum strength of the saint level opening the Yuan scripture was 5,000 kilograms, still a considerable distance from the 9 transformations of profound techniques. However, Gu Chang'an's long stagnant power was finally poised for another surge. Prior to this, he had not been idle. He had achieved perfection in Tai Chi. The essence of Tai Chi lies in using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. While this may sound exaggerated, it allowed him to transfer his strength tenfold and utilize borrowed strength within that range. This enhancement multiplied Gu Chang'an's power at least tenfold, making it one of his trump cards. As for the Duga 9 swords, its high level rendered progress and comprehension slow until he digested the information imparted by his master. Sharpening the blade doesn't hinder chopping wood, he decided to fully comprehend his master's teachings before utilizing the system for enlightenment. At this moment, Zhao Ying sent a message, stating that she had found a suitable buyer and required his presence for negotiations. Gu Chang'an stepped out to meet her. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Once the price was agreed upon, they finalized the deal that a total of 6 million currency units was transferred to Gu Chang'an's account in one lump sum. He sent Zhao Ying 1 million currency units as her reward for her hard work over the past few days. Upon receiving the money, Zhao Ying felt invigorated, her previously fatigued body suddenly brimming with energy. Having served as the manager of Tianfeng Pavilion for so long, she had never earned such a sum at once. And the excitement surged within her, prompting her to invite Gu Chang'an to her home for dinner. Gu Chang'an, having matters to discuss with her, readily accepted without hesitation. That evening, Zhao Ying prepared a lavish dinner and set aside a bottle of exquisite red wine. Accompanied by the sumptuous meal, Gu Chang'an broached the topic of her assistance in gathering energy-rich jadeite scraps. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ying readily agreed. As the wine dwindled, both Gu Chang'an and Zhao Ying gradually succumbed to a delightful inebriation. Seizing the moment, Zhao Ying proposed a game of poker, to which Gu Chang'an did not decline. They played a round that night, during which Gu Chang'an lost a trifling sum to Zhao Ying. Having won such a considerable amount, Zhao Ying felt somewhat overwhelmed and was reluctant to continue. However, Gu Chang'an, unwilling to concede defeat, urged her to play a few more hands, only to find himself losing again. They played until the early hours of the morning, and it was only when Zhao Ying could no longer keep her eyes open that Gu Chang'an finally relented. The following morning, upon awakening, Gu Chang'an felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. Rubbing his forehead, he recalled the quantity he had consumed the night before. Beside him, Zhao Ying remained in a deep slumber, a delicate plum blossom blooming beneath her. A grin spread across Gu Chang'an's face as he quietly rose to prepare breakfast. After leaving a note, he departed. Chapter 59. Medicinal Cuisine. After leaving Zhao Ying's residence, Gu Chang'an made his way to the Baibao Pavilion, where he spent 1 million coins to acquire 20 stalks of first-grade spirit mushrooms, averaging 50,000 coins each. Gu Chang'an immediately felt that Baibao Pavilion was rather unscrupulous. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. If he were to enhance his physique with the flesh of ferocious beasts, the energy would be insufficiently pure, resulting in a low efficiency and a protracted process that would require an excessive amount of beast flesh for minimal effect, an endeavor not worth pursuing. Fortunately, he had discovered a medicinal recipe in the library. By utilizing 1 stalk of first-grade spirit mushroom along with some common herbs, and combining it with 10 pounds of first-grade ferocious beast meat, he could create a medicinal dish. This dish would aid first-grade martial artists in their cultivation, yielding results comparable to those of expensive elixirs and potions while significantly reducing costs. Although this recipe was originally intended solely for first-grade martial artists, Gu Chang'an had subtly modified it to make its effects milder, thus allowing martial apprentices to utilize it as well. However, martial apprentices could not absorb such a large amount of energy at once, resulting in considerable waste. Moreover, the medicinal dish had a shelf life of only 1 day. If not consumed within that time, the energy would dissipate, akin to ordinary cuisine. Gu Chang'an, however, harbored no such concerns. Whether it was the sacred-level Kaiyuan technique or his chaotic divine body, he need not worry about wastage. His only complaint was that the energy was too scant to satisfy his needs. The common herbs required for the dish were not available at Baibao Pavilion, which explained that their quality was too low to enter the premises. With a sigh of exasperation, Gu Chang'an made another trip to the apothecary to gather all the necessary ingredients. On his way back, he called the Shin family butcher to deliver 200 pounds of first-grade ferocious beast meat, leaving the address as Zhao Ying's residence. Zhao Ying's culinary skills were commendable, whether in cooking or other techniques. After all, preparing medicinal cuisine required a certain level of expertise, and Zhao Ying's culinary artistry would prove invaluable. When the occasion called for it, Zhao Ying could prepare medicinal dishes. When there was nothing pressing, she could whip up other delights. In any case, Gu Chang'an had no intention of allowing her to remain idle. At worst, he could simply lose a bit more in poker games to keep her engaged. Upon returning to Zhao Ying's home, Gu Chang'an found the Shin family butcher had just delivered the 200 pounds of beast meat. He casually brought it inside. As he entered, he found Zhao Ying seated at the table, clad in his shirt, enjoying breakfast. Gu Chang'an could not help but swallow hard. Having just finished his own meal, he suddenly felt hungry again. Zhao Ying looked up and smiled, asking, "Chang'an, didn't you say you were going to school? Why are you back so soon?" Gu Chang'an approached and sampled the cherries Zhao Ying had prepared, remarking, "I just remembered I had something to take care of, so I brought back a few things." The cherries were delectably sweet and fragrant, especially the bowl beneath them. Large, white, and aesthetically pleasing, creating a delightful presentation. Gu Chang'an found himself indulging in a few more bites. Zhao Ying, with a teasing glance, said, "You seem quite eager. Take your time, no one is competing with you." Gu Chang'an smiled gently, revealing an innocent grin. Captivated by his radiant smile, Zhao felt her heart flutter. The two continued to enjoy each other's company until noon. When Gu Chang'an finally remembered their task, he tapped Zhao Ying to rouse her and, using paper and pen, transcribed the medicinal recipe, handing it to her with the instruction to prepare it accordingly. As Zhao Ying perused the recipe, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chang'an, this medicinal recipe is truly remarkable. It can even be utilized by martial apprentices. If it gains traction, it could significantly shorten the foundational cultivation time for humanity and subtly alter the world's dynamics. Gu Chang'an stared at Zhao Ying, bewildered. Was she truly speaking sensibly, or had her poker games led her to utter nonsense? Chapter 60. The return of Du Guqiu by ignoring Gu Chang'an's confused gaze. Zhao Ying continued, consider this. The cost of one stalk of first-grade spirit mushroom combined with 10 pounds of first-grade ferocious beast meat is approximately 60,000 coins. A single pot would yield around 70 bowls of medicinal cuisine, meaning each bowl would cost roughly 850 coins. One bowl can satisfy a martial apprentice's energy needs for an entire week. If consumed continuously for a year, even those with the most mediocre aptitude could reach the 9th level of martial apprenticeship. The most challenging phase for martial artists is the accumulation period of apprenticeship, and this medicinal dish would drastically shorten the journey from apprentice to martial artist. It was only then that Gu Chang'an comprehended her meaning. Are you suggesting that if one consumes this medicinal dish regularly, even middle school students who have just begun their training could reach the 9th level of apprenticeship? High school students would be a dime a dozen among martial artists? Gu Chang'an exclaimed, astonished. Though your description is somewhat exaggerated, that is indeed the essence of it, Zhao Ying affirmed earnestly. Gu Chang'an slapped the table in excitement, exclaiming, this is utterly revolutionary. Startled, Zhao Ying exclaimed, what are you doing? You nearly gave me a fright. Nothing, just excited. I didn't anticipate that we would stumble upon such fortune. Of course, you have no idea how many individuals are attempting to develop similar medicinal recipes. Yet none have succeeded. Once this recipe is released, it will undoubtedly cause a sensation, Zhao Ying said, pausing before continuing. However, this recipe will certainly affect the interests of various families if they take action against us. No, we cannot disclose this. Do you have any idea how monumental this opportunity is? Zhao Ying vehemently shook her head. It dawned on Gu Chang'an just how serious the situation was. He had not realized that the seemingly innocuous creation he had devised could wield such influence. If this recipe were to leak, it would spell disaster for them. Yet, considering the tremendous benefits this medicinal dish could bring to humanity, it seemed prudent to consult his master. With that thought in mind, Gu Chang'an retrieved a communication jade pendant from his spatial ring and sent a message to Du Guqiu. Before long, he received a reply from his master, consisting of just 4 words, I am on my way. Gu Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. His master was evidently placing great importance on this medicinal recipe, going so far as to visit in person. It seemed his master understood the significance of this recipe as well. Ying, my master will be arriving shortly. Prepare yourself mentally, Gu Chang'an cautioned Zhao Ying. You have a master? Who is he? Zhao Ying asked, her curiosity piqued. Gu Chang'an replied, my master is Du Guqiu. Upon hearing that name, Zhao Ying froze momentarily before regaining her composure, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, Du Guqiu? Gu Chang'an nodded. Zhao Ying immediately slumped into her chair. Your master is Du Guqiu? Are you certain you're not joking with me? She asked, her voice trembling. That it's true. My master is on his way, Gu Chang'an reassured her. It's this. Zhao Ying sprang up, her demeanor a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Du Guqiu was no ordinary figure. He was the top of the heavenly ranking, a peak martial emperor, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Zhao Ying turned to Gu Chang'an with a smile, casually remarking, Chang'an, what if your master doesn't approve of our relationship? She had heard many tales of masters being stern and even harsh toward their apprentices. What if he looked down upon her and disapproved of her connection with Gu Chang'an? Don't worry, my master won't interfere with my personal matters, Gu Chang'an reassured her. Zhao Ying nodded, though a sense of apprehension lingered in her heart. I'll go change into something more presentable. With that, she dashed into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged, now clad in more modest attire that exuded a sense of elegance. Let's go, Zhao Ying said, taking Gu Chang'an's hand as they exited the room together. As they waited outside, it wasn't long before a massive dragon eagle appeared in the skies above Qingwen City. The majestic creature circled overhead before a figure descended, landing gracefully before Gu Chang'an. It was none other than Dugu Qiubai. "Master," Gu Chang'an called out, rushing forward to greet him, with Zhao Ying trailing closely behind. "Good lad. It has only been a few days, and you've already given your master another surprise," Dugu Qiubai praised. Jiu Chang'an scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "There's no surprise. It was merely a stroke of luck on the part of a student." Dugu Qiubai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Though it may have been by chance, you have indeed accomplished something that will send ripples throughout the world." "Master, this is the medicinal recipe," Gu Chang'an said. Presenting the paper to Dugu Qiubai accepted it, scanning through the recipe with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes before examining it closely. Your recipe appears flawless. However, the precise effects will need to be evaluated at the Huaxia Academy Research Institute. If it truly functions as you claim, it would be no exaggeration to call this recipe a treasure of Huaxia," Dugu Qiubai stated solemnly. "As long as it contributes to the revitalization of the Huaxia human race. I have no qualms about offering this medicinal cuisine recipe to the Academy," Gu Chang'an stated. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ying felt a warm current sweep through her heart. This man is willing to sacrifice his own interests solely for the benefit of humanity, truly worthy of my admiration. Dugu Qiubai nodded in appreciation upon hearing Gu Chang'an's words. "I understand your intent. Fear not. My master will handle this matter adeptly. The Huaxia Academy will not treat you unfairly. The profits generated from the medicinal cuisine will be distributed to you in accordance with market standards." "Thank you, master," Gu Chang'an replied, bowing respectfully. "There is no need for such formality. Having taken you as my disciple, it is only natural that I protect you to the best of my abilities," Dugu Qiubai said with a smile. After exchanging a few more words with Dugu Qiubai, he promptly returned to the Huaxia Academy. Before leaving, he gifted Zhao Ying a dual cultivation technique, claiming it was for her practice, which instantly flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. "Chang'an, do you think Dugu Senior has acknowledged us?" Zhao Ying asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Jiu Chang'an glanced at her flushed face and could not help but tease, "Of course." Chapter 61. The Experiment at the Huaxia Academy's Research Institute. "Huang Loxi, come out quickly," Dugu Qiubai bellowed as he stepped into the Research Institute. Huang Loxi, engrossed in his work, raised his head and retorted angrily, "Dugu old demon, what brings you here again?" Dugu Qiubai plopped down beside Huang Loxi and said, "Take a look at this medicinal cuisine recipe and tell me how effective it is. A medicinal cuisine recipe? I suppose you found it in some nook or cranny again," Huang Loxi replied with a look of disdain. "This time, it's absolutely reliable. My disciple provided it to me," Dugu Qiubai proclaimed confidently. As he took the paper, Huang Loxi scrutinized it closely, and with every glance, his eyes grew brighter. Finally, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's actually a first-rate medicinal cuisine that can be consumed by martial apprentices. Truly incredible." "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the verdict?" Dugu Qiubai urged. Huang Loxi replied, "I can't say for certain. After all, the recipe needs to undergo experimental testing." He then instructed a nearby student, "Go prepare a batch according to this recipe." "Understood, teacher." The student complied and left. Soon after, the student returned with the materials and respectfully reported, "I have prepared the materials you requested. Whether it's genuine or not will be revealed through testing." With that, Huang Loxi began to concoct the medicinal cuisine based on the recipe. He added the herbs in sequence, covered the pot, and commenced boiling. Gradually, the liquid transformed into a milky white color, emanating a rich aroma. Before long, a pot of medicinal cuisine was completed. Upon lifting the lid, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the room, enveloping the entire space in its herbal scent. Huang Loxi poured himself a bowl of the broth and drank it, then closed his eyes to savor the experience. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes and declared, "This medicinal cuisine is flawless. Go summon a few martial apprentices." The student promptly obeyed and left. Moments later, several cleaning staff entered the laboratory. Dugu Qiubai gestured, "Come, each of you take a bowl of the broth to try. Rest assured, it won't harm you." The cleaning staff exchanged glances and then each took a bowl, drinking it down. Once the medicinal cuisine settled in their stomachs, they felt a warm sensation enveloping their bodies, filled with vitality. It was akin to the soothing experience of soaking in a hot spring. Their eyes widened in excitement, as they, being martial apprentices themselves, could feel the energy nourishing their bodies, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Notably, one of the staff members experienced a direct breakthrough. How do you feel? Dugu Qiubai quickly inquired. It's astonishing. I feel an endless stream of power reinforcing my body, one of the older staff members exclaimed. Another nodded in agreement. Yes, I can feel my body gradually strengthening. Record your observations over the next few days to see how long this effect lasts. Huang Loxi instructed the student. Certainly, teacher. The student responded and took the staff members away. After they left, Dugu Qiubai eagerly grasped Huang Loxi's arm. This medicinal cuisine shows such remarkable effects. Can it be widely promoted? Not yet. We need to observe for a few more days. If the effects only last a day or two, the benefits might not be as exaggerated given the high cost, which ordinary families cannot afford, indicating it cannot be widely disseminated. Let us wait and see, Huang Loxi replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall wait a few more days, Dugu Qiubai said with resignation. Chapter 62. Reaching the 5,000 kilogram strength limit meanwhile, Zhaoying had prepared a batch of medicinal cuisine according to the recipe. Gu Chang'an quickly filled a bowl and drank it down, the familiar sensation returning. This medicinal cuisine provides a gentler influx of vitality compared to consuming spiritual herbs directly, flowing through him like a gentle stream. Its purity not significantly different. Yu Chang'an consumed an entire serving of the medicinal cuisine and instructed Zhao Ying to prepare several more before hastily sitting on the sofa in the hall. Running the Kaiyuan technique to absorb the immense energy within him. The upgraded Kaiyuan technique seemed to operate on a different level, voraciously devouring vitality. In less than 15 minutes, he had absorbed it all. System, check attributes. Yu Chang'an summoned the system panel to review the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body, System Level, Level 5, 138 10,000, Insight, 30 minutes Day Strength, Quasi Warrior, 3,588 kilograms, Techniques, Kaiyuan Technique Holy, 5,000 kilograms, Perfected, Chaos Divine Technique, Beginner, 9 Transformations Profound Art, Beginner, Martial Skills, Duga 9 Swords Holy, Beginner, Tai Chi, Heavenly Grade Lower Class, Perfected, Shadowless Flying Knife, Heavenly Grade Lower Class, Perfected, Golden Bell Shield, Earth Grade Lower Class, Perfected, Diamond Fist, Mystical Grade Upper Class, Perfected, Wind Walk 1,000 Miles, Mystical Grade Lower Class, Perfected. Upon seeing his strength increase by 88 kilograms, Gu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. He estimated that after consuming these 20 servings of medicinal cuisine, his strength would reach the limit again. Due to the Kaiyuan technique's rapid absorption of vitality, Zhaoying had yet to finish preparing the next batch, so Gu Chang'an decided to check on her in the kitchen. Zhaoying wore a white short-sleeve top, a super short skirt, an apron, and her hair in a bun. Her beautiful eyes intently focused on the pot, her brows furrowed, deeply serious about not making a mistake. Ying Tong, you've worked hard, Gu Chang'an said softly as he embraced her slender waist from behind. Startled by his voice, Zhaoying turned to wrap her arms around his neck. How did you finish your training so quickly? Her cheeks were flushed and radiant, a slight blush adorning her face, her eyes sparkling, making her look enchantingly captivating. Yu Chang'an reached out to tousle Zhao Ying's hair, the silky smooth sensation coursing through his arm. He then laughed. It's just that your husband is an unparalleled genius. Cultivating is as easy for me as drinking water or eating. Zhao Ying, hearing his boastful tone, couldn't he help but pinch his waist playfully, pouting, why don't you speed up when playing cards? You always play late into the night. It's unbearable. Gu Chang'an laughed heartily. All right, I'll try to finish earlier next time. No way. I've gotten used to it. Zhao Ying blushed and stammered. Enough of that. Don't disturb me while I prepare the medicinal cuisine, or I'll waste these ingredients. Very well, I shall take my leave. Before departing, Gu Chang'an couldn't resist grabbing a handful of cherries, causing Zhao Ying's cheeks to flush crimson. Once he was gone, Zhao Ying stomped her foot in frustration. Humph, naughty rogue. Though she scolded him, it did not diminish the happiness radiating from her face. This guy is getting worse by the day, she mused. Returning to his room, Gu Chang'an began to sit cross-legged, quietly absorbing the wandering vitality in the surrounding air. The path of a martial artist lies in persistent practice, unwavering determination. Regardless of the environment, he would not slacken. Before long, Zhao Ying emerged with a pot of medicinal cuisine. Yu Chang'an skillfully lifted the large pot and drank it all in one go. Burp. The energy from the medicinal cuisine surged within him, forming a wave of heat coursing through his body. Yu Chang'an quickly utilized the Kaiyuan technique to absorb it, directing the heat throughout his entire being. With the infusion of this heat, his strength increased once more. In this manner, Gu Chang'an consumed 20 servings of medicinal cuisine in a single day, fortunate that he could control his digestive capacity. Otherwise, he would have burst. Checking his attributes, he found his strength had precisely reached the 5,000 kilogram limit. With his strength maxed out, his combat power had more than doubled, indicating it was time to enter seclusion to upgrade the Kaiyuan technique. With this thought in mind, Gu Chang'an stood up and walked into the bathroom. Drawn by the silhouette within, Chapter 63, Kaiyuan Technique Divine. After a night of fervent activity, dawn had arrived. Possessing the Chaos Divine Body, Gu Chang'an's recovery ability was exceptional, requiring almost no rest. He did not disturb the peacefully sleeping Zhao Ying. Prepared breakfast, left a note, and set off for the academy. Upon reaching the academy, Gu Chang'an made his way directly to the 4th floor of the library. This floor housed a plethora of Huang-grade upper-class martial skills. Numbering in the hundreds, Gu Chang'an began to peruse the texts, and as the pages dwindled, much of the knowledge was firmly imprinted in his mind. He did not need to master these martial skills. Rather, he sought to utilize their methods, techniques, and theories to upgrade the Kaiyuan technique. This process was arduous. As the martial skills levels increased, the time required also grew. However, the higher one ascended in the library, the fewer the martial skills available. Thus saving him considerable time, he devoted 3 days to thoroughly peruse and comprehend all the books in the 4th floor of the library. Finally finished, Gu Chang'an sighed. The insights gained over these 3 days of diligent study were substantial. He faintly sensed that a breakthrough in the Kaiyuan Sutra was imminent. Should he choose, he could extrapolate all but the Kaiyuan Sutra and techniques above the heavenly level to the earthly grade. However, he was not in a hurry to transcend, as having Tai Chi and the shadowless flying dagger at his disposal rendered such an endeavor somewhat inconsequential. The accumulation of knowledge was paramount. In ancient times, humanity lacked written language and martial arts. Everything was built upon the explorations and summaries of countless generations, gradually evolving over time. With the aid of his system, he could deduce martial arts and techniques himself. Although this method was slower than learning ready-made advanced techniques, it was tailored to his unique needs. While ready-made advanced techniques offered convenience and rapid initial progress, they also carried uncertainties, as they might not suit one's individual disposition. Fast progress in the early stages could be deceptive. Should he encounter a bottleneck or misstep one day, it would spell trouble. Gu Chang'an increasingly felt assured in the path he had chosen, believing that with perseverance he would eventually reach the pinnacle of excellence. This thought was fleeting, as he was acutely aware of what needed to be done. What he needed most was to build a solid foundation. For only then could he venture further in the future. With this resolve, he ascended the stairs with renewed determination. The library had 5 floors. The first floor contained foundational knowledge of martial arts. The second, low-grade yellow-level techniques. The third, mid-grade yellow-level techniques. The fourth, high-grade yellow-level techniques. And the final floor housed low-grade mysterious-level techniques. Although this last floor contained only a handful of techniques, they were among the more commonly practiced types in the mysterious grade. With a wide range of applicability, without wasting time, Gu Chang'an sought out a book on the low-grade mysterious-level technique, Tiger Claw skill, and began his study. 3 more days passed. Gu Chang'an sensed that he had broken through a bottleneck and immediately sat down to gain enlightenment in the Kaiyuan Sutra. As the enlightenment began, the knowledge he had accumulated over the past days flowed forth like a spring, with inspiration bursting forth continuously. In that moment, he felt a surreal disconnection from reality, as if he had transformed into another being. His memory sharpened significantly, allowing him to recall details he had once forgotten. Gradually, Gu Chang'an entered a state of deep immersion. His spirit coalesced and slowly merged with his body, enveloping him in a warm, comforting glow akin to basking in sunlight. Unbeknownst to him, he had slipped into profound enlightenment. After some time, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The Kaiyuan Sutra had been successfully deduced. He realized that his spiritual consciousness had significantly expanded in a short span of time. To his astonishment, the enlightenment of the Kaiyuan Sutra had enhanced his spiritual awareness, which he surmised was a result of the deep level of insight he had attained. However, he also understood that further enhancement of his spiritual consciousness would require more accumulation. System, check attributes. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to assess the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body, System Level, Level 5, 138 10,000, enlightenment, 30 minutes day strength, quasi-warrior, 5,348 kilograms, techniques, Kaiyuan Sutra Divine, 10,000 kilograms, perfected. Chaos Divine Sutra, beginner, 9-turn mysterious art, beginner, martial skills, Duga 9 swords sacred, beginner, Tai Chi, low-grade heavenly, perfected, shadowless flying dagger, low-grade heavenly, perfected, golden bell shield, low-grade earthly, perfected, diamond fist, high-grade mysterious, perfected. Windwalk 1,000 miles, low-grade mysterious, perfected. Ding. The system has detected a non-store listed divine technique, Kaiyuan Sutra Divine. Would the host like to register it? System, what are the benefits of registration? Gu Chang'an inquired. Registering this technique will grant the host a reward of 100 million points. Is there really such a reward? Gu Chang'an was taken aback. Why this calculation? The value of the Kaiyuan Sutra is certainly not trivial. Indeed, host. Then why isn't the Kaiyuan Sutra sacred registered? Gu Chang'an asked. It is below divine level techniques and does not qualify for system registration. All right, system, you are impressive. Forget I asked, I agree to the registration. Gu Chang'an nodded. Given the prospect of receiving 100 million points, he naturally consented without hesitation. Upon his agreement, the system promptly displayed a line of text. Congratulations, host, for successfully registering the Kaiyuan Sutra Divine, earning 100 million points. Detected that the host's points exceed 100 million, the system will automatically deduct them to repay the loan. After deduction, the host has a remaining loan of 999,994 points. Please continue your efforts, host. System, are you trying to swindle me? Gu Chang'an couldn't help but mutter. Host, please mind your language. This system upholds the principles of heaven. Anything is possible. Gu Chang'an was too weary to engage in banter with the system. Ever since the system's upgrade, it had taken on a different demeanor. Well, regardless, a reduction of 100 million in debt is a positive outcome. I should return now to spare Ying any worry. Gu Chang'an declared before departing the library. Chapter 64. You need to nourish your body. As he stepped out of the library's grand doors, a girl in a high school uniform approached him. This girl was exceptionally well developed. Even the loose uniform could not conceal her impressive figure. The black skirt accentuated her long, slender legs, which swayed gently as she walked, drawing the attention of nearby students. She held a stack of exam papers in her arms, her brow furrowed in concentration as she walked while deep in thought, her expression serious and earnest. Gu Chang'an stepped aside to let her pass. However, as she walked, she unexpectedly bumped into him and fell at his feet, scattering the papers across the ground. Gu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of suspicion glimmering in his gaze. There was something amiss with this girl. It seemed intentional, as his awareness heightened. A powerful sense allowed him to detect a flawed, "Oh no," the girl exclaimed. She lifted her head to meet Gu Chang'an's gaze, and he returned her look. The girl was strikingly beautiful. With an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, cherry-red lips, and skin as soft and delicate as that of a newborn. Gu Chang'an had to admit to himself that this girl possessed a beauty distinct from Zhao Ying's. Hers was a pure and innocent charm. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The girl blushed slightly as she stood, hastily bending down to gather the scattered papers. Gu Chang'an's vantage point allowed him an unobstructed view of her figure, which was both ample and gracefully curved. Noticing his gaze, the girl's face reddened further. How intriguing! Her actions and expressions were perfectly timed, imbued with a touch of shyness, showcasing her potential. Gu Chang'an mused inwardly. I wonder which organization trained her. I suppose I shall indulge her in a playful manner. No worries. Let me help you organize your papers, Gu Chang'an offered, extending a hand to assist her. Yes, he helped her up. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Gu Chang'an observed her, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truthfully, he did not find her disagreeable. Rather, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was a remnant of his past life's professional habits. After finishing organizing her papers, Gu Chang'an made to leave. Just as he turned to go, the girl, who had been blushing, suddenly lifted her head. A faint smile gracing her lips. It seemed the task had not been too difficult after all. As per usual, they would meet again next time. Upon exiting the library, Gu Chang'an made his way directly to Zhao Ying's home. He knocked on the door. Moments later, Zhao Ying opened it, and upon seeing Gu Chang'an, She leaped into his arms. You rascal! You finally decided to return. I was worried sick. Gu Chang'an lifted Zhao Ying with one arm and stepped inside, shutting the door behind him before placing her gently onto the sofa. Didn't I tell you I was sequestered in the library for cultivation? Gu Chang'an said, tousling her hair. What could possibly be so entertaining in the library that you would stay away for 7 or 8 days? Do you have any idea how I've managed these days? Zhao Ying sat up straight, glaring at him. You wouldn't understand. This is the path I must take, Gu Chang'an replied earnestly. He could not remain in this gentle haven forever. One day, he would step out to pursue greater strength. Moreover, he believed that the most formidable power in this world was not bestowed by others, but earned through one's own efforts. He was convinced that with sufficient diligence, he would eventually become powerful enough to be invincible, enabling him to protect those he cared for, unlike before when he was helpless and powerless. Pfft. Who cares what you intend to do? Just remember to come back when you're exhausted. I'll be waiting for you at home, understood? Zhao Ying pouted that I got it, my queen, Gu Chang'an teased, pinching her nose playfully. By the way, are you hungry? Shall I whip up a few dishes for you? Zhao Ying inquired. Never mind, I'll take care of it. Let me show you my culinary skills, Gu Chang'an stated. He was quite adept in the kitchen, having honed a unique set of skills in his previous life. And he was eager to showcase them. I'll go prepare the meal. You just sit tight and wait for me, Gu Chang'an said, turning towards the kitchen. He retrieved a fish from the refrigerator, chopped some scallions and stir-fried a couple of vegetable dishes, then boiled a pot of hot water. Once the rice was cooking, he placed a basin of rice into the pot and covered it. Soon after, 3 steaming dishes were served on the table, and Zhao Ying eagerly sat down to indulge. Her appetite was hearty, her eating style vigorous yet elegant. Though she consumed her meal quickly, her movements were graceful, betraying her background in proper etiquette training. Gu Chang'an lounged on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling as he watched Zhao Ying eat. What's wrong? Are you preoccupied with something? Zhao Ying paused her chopsticks and inquired. Gu Chang'an nodded, informing Zhao Ying about the girl he had encountered earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying furrowed her brow, asking, Are you certain? I can't be 100% sure. It was merely a fleeting illusion, but that girl undoubtedly poses a threat. Gu Chang'an replied, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Which organization do you suspect is trying to contact you? Zhao Ying pressed. Currently, apart from the Lin family, the only other adversary I have is the Shadow Tower. However, they are unlikely to employ such a method. If they truly intended to deal with me, they would send an assassin directly, rather than sending someone like that girl, who seems to be plotting something. Gu Chang'an articulated his viewpoint. That is indeed a valid point. Zhao Ying concurred. Regardless of whether it is the Shadow Tower or not, we must remain vigilant against any schemes directed at you. Yes, I will be cautious, Gu Chang'an nodded. Now, I shall continue my meal, Zhao Ying stated. Wait a moment, come here and let me hug you, Gu Chang'an said. Zhao Ying paused her eating, placing her chopsticks down to lean into Gu Chang'an's embrace. By the way, how did your purchase of the jade waist go? Gu Chang'an inquired while holding Zhao Ying with one arm and munching on cherries. Zhao Ying's expression momentarily faltered before she replied. I have acquired all the jade waste from a shop, totaling 180 jan. I spent all my dowry on it, so from now on, you will have to support me. It was then that Gu Chang'an remembered he had forgotten to provide Zhao Ying with the funds for her purchases. Gently stroking Zhao Ying's hair, he said, I forgot to give you the money. I will transfer 5 million to you shortly. That is far too much. 2 million will suffice, Zhao Ying playfully protested. Clearing his throat, Gu Chang'an replied, It's no trouble. The extra funds can be used to buy some ginseng or donkey hide gelatin. Staying up late with me requires some nourishment. All right, I will defer to your wishes, Zhao Ying shyly agreed. Chapter 65, Talent. Rebirth from ashes. Where is the jade waist? I will take a look, Gu Chang'an asked. It is in my bedroom, at the bottom of the wardrobe. By the way, what do you intend to do with this waist? It cannot be fashioned into anything useful, Zhao Ying remarked. This pertains to a unique secret technique taught by my master, and I cannot disclose it to you, Gu Chang'an responded, using the solitude of his master. Dugu Chiome, as a shield. The unique technique of the Dugu Elder? Then I shall not pry, Zhao Ying said as she pulled Gu Chang'an toward her room. He followed her, and together they opened the wardrobe door to reveal a bag resting at the bottom. Upon opening it, Gu Chang'an discovered it was filled to the brim with jade waste, all imbued with spiritual energy. His eyes lit up. He was in urgent need of such jade waste, I will absorb this jade energy using the secret technique my master imparted. Just observe, Gu Chang'an instructed. Zhao Ying obediently stood by his side. Jiu Chang'an pretended to sit cross-legged on the bed, his hands moving swiftly to form seals while his consciousness sent commands to the system. System, absorb energy. System absorbing energy. As the system operated, the jade pieces in the bag shattered one by one, leaving Zhao Ying in awe. Truly remarkable, the Dugu Elder's technique is astounding, she thought to herself. Energy absorption complete. Gained 1.8 million points. Gu Chang'an opened his eyes with a smile. Were you just absorbing energy? Zhao Ying leaned closer to Gu Chang'an's cheek, unable to contain her curiosity. Indeed, he confirmed. My master has taught me a heavenly grade martial skill that requires the absorption of jade energy for cultivation. Heavenly grade martial skill. Zhao Ying was taken aback. This is the pinnacle of martial skills in the world. I cannot help but admire your fortune in being a disciple of the Dugu Elder, she exclaimed. Gu Chang'an, wary of Zhao Ying revealing this information, earnestly cautioned, you must not disclose this to anyone. Otherwise, if my master becomes displeased, we shall both suffer the consequences. Zhao Ying nodded in agreement. Do not worry, I will keep this secret. After finishing their meal, the two engaged in further conversation before Gu Chang'an embraced Zhao Ying, and the two delved into discussions about art and life. Late into the night, after Zhao Ying had fallen asleep, Gu Chang'an opened his eyes. Upgrade system. Beep. Points sufficient. Upgrading. Beep. Upgrade complete. Host may check at will. Gu Chang'an examined his attributes. The system had reached level 6, requiring 50,000 points for the next level. With comprehension time extended to 40 minutes, while other changes were minimal. System. Continue to upgrade. Beep. Points sufficient. Upgrading. Beep. Upgrade complete. System reaches level 7, gaining the innate ability. Rebirth from ashes. Gu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly checked his attributes. System. View attributes. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to observe the changes. Host. Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body. Innate ability. Rebirth from ashes. Upon death in battle, will be reborn from ashes, temporarily enhancing one major realm. Cooldown time 10 years. System level 7. 1,740,138 1 million. Comprehension. 1 hour day strength. Quasi-martial artist. 5,398 kilograms. Cultivation techniques. Kaiyuan Ju Divine. 10,000 kilograms. Perfected. Chaos Divine Art. Beginner. 9-turn Mysterious Art. Beginner. Martial skills. Duga 9 Swords Holy. Beginner. Tai Chi Fist. Heavenly grade lower tier. Perfected. Shadowless Flying Knife. Heavenly grade lower tier. Perfected. Gold Bell Shield. Earth grade lower tier. Perfected. Diamond Fist. Mysterious grade upper tier. Perfected. Wind Walk. Mysterious grade lower tier. Perfected. Chapter 66. Seed of the World Tree. This innate ability is extraordinarily formidable. It effectively grants me an additional life and enhances my strength. When I am on the brink of death, I can dramatically declare, death is not my end, but the beginning of your despair. Gu Chang'an marveled at the system's prowess. As he calmed his excitement, he scrolled down and noticed that his comprehension time had increased to 1 hour. While his strength had risen by 50 kilograms, it dawned on Gu Chang'an that this was likely the effect of Zhao Ying's dual cultivation technique. Her improvement had been even greater, as she had advanced a level during the process and was now a level 3 martial artist. It must be said that the Chaos Divine Body is indeed powerful, as it can facilitate the cultivation of others, allowing them to level up effortlessly, a feat unattainable by an ordinary physique. With this realization, Gu Chang'an resolved to continue upgrading the system. Beep, consuming 100,000 points, system upgrade complete. Beep, consuming 500,000 points, system upgrade complete. Beep, consuming 1 million points, system has reached maximum level. Rewards, Seed of the World Tree. Ascending 3 levels, the system had reached level 10. Jiu Chang'an examined the rewarded item and found a vividly colored seed that had taken root and sprouted in his dantian, emanating a soft glow. System, what is the Seed of the World Tree? System prompt. The Seed of the World Tree is a chaotic spiritual root nurtured from the primordial chaos and can evolve into a world. So this is the Seed of the World Tree. Does it mean that possessing it allows one to create a world? Gu Chang'an thought with excitement. The Seed of the World Tree allows the host to manifest a reality from an imaginary world. How does it manifest? Gu Chang'an inquired. The host can input their imagined world into the World Tree, which will grow alongside the imagined world until it matures, at which point the imagined world will become a tangible reality. The system explained. "IC. In essence, the world tree functions like a farm, cultivating various entities," Gu Chang'an realized. "Precisely. The world tree serves as the soil, while the imagined world is the seed. What benefits does this provide me?" Gu Chang'an asked. "The host may harness all the powers within the world tree." Gu Chang'an's eyes widened with understanding. If this world tree were to mature, he would become a creator of worlds. Even if he remained a martial disciple for his entire life, he would still be an invincible being. The power of an entire world. How terrifying such a value would be. Gu Chang'an's breath quickened. However, he was hesitant to attempt it, as he was not yet prepared to hatch his first world. Should the incubation fail, the seed of the world tree would also suffer a depletion of its essence. Unbeknownst to Gu Chang'an, he had already been chosen by the system to be the Lord of Worlds. Although he was not the sole candidate, he was the one with the most potential. After much effort to steady his emotions, he continued to examine his attributes. With 140,000 points remaining, his comprehension time had increased to 4 hours per day. Once the system reached maximum level, he could directly use points to extend his comprehension time. 10,000 points would grant an additional minute. Gu Chang'an cursed the system for its greed, but he had no choice but to accept it. He refrained from wasting points and decided to use his comprehension time to push all his martial skills to their current limits. Closing his eyes, he envisioned techniques such as the Gold Bell Shield, Wind Walk, and Diamond Fist. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Chang'an looked at the lowest Earth-grade upper-tier martial skills. A smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Chapter 67. The Ring of Love. The next day, Gu Chang'an awoke early, freshened up, and stepped out of his room to find Zhao Ying skillfully frying eggs with a spatula. He approached her from behind and embraced her. "Chang'an, you are awake," Zhao Ying said shyly. "Yes, I will help you with breakfast," Gu Chang'an softly offered. Zhao Ying shook her head, replying, "No need. Chang'an, please sit in the living room for a bit. I will be done shortly." Gu Chang'an released his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he settled himself at the stone table beside him. Casting a glance at Zhao Ying, he beheld her complexion. Radiant and rosy, her delicate skin appearing as though it could be easily broken to tea that moment. Her brow was infused with tenderness, exuding an air of elegance and grace. "And why, dear wife, you are truly beautiful," Gu Chang'an praised. "You flatterer," Zhao Ying retorted with a playful glare, before returning her focus to frying an egg. After a while, Zhao Ying presented the egg before Gu Chang'an, saying, "Here, eat it," as Gu Chang'an took a bite of the egg. The crisp exterior combined with the fragrant taste of the egg made him squint his eyes in delight, unable to suppress a swallow of saliva. Observing Gu Chang'an's enjoyment brought Zhao Ying a sense of joy as well. After consuming a bowl of the steaming egg, Gu Chang'an felt a warm and comforting sensation enveloping him. He rose, stretching his limbs, and said, "This is for you." With that, Gu Chang'an produced a piece of glass-grade jadeite he had exchanged from the system marketplace. "Another piece?" Zhao Ying exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the jadeite. This quality of jade was rare and hard to come by, and the fact that her partner possessed 2 pieces was simply astonishing. "Take it and sell it quickly. I have urgent needs." The Kaiyuan Ju had already reached the divine level, raising his upper limit of strength, and he was in dire need of medicinal dishes to assist in his cultivation. If he could reach a power level of 10,000 kilometers, he could ascend to a first-grade warrior sooner. It was quite embarrassing to have traversed this far without achieving the status of a warrior, which would surely disappoint his readers. Zhao Ying accepted the jadeite, her fingers caressing it lovingly as she said, "If you need money, just tell me. Here, take this 5 million to use for now. If you sell this piece, you might never encounter another jadeite as exquisite as this." Gu Chang'an, observing Zhao Ying's infatuation with the jadeite, felt regret for never having gifted her anything before. With this thought in mind, he opened the system marketplace and entered keywords like ring and token of affection into the search bar. Soon, a pink diamond ring appeared before his eyes. He was immediately captivated by it and clicked to view its description. Ring of love, platinum, a symbol of deep affection. Wearing it enhances the emotional bond between lovers and accelerates their cultivation speed. The deeper the love, the faster the cultivation, with a maximum enhancement of 10-fold. 10-fold cultivation speed. Gazing at this extraordinary ring, Gu Chang'an's mind sparked with a daring notion. If gifting one person a 10-fold cultivation speed was possible, then gifting 10 would equate to 100-fold, and what about 100 or even 1,000? Alarmed by his own thoughts, he quickly dismissed the idea. 100 was still feasible, but 1,000 was beyond his capacity. He was a chaos divine body, not a chaos kidney body. Unless he had 6 kidneys, perhaps he could consider it. The ring was immensely powerful, yet not inexpensive, priced at 131 for 100. This will do, Gu Chang'an murmured internally, directly exchanging it into his spatial ring. Ying, give me your hand. Upon hearing Gu Chang'an's request, Zhao Ying hesitantly extended her hand. Gu Chang'an retrieved the ring of love from his spatial ring and personally placed it upon her finger. Since we met, I have yet to gift you anything. I had intended to place this ring on you during our wedding, but this moment is just as special. I hope you like it. As Gu Chang'an adorned Zhao Ying with the ring, he immediately felt his cultivation speed increase 8-fold. I asked this for me? Zhao Ying gazed at the sparkling ring on her finger, covering her mouth in disbelief as tears of happiness streamed down her face. In that instant, Gu Chang'an felt his cultivation speed surge until it reached the maximum 10-fold before halting. It seemed that Zhao Ying's affection had reached an unwavering depth. That, of course, I have only given this to you, Gu Chang'an said with a smile, his heart affirming that it would remain this way. Chang'an, thank you. I truly love it, Zhao Ying exclaimed, her face glistening with tears of joy. Gu Chang'an cupped her face in his hands, kissing her soft, moist lips, greedily savoring her sweetness. After a long while, their lips parted. Gu Chang'an embraced Zhao Ying's shoulders, chuckling. All right, no more tears. You'll ruin your beauty. Wiping her tears away, Zhao Ying replied, regardless of everything, I am eternally grateful to fate for bringing you into my life. Gu Chang'an smiled as he playfully flicked her nose, saying, we are destined to be together. Fate would never allow us to part. Zhao Ying nodded solemnly, gripping the ring tightly as she declared, we will never be separated. Gu Chang'an nodded just as firmly, convinced he would never let her down. All right, I will go purchase some medicinal ingredients. Meanwhile, you can help me source energy-rich jade waste and sell this glass-grade jadeite. If funds run low, just let me know. Understood, husband, Zhao Ying replied obediently, her face blossoming with a sweet, happy smile as she watched him depart. Chapter 68. Turning customers into employees. Gu Chang'an left Zhao Ying's home and ventured into the night market, only to recall that he had transferred 5 million currency to Zhao Ying the previous day, leaving him with little remaining on his phone. Observing the nearby gambling stone market, an idea sparked within him. He promptly made his way toward the gambling stone market, which buzzed with activity, the sounds of exuberant calls echoing down the street. After paying, Gu Chang'an found an unattended stall and instructed the system to display the jadeite as an open stone. He then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, a few individuals gathered around. Oh, this stone looks promising. Young man, is this stone for sale? An older middle-aged man inquired, clearly a regular familiar with the place. Illuminating the stone for inspection, yes, Gu Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Upon examining the high-purity glass-grade jadeite, the middle-aged man's expression brightened. How much? Gu Chang'an opened his eyes and replied, 5 million. What? 5 million? Is this kid out of his mind? 5 million for a piece of stone? Do you think I'm a fool? The middle-aged man exploded in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Chang'an. The others nearby glanced at Gu Chang'an, shaking their heads in disapproval and choosing to walk away. Unwilling to get involved in the commotion, a few, however, hesitated but remained, reasoning that if he dared to price it this way, it must be a fine product. 5 million. No negotiation. If you want it, buy it. If not, so be it, Gu Chang'an stated indifferently. You. The middle-aged man was furious, stomping his feet. Though he glared at Gu Chang'an, he couldn't bear to miss the opportunity to acquire the glass-grade jadeite. Unfazed, Gu Chang'an met his gaze. After a moment, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, calming his frustration and forced a smile. Young man, we are in business. There's always room for negotiation. Fine, I'll compromise. 4.99 million. Gu Chang'an nodded. Seeing Gu Chang'an give him an opening, the middle-aged man eagerly pulled out his phone, saying, young man, you're righteous. I'll transfer the full amount. Gu Chang'an took out his phone, scanned the payment, and upon receiving the funds, handed the glass-grade jadeite to the middle-aged man, thus completing the transaction. Young man, what's your name? The middle-aged man inquired as he packed up his items. Gu Chang'an. He replied, oh, so you're Boss Gu. My apologies. My name is Lu. I'm the owner of Yutsue Pavilion. Yutsue Pavilion? Gu Chang'an paused upon hearing this. He had previously heard Zhaoying mention that Yutsue Pavilion and Tianfeng Pavilion were fierce rivals, and he never expected to encounter one of them here. Gu Chang'an recalled the incident involving Zhaoying and the owner of Tianfeng Pavilion. Although it had not succeeded, he had no intention of letting the opportunity slip by to retaliate. After all, he was not one to let grievances go easily. Indeed, it is my establishment, Lu proudly declared. Would you like to help me take down Tianfeng Pavilion? Gu Chang'an suddenly asked. In that instant, Lu's heart raced. His eyes locked onto Gu Chang'an. Absolutely, he replied eagerly. Gu Chang'an nodded. Let us find a place to discuss this in detail. Lu immediately invited Gu Chang'an into Yutsue Pavilion, which occupied a lavish 3-story building in the night market, adorned opulently and rivaling Tianfeng Pavilion. As they entered, Lu couldn't contain his excitement, asking, "What plans do you have to take down Tianfeng Pavilion?" Gu Chang'an merely glanced at him, choosing not to respond. Lu, startled by Gu Chang'an's gaze, quickly added, "You misunderstand, sir. I simply wanted to inquire." Gu Chang'an huffed lightly, lazily leaning back on the sofa, sipping his tea before nonchalantly uttering, "No rush, Lu was taken aback, finding himself at a loss for words. Not daring to interrupt. Just then, a heavily made-up girl strode in, her demeanor haughty as she exclaimed, "What's with this guy? Why is he taking so long?" Lu frowned at the girl, saying, "Yenner, this is Mr. Gu, whom I invited. Show him some respect." The girl snorted dismissively, then turned to Gu Chang'an with a mocking tone. "What could this kid possibly do? He is not a con artist, is he? Coming here to swindle us is quite the audacity." With that, she sidled up to Lu, wrapping her arms around his and cooed, "Daddy slap." Lu swiftly slapped her, scolding, "Yenner, stop your nonsense and apologize to him, or Gu immediately." The young man before others remains an enigma. However, he is acutely aware that anyone capable of casually producing a piece of glass-like jadeite cannot be an ordinary individual. Gu Chang'an seems to have anticipated such a scenario long before, displaying no signs of surprise. Yenner covers her face, her eyes glinting with malice as she grits her teeth in resentment, yet ultimately bows her head and approaches Gu Chang'an, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Gu. I beg your pardon. My daughter has been without a mother since childhood, and my business has kept me too occupied to provide proper guidance, resulting in her poor behavior and temper. I regret that you have had to witness this at this point." Boss Lu also feels a twinge of guilt. "It's quite all right," Gu Chang'an replies with a shrug, unperturbed. Following this, Boss Lu inquires, "Mr. Gu, were your earlier statements truthful? Are you aware of the strength of Tianfeng Pavilion?" Gu Chang'an suddenly interjects. Boss Lu nods, replying, "Indeed, they are the largest jewelry store in the city, with assets exceeding 100 million, and they maintain a favorable relationship with the authorities, making them difficult to deal with." Boss Lu shakes his head with a bitter sigh. He has long wished to expel Tianfeng Pavilion, but his own strength falls short. Otherwise, he would have toppled them long ago, even at the cost of his own profits. With Tianfeng Pavilion around, Yutsue Pavilion will never rise. Rest assured, you need not worry about Tianfeng Pavilion's official connections. I shall handle that for you. You need only follow my methods, and it will be no problem to overpower Tianfeng Pavilion in business, Gu Chang'an assures him. Upon hearing that Gu Chang'an can manage the official powers, Yenner looks on in disbelief. However, Boss Lu, filled with conviction, says, "Please, Mr. Gu, teach me. If you can bring down Tianfeng Pavilion, I am willing to offer you half of my profits." "Well, I hope you won't forget your promise when the time comes," Gu Chang'an replies with a satisfied nod. As he awaited this very statement, "Do you know what the greatest characteristic of jadeite is?" Gu Chang'an asks. "This, Mr. Gu, you pose an interesting question," Boss Lu responds, shaking his head. Yenner scoffs, derisively stating, "The greatest characteristic of jadeite is, of course, its status as a symbol of identity. The more precious the jade, the more it attests to one's status." Boss Lu is taken aback by her words, then suddenly enlightened, realizing the validity of her statement. "You are mistaken. The preciousness is merely its implication," Gu Chang'an clarifies. "The greatest characteristic of jadeite is that it lacks a fixed price. It is the buyers who remain uncertain of the authenticity of the gems, thus resulting in jadeite lacking a specific standard for price evaluation." Boss Lu nods in deep understanding, as this is a common occurrence for him. Yenner sneers, looking at Gu Chang'an with contempt. "What do you know about jadeite?" Boss Lu, startled by her words, is about to reprimand his daughter for her insolence when he notices Gu Chang'an slightly nodding, his tone indifferent as he states, "I may not understand it, but I can certainly teach you how to sell jadeite." Yenner falters, defiantly gazing at Gu Chang'an, saying, "Very well, let us see what you can come up with." Boss Lu, intrigued, sits down, eager to hear Gu Chang'an's methods. Gu Chang'an, unfazed, continues, "The method is quite simple. If you can assist all clients in identifying the authenticity of jadeite and issue valid certificates, would that not make you appear highly professional? These clients would become your devoted followers and fans. You could also offer promotions such as double your money back for fakes and free design services to gain customer trust. When you then recommend jadeite, they will undoubtedly purchase. Building on this, you can set up a membership system based on spending, showcasing the esteemed status of your clients. Furthermore, if members recommend others to purchase, they should receive commissions or gifts, effectively turning your clients into your employees. This way, not only do you save on labor costs, but you also provide benefits to your members. Consequently, not only will clients buy for themselves, but they will also encourage others to purchase. Over time, this will cultivate a habit, and you will establish your own brand, even leveraging that brand to enhance your reputation. This way, even with official powers opposing you, your expansion will remain unimpeded." Gu Chang'an's words leave Boss Lu and Yenner utterly speechless. Boss Lu murmurs in astonishment, "So, business can be conducted in such a manner? Transforming clients into employees. This must be the work of a genius." Chapter 69. Enhancing strength. Yenner transitions from disdain to shock, ultimately becoming enraptured by such an ingenious notion. It is a concept she has never previously encountered. This man is so mysterious, possessing such extensive knowledge. Will my previous impression have led him to see me as a bad girl? No, I must alter his perception of me. I need to present myself as more demure and sensible. With this thought, she immediately adopts a compliant expression and sweetly offers, "Mr. Gu, would you care for some tea?" Gu Chang'an raises an eyebrow, accepting the tea she presents. He leisurely sips, remarking, "This tea is quite delightful," upon hearing his words. Yenner breathes a sigh of relief, having feared that Gu Chang'an was upset. Observing her reaction, Gu Chang'an gently shakes his head and continues, "This is merely a preliminary idea. In the future, we could expand into custom orders, allowing clients to select raw materials and other services which will require further refinement." This is indeed a concept he has just conceived, merely applying notions of certification, membership, and market expansion from his past life. Although it may be somewhat cumbersome, for someone with his remarkable memory, it poses no challenge. This is merely a preliminary idea? Boss Lu is already overwhelmed by the shock. If all these concepts could be realized, they would undoubtedly revolutionize the entire jade industry. No, it could transform the vast majority of industries. As the first to pioneer such an approach, Yutsue Pavilion would surely emerge as the dominant force in the jade sector. Such thoughts were previously beyond his imagination, yet this young man exhibits the audacity to propose them. What manner of mind possesses such knowledge? Boss Lu's expression mirrors that of a rural farmer, his excitement and elation palpable as he rubs his hands together, declaring, "Mr. Gu, I will absolutely cooperate unconditionally with what you propose." Yenner echoes eagerly, "Yes, Mr. Gu, when shall we commence planning?" "There is no rush," Gu Chang'an replies with a smile. Boss Lu and Yenner exchange puzzled glances, bewildered by the change in tone. "But you were the one who suggested it. Why the sudden lack of urgency? I must first communicate with the authorities. Having their endorsement will ensure everything proceeds smoothly," Gu Chang'an explains. "Additionally, I entrust you with managing the sales channels for jadeite. Seek out a few jade authentication experts to collaborate with you on developing the certification for jadeite and establishing membership tiers. Once you are adequately prepared, notify me, Mr. Gu. You truly possess remarkable capabilities and connections with the authorities. As for the appraisers you mentioned, I can handle that," Boss Lu responds. Gu Chang'an glances at him in surprise and asks, "Do you understand jadeite?" Boss Lu awkwardly scratches his nose and admits, "My family has been engaged in the jade business for 3 generations. We have some renown in the industry." Gu Chang'an muses that one would not open a jade establishment without some expertise. He nods in acknowledgement, "Then I shall rely on you, Boss Lu. However, please ensure that this matter remains confidential. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Boss Lu nods in assurance. Gu Chang'an stands to take his leave. And after Boss Lu sees him off, he confers with Yenner on how to proceed. Yenner, too, appears eager and ready to embark on a grand undertaking. After departing from Yucue Pavilion, Gu Chang'an calls Principal Wang to explain the situation at Yucue Pavilion, to which the principal promptly agrees to assist. As a disciple of the renowned Dugu Qiubai, he has some influence. Principal Wang, as the head of the third school, possesses numerous connections. Once this matter is settled, Gu Chang'an proceeds to Baibao Pavilion. Upon arrival, he directly purchases 60 stalks of first-grade spirit mushrooms, expending 3 million yuan. The remaining funds are used to acquire 600 gene of first-grade beast meat for 600,000, along with some supplementary medicinal materials for 400,000. After these transactions, only 1 million remains from the initial 5 million. Money comes swiftly, but it also departs just as quickly. Gu Chang'an reflects, if he were to purchase such items from the system marketplace, a single first-grade spirit mushroom would cost 1,000 points. Thus, for matters resolvable with currency, he refrains from using points, as they are not easily obtained. After completing these purchases, Gu Chang'an returns to Zhao Ying's residence. He has almost entirely avoided his rented apartment, partly due to memories of Li Mingyao and partly because he feels uncertain about facing Grandma Chun and the others, leading him to instinctively steer clear of familiar faces. Upon returning to Zhao Ying's home, he finds that she has yet to arrive, likely occupied with her affairs. Gu Chang'an carries the items into the kitchen, preparing to concoct medicinal dishes. Theo streamlined the process. He decides to use 2 pots simultaneously, preparing 2 portions of medicinal dishes at once for efficiency, as the effects are quite similar. He first places the beast meat into a clay pot to boil, then adds the first-grade spirit mushrooms, followed by the supplementary herbs, and covers the pot. Before long, 4 medicinal dishes are ready. Gu Chang'an lifts the large pot and consumes an entire batch in one go. As he has prepared a concentrated version, the quantity is modest, and 2 pots prove to be just right. The moment the medicinal dishes enter his system, Gu Chang'an feels all his pores open up. An overwhelming comfort that nearly elicits a moan. He sits cross-legged and begins to practice the Kaiyuanju cultivation method. Half an hour later, Gu Chang'an opens his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliant starlight. System, display my attributes. Gu Chang'an summons the system panel to observe the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body, Talent, Rebirth from Fire, upon death in battle, will be reborn in flames, temporarily elevating 1 major realm. Cooldown time, 10 years, system level, 10, max level, points, 88 enlightenment, 4 hours day strength. Quasi-warrior, 5,666 kilograms, cultivation techniques. Kaiyuanju, divine, perfected at 10,000 kilograms, Chaos Divine Ju, beginner. 9 transformations profound skill, beginner, martial skills, Duganine swords, sacred, beginner, Taijiquan, heavenly grade, low quality, perfected, shadowless flying dagger, heavenly grade, low quality, perfected, golden bell shield, earth grade, high quality, perfected, diamond fist, earth grade, high quality, perfected, wind walk 1,000 miles, earth grade, high quality, perfected. Observing the attribute panel, Gu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. If all goes as planned, he should be able to elevate his strength to its peak within these few days, at which point he would be able to cultivate these 2 divine level techniques. As for the 2 divine techniques at present, he was unable to practice them. Only after breaking through to the warrior level could he engage in their cultivation, which would eventually lead to a transformative rebirth. Contemplating this, Gu Chang'an felt a surge of excitement. After maintaining this fervent state for a while, he regained his composure and turned his attention back to the medicinal cuisine, preparing to continue refining it, striving to break through to the warrior realm as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Harmonizing Yin and Yang technique. After 3 consecutive days, Gu Chang'an finally consumed all the medicinal dishes, his strength reaching 9,888 kg, just a hair's breadth away from 10,000 kg. This achievement was not solely due to the medicinal dishes. Zhao Ying's contribution was significant as well, with their daily dual cultivation and the love ring. He could gain over 100 pounds of strength in a single session. This effect surpassed that of Gu Chang'an practicing alone for an entire night by more than double. He was tempted to immediately exchange for 10 love rings to distribute. However, he understood that this was impractical. Without mutual affection, the love rings would yield no results. As for Shan Wanyao and Li Mingyao, one was already with the ancient tomb sect, while the other's whereabouts remained uncertain. Thinking of Li Mingyao, Gu Chang'an felt an intense urge to visit her in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Yet, he could not do so. His agreement with the Tang King was to attain the rank of warrior within 3 years. And with time still on his side, he was not yet qualified to see Li Mingyao. During these 3 days, Zhao Ying managed to sell that piece of glass-type jade for a price comparable to before. At 5.88 million coins, Ji Yucheng'an instructed Zhao Ying to use all the proceeds to purchase jade waste, and apart from the 200 pounds sent over by the Jade and Jadeite Pavilion, Zhao Ying successfully acquired another 500 pounds. This brought Gu Chang'an's points to over 7 million. Although it seemed substantial, it was crucial to note that even a single volume of heavenly-grade martial skills or cultivation techniques could cost over 1 million. Thus, this sum would only suffice for 1 or 2 heavenly-grade martial skills. Among his plans was to exchange for a heavenly-grade dual cultivation technique for Zhao Ying. This was not only a reward for her, but also a boon for himself. After all, dual cultivation benefits both parties, enhancing their respective strengths. The dual cultivation technique previously given by the Lonely Master to Zhao Ying was merely an earth-grade, high-quality method. Others might have been content with such a gift. But Gu Chang'an was not. He had long coveted this dual cultivation technique, but his points had previously been insufficient for the exchange. Now that he had amassed the necessary points, he would not let this opportunity slip by. This dual cultivation technique was titled Harmonizing Yin and Yang Technique, the foremost dual cultivation technique from ancient times, thought to be lost, yet surprisingly available for exchange in the system's store. Ji Yucheng'an spent 5 million points to acquire the entire technique. Paying in full, as he had the means, he planned to gift it to Zhao Ying, ensuring he would also reap the benefits of the technique's effects. He retrieved a book from his spatial storage and handed it to Zhao Ying, saying, Ying, I have here a heavenly-grade, high-quality technique, harmonizing yin and yang technique, which is superior to the one your master provided. Take it and cultivate diligently. Zhao Ying was taken aback, staring blankly at the book in her hands, questioning if she was dreaming. A heavenly-grade technique, and she had stumbled upon it? Words eluded her in her excitement. Ji Yucheng'an smiled and reassured her. This technique was obtained through a fortunate encounter. And now I present it to you. I hope you can study it earnestly. Zhao Ying took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and said, But what about you? I cannot accept this technique. Heavenly-grade techniques are not like ordinary ones. They are governed by heavenly laws. If one person learns it, another cannot derive any benefit from it. Even if one knew the incantation, they would be unable to master it. For the power of the rules within the technique would have already been absorbed by the first learner. Even if one were to incapacitate and bind the first learner to force them to teach, it would be futile. Ji Yucheng'an gazed at Zhao Ying with appreciation, thinking, No wonder she is my woman. Even in the presence of a heavenly-grade technique, she does not forget herself. Ji Yucheng'an chuckled. I can easily learn another technique. Chapter 71. Vitality Pill. I am an unparalleled genius. Any technique I learn will suffice. You, however, require a heavenly-grade technique to break through to the warrior realm and extend your lifespan by 1,000 years, so that we may remain together forever. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ying ultimately accepted the gift. Ji Yucheng'an's final words struck a chord in her heart. She wished to be with him eternally. Gu Chang'an reiterated to Zhao Ying the utmost secrecy surrounding this technique. He envisioned a future where each of his women would possess a copy. If word were to leak, it would be difficult to explain. A wise man considers all possibilities. He aimed for absolute certainty before bestowing the dual cultivation technique upon Zhao Ying. She nodded solemnly, vowing never to disclose it. Satisfied, Gu Chang'an stretched and said, I am so tired. Let us retire for the night. Zhao Ying blushed and replied, Mem. With that, the door closed behind them, ushering in a night of intimacy. The following morning, Gu Chang'an awoke, feeling the explosive power coursing through his body. A smile gracing his lips. The harmonizing yin and yang technique was indeed formidable. Their cultivation speed had increased exponentially, allowing him to reach his strength's limit. Otherwise, he would have gained at least several hundred kilograms of power, which far exceeded the effects of the medicinal cuisine. Last night, Zhao Ying had also successfully broken through to the second-tier warrior realm, advancing with remarkable speed. This level of strength was considerable even in Qingyuan City. Gu Chang'an rose, stretching, then dressed and washed up before having a simple breakfast with Zhao Ying before heading out. He had reached the limit of his strength and was ready to break through to the warrior realm. But first, he needed to prepare by purchasing vitality pills. To transition from quasi-warrior to warrior. A substantial amount of vitality is required to impact the acupoints, widen the meridians, and ultimately guide the energy into the dantian. The higher the grade of the technique, the more meridians that must be opened and the more vitality required. For instance, a yellow grade technique requires the impact of just 10 acupoints to become a warrior, while a heavenly grade technique necessitates the impact of 40. The Chaos Divine Ju he practiced was particularly demanding, requiring the impact of 80 acupoints to achieve the first-tier warrior rank, ultimately needing to impact a total of 720 acupoints to reach the legendary state of complete perfection. This undertaking is arduous and requires the assistance of elixirs or rare herbs, such as Millennium Vitality Milk, Vitality Spirit Eye, or Vitality Fruit. However, these items are not easily attainable by the average person, making the purchase of vitality pills the most accessible option. Vitality pills are relatively inexpensive and not particularly rare, available at the Baibao Pavilion. Thus, a saying became popular among warriors: swallow a vitality pill and embark on the path of a warrior. Here, vitality refers to the vitality pill. Upon arriving at Baibao Pavilion, a beautiful sales assistant rushed over, recognizing Gu Chang'an as a valuable customer who had spent nearly 5 million coins. After he explained his purpose, she detailed several qualities of vitality pills along with their prices. Low-quality vitality pills cost 10,000 coins each, mid-quality ones cost 30,000 coins, high-quality ones 60,000 coins, and top-quality ones 100,000 coins. As a loyal customer, Gu Chang'an received a 10 discount. Without hesitation, he opted for the top-quality vitality pills, purchasing 50 of them. He figured that since one top-quality vitality pill could impact 2 acupoints, 50 would undoubtedly suffice. After Zhaoing paid 4.5 million coins, they departed from Baibao Pavilion. Chapter 72. Breaking through to the first-tier warrior. Upon returning home, Zhaoing asked, "Chang'an, are you ready to break through to the warrior realm?" Gu Chang'an replied, "Indeed, it is time to make that leap. That seems excessive. I recall that when I broke through, I only needed 1 vitality pill," Zhaoing remarked in astonishment. Gu Chang'an chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to explain. The Chaos Divine Ju and 9 transformations' profound skill were of great significance. Although he trusted that Zhaoing would not divulge anything, he was wary of unforeseen circumstances. Although Zhaoing was puzzled, she did not press further. "Then I shall guard outside your room. Should anything arise, inform me immediately," Zhaoing volunteered, concerned about any potential issues during Gu Chang'an's breakthrough. Gu Chang'an nodded. "I would appreciate your protective presence." Ying. Zhaoing smiled brightly and turned to head toward the hall. Gu Chang'an first retrieved the vitality pills from his storage ring, placing them nearby before sitting cross-legged on the bed and closing his eyes. In his mind, 2 books radiating a mysterious light hovered quietly. The Chaos Divine Ju and 9 transformations profound skilled. At this level, techniques are no longer mere words and texts. They embody rules and inheritance. The Chaos Divine Art and the 9 transformations profound technique are both of the same level, yet the former primarily focuses on the cultivation of qi, while the latter emphasizes the enhancement of the physical body. Gu Chang'an resolved to first cultivate the Chaos Divine Art. He directed his consciousness into the tome of the Chaos Divine Art, and instantly, the book radiated a faint azure glow, as a series of obscure and profound runes manifested in his mind. Gu Chang'an immediately sensed that the first layer of the Chaos Divine Art had been imprinted into his consciousness. He consumed a premium vitality pill, which dissolved upon entering his mouth, releasing a surge of vital energy into his dantian. It appeared that a strand of innate chaotic energy within the dantian sensed something delectable and rushed toward it. A significant amount of vital energy was promptly devoured by the innate chaotic energy, transforming into a strand of acquired chaotic energy that circled around the innate chaotic energy. Gu Chang'an realized that this strand of acquired chaotic energy was crucial for unblocking the acupoints. He needed to harness it to open 80 acupoints to officially step into the realm of a first-grade martial artist. However, a single strand of acquired chaotic energy was exceedingly scarce, prompting Gu Chang'an to resolutely consume all of the premium vitality pills. Instantly, a vast amount of vital energy erupted in his dantian, and before it could scatter chaotically, it was consumed by the innate chaotic energy, leading to the emergence of an additional 49 strands of acquired chaotic energy within him. With a thought, Gu Chang'an directed the acquired chaotic energy to begin circulating according to the training route of the Chaos Divine Art. Given that his meridians had yet to expand, he needed to expend the acquired chaotic energy to widen his meridians, thereby allowing more of it to break through the barriers of the acupoints. He tirelessly operated the technique, repeatedly controlling the acquired chaotic energy, gradually expanding his meridians and unblocking the acupoints. Slowly, one by one, the acupoints were opened, and with each one that was cleared, a brilliant white light illuminated his body, signifying a gradual enhancement of his strength. When the white lights reached 10, Gu Chang'an realized with dismay that the acquired chaotic energy was insufficient. He still needed to unblock 70 more acupoints. He thought to himself that if he could not unblock all 80 acupoints in one go and complete a small circulation, then all his previous efforts would be wasted, and the acupoints he had already opened would inevitably close again, making future openings even more challenging. He understood that he required a far greater amount of vital energy to convert into acquired chaotic energy and could not afford to pause, lest all his hard work be in vain. Thus, he hastily accessed the system marketplace and purchased a drop of Millennium Vitality Essence. Immediately, he felt a surge of liquid vital energy manifest within his dantian. The Millennium Vitality Essence could swiftly replenish a martial artist's vital energy. This liquid vital energy was no ordinary substance. It contained a purer form of energy. Moreover, the auxiliary effects of the Vitality Essence were exceptional. It not only aided martial artists in unblocking acupoints, but also facilitated breakthroughs in cultivation levels, enhancing physical strength and enabling martial artists to engage in battles beyond their current tier. Indeed, it was a remarkable substance, albeit rather pricey, costing a hefty 100,000 points for a single drop. Fortunately, Gu Chang'an had ample points, totaling 2 million. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. As soon as the Vitality Essence appeared, it was consumed by the innate chaotic energy, transforming into 100 strands of acquired chaotic energy, which continued to fuel the assault on the remaining acupoints. Soon, nearly all 100 strands of acquired chaotic energy were exhausted. At this juncture, he still needed to unblock 50 more acupoints. Not enough. He needed more. Clenching his teeth, Gu Chang'an exchanged for 3 more drops of Millennium Vitality Essence. Consuming all 3 drops at once, the vast quantity of liquid vital energy nearly overwhelmed his dantian. Fortunately, the innate chaotic energy was robust enough to assist him in devouring the massive influx of energy in time. However, he still felt a painful swelling in his dantian, as if it were about to burst. Gu Chang'an realized he had taken a considerable risk. Such Millennium Vitality Essence was typically consumed drop by drop, even by seasoned martial artists. Yet he, a mere aspiring martial artist, had ingested 3 at once. Thankfully, his Chaos Divine body was formidable, and the timely absorption by the innate chaotic energy prevented any disastrous consequences. After being consumed, the vast quantity of vital energy transformed into 300 strands of acquired chaotic energy, which continued their onslaught against the remaining ACU points. As the acquired chaotic energy coursed through him, his meridians rapidly expanded, becoming more resilient, and then surged forth to breach the barriers of the acupoints. When the barriers were shattered, the acquired chaotic energy flooded into the acupoints, causing them to enlarge. Enlarged acupoints meant they could harbor more vital energy, resulting in a denser accumulation of energy throughout his body, an immense opportunity for an ordinary martial artist. For Gu Chang'an, however, it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Due to the innate chaotic energy, the vital energy could not remain within his body. Upon entry, it would be devoured and transformed into acquired chaotic energy. Moreover, the Chaos Divine art he was cultivating required him to unblock a staggering 720 acupoints, indicating that he would need dozens, if not hundreds, of times more resources than an ordinary martial artist to fill these points. Gu Chang'an did not dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, he was wholly engrossed in the task of unblocking the acupoints. As more acupoints were cleared, beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. Unblocking acupoints was no simple feat. It required intense focus and concentration. The pain from the unblocking, the tingling sensation of his meridians expanding, and various sensations tormented his mind, rendering his complexion increasingly pale and his lips tinged with purple. As time progressed, he felt increasingly strained. This suffering made him feel as though he were on the brink of death, as if a sharp blade were twisting within his body, inflicting unbearable pain. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony. "Hold on. I must unblock all 80 acupoints." I must persevere. Gu Chang'an silently urged himself, continuously encouraging his resolve. Finally, just as he felt he could endure no longer, the last acupoint finally opened. He had achieved a breakthrough. Gu Chang'an exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling the exhaustion that had enveloped him dissipate entirely. At that moment, he sensed the acquired chaotic energy within him begin to circulate autonomously, as if a tremendous reservoir of power lay within him, ready to shred any adversary with the slightest touch. Chapter 73. The first turn of the 9 transformations profound technique. Is this what it means to be a first-grade martial artist? So formidable, Gu Chang'an activated the Chaos Divine Art, and the 80 acupoints throughout his body radiated light. He could distinctly feel that each acupoint granted him 1/10 of his strength, amounting to a force of 1,000 kilograms. With all 80 acupoints, his strength surged by 80,000 kilograms, combined with his innate strength, resulting in a staggering total of 90,000 kilograms. This was an alarming figure. If a fully developed martial artist practicing the opening art were to learn a top-tier heavenly technique, their strength, based on an innate force of 1,500 kilograms, would total 7,500 kilograms when factoring in the 40 acupoints multiplied by 150. The difference was a staggering 12-fold. One could say that he now surpassed even the 9th rank of a genius-level martial artist. However, this was limited to the martial artist realm. A martial artist needed to fill their acupoints with vital energy, and each filled acupoint corresponded to their foundational strength. Gu Chang'an couldn't help but shake his head. He was still far from his goal. He needed to press on and complete the 9 transformations profound technique. He uttered a silent affirmation and settled into a cross-legged position once more. He directed his consciousness into the tome of the 9 transformations profound technique, and immediately, the book glowed with a gentle red light, as a series of arcane and obscure runes appeared in his mind. Gu Chang'an instantly sensed that the first layer of the 9 transformations profound technique had been imprinted into his consciousness. The 9 transformations profound technique, created by Pangu, was a physical cultivation technique with a total of 9 transformations, or 9 layers. Gu Chang'an identified a significant detail. Like the Chaos Divine Art, the 9 transformations profound technique also required the unblocking of 720 acupoints, with many acupoints overlapping between the 2 techniques, thus saving him considerable time and resources. Upon unblocking all 720 acupoints, he could effectively complete the first layer of both techniques simultaneously. However, the effects of the 9 transformations profound technique differed from those of the Chaos Divine Art. The Chaos Divine Art was more focused on the enhancement of spiritual awareness, while the 9 transformations profound technique emphasized the bolstering of physical defenses. The divergence in their operational methods resulted in their differing effects. Gu Chang'an speculated that perhaps once he had unblocked all 720 acupoints, he could cultivate any technique, albeit those techniques would provide relatively minor enhancements to the body or spiritual awareness, falling short of the perfection offered by the Chaos Divine Art and the 9 transformations profound technique. He examined the acupoints, noting that 40 were shared between the 2 techniques while 40 were unique. Thus, he only needed to unblock those 40, which would save him considerable time and resources. This situation pleased him greatly, as it meant he was effectively cultivating 2 complementary divine-level techniques. After some contemplation, Gu Chang'an estimated he would need approximately 2 drops of Millennium Vitality Essence. After exchanging 4 and consuming them, he began the process of unblocking the acupoints. The innate chaotic energy continued to devour the vital energy, converting it into acquired chaotic energy, and the method for unblocking the acupoints remained consistent. Before long, he had completed the cultivation of the 9 transformations profound technique. As he performed a full circulation, the differences became apparent. During the cultivation of the Chaos Divine Art, Gu Chang'an experienced a refreshing and pleasurable sensation of spiritual awareness, akin to a transcendent state of relaxation. In contrast, while cultivating the 9 transformations profound technique, he felt a pervasive soreness and discomfort throughout his body, as though he were being hammered, continuously refining his physical form and expelling impurities through his pores. After completing a session of cultivation, he found himself covered in a layer of dark impurities, his clothes soiled and disheveled, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. He hurried to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. And upon examining himself in the mirror afterward, he noted a significant transformation. His height, initially 1.8 meters, had increased to 1.81 meters after just 1 session of cultivation. Furthermore, his muscles appeared fuller and more robust. brimming with explosive strength, and his physique was becoming increasingly harmonious, moving closer to the ideal golden ratio. Even his originally dark and coarse skin has transformed into a delicate and fair complexion. The contours of his face have become increasingly defined, his eyes more spirited, and his features exhibit a heightened masculinity. All these transformations undeniably indicate one thing. He has become remarkably more handsome. This is a man who is as perfect as the readers themselves, Gu Chang'an couldn't help but exclaim. System, check attributes. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to observe the changes. Host, Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body, Talent, Rebirth in Fire, upon death in battle. Reborn in Flames, temporarily elevating one major realm, cooldown time of 10 years, system level, 10, max level, points, 1,400,000 comprehension, 4 hours day strength, martial artist level 1, 130,000 kilograms, cultivation techniques, Chaos Divine Art, first layer. 9 transformations profound technique, first layer, martial skills, Duga 9 swords sacred, mastered, Tai Chi fist, heavenly grade low, perfected, shadowless flying knife, heavenly grade low, perfected, golden bell shield, earthly grade upper, perfected, diamond fist, earthly grade upper, perfected, wind walk 1,000 miles, earthly grade upper, perfected. Gazing at the attribute panel, Gu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. In terms of strength, he should now be able to contend with genius-level warriors. Apart from the Dugu 9 swords sacred, all his martial skills have reached a perfected state. Moving forward, he intends to focus on receiving the inheritance knowledge bestowed by Dugu Qiubai to enhance the level of the Dugu 9 swords. Additionally, he plans to learn alchemy and weapon forging. With his comprehension system, neglecting these 2 secondary professions would be a tremendous waste. Alchemy can aid his cultivation, freeing him from being exploited by the Baibao Pavilion, and even allowing him to turn the tables on them. This is a pathway to rapid wealth that cannot be forsaken. The same applies to weapon forging. After contemplating, Gu Chang'an dressed and stepped out of his room. Zhao Ying immediately approached from the sofa. How was it? She inquired with genuine concern. The breakthrough was quite smooth, Gu Chang'an replied with a cheerful smile, his mood exceptionally bright. That's wonderful. How did you become even more handsome? Zhao Ying exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She never anticipated that Gu Chang'an's breakthrough to martial artist would also enhance his looks. Do you prefer the current me or the previous me? Gu Chang'an asked, batting his eyelashes playfully. Zhao Ying blushed and replied, I prefer you now. What do you like about me? He inquired. I like your physique. Zhao Ying blurted out. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ying's face turned crimson as she playfully scolded. You're so mean. What if I choose to bully you? Gu Chang'an teased with a mischievous grin. You dare? Zhao Ying shot him a mock-angry look, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him softly on the lips. The two shared a passionate kiss, and Gu Chang'an embraced Zhao Ying as they retreated into the room. Chapter 74. Zhao Ying's departure. After their exchange, the two lay on the bed chatting. Gu Chang'an asked, Is it becoming difficult to procure jade waste recently? The jade waste in Qingyuan City has nearly been bought up by me, and the remaining small amounts have been marked up several times by competitors. Making it unprofitable, it's almost impossible to source now, Zhao Ying explained. Hearing this, Gu Chang'an frowned. What should we do now? Are you going to seek out jade shops in other towns? Zhao Ying replied, For now. That's the only option. After all, the market in Qingyuan City is limited, and the jade yield is finite. After this procurement, we may have to wait at least 3 years. Gu Chang'an fell silent for a moment before saying, This isn't a sustainable solution. We lack manpower, and going city by city for procurement would require too much time and effort, not to mention the potential for trouble. That's true. If we established a company to handle both sales and procurement, it would simplify matters, and we wouldn't have to worry about competition. There are hardly any buyers for these jade wastes in the market, but this would require a substantial amount of procurement capital. Zhao Ying reflected, nodding in agreement. Her thoughts aligned perfectly with his. To register a company, we need to go to the central continent, which would allow us to reach all 9 nations of Huaxia. Coincidentally, I plan to head to the central continent's Huaxia Academy soon, Gu Chang'an stated slowly, his tone resolute. The central continent is a gathering place for formidable individuals. Given that our foundation is still precarious, entering there recklessly could be perilous. Zhao Ying expressed her concern. She realized that her man wouldn't remain in Qingyuan City for long, and she hadn't anticipated his departure would come so swiftly. You needn't worry about that. Have you forgotten who my master is? Gu Chang'an reassured her. All right. How could I forget that you are a disciple of the venerable Dugu? Zhaoing responded, finally recalling. I want you to go ahead and register the company in the central continent. Once I finish my current tasks, I will come to find you, Gu Chang'an declared. All right, I understand, Zhaoing nodded. By the way, do your family members approve? I don't recall you mentioning them, Gu Chang'an suddenly inquired. Zhaoing lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her voice. I grew up in an orphanage. My parents passed away early. Hearing this, Gu Chang'an's heart ached, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories, Ji Chang'an said regretfully, realizing he shouldn't have touched on such a sensitive subject. It's okay. You weren't aware, and besides, I have you now. Zhaoing lifted her gaze, revealing a radiant smile. Can I meet your uncle and aunt someday? Given our relationship, I would like to visit them soon. Zhao Ying, seizing the opportunity presented by Gu Chang'an, expressed a thought she had long harbored. Ji Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. Yes, quite a twist of fate. I, like you, am also an orphan. Zhao Ying's eyes widened in surprise. You are also an orphan? Initially, she had thought Gu Chang'an's prowess stemmed from a powerful family, but she never imagined he shared her background. At that moment, the two orphans embraced each other, smiling in understanding. Zhaoing firmly grasped Gu Chang'an's right hand and said earnestly, from now on, we are family. And no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Then we ought to hurry and have a few children. That way, it will be lively, Gu Chang'an said with a roguish grin as he playfully pushed Zhaoing onto the bed. Zhaoing let out a soft gasp. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The following morning, after breakfast, Gu Chang'an accompanied Zhao Ying to the airport. She would take a flight to the capital of the Great Tang, then transfer to a land-crossing airship to the central continent. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to find you as soon as possible. Okay, I will wait for you in the central continent, Zhaoing replied. After Gu Chang'an handed her a box containing 100 pieces of glass-type jadeite, the two reluctantly bid farewell. Watching Zhao Ying's plane disappear into the clouds, Gu Chang'an turned and left the airport, embarking on his subsequent plans. Chapter 75. I am not inferior either, Mr. Gu. You've arrived. Please, come in. At that moment, Gu Chang'an arrived at the Yutsue Pavilion, where Boss Lu greeted him warmly. Ji Chang'an nodded and followed Boss Lu into the VIP reception room. Boss Lu, didn't you say that all the necessary preparations were completed? May I see them now? Gu Chang'an asked directly. Boss Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had only been making small talk, but seeing Gu Chang'an so eager stirred his excitement. All right, the items are with Yenner. I'll call her to bring them over right away. Boss Lu quickly stood and walked out. Soon, Boss Lu entered with a well-dressed young girl. She had a perfectly proportioned figure, with curves in all the right places. Her bosom was full and prominent, and her slender waist seemed delicate enough to grasp with one hand. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin appeared translucent and flawless. Most striking were her large, watery eyes that seemed to speak volumes. The newcomer was none other than Lu Yin. Mr. Gu, you finally made it. Lu Yin greeted with a beaming smile. Ji Chang'an stared at her in astonishment and said, You are Lu Yin? Lu Yin bit her lip, stifling a smile, and shyly lowered her head, whispering, Yes. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chang'an recognized that despite her changed appearance, she was indeed the same person. I apologize. The transformation is so significant that I didn't recognize you at first. You look much better dressed like this, Gu Chang'an complimented. Really? If Mr.Gu likes it, then Yenner will continue to dress this way, Lu Yin responded, her joy evident. Boss Lu watched the two with a silent smile. Gu Chang'an chuckled awkwardly, feeling that something about Lu Yin seemed off. Mr. Gu, the items we discussed are all here. Lu Yin approached with her glistening eyes and placed a stack of documents in front of Gu Chang'an. He could detect a faint fragrance, not the scent of cosmetics, but rather the natural allure of youth, which was intoxicating. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Gu Chang'an opened the documents. Is this the Jade certificates and marketing plan you prepared? Gu Chang'an frowned at Mr. Gu. Do you find it satisfactory? Boss Lu asked expectantly. This document represented the culmination of hard work between him and his daughter, and they hoped for Gu Chang'an's approval. After glancing through the Jade certificates, Gu Chang'an tossed the file onto the table. Boss Lu was startled and quickly inquired, What's wrong? Is our Jade certificate design not to your liking? I recall having made myself quite clear during our last conversation. The Jade certificate must reflect the unique attributes and images of each distinct Jade piece, and most importantly, it must incorporate anti-counterfeiting features. What, pray tell? Is this that you have produced? Gu Chang'an questioned with an icy demeanor. Do you wish for the certificates to be easily forged and proliferate throughout the streets? Can you truly bear the loss that would ensue? Boss Lu gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his heart pounding furiously as he nearly fainted. No, that is not the case. Our certificates are crafted from high-quality paper and embellished with exquisite images. Along with the insignia of our Yuchui Pavilion, he hastily explained, in that case, kindly enlighten me as to why this document lacks essential attributes such as weight, color, and origin, and elucidate how this jade certificate offers any form of anti-counterfeiting. Gu Chang'an continued his relentless admonishment. Boss Lu hurriedly snatched the certificate for a meticulous inspection, and after a moment, he slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, how foolish of me. This jade certificate indeed lacks any anti-counterfeiting measures. He lamented, his expression filled with regret. He had been so fixated on aesthetics that he had overlooked the paramount importance of security features. Mr. Gu, I apologize for our oversight, Lu Yin admitted, lowering her head in contrition. Upon witnessing their attitude, Gu Chang'an's expression softened slightly. After all, he required their cooperation to execute his plans. Very well, this cannot be entirely blamed on you, as it is your first foray into such matters. Hearing Gu Chang'an refrain from assigning blame, Boss Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and respectfully stated, if you have any further requirements or suggestions, please feel free to express them, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Bring me a pen. I shall draft a template for you, Gu Chang'an instructed, taking paper and pen to outline the certificate number, item name, weight, density, and a designated area for the item S image, based on the jade certificates from his previous life. You will produce the jade certificates according to this model, and also establish a formal website so that customers can scan to verify authenticity. Gu Chang'an advised. Lu Yin gazed at Gu Chang'an in admiration as he effortlessly refined the jade certificate that had taken them days of arduous thought to develop, her heart swelling with affection. This man was not only handsome and capable but also remarkably young. How wonderful it would be to marry him. The more she pondered, the rosier her cheeks became, and she couldn't help but touch her flushed face. Internally scolding herself, "You foolish girl, what are you daydreaming about?" Boss Lu nodded eagerly, taking the blueprint from Gu Chang'an, and promptly instructed his subordinates to execute the task. Gu Chang'an continued to peruse the plan, offering his insights. Observing his daughter's infatuated expression, Boss Lu shook his head in exasperation and took note of the areas that required improvement. When Gu Chang'an felt the draft was sufficiently complete, he looked up to find Lu Yin staring at him with an intense gaze, her eyes sparkling as if she were about to devour him. Ahem, Boss Lu, Miss Lu? Gu Chang'an cleared his throat and called out. Lu Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, her face turning crimson as she hastily concealed her flustered demeanor. Mr. Gu, I have noted everything you said, and I will make the necessary revisions to ensure it is ready for you by tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Boss Lu inquired. That is acceptable. I shall await your news, Gu Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Mr. Gu, would you care to join us for lunch? I shall have someone prepare it immediately, Boss Lu suggested. Gu Chang'an waved his hand in refusal, saying, No need. I have other matters to attend to, and I do not wish to delay you any further. We shall gather another time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Boss Lu escorted Gu Chang'an out of the jade shop. As he watched Gu Chang'an's figure recede into the distance, Boss Lu couldn't help but sigh. Father, why the sigh? Lu Yin inquired. Puzzled, alas, we have encountered a person of great merit, Boss Lu lamented. Such an exceptional individual is undoubtedly destined for greatness. It is a pity my daughter does not measure up to him, he added with a wistful shake of his head. What do you mean? I am not lacking in any way, Lu Yin retorted, glaring at him. Boss Lu shot her a disapproving look. Humph, with that crooked neck of yours, how could he possibly take notice of you? You? Lu Yin, exasperated, stamped her foot and stormed into the house. Boss Lu chuckled to himself briefly before hastening to attend to his affairs. Chapter 76. The world shatters, the heart demon perishes unbeknownst to Gu Chang'an. A series of events unfolded behind him. Shortly after exiting Yuchui Pavilion, he encountered the girl who had bumped into him at the library last time. Senior, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping as well? The girl, clad in a green dress with a ponytail that showcased her fair neck, possessed a complexion even fairer than that of the girls beside her. Her youthful vigor radiated from her large, lively eyes as she skipped towards him, her well-developed figure indicating a healthy disposition. Indeed. What a coincidence! Gu Chang'an smiled and greeted her, thinking to himself how familiar this serendipity felt. I have some matters to attend to. Just passing through here, Gu Chang'an replied dismissively, as he was not adept at lying, especially to girls. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself last time. I am Lin Yutong from Class 2. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Yutong playfully winked, her charming face adorned with a radiant smile. Hello, Gu Chang'an responded politely. Have you eaten, senior? Would you allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my apology for last time? Lin Yutong eagerly proposed, her expression urging him to agree. Gu Chang'an's lips twitched. I have already eaten. My apologies, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. With that, he sidestepped Lin Yutong and departed. Alas! Lin Yutong stood there in a daze, resembling a forsaken bride. She mumbled, Is it because I am not attractive? Humph! It must be that this man is insecure. She touched her face, pouting and murmuring, I am clearly so beautiful. Gu Chang'an was too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with this girl from the Shadow Pavilion. Upon returning home, he hastily consumed a light meal before sitting cross-legged on his bed. His consciousness sank into his dantian, where the primordial chaos energy, the seed of the world tree, and the mysterious ancient gate harmoniously awaited. Since acquiring the seed of the world tree, he had yet to prepare for constructing a fantasy world. But now he was ready to attempt it. Gu Chang'an reflected upon the memories of 2 lifetimes, recalling a girl deeply embedded in his thoughts. This girl bore an angelic smile, and whenever he found himself in peril, he instinctively thought of her. This time, he yearned to see her once more. Closing his eyes, Gu Chang'an directed his consciousness into the seed of the world tree, and a virtual fantasy world began to take shape. He found himself in a familiar room. You have finally arrived. Do you know that I have waited for you for a long time? Gu Chang'an opened his eyes to behold the girl standing before him. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Though merely a manifestation, her expression was unmistakably vivid. I am sorry for being late, Gu Chang'an said ruefully. He had not anticipated encountering this girl again in another world. Her visage retained the freshness of 16, her eyes filled with fervent longing. The girl excitedly grasped Gu Chang'an's hand, trembling as she inquired, You are my brother Chang'an, right? I did not mistake you. You are correct. You have not erred, Xinyan. You remain as beautiful as ever, Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. Upon hearing his affirmation, tears welled in the girl's eyes, and she threw herself into Gu Chang'an's embrace, sobbing, I knew it. Brother Chang'an would never abandon me. Yes, I shall never forsake you, Gu Chang'an gently reassured her. Please do not cry. All right, the girl sniffled, wiping away her tears, then looked up at Gu Chang'an and asked, Brother Chang'an, where have you been all these years? Why could I not find you? Gu Chang'an hesitated, glancing down at the hand that held his arm. He recounted his experiences over the years, from his life before crossing over to everything he had faced thereafter. Helplessness, despair, loneliness, and longing. The girl listened quietly, supporting herself with her hands. Finally, she asked, Brother Chang'an, will you stay here with me forever? Gu Chang'an pondered. If it were possible, he would willingly remain with her for eternity. I do not wish to leave you. But Gu Chang'an sighed. You are not her, Brother Chang'an. Would you truly be willing to part with me? The girl asked, her eyes brimming with innocence. Yes. I cannot bear to lose you, so please, perish. Gu Chang'an pulled out a wooden sword and thrust it violently into the girl's body. Blood spilling forth and staining his clothing, his gaze devoid of warmth. Since you are not her, your existence is unnecessary. Gu Chang'an withdrew the wooden sword. His demeanor cold as the girl succumbed. Gu Chang'an found himself back in his room. Brother Chang'an, you do not want me anymore. No. I cannot lose you. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced Gu Chang'an's mind. Thud. He collapsed onto the floor, sweat beading on his forehead. Gu Chang'an clutched his head, taking a long while to regain his composure. Lying on the ground, he murmured to himself, the heart demon manifests, the world shatters, the heart demon perishes. This body has finally achieved unity. Chapter 77. The Solitary 9 Swords, the sacred completion ever since fainting on Qingyuan Mountain. Gu Chang'an had been aware of a heart demon residing within his mind. Ji Chang'an's inner demons take the form of his sister from a past life, Gu Xinyan, whom he has been unable to let go. This lingering attachment has caused a persistent dissonance between his soul from his previous existence and the one in this life. As a result, his progress in inheriting the legacy of the lonely seek for defeat has been painfully slow. He has yet to assimilate even a tenth of it since first acquiring the inheritance. The creation of this illusory world was also orchestrated by his inner demons, which compelled him to envision Gu Xinyan as the very core of this fantasy realm. Should he become too enmeshed in this fabricated reality, his inner demons would overwhelm him, usurping control and suppressing his true self entirely. Thus, he devised a plan to create a fantasy world centered around his inner demons, ultimately shattering it to ensure their demise. In the instant of the inner demon's death, his soul would merge into a singular entity, achieving a complete unity of spirit and body. At that moment, the legacy of the lonely seek for defeat surged through him, and flashes of information raced through his mind like lightning. The path of the sword is the path of invincibility. With sincerity in his sword, he could slay the heavens and earth and vanquish all things. If I were a sword, I could rend the heavens. If I were a sword, I could smite the gods. In this moment, he fully embraced the inheritance of the lonely seek for defeat. Gu Chang'an's eyes blazed with brilliance, and his aura ascended dramatically. He had grasped the essence of the lonely nine swords. Is this the swordsmanship of my master? Gu Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment, utterly overwhelmed by its sheer dominance. He dared not linger, promptly settling into a meditative posture to absorb the lonely nine swords, sacred through the system. As Gu Chang'an slowly closed his eyes, countless training techniques for the lonely nine swords unfolded in his mind. From the first stance to the ninth, again and again, this process seemed to stretch into eternity, until 4 hours later, a beam of white sword light burst forth from his eyes, with sword energy radiating in all directions. Gu Chang'an sprang to his feet, wielding a wooden sword, the room filled with a whirlwind of sword energy. Ha ha! Gu Chang'an could not contain a triumphant roar, elated beyond measure. This sensation was exhilarating. With a single swing of the sword, he suddenly felt himself merge with the universe, where the heavens and earth became his sword, and all things were but extensions of it. An overwhelming sword force enveloped him. Instilling a sense of dread in those nearby, Ji Chang'an retracted the wooden sword, and with a mere thought, he contained the sword energy, allowing the air around him to return to normal. System. Check attributes. Gu Chang'an summoned the system panel to observe the changes. Host. Gu Chang'an, Chaos Divine Body, Talent, Rebirth from Ashes, upon death in battle, reborn in flames, temporarily elevating one major realm. Cooldown time, 10 years. System level, 10, max level, points, 1. 400,000 comprehension, 4 hours day strength, warrior level 1, 130,000 kilograms, techniques, Chaos Divine Art, first layer, 9 transformations profound skill, first layer, martial skills, lonely 9 swords, sacred, perfected, Tai Chi fist, heavenly grade lower tier, perfected, shadowless flying dagger, heavenly grade lower tier, perfected, golden bell shield, earth grade upper tier, perfected, diamond fist, earth grade upper tier, perfected, windwalk 1,000 miles, earth grade upper tier, perfected. Gazing at the attribute panel, Gu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. He had achieved perfection in the lonely 9 swords, sacred, yet could only execute the first 2 stances. The others were beyond his current strength. To his delight, during his comprehension of the lonely 9 swords, he had grasped the concept of sword intent. The sword path encompasses 5 realms: sword force, sword intent, sword soul, sword domain, and divine understanding of the sword. He had just stepped into the first realm of sword force, marking the beginning of his journey in swordsmanship. He sensed that with just sword force, he could defeat warriors of higher tiers. However, the complexities of the sword path surpassed those of martial arts, and he realized that reaching sword intent would require considerable time. Mastery of the sword path cannot be attained solely through practice at home. It necessitates continuous combat and honing. This was precisely why the lonely seek for defeat consistently sought out formidable opponents prior to achieving mastery. Only through relentless challenges could one break through the barriers of the sword path, ultimately comprehending sword intent, thus entering true mastery. Ji Chang'an took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and stood, stretching his limbs before heading outside. Chapter 78. I still like you. Gu Chang'an arrived at a buffet restaurant. This establishment was the largest and most luxurious in Qingyuan City, adorned with opulent decorations. The variety of food was abundant, featuring delicacies from land and sea. Most notably, the premium beast meat was available in unlimited supply, justifying the hefty price of 88,000 for one person. Jiu Chang'an casually selected his food with his utensils, quickly filling them to the brim. He found a quiet corner to sit down, relishing the pleasure brought by the feast. At that moment, a girl in a white dress approached, holding a platter of food, her ample chest revealing her identity. Chang'an, what a coincidence! We meet again, Lin Yutong exclaimed with a beaming smile. Jiu Chang'an's lips twitched slightly as he replied, encountering you twice in a day is rather fortuitous, isn't it? Hee, isn't this fate? Lin Yutong responded cheerfully. Jiu Chang'an sighed internally. What kind of fate is this? It felt more like a curse. Although he was no longer afraid of the Shadow Tower, being entangled with them still felt troublesome. With this thought in mind, Gu Chang'an deliberately raised his voice, saying, I'm sorry, Junior, but I already have someone I like. Please do not pursue me any further. His words attracted the attention of several nearby patrons. Lin Yutong was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing red. She hadn't anticipated Gu Chang'an would say such a thing in front of so many people. She merely wished to strike up a conversation. Why was it so difficult? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she feigned a pitiful expression, saying, Chang'an, didn't you say you only liked me? Why are you abandoning me? Is it because I'm not as wealthy as that girl? Gu Chang'an nearly spat out his food. Was this girl for real? The onlookers glared at him with disdain, their gazes akin to that of scornful spectators, especially the women, who looked as if they wished to tear him apart. This young man is truly irresponsible. How could he be so heartless? Indeed, that girl seems quite lovely. How can he be so ungrateful when she is so devoted? Alas, the youth of today are utterly shameless, resorting to being a kept man and deceiving innocent girls. Hearing such remarks left Gu Chang'an speechless. Where were these people's morals when they weren't meddling in his affairs? Just then, a plump old lady approached, shaking her cane as she took Lin Yutong's hand, offering consolation. Don't be sad, dear. Someone as understanding as you will surely find someone better. Jiu Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine. This old lady truly had no sense of the situation. Lin Yutong was merely putting on a show for her. Sure enough, Lin Yutong looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, I only like him. I don't want to be a mistress, but he is already engaged to another woman. What should I do? She began to weep, her demeanor exuding a sense of deep injustice. Jiu Chang'an felt utterly helpless. Regardless of how well Lin Yutong acted, he had never provoked her. This unwarranted disaster left him feeling quite innocent. The crowd around them looked at Gu Chang'an with sympathy, their expressions conveying disappointment in him. Jiu Chang'an was disinclined to engage with the masses, muttering, Hey, I say, miss, we aren't familiar. Don't cast your dirty water on me. You? Lin Yutong glared at Gu Chang'an. Chang'an, how could you do this? How could you abandon me after starting something? She lamented, wiping her tears as she spoke. Her tearful, pitiful appearance was somewhat alluring, but Gu Chang'an remained unmoved. Fully aware of her at that moment, passers-by overheard Lin Yutong's accusations and cast furious glares at Gu Chang'an, voicing their indignation. Who is this person, and how dare he bully a young girl? Truly heartless, such a person deserves to be imprisoned. How can he commit such acts? Gu Chang'an rolled his eyes. There were indeed far too many busybodies in this world. You misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend. Nor have I ever wronged her, Gu Chang'an patiently explained. He genuinely had no interest in arguing with these brainless individuals. It would be better to finish his meal and leave, taking advantage of the moment. Lin Yutong said, Chang'an, if you truly don't like me, then I'll leave. With that, she wiped her tears again. The audience was displeased. This girl was so kind-hearted, willing to let the man go, while he seemed utterly ungrateful. Gu Chang'an sighed, realizing that if this farce continued, he would never eat in peace. Therefore, he pulled Lin Yutong into his embrace and kissed her soft lips fervently. Lin Yutong let out a soft gasp. Momentarily dazed by the kiss, when she regained her senses, her eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Gu Chang'an as if she wished to devour him whole. Unfazed, Gu Chang'an met her gaze with a playful smirk, his demeanor shifting from cold indifference to warmth. This abrupt transformation left the surrounding crowd utterly bewildered. Lin Yutong was equally stunned. She could not comprehend the sudden change in Gu Chang'an's demeanor. Gu Chang'an discreetly grasped her waist before releasing her, internally marveling at her figure. Then, with a deeply affectionate look, he said, "I'm sorry, Yutong. Please forgive my previous lapse in judgment. Upon seeing you again, I realized that my heart still holds affection for you. I hope you can grant me another chance. Let us start anew." Gu Chang'an gazed at Lin Yutong with sincerity, as if earnestly hoping to win her back. Alas, this young man is exceedingly handsome. Goodness, I feel as though I might be swayed. I must promptly contact my boyfriend to break up with him. I am determined to pursue this charming fellow. His looks surpass even those of celebrities. A chorus of screams erupted from the surrounding crowd, leaving those unacquainted to mistakenly believe that the two were in a romantic relationship. Gu Chang'an listened to the incessant praises ringing in his ears. He couldn't help but smile. You think you can compete with me? Be wary, or you may end up losing your dignity. Ever since the merging of souls, Gu Chang'an discovered that his temperament had become increasingly carefree and spontaneous. Indeed, upon hearing the murmurs around her, Lin Yutong was instantly filled with exasperation. This scoundrel, who intended to use public opinion to coerce Gu Chang'an into submission, had unexpectedly thrust himself into the spotlight. She glared at Gu Chang'an, furious that this rogue had taken advantage of her and led her to her current predicament. With an indignant stamp of her foot, Lin Yutong stormed off in anger. Chapter 79. The Saint Candidate Scoundrel, Scoundrel, Scoundrel. Inside a villa, Lin Yutong furiously slammed her hands on the coffee table before her. My dear heavens! Who has irked you so? At that moment, the head of the Shadow Tower's branch, resembling a kind grandfather, inquired with a smile. He bore no resemblance to the ruthless underground overlord of Qingyuan City, whom he usually was. Its that scoundrel. How dare he? Lin Yutong trailed off, her face flushing with embarrassment. She could hardly confess to anyone that she had been forcefully kissed, let alone ambushed. She could not afford such humiliation. Is it that target of yours? What has he done to you? Should Uncle Huang send a silver-ranked assassin to deal with him? Minister Huang feigned ferocity as he spoke. No. Uncle Huang, please do not interfere in this matter. I will handle it myself, so do not concern yourself with me. Lin Yutong hastily interjected. Strangely, upon hearing Uncle Huang's suggestion to eliminate Gu Chang'an, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if she were on the verge of losing something significant. Impossible. How could I possibly have feelings for that shameless scoundrel? I merely wished to personally take action and have him kneel before me, begging for mercy. Yes, it must be so, Lin Yutong thought to herself. Minister Huang, seeing through yet choosing not to reveal, was left speechless by this young lady. What on earth is a promising candidate for a saint doing in this desolate Qingyuan city? If you come, you come. But to take on tasks like others, does she not realize this could jeopardize her life? If anything were to happen to this little ancestor, his career would likely come to an end. It was no wonder he had dispatched golden assassins to act as bodyguards, diligently protecting her from the shadows. At this rate, the golden assassins might resign any day now. Tio used golden assassins as bodyguards. Wasn't that an insult? They were only trained to kill, not to protect. Very well. Should anything arise, just inform Uncle Huang. And I shall ensure it is resolved. Minister Huang vowed as he departed. Lin Yutong watched him disappear around the corner, finally relaxing, yet her cheeks still felt warm, a sense of embarrassment lingering. She had never experienced such shame before. Scoundrel, there will come a day when I make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Just wait. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'an, witnessing the dispersal of the onlookers, happily indulged in his meal. This little girl thinks she can challenge me? She still has much to learn. Gu Chang'an silently mocked himself. Although he was putting on a facade, he genuinely felt elated. After all, Lin Yutong was a stunning beauty, especially with her ample curves that were undeniably enticing. Gu Chang'an thought that if the opportunity arose, he would certainly take a chance to explore those enticing features. After finishing his meal, Gu Chang'an returned home, and it was already 11 o'clock at night. He sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing inward on his dantian, where he discovered 10 strands of postnatal chaotic energy had emerged. Is this the result of the automatic operation of the chaotic divine art? Gu Chang'an was somewhat astonished. Given his current state, even without cultivation, he would acquire at least 10 strands of postnatal chaotic energy each day. with an average of 5 strands required to open a meridian. He could open 2 meridians in a single day. This means he could elevate himself to a warrior level within a year without any effort. I, too, can be one who upgrades while lying down. With this thought, Gu Chang'an's spirits soared even higher. However, it was impossible not to cultivate. He had not forgotten the 3-year agreement, and Li Mengyao was still waiting for him. With that in mind, Gu Chang'an closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The chaotic divine art absorbed energy at a faster rate than the 9 turns mysterious technique, and while absorbing energy, he would operate the chaotic sword technique. Though he lacked medicinal assistance, his cultivation speed was still commendable. Limited only by the scarcity of energy around him, as the surrounding energy was rapidly absorbed, it became exceedingly sparse within a kilometer radius. The abundant energy entering his body was swiftly devoured by the innate chaotic energy, transforming into postnatal chaotic energy. When he could no longer absorb energy, Gu Chang'an would switch to the 9 turns mysterious technique to enhance his physical defenses, and when the surrounding energy recovered, he would revert to the chaotic divine art for absorption. Thus, he continuously accumulated postnatal chaotic energy. Once a sufficient amount had been amassed, it would be time for him to break through. Chapter 80. I want half of the shares of Yutsue Pavilion. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor of the room. Gu Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, feeling the presence of 50 strands of postnatal chaotic energy within him, revealing a satisfied smile. At this rate, he would achieve a breakthrough within 10 days. After rising from his bed, washing up, and casually eating something, he made his way to Yue Pavilion. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Please, come in. Boss Lu had long been waiting at the door with a respectful demeanor. As he gazed at Gu Chang'an, an air of anticipation and trepidation filled him. Gu Chang'an replied softly, proceeding straight to the private room. Mr. Gu, here are the revised Jade certificates and project proposals. Please take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to add. Lu Yin handed over the folder to Gu Chang'an. After perusing the documents, Gu Chang'an nodded. It's satisfactory. I have no objections. You may proceed with the arrangements. I trust you. Excellent. Since you have no objections, we will begin preparations and strive to make Yutsue Pavilion renowned throughout Qingyuan City within 3 days. Boss Lu exclaimed with delight. Very well, however, my aspirations extend beyond just Qingyuan City. I hope to see Yutsue Pavilion stores established in cities above the level of Detang City within a year. Gu Chang'an mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Tio, establish a Yutsue Pavilion in every major city within a year. Might that not be too ambitious? What? Do you think I'm being unrealistic? Gu Chang'an glanced at Boss Lu. No, it's not that. Boss Lu shook his head, looking troubled. It's just that Yutsue Pavilion's foundations are rather shallow, and to open so many branches across the country in a year would be exceedingly challenging. Do you think I haven't considered this matter? Gu Chang'an chuckled lightly. Boss Lu looked at him, puzzled, unsure of his meaning. Since I have set this goal, I naturally possess a solution, Gu Chang'an stated calmly. Hearing this, Boss Lu was suddenly filled with excitement. Mr. Gu, may I inquire what your solution is? He asked eagerly. I can share it with you, but I have one condition, Gu Chang'an replied, fixing his gaze on him. What condition? Please, speak freely, Boss Lu answered without hesitation. At this critical juncture, he was hardly concerned about terms. If the other party could assist him in achieving this goal, Yutsue Pavilion would become a renowned jewelry business in Detang, and even throughout the Huaxia Alliance. In that case, the profits would be secondary. The most important thing was that he, old Lu, would finally achieve glory for his family. I want half of the shares of Yutsue Pavilion, Gu Chang'an stated, laying bare his ultimate objective. If his intention were merely to topple Tianfeng Pavilion, with his identity and resources, he could easily establish his own jade store to compete. There was no need to involve Yutsue Pavilion. However, he currently lacked the time to manage such affairs, nor did he wish to squander his energy on them. What he needed was to cultivate, so he sought a reliable individual to take over, and Yutsue Pavilion was a fitting choice. Boss Lu stared at Gu Chang'an in disbelief, while Lu Yin beside him gasped. Covering her mouth in shock, half? Boss Lu exclaimed. He had initially thought it would be a minor share or profit, but he never anticipated Gu Chang'an's appetite to be this vast. Yutsue Pavilion was the culmination of his life's work. Giving away half of it felt akin to surrendering his very soul. If he agreed, would Yutsue Pavilion still bear the Lu name? Of course, I will not take this for free. These 10 jade pieces shall serve as my investment into Yutsue Pavilion, Gu Chang'an declared, placing 10 exquisite jade pieces on the table. Hiss! Upon seeing the jade laid out before him, Boss Lu inhaled sharply, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The value of those 10 pieces was immense. In terms of worth, they exceeded half of Yutsue Pavilion S shares. The fact that the other party was willing to invest such a sum indicated that they were unconcerned about Yutsue Pavilion S agreement. Even if Yutsue Pavilion refused, there would still be jade pavilions and stone pavilions. The other party simply did not wish to squander time, and Yutsue Pavilion happened to be present. Nothing more, however, for Yutsue Pavilion. If this opportunity was missed, it would be a lifelong regret. I accept your proposal, Mr. Gu, Boss Lu said bitterly, feeling somewhat reluctant. Father, shouldn't you think this over? This is a significant matter, his daughter Lu Yin interjected. Genuinely concerned. Though she harbored feelings for Gu Chang'an, she could not bear to see her father relinquish half of Yutsue Pavilion that he had built with great effort. Silly girl, this is our fortune. You simply do not understand. At this moment, Boss Lu paused his tone and addressed Gu Chang'an. Mr. Gu, I can forego these 10 pieces of jadeite and offer you half of the shares of Yutsue Pavilion. But I have one request. Dad, you are being ridiculous. How can you start speaking nonsense? Lu Yin hurriedly intervened upon hearing this. Boss Lu waved his hand, as he was clear about his intentions. Gu Chang'an took a sip of tea and looked at Boss Lu, saying, Go on. Taking a deep breath, Boss Lu earnestly stated, Unless you are willing to marry my daughter Yin'er. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an sprayed the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 81. I wait for you. What a clever scheme Boss Lu has concocted, attempting to tie me to Yutsue Pavilion. Gu Chang'an mused inwardly. Dad, what are you talking about? Lu Yin blushed and exclaimed, I am doing this for your own good. Boss Lu declared with righteous fervor. Our Yin'er is both beautiful and capable. Marrying anyone is still marrying. Since you are not yet wed, it would be quite fitting for you to marry Mr. Gu. Moreover, with your talents, you will undoubtedly be able to assist Mr. Gu. Isn't that right, Mr. Gu? Boss Lu smiled at Gu Chang'an, wearing an expression of cunning wisdom. Gu Chang'an glanced at the delicate beauty beside him, whose cheeks were aflame, yet she was secretly gazing at him, and he sighed. Alas, Boss Lu, Yin'er is but a young lady. How can you speak of her in such a manner without feeling shame? Gu Chang'an feigned anger as he chided. Lu Yan's charming face grew even redder, wishing for a hole in the ground to hide herself. Do not misunderstand. My intention is this. With such a beautiful and gentle-natured woman as Yin'er, would it not be a disservice to myself to let her go? Gu Chang'an concluded, casting a half-smile at her. Upon hearing Gu Chang'an's praise, Lu Yan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Undeniably alluring, she lowered her head, her delicate hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. However, Boss Lu had no time to admire. He hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, rest assured, once you become the new owner of Yutsue Pavilion, Yin'er will not need to leave. You will be her man, and you may indulge her as you wish. I, old Lu, will not object. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin stomped her foot in protest. Dad, what are you saying? How can I? I am doing this for your benefit. Chang'an is not only young but possesses such high capabilities, and he is quite handsome. It is clear he is a man of worth. I am marrying Yin'er to a gold mine. It is not a loss, Boss Lu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Humph, I shall not engage with you any longer. Lu Yin turned and walked towards the stairs. Hey, Yin'er, wait for me. Boss Lu observed his daughter's retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. Girl, I can only assist you to this extent. I hope I have not misjudged. In his heart, Boss Lu thought, Mr. Gu, I speak the truth. As long as you agree, I can immediately transfer half of the shares of Yutsue Pavilion to you. If you wish for a larger stake, I am more than willing. He looked at Gu Chang'an with eager anticipation. Gu Chang'an remained silent, smiling as he lifted the teacup from the table to savor it. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, sweet and smooth on the palate, and he nodded, saying, This tea is quite good. Where did you procure the leaves? The tea leaves were brought back by someone I entrusted from Kyoto, Boss Lu replied, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they are quite nice, Gu Chang'an complimented. Then he stood, stretching lazily, and said, In that case, I can first get engaged to Yin'er, and we shall hold the wedding after I return from my studies. Boss Lu pondered Gu Chang'an's suggestion for a moment. then nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall have someone draft the documents shortly." Deep inside, Boss Lu sighed. In this era, encountering someone like Gu Chang'an was indeed a stroke of fortune for his daughter Yener. The development of Yutsue Pavilion had indeed been slow over the years, but with Gu Chang'an as a partner, he was confident that the scale of Yutsue Pavilion could be elevated significantly in a short time, even reaching the level of Tianfang Pavilion. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Boss Lu felt a surge of excitement. "Mr. Gu, no, son-in-law. I shall now find a lawyer to draft the equity transfer agreement," Boss Lu declared eagerly. Gu Chang'an smiled and replied, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed father-in-law." Boss Lu quickly shook his head, saying, "Oh, not a bother, not a bother. We are family, so what trouble could there be?" He felt a rush of excitement. Gu Chang'an's words were undoubtedly a comforting reassurance, as Yutsue Pavilion would soon belong to him. After Boss Lu departed, Gu Chang'an approached Lu Yin, smiling warmly. "Yener, let us have a talk." Lu Yin glanced at him, lowered her head in silence for a moment, then looked up to ask Gu Chang'an, "What my father said, I have agreed." Gu Chang'an replied with a beaming smile, his gaze intense. "Really?" Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Did you agree for the sake of obtaining shares in Yutsue Pavilion?" Gu Chang'an chuckled. "Yener, do you think I need that? Aren't you doing this for Yutsue Pavilion?" Lu Yin hesitated. Gu Chang'an smiled gently. "I assure you, I am not marrying you for Yutsue Pavilion. It is you I genuinely like. You are intelligent and capable, and you can assist me greatly. Most importantly, I truly have feelings for you." Upon hearing Gu Chang'an declare his true affection, Lu Yan's heart raced wildly, her cheeks flushed. She bit her lip and mustered the courage to say, "Brother Gu, I also like you." Gu Chang'an embraced Lu Yin, pressing her against the wall as he kissed her. Initially resistant, Lu Yin succumbed completely to Gu Chang'an's advances, wrapping her arms around his neck and eagerly responding to his affections. After a long moment, they finally parted. Lu Yin adjusted her hair, her cheeks rosy and her eyes dazed. Clearly still stirred by the encounter, Gu Chang'an tenderly stroked her hair, playfully brushing her nose and speaking softly. "Silly girl, regardless of my motivations for marrying you, I genuinely wish to make you my wife. So you need not worry about anything else. I trust you, Brother Gu." Lu Yin nodded, nestling into his embrace, blissfully closing her eyes as if entranced by the fragrant air surrounding them. Gu Chang'an held her close, whispering, "Once I return from my studies, I shall marry you. Yes, I will wait for you." Lu Yin opened her eyes, looking deeply into his, her gaze resolute. Chapter 82. Jiang Tingting. In the following 3 days, Gu Chang'an spent his days in affectionate companionship with Lu Yin, diligently practicing in the evenings. Their bond deepened, having explored every facet of their relationship except for the final step, observing his daughter's daily blissful smiles. Boss Lu felt relieved. He was immensely satisfied with Gu Chang'an, the top scholar of Qingyuan City, a special enrollment at the prestigious Huaxia Academy. The information available to him made him exceedingly content, not to mention the hidden identity that accompanied it. He was not Navi. Without that concealed identity, could an ordinary person casually produce 10 pieces of jadeite of such quality? With his daughter's future secured, Boss Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief, fully immersing himself in his work. Under his vigorous financial backing, Yutsue Pavilion quickly became a frequent feature on Qingyuan City's television broadcasts. Coupled with promotional materials and new business models, not only did new clients emerge, but existing customers also expressed eagerness, vowing to refer relatives and friends for new jade jewelry. Boss Lu was both pained and joyful, working tirelessly each day, counting money until his hands ached. Watching Boss Lu bustling about, Gu Chang'an and Lu Yin decided to take a leisurely stroll downtown. Hand in hand, they meandered through the streets when a group of heavily made-up young ladies approached. "Yener, is that really you? Why are you dressed like that? So outdated." One flamboyantly dressed girl mocked Lu Yin, then turned to tease Gu Chang'an. "And who is this handsome young man?" Realizing she could not evade them, Lu Yin retorted angrily, "Jiang Tingting, I have told you to cease all contact with me. Please stay away from us, though." Oh, you have only known him for a few days. How quickly you turn your back." Jiang Tingting flirtatiously threw a wink at Gu Chang'an and said, "Yener, have you found someone special and forgotten your friends? You truly have broken my heart." As Jiang Tingting spoke, she pulled at the arms of her companions, simpering, "Look how much Yener's boyfriend dotes on her. We cannot compare." The girls giggled, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Lu Yin. These girls were Jiang Tingting's childhood friends, spoiled and unrestrained due to a lack of parental guidance. And they only grew bolder as they matured. Jiang Tingting, a daughter of high-ranking officials, was somewhat temperamental, but her father's influence allowed her to thrive in Qingyuan City, surrounded by equally privileged friends who often bullied others. Yinner, is this your fiancé? He certainly looks decent. How about letting us have a little fun with him for a couple of days? Jiang Tingting leaned in close to Lu Yan's ear, whispering provocatively. Lu Yin pushed her away in disgust. Jiang Tingting, do not act pretentious here, that I warn you. Do not even think about making advances on my husband. If you dare to cause trouble, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Tingting laughed mockingly. I say, Lu Yin, have you lost your mind? With your boyfriend's pathetic status, does he even deserve to enter the Jiang family? Gu Chang'an had never been particularly concerned about his attire, for he was already quite handsome. If he were to dress up any further, how could other men possibly endure? Thus, he had been categorized as dowdy by Jiang Tingting. Gu Chang'an, feeling speechless, rubbed his nose. Lu Yin, in a fit of anger, her personality being bold and straightforward, had gradually changed after encountering Gu Chang'an. She glared at Jiang Tingting, undeterred, and declared, Jiang Tingting, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true character. The Jiang family's fortune will eventually be squandered by you, so you might as well save your breath. Jiang Tingting, infuriated and humiliated, reached out to claw at Lu Yin, her expression one of sheer rage, as if she wished to tear Lu Yan's mouth apart. Lu Yin, how dare you accuse me of wasting family wealth? Just wait until I beat you to a pulp. She swiped her hand towards Lu Yan's face. Lu Yin, having anticipated the attack, leaned back slightly to evade it. Lu Yin, don't run. Just wait until I deal with you. Jiang Tingting pursued Lu Yin relentlessly. Seeing this, Gu Chang'an furrowed his brows and stepped between the two, stating, Miss, I kindly ask you to cease this commotion. Have you not had enough? Get out of the way, you smelly man. Who do you think you are? Move aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Tingting shouted furiously. Gu Chang'an glanced at her and suddenly kicked out his leg. With a resounding thud, Jiang Tingting was sent flying to the ground. He had only used less than 1% of his strength. Otherwise, Jiang Tingting would have been in serious trouble. Ah! She cried out in pain, clutching her abdomen as she curled up on the ground. At that moment, the other four girls were also stunned, not expecting Gu Chang'an to be so ruthless towards a young girl. You wretched pauper, how dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? Jiang Tingting grimaced in pain but continued to act defiantly. I do not, replied Gu Chang'an coolly. You don't know? Let me enlighten you. My father is the director of the finance bureau in Qingyuan City, and my mother is the chairwoman of the Jiang Group. You have offended me, and you will find it impossible to remain in Qingyuan City. Jiang Tingting threatened. Gu Chang'an scoffed softly, his demeanor indifferent as he said, I advise you not to do anything foolish, or no one will be able to protect you. Remember, next time you speak, make sure you understand the situation first. With that, he took Lu Yan's hand and walked away. Jiang Tingting's friends hurriedly helped her to her feet, asking, Tingting, are you all right? Are you hurt? What could possibly be wrong with me? Jiang Tingting spat out the blood from her mouth. Rubbing her abdomen, a glint of resentment flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. You dog and bitch, just wait. If I don't make you suffer, I want to bear the Jiang surname. She turned and walked into an alley, pulling out her phone to dial a number. Hello, help me find a few people. Yes, one is Lu Yin, and the other is her boyfriend. After hanging up, a sinister smile crept across Jiang Tingting's lips. Chapter 83. Lu Yin is kidnapped. Gu Chang'an and Lu Yin stroll down the street, Lu Yin wearing a look of regret as she eventually summoned the courage to speak. Brother Gu, do you mind that I used to be like them? After saying this, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Chang'an, uncertain if he would despise her past. Gu Chang'an chuckled softly. Not at all. Really? Lu Yan's pale face instantly regained color. Of course, I cherish the person you are now, and no matter how you were before. That is your past. Furthermore, who among us is infallible? Don't dwell on it too much, Gu Chang'an gently reassured her. He understood that Lu Yin was fundamentally a good-hearted girl, merely rebellious in her youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held on to her principles and remained chaste till now. Touched by Gu Chang'an's words, Lu Yin nearly burst into tears. She threw herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother Gu, Thank you for understanding me. Let us go to your home. I want to give myself to you completely. Silly girl, what do you take me for? You will ultimately be my wife. There's no need for me to rush. Gu Chang'an said tenderly. Moved, Lu Yin leaned in and kissed him. In that moment, her heart was entirely his. Jiu Chang'an did not reject her affection but embraced her slender waist, kissing her deeply. That moment, their hearts seemed to draw closer, each feeling a sense of mutual support and a desire to grow old together. After releasing Lu Yin, Gu Chang'an smiled. Let us go. I'll take you home. After escorting Lu Yin back to Yutsue Pavilion, Gu Chang'an headed home. Upon opening the door, he sensed something was amiss. The hair he had wedged in the door crack was gone. Had someone entered? Gu Chang'an felt a sense of suspicion. This house had only him and Zhaoing with a key, and Zhaoing had already gone to the central continent. Could it be that the people from the Shadow Tower could no longer contain themselves? With this thought, Gu Chang'an checked all the rooms. The items within were clean and orderly, clearly untouched. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had been overly suspicious. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly detected a strange odor. What was that smell? Gu Chang'an sniffed the air. Oh no, it was the scent of natural gas. Realizing this, he quickly jumped out of the window. With a loud explosion, Zhao Ying's house erupted in flames, engulfing the entire building in an instant. That moment, Gu Chang'an was filled with rage. He never expected that someone would dare to assassinate him within Qin City, not sparing even his home. Although such harm posed no real threat to him, the house was a testament to his love with Zhao Ying, housing many cherished memories that were now reduced to ashes. Igniting his fury, damn it, Gu Chang'an cursed under his breath. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Boss Lu, and he answered it with patience. Hello, Uncle Lu. What's the matter? Chang'an, you need to come quickly. Yenner has been kidnapped, came the urgent voice on the other end. What? I'm on my way, Gu Chang'an replied immediately, hastily leaving. He failed to notice that the moment he departed, a pair of cold and dark eyes were watching him from the corner. Chapter 84. The ruined house outside the city. When Gu Chang'an returned to the shop, Boss Lu had already called the police. The law enforcement had cordoned off the entire building, yet they could not locate any trace of the kidnapper. Approaching Boss Lu, Gu Chang'an asked in a solemn voice, What happened? Boss Lu, looking anxious, sighed, Just now, I heard Yenner scream from the study, but when I rushed over, she had already vanished. Yenner has been behaving herself lately and hasn't he offended anyone? How could she be kidnapped? I know who it is. Gu Chang'an's tone exuded a strong sense of murderous intent. Who? Boss Lu asked hastily. Jiang Tingting. Jiu Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The Jiang family, what are we going to do? Boss Lu suddenly panicked. Do not worry. Leave this matter to me, Gu Chang'an said nonchalantly. Chang'an, you must save Yenner. Boss Lu pleaded. Jiu Chang'an exited Yutsue Pavilion and dialed a mysterious number. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house outside the city, Lu Yin lay unconscious on a wooden bed. Bound by ropes with her feet taped, unable to escape. It was a confined space, shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. Suddenly, a sharp, grating sound echoed from above. Struggling to open her eyes, Lu Yin was met with the sight of a gleaming knife blade. Her pupils constricting in terror. What do you want to do? She had no idea why this person had captured her, but she was acutely aware that being in their hands would not bode well for her. Hee, what do you think? The person smirked ominously. Lu Yin trembled even more violently at the response, desperately shaking her head. Just kill me. Want to die? It's not that easy, Jiang Tingting said as she entered the room. Smiling, Jiang Tingting sat on a chair, crossing her legs. Wearing high heels, her beautiful face was adorned with a mocking expression. Jiang Tingting, it's you? Lu Yin glared at her, gritting her teeth. Yes, it's me. Now you know the consequences of crossing me. Don't you? Jiang Tingting gloated. She stood up and approached Lu Yin, casually patting her cheek with a cold snicker. Weren't you quite capable? Go on, keep it up. Lu Yin's face turned pale as she struggled fiercely. Let me go. Otherwise, my fiancé will not let you off the hook. Jiang Tingting laughed derisively. Don't worry. He'll be here soon to reunite with you. What do you mean? Lu Yin was taken aback. Jiang Tingting looked down at Lu Yin, a cold smile on her lips. It's no secret. I've already sent someone to bring your fiancé here. Soon, you two will be reunited. Despair washed over Lu Yin as she gazed at Jiang Tingting. desperately kneeling on the ground. Please, don't do this. Whatever grievances you have, just take it out on me. Please don't harm him. Tears streamed down her face as she begged. Jiang Tingting coldly laughed. Showing no mercy, too late. Since you dared to offend me, you must consider the consequences. I've told you before. I won't spare you. The more you suffer, the more thrilled I become. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin collapsed to the ground in despair. Tears blurring her vision, Jiang Tingting looked at her pitiful state, her eyes glimmering with madness. She could hardly wait to torment Lu Yin. She advanced towards Lu Yin with measured steps, then suddenly raised her foot and kicked her squarely in the chest, sending Lu Yin crashing to the ground. She crouched down, viciously gripping Lu Yin's throat, her face contorted in a menacing sneer. Do not think you still have a chance to live, I assure you. After today, there will no longer be any trace of you in this world. Chapter 85. Arrival. With that, she tightened her grip on Lu Yin's throat, pressing her down against the ground. Lu Yin coughed painfully, her eyes gradually turning red, tears flooding from their sockets. I felt as though her throat was being crushed, an unbearable pain coursing through her. Her body growing increasingly rigid, lips turning purple, her legs instinctively kicking against the wall, desperately trying to escape the suffocating sensation. Yet she found herself utterly immobile, resigned to the ominous shadow of death looming overhead. Lu Yin's eyes widened in horror, filled with terror and sorrow. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, Jiang Tingting abruptly released her. Lu Yin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her heart pounding violently as if it might burst from her throat. She struggled to steady her breathing, taking a long time to regain even a modicum of strength. Miss, why not let us brothers take care of this wretched woman? I guarantee she will wish for death. A man leered nearby. Slap, do I need you to teach me how to handle things? Jiang Tingting retorted, striking him across the face. I want this wretched creature to completely collapse before her fiancé. With that, a twisted smile crept across Jiang Tingting's face. Miss, your foresight is truly remarkable. I am but a fraction of your brilliance. The man flattered, his excitement palpable as he stepped back. Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Yin's expression shifted from despair to resolute defiance. Jiang Tingting, even if it costs me my life today, I will not allow you to succeed. With that, Lu Yin suddenly leaped up and hurled herself against the walled Yinner. No. Gu Chang'an had just arrived and witnessed Lu Yin's desperate act, but he was too late to stop her, letting out an anguished roar. Bang! Lu Yin emitted a muffled groan, glancing back at him one last time, a faint smile gracing her pale lips as she slowly crumpled into a pool of blood. Jiang Tingting's face fell into shock. She could not fathom that Lu Yin would truly dare to take her own life. This damned wretch had the audacity to choose death for a man. It was utterly foolish, damn it. Of all times to die, she had to do it before we had our fun. A burly man cursed. Jiu Chang'an rushed forward to embrace Lu Yin, discovering she had merely lost consciousness and was not in immediate danger. He breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze upon Jiang Tingting. You are courting death, Gu Chang'an spat coldly. Jiang Tingting was taken aback, then quickly donned a disdainful expression, impatiently waving her hand. Go, kill him, let them reunite. No sooner had Jiang Tingting's words left her lips than two men drew their blades and charged at Gu Chang'an. Both were skilled fighters recruited by the Jiang family, their prowess equivalent to second-tier warriors, more than capable of dealing with ordinary foes. However, they were up against Gu Chang'an. Should they have been genius-level warriors, Gu Chang'an might have felt a hint of pressure. But to him, ordinary warriors were akin to refuse. He did not hold back, darting forward and delivering a punch to each, sending them flying before they even hit the ground, dead before they landed. How is this possible? Jiang Tingting gasped in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the hired hands would be dispatched with such ease, regretting not bringing her strongest bodyguard. She stammered, wanting to say something, but ultimately found herself speechless, merely watching as Gu Chang'an approached. Don't come any closer, she shrieked, retreating in panic. You? Jiang Tingting's face was a mask of terror as she implored, do not come any closer. Gu Chang'an regarded her fearful demeanor, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 86. Torment. Do you not delight in tormenting others? Now it is my turn to inflict suffering upon you. Gu Chang'an said coldly, slowly drawing his belt from his waist and striking her with just the right amount of force. He feared that if he didn't temper his strength, he might accidentally kill her, thus sparing her from the agony she deserved. The sharp sound of the belt cracking echoed throughout the room. "It hurts," Jiang Tingting cried out in pain. "You don't come any closer," Jiang Tingting screamed, truly terrified now. Yet at that moment, Gu Chang'an was deaf to her pleas, relentlessly whipping her, ensuring she felt every ounce of excruciating pain, her bones seemingly on the verge of shattering. Jiang Tingting shrieked in agony. But this only piqued Gu Chang'an's interest further, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "Dio, you currently resemble a stray dog." Jiang Tingting trembled all over, shaking her head and crying, her eyes bloodshot as tears streamed down her face. For the first time in her life, she felt regret. If there were a next life, she vowed never to provoke this demon again. Alas, there are no second chances. "Kill me, please, just kill me," Jiang Tingting begged desperately. She could no longer endure the torment. "Want to die? Ha, that would be far too easy," Gu Chang'an mocked, looking at Jiang Tingting. "I could never permit you to die so readily." "Then what do you want?" Jiang Tingting sobbed. "If you want money, I have it. I can give it to you. Just promise to let me go." "Money? Do you think I lack for money?" Gu Chang'an retorted coldly. "Then, what do you desire?" Jiang Tingting asked through her tears. "I want to see you in despair, suffering." Gu Chang'an ground out each word, before delivering a forceful kick that sent her sprawling. He was no saint, and given Jiang Tingting's despicable actions, he would never show her any mercy. "Kill me, just kill me. Do you not relish playing with people's hearts? I shall first use you as a test subject." Jiang Tingting's pupils dilated in terror, reaching a horrific peak. This man intended to humiliate her, did he? No, that cannot be. She was the little princess of the Jiang family, and she would not permit anyone to trample upon her dignity. Jiang Tingting gritted her teeth and struggled to escape, but her body refused to obey her commands. "Do not come any closer." Jiang Tingting shrieked in despair. Yet the more she fought against him, the more it ignited Gu Chang'an's desire to conquer. "Do you not take pleasure in tormenting others?" he sneered. Reaching out to unbutton her blouse as he undid the buttons, he taunted. "I never imagined the esteemed Jiang Miss could find herself in such a predicament." "Get away from me!" Jiang Tingting screamed frantically, but Gu Chang'an appeared impervious to her cries. Jiang Tingting glared at Gu Chang'an, her eyes wide with rage, as if she could devour him whole. "You shall not touch me. You, a penniless wretch, are unworthy." Bang! Gu Chang'an suddenly halted, looking at her with detached coldness. "Do you know? From the moment I stepped through that door, you were already defeated. Your so-called plans are nothing but a farce in my eyes. Let me inform you, today you will kneel before me and repent." "Repent?" Jiang Tingting was momentarily stunned, as if she grasped Gu Chang'an's intent. "That is impossible," she screeched. Slap! Without hesitation, Gu Chang'an struck her across the face. The left side of her face instantly swelled, a vivid imprint of 5 fingers glaringly apparent, causing her to gaze at Gu Chang'an with tear-filled eyes. Gu Chang'an stated flatly, "I care not for your identity, but since you dared to harm my woman, I shall never let you go." His eyes gleamed with a cold light. Jiang Tingting was horrified. She suddenly understood that Gu Chang'an was not jesting. He was utterly serious. Jiang Tingting cried out in desperation, but Gu Chang'an ignored her entirely. She curled into herself, eyes tightly shut, the bruises on her body revealing the intensity of the struggle. After casting her a glance, Gu Chang'an dressed himself and carried Lu Yan away. The following morning, Jiang Tingting awoke to find Gu Chang'an had already departed, leaving the room in disarray. She sat dazedly on the edge of her bed for a long while before slowly donning the clothes Gu Chang'an had left behind and emerging from her room. Chapter 87. The ancestor of the Jiang family. At the Jiang residence. Jiang Tingting lay in the bathtub, her body aching, her mind replaying the memories of the previous night. She felt humiliated and enraged, wishing she could leap from a building at that very moment. How could she have been so degraded by that man? "Ah!" she screamed. "Miss?" A servant hurriedly pushed the door open, startled by her state. "What happened, miss?" Jiang Tingting roared. "Get out! All of you, get out!" The servant trembled at her outburst and quickly retreated. Jiang Tingting splashed bathwater onto the mirror, staring at her reflection, feeling both wronged and regretful, with a tinge of nostalgia. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, followed by the butler's voice. "Miss, your mother has arrived. Please change your clothes and come out." Jiang Tingting took a deep breath, suppressing her anger and shame. Once she had dressed and entered the living room, her mother was seated, sipping tea. Upon seeing her, she immediately beckoned her over to sit. "Mom," Jiang Tingting called out. Mrs. Jiang, with a pained expression, pulled her daughter closer. "How are you feeling? Is your body better?" Jiang Tingting hung her head and shook it, her eyes swollen. Mrs. Jiang was heartbroken, gently patting her daughter's shoulder. "Do not worry. I will avenge you, and that scoundrel will be taught a severe lesson. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. We must ensure that the one surnamed Gu apologizes to our daughter and serves her for the rest of his life." Jiang Guohua entered, stating firmly. Mrs. Jiang expressed her dissatisfaction. "Are we to let the Jiang family endure such humiliation? I say, that man must apologize profusely to my daughter and be made to serve her like a slave for the rest of his days." "Do not act foolishly," Jiang Guohua glared at her. "Am I being foolish?" Mrs. Jiang retorted, "And my daughter has suffered such great injustice. I cannot let this go unaddressed." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Guohua replied, "That Gu family has a formidable background. The mayor has already issued a warning to me today. Besides, isn't Tingting fine? She hasn't lost an arm or a leg." "Dad," Jiang Tingting, upon hearing her father seemingly protect that scoundrel, felt a surge of anger. "Have you forgotten how I ended up like this? I cannot endure such humiliation in vain." Jiang Guohua regarded her with a complex expression. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Tingting continued, "Dad, I don't want to live anymore." Jiang Guohua's expression shifted, and as he gazed into Jiang Tingting's resolute eyes, he ultimately relented, saying, "In that case, I shall consult our ancestor. I hope the mayor will show leniency out of respect for him." "Guohua, our Jiang family's ancestor is a master at the martial king level. How can such a powerful figure be summoned so easily?" Mrs. Jiang interjected urgently. "Silence. I know what I am doing," Jiang Guohua coldly retorted before departing. Meanwhile, Jiang Guohua sought out his ancestral elder, Old Master Jiang. "Guohua, what brings you here?" Old Master Jiang inquired, casting him a slight glance. Jiang Guohua respectfully bowed and explained, "Ancestor, the situation is as follows. Someone dares to bully our Jiang family, and I am going to seek justice from Xiang Wentian." Old Master Jiang abruptly rose, an intense aura emanating from him. Jiang Guohua felt a shiver run down his spine. Though his cultivation was only slightly inferior to that of his ancestor, he felt as if he could hardly breathe, as if Old Master Jiang could crush him with just a finger. However, instead of fear, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. With our ancestor taking action, I shall see if Gu Chang'an can withstand his wrath, Jiang Guohua thought to himself. Chapter 88. Arriving at Jiang family as dawn broke, Lu Yin stirred slightly in bed, her eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, causing her to squint. Lu Yin let out a soft groan, feeling a splitting headache. Memories of the previous night flickered in her mind like scenes from a movie, and in her panic, she looked around to discover she was at home. It was then that she noticed Gu Chang'an resting beside her bed, and a wave of gratitude welled up within her. Realizing he had watched over her all night, that moment, Gu Chang'an awoke, and upon seeing Lu Yin, he grasped her hand excitedly and inquired, "Yinner, you are finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Lu Yin shook her head, her gaze softening as she looked at Gu Chang'an, warmth flooding her heart. "Brother Gu, I am fine." "Really?" Gu Chang'an asked, skeptical. "Yes." With a sigh of relief, Gu Chang'an felt the weight lift from his chest. "Yinner, I am sorry for being late. I know. It's all right, Brother Gu. Thanks to you, I was saved from Jiang Tingting's malicious hands." Lu Yin replied with a gentle smile. "Yinner, you should rest. I will prepare breakfast for you." Gu Chang'an said, "Brother Gu, please hurry back. I will miss you," Lu Yin urged. Ji Chang'an acknowledged her request and left. Under his attentive care, Lu Yin quickly regained her strength and was back to her normal self by the next day. While they were out shopping, Gu Chang'an's phone suddenly rang. "Brother Xiang, is there something you need?" "Gu brother, the Jiang family's ancestor has come to put pressure on me. But am I not one to forget brotherly bonds? I immediately agreed to take you to the Jiang family to apologize to Jiang Guohua's daughter. Ji brother, it's not that I am lacking in strength. I fear that old man from the Jiang family might strike from the shadows. If we can resolve this openly, you need not worry about his covert actions." I understand, Brother Xiang. Gu Chang'an expressed his gratitude, knowing that if it weren't for Xiang Wentian, the Jiang family would not be merely asking him to apologize. Glad you understand. I will hang up now. We will meet at the Jiang family shortly. All right. Jiu Chang'an put away his phone and said to Lu Yin, I have something to attend to. I will take you home first. Okay. Lu Yin nodded obediently. After escorting Lu Yin home, Gu Chang'an headed straight for the Jiang family. Upon arriving, he coincidentally ran into Xiang Wentian. Jiu brother, do not worry. I will protect you. N01 and Qingyuan City dares to bully you? Xiang Wentian laughed heartily. Thank you for your concern, Brother Xiang, Gu Chang'an expressed sincerely. Xiang Wentian waved his hand and led Gu Chang'an into the Jiang residence. Inside the Jiang villa, there were quite a few people present. Besides Old Master Jiang and Jiang Guohua, Jiang Tingting was also among them, sporting visible injuries that did little to mask her fury. Dad, merely having him apologize is too lenient. Jiang Tingting voiced her dissatisfaction. What else do you want? Jiang Guohua frowned. Dad, I cannot swallow this anger. Jiang Tingting bit her lip. Jiang Guohua shot her a cold look, his tone dark as he responded, Be quiet. If it weren't for the ancestors' intervention, not only would he not be apologizing, but you would not have escaped unscathed. Look at the mess you have created, Dad. Jiang Tingting protested, feeling wronged. Jiang Guohua snorted dismissively, ignoring her, and turned to Xiang Wentian, saying, Ancestor, I apologize. My daughter has been spoiled. I was unaware of the situation, only knowing that she had been wronged. Old Master Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, it is a fact that our Jiang family's daughter has been bullied, and the other party must apologize. Jiang Guohua felt a surge of frustration. After finally getting the ancestor to intervene, this was the outcome. How could the Jiang family maintain their standing in Qingyuan City without being ridiculed? Just as he was mulling over this, Jiang Tingting's discontented voice broke through. Why should Gu Chang'an apologize to me? He was the one who injured me. I want him to kneel before me and admit his wrongs, or else I will never forgive him. Slap. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiang Guohua raised his hand and struck Jiang Tingting across the face. Rebellious daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Who taught you this? Jiang Guohua shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Dad, you actually hit me. Jiang Tingting screamed in disbelief, clutching her reddened cheek. I hit you. There is no room for discussion in this matter. The Gu family has already agreed to apologize. This is the best outcome. Dio, you want something worse to happen? Hearing this, Jiang Tingting's defiance deflated. She knew there was no more room for negotiation. Fine, let it go. After all, Tingting has received her due punishment, Old Master Jiang remarked indifferently. Though Jiang Tingting had erred, she was still his great-granddaughter, and he could not bear to scold her too harshly. Report to the ancestor, Master, Madam. The mayor and Gu Chang'an have arrived, a servant announced as he rushed in. Chapter 89. Innate pill, please let them in, Old Master Jiang instructed. Xiang Wentian led Gu Chang'an inside. Giving him a knowing glance, Jiu Chang'an nodded and smiled, saying, Brother Jiang, I apologize for being late due to traffic. Old Master Jiang's expression twitched slightly. Asa Marshal King, you still get caught in traffic? At least find a more plausible excuse. It shows a lack of respect for our Jiang family. Jiu Chang'an had met Old Master Jiang and the head of the Jiang family before, and he offered a respectful salute to them. The members of the Jiang family regarded him coldly. After all, he was there to apologize, and they had no reason to show him any warmth. Jiang Tingting glared at Gu Chang'an with resentment, saying, Gu, do not get too complacent. This time you let me off, but I promise next time I will personally make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Tingting, Jiang Guohua reprimanded. Dad, I don't care. Jiang Tingting insisted stubbornly. Xiang Wentian interjected lightly, Brother Jiang, your daughter is quite headstrong. I hope you can discipline her properly. Old Master Jiang's expression twitched, but he maintained his composure. Rest assured, Brother Xiang, I will be strict with this girl moving forward. You are too kind, Brother Xiang, Xiang Wentian replied politely. While it is true that Tingting was at fault, she has already faced the consequences. So let this matter be settled. However, our Jiang family's dignity must not be compromised, Jiang Guohua stated calmly. Jiu Chang'an interjected. I completely understand. Speaking of which, I have become acquainted with Miss Tingting through our altercation. At this, Gu Chang'an flashed a charming smile at Jiang Tingting, causing her to instinctively shiver, sensing something amiss. Continuing, Gu Chang'an said, Thus, I have come to apologize today, and I hope this item serves as a form of compensation for Miss Tingting. As he spoke, he retrieved a pill from a jade bottle. What is this? Jiang Guohua asked in astonishment, his curiosity piqued, for he had never seen such a pill before. Upon seeing the pill, Xiang Wentian's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "This is an innate pill." Brother Xiang has a keen eye. "This is indeed an innate pill," Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. The revelation of an innate pill stunned everyone in the room. How could this be? All eyes turned to Gu Chang'an, filled with astonishment and excitement. Especially old Master Jiang, who, in his excitement, unconsciously released his martial king aura, overwhelming everyone with its pressure. It was only after Xiang Wentian's discreet reminder that he managed to rein it in. The innate pill was no ordinary medicine. It was a unique concoction by Master Wang Chongyang, which, when ingested, could revert one's body to its innate state and extend life by 20 years. Aside from Master Wang, there was no one else who could produce such a pill. The thought of seizing a pill crafted by Master Wang was simply a foolish dream, without discussing Master Wang's prowess as a martial emperor. It is worth noting that Master Wang has numerous friends who are also martial emperors. Consequently, the availability of innate elixirs in the market is exceedingly rare. Even when they do appear, they are seldom offered for sale. Particularly in the eyes of Jiang Guohua, a single innate elixir is worth the entirety of the Jiang family's fortune. The lifespan of the Jiang family's ancestor is dwindling, and this elixir could potentially grant him an additional 20 years. Perhaps even an opportunity for further advancement. What a priceless treasure this would be for the entire Jiang clan. Wealth can be regained, but if the ancestor of the Jiang family were to pass, their standing in Qingyuan City would be jeopardized. What an innate elixir! The ancestor of the Jiang family exclaimed, trembling with excitement. May I inquire how you acquired this innate elixir, young sir? Jiang Guohua could not resist asking. Is this elixir truly so precious? My master, Wang Chongyang, never mentioned it to me. Gu Chang'an replied innocently. This revelation. The members of the Jiang family gasped in astonishment. This young man dared to call Master Wang Chongyang his master. What an intriguing identity he must possess. They finally understood why Xiang Wentian was so protective of him. His background is indeed formidable. The Jiang family no longer dared to underestimate Gu Chang'an. Jiang Tingting felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why had she ever provoked this demon? What do you mean, young Master Gu? Jiang Guohua's tone shifted to one of respect. It is of little consequence. I bestow this innate elixir upon you, Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. This declaration ignited a wave of shock throughout the room. Jiang Guohua and the ancestor of the Jiang family were momentarily taken aback. He was willing to part with an innate elixir. Young Master Gu, what do you intend? Jiang Guohua cautiously inquired. He was well aware that Gu Chang'an would not be so benevolent as to gift them something so valuable without ulterior motives. I have long admired Miss Jiang. Might it be possible for the head of the Jiang family to part with her? Upon uttering these words, Gu Chang'an revealed a devilish grin. A chill ran through the hearts of the Jiang family members. This action was utterly audacious. Jiang Tingting was so frightened that she collapsed onto her chair, losing her composure. What do you want? I assure you, you shall not succeed. Xiang Wentian sighed inwardly. This was a ruthless move, one that would cast Jiang Tingting in his shadow for a lifetime. However, he found it oddly appealing. Jiang Tingting finally grasped the implications of Gu Chang'an's words. He aimed to utterly destroy her. Tingting, be quiet, Jiang Guohua admonished sternly. He understood that he had to intervene. Father. Jiang Tingting's eyes brimmed with tears, perplexed as to why her father would not aid her. Was she to be sacrificed for the sake of the Jiang family's interests? Tingting, do not be willful. Our Jiang family possesses treasures far more valuable than an innate elixir, Jiang Guohua advised. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiang Tingting was momentarily stunned before a realization dawned upon her. Compared to the prosperity of the Jiang family, what was her own worth? Coming to this understanding, she immediately bowed her head, concealing the resentment and anger in her gaze. It seems the head of the Jiang family has made his decision. Gu Chang'an remarked with a smile. From now on, my daughter will serve by young Master Gu's side. I hope you will treat her kindly, as it is a debt I owe you. Jiang Guohua stated earnestly. This was all he could do for his daughter. That moment, Jiang Tingting lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. Father, are you truly pushing me into a fire pit? Jiang Guohua shook his head, fully aware that the fate of the Jiang family lay in Gu Chang'an's hands, and he had to proceed as such. Young Master Gu is a dragon among men. To serve him is a blessing my daughter has earned through 3 lifetimes. Jiang Guohua declared solemnly, Father, you speak nonsense. I refuse to agree. Jiang Tingting screamed. Humph. Jiang Guohua struck her across the face, commanding, whether you agree or not, this matter is non-negotiable. Tingting, come with me. I have something to discuss. Madame Jiang said, pulling Jiang Tingting away. Chapter 90. Departing Qingyuan City. Young Master Gu may come at any time to take my daughter, Jiang Guohua stated. Ji Yuchang'an nodded, handing the innate elixir to Jiang Guohua. I must apologize to the mayor for today's events. I extend my gratitude in advance, Jiang Guohua said sincerely. Xiang Wentian waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter. He was not concerned that Jiang Guohua would pull any tricks, for the Jiang family had no means to escape his control nor dared to defy him. Now that everything is settled, shall we take our leave? Xiang Wentian proposed. Ji Yuchang'an nodded, rising to bid farewell to everyone as he departed the Jiang family estate alongside Xiang Wentian. Brother Gu, is it worth sacrificing an innate elixir for a woman? One must understand that an innate elixir is priceless, Xiang Wentian remarked, somewhat pained. Yuchang'an glanced at the system shop where an innate elixir was priced at 1 million and said, If you desire one, Brother Xiang, feel free to ask Master Wang for one later. Xiang Wentian. In the following days, the business at Yutsue Pavilion flourished increasingly, attracting the envy of many affluent individuals in Qingyuan City. Sensing the opportune moment, Gu Chang'an instructed boss Liu to invite suitable candidates to a banquet. On the day of the banquet, Gu Chang'an distributed the previously prepared contracts for joining Yutsue Pavilion. This novel cooperative model piqued their curiosity, yet the stringent requirements for joining left them hesitant. The rules and terms set by Gu Chang'an for joining were based on the standards from his past life. Firstly, only one franchisee was permitted per city, and it had to be located in the busiest area, covering no less than 300 square meters, with a uniform decoration style. This rigid rule deterred many potential investors. To adhere to such requirements, an initial investment of at least 5 million was necessary. Regarding supplies, once franchisees made a transfer, the headquarters would authenticate and assess the value before dispatching the goods. Franchisees were solely responsible for sales, and the headquarters would bear any product quality issues. Ji Yuchang'an implemented this rule to prevent some franchisees from seeking quick profits by selling counterfeit goods, which would tarnish Yutsue Pavilion's reputation. As the number of franchisees increased, they would also gain advantages in procuring jade. The franchise fee, training fee, management fee, and other associated costs were set at a one-time fee of 500,000 plus an annual management fee of 50,000. In the event of illegal sales, the headquarters reserved the right to revoke the franchisee's brand usage rights. Despite the stringent requirements, 10 franchisees ultimately joined Yutsue Pavilion. Once everything was organized, Gu Chang'an entrusted Boss Liu with full responsibility. He specifically instructed Boss Liu to encourage franchisees to acquire jade waste, with the headquarters offering a 20 premium for repurchase. Points were of utmost importance to Gu Chang'an as they facilitated jade procurement. Although Zhaoing had already gone to the central continent, development there was relatively slow, making it difficult to meet his points needs. After he exchanged a love ring for Lu Yin, his points had dwindled to nearly 0. Fortunately, Yutsue Pavilion recently acquired a batch of jade waste, allowing the system to amass over 500,000 points. Otherwise, he would not have been able to exchange for the harmonious Dao Yin-Yang technique. Indeed, it was 500,000 points. The system shop allowed for the re-exchange of techniques previously acquired at a mere tenth of the original price, saving him considerable points. Yinner, you must diligently practice this harmonious Dao Yin-Yang technique. Only by reaching the martial king level can one's lifespan extend to 1,000 years. I hope we can be together forever. Me? I can simply learn any technique, she replied. Now, allow me to guide you in your cultivation. Do not be shy. This is the correct posture. A month prior to the opening of Huaxia Academy, Gu Chang'an departed Qingyuan City with Jiang Tingting. Lu Yin had temporarily stayed in Datong under the pretext of assisting Boss Liu. Before leaving, Gu Chang'an spent an entire night instructing Lu Yin in the harmonious Dao Yin-Yang technique, allowing her to accumulate a significant amount of acquired chaotic primordial energy. The chaotic divine technique and 9 revolutions mysterious art had opened the relevant meridians, and with the previously opened ones, he had successfully opened 240 meridians, achieving a strength of 250,000 kilograms. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Gu Chang'an urged Jiang Tingting, who reluctantly boarded the plane. Thus, Gu Chang'an left Qingyuan City, embarking on his journey to Huaxia Academy. End of Volume 1, next volume. University Storm, Chapter 1. Enrollment. Huaxia Academy is located in the heart of the central continent. Covering an area of over 10,000 square kilometers, it is the oldest and most formidable academy in the martial god continent, having been established through the efforts of numerous generations of predecessors. And now, after 10,000 years, it stands before the world. This moment, the square at the entrance of Huaxia Academy is already filled with young individuals, gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Engaged in lively conversation. These are the new students of Huaxia Academy for this year, awaiting their turn to enroll. Look, it's Yang Guo, the #1 on the Earth rankings, Instructor Yang. The crowd suddenly erupted in excitement. A man approached in a gray robe, his hair casually tied back, with a chiseled face. He held a document in his left hand and carried a massive sword on his back, exuding an air of dominance as he walked through the crowd. As he passed, everyone quickly stepped aside, not daring to breathe. Jiu Chang'an was about to greet him from the crowd, but thought better of it. After all, he was still a new student, and it would be wise to remain low-key. Once Yang Guo had left, the new students began to chatter among themselves. So, this is Yang Guo? Truly impressive, with a remarkable demeanor. Of course, our #1 on the Earth rankings is known as the strongest beneath the Emperor. I heard he once shattered a mountain with a single punch. What? He shattered a mountain with one punch? Is he a physical cultivator? That doesn't seem likely. I heard he practices both body and technique. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Gu Chang'an shook his head enviously. Life should be lived like the second senior brother, carefree and unrestrained. Suddenly, a vision of the third senior brother in a green robe, with a wine flask at his waist, wandering the world crossed his mind. Jiu Chang'an sighed, retracting his gaze and continuing toward the main gate, occasionally urging Jiang Tingting to hurry. He possesses a special admission notice from the Huaxia Academy, rendering him exempt from queuing. Jiang Tingting, reluctant, shuffled forward, muttering something under her breath. Jiu Chang'an, noticing her hesitance, remarked, "If you don't move soon, I'll say it 100 times." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tingting was immediately frightened and hurried over. "Excuse me, please refrain from cutting in line. It disrupts the order," she said. Just as Gu Chang'an was about to approach, he was intercepted by a newcomer clad in an expensive suit. "Make way, I'm in a hurry," he stated, a frown creasing Gu Chang'an's brow. The newcomer scoffed, "Do you think this is a market where one can cut in line? Everyone here is a genius from the 9 nations. How dare you act so presumptuously?" "Exactly, go to the back of the line," echoed the surrounding students. Jiu Chang'an was at a loss for words. He had no intention of queuing, so how could he be accused of cutting? Dismissing them, he circumvented the suited newcomer and strode directly towards the entrance. "Stop!" The newcomer extended his hand to block Gu Chang'an's path. Jiu Chang'an halted and inquired, "Is there a problem? I'll tell you this. If you know what's good for you, you'll return to the line. Otherwise," the newcomer threatened. Jiu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Otherwise, what?" he replied coolly. "You won't be getting in today." The suited newcomer spat menacingly. Several upperclassmen in charge of registration observed with interest, showing no sign of intervening. In the Huaxia Academy, strength reigns supreme. Those with might dictate the rules. As long as no lives are lost, these matters are trivial. Gu Chang'an scoffed, "Then feel free to try." With that, he continued onward. The suited newcomer, enraged, sneered, "Ha! Since you are so eager for punishment, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he leapt forward, his legs whipping towards Gu Chang'an like steel whips. This newcomer is doomed to fail. How dare he provoke Murong Yunfei? He is bound to be severely beaten. Hey, Murong Yunfei is the young master of the Murong family, already a 9th-level warrior. I bet this guy won't last 3 seconds before begging for mercy. Haha, I wager he won't last half a second. The crowd laughed maliciously. Jiang Tingting, witnessing the praise directed at Murong Yunfei, couldn't help but wear a smug expression. However, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Gu Chang'an effortlessly seized Murong Yunfei's leg and flung him aside. Murong Yunfei let out a cry as he crashed to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, hardly believing their eyes. Who was Murong Yunfei? He was a direct descendant of the Murong family, the future heir. Yet now, he had been tossed aside by some nameless individual. Who on earth was this person? As the crowd turned to Gu Chang'an, They found him indifferent, seemingly unconcerned by the incident. Jiang Tingting inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. You dare to injure me? Morong Yunfei struggled to rise, his face ashen, asked the illustrious young master of the Morong family. He had never endured such humiliation. Gu Chang'an shrugged and replied nonchalantly, You were the one who initiated the attack. You? Morong Yunfei gritted his teeth. You'll regret this. With that, he spun on his heel and left. Leaving behind a disheveled figure, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Who would have thought the young master of the Morong family would face such a setback? Gu Chang'an, uninterested in their reactions, continued straight toward the entrance of the Huaxia Academy. Chapter 2. The Special Admission Student. This student, please present your admission notice. The gatekeeper senior said politely. Ji Chang'an produced his admission notice and handed it over. The gatekeeper scrutinized it closely, inhaling sharply. To his astonishment, it was a special admission. At Huaxia Academy, there are two types of students, ordinary students and special admissions. While ordinary students are selected from among the talented of the 9 nations, special admissions are the unparalleled prodigies that suppress the talents of an entire nation. The former, while gifted, can yield hundreds or even thousands of top talents from a single country, which is not particularly remarkable. However, special admissions are exceedingly rare, with only one emerging every few years or even decades. Yet, when one does appear, they become a focal point of attention across Huaxia. No wonder he didn't need to queue. It wasn't arrogance but rather privilege. It's you, Gu. Please, do come in. The senior returned the admission notice with a respectful demeanor, beaming as he welcomed him in. Ji Chang'an said nothing and turned to enter the academy. With Jiang Tingting closely following, they watched Gu Chang'an disappear through the entrance. The other examinees displayed expressions of jealousy. Why does he get to enter while we have to stand in line? Exactly, it's unfair. You know nothing. That's a special admission student. If you have the ability, go for a special admission too. The gatekeeper senior scoffed. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed around them as they stared at the departing Gu Chang'an. Filled with awe, he is actually a legendary special admission student. No wonder he defeated Morong Yunfei in one blow. Special admissions are indeed terrifying. If I were a special admission, I wouldn't TQ either. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes glued to the direction Gu Chang'an had gone, filled with longing and envy. Ji Chang'an and Jiang Tingting entered the Huaxia Academy. As they stepped into the institution, they were met with a cacophony of voices. The throng surged, the atmosphere alive with excitement. This was the central square of an ancient architectural complex, surrounded by statues of formidable figures, so lifelike they seemed to breathe, exuding an air of solemn antiquity. What is going on? Jiang Tingting exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the bustling students. When had she ever witnessed such a scene in Qing'an City? Gu Chang'an, however, remained composed. He had seen far greater storms in his past life. The two soon navigated through the lively crowd and arrived at the reporting area of the academy. This was a spacious lawn, bordered by several white buildings, surrounded by lush trees, with the sound of birds singing and fragrant flowers in bloom, reminiscent of a paradise. Numerous teachers were present, some casting their eyes over the arriving students, nodding in approval. Indeed, this year's newcomers are far superior to last year's, remarked a gentleman with a scholarly demeanor. Naturally, as the difficulty of this assessment has significantly increased, these new students are truly impressive. Replied a smiling woman, I heard the reclusive old demon has taken on a disciple. It must surely be a special admission. Another elderly man suddenly interjected, of course. Only a special admission would catch the eye of old demon Dugu. The earlier gentleman added, I wonder when I might have the fortune to take on a special admission as my disciple. The elder sighed. Hong Qigong, you're dreaming. Wang Chongyang hasn't taken one. So how could it be your turn? The woman retorted. Yao Yu, don't think just because your disciple is formidable that I wouldn't dare to take you down, Hong Qigong exclaimed, puffing up his cheeks. Ah, Hong Qigong, do you still dare to threaten me? You should first win against my sister before talking. Enough. A real man doesn't argue with women. I'll take my leave. Hong Qigong grumbled, hastily retreating. Laughter erupted among the group. Just then, a shout rang out, Look, a special admission. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a tall, dark-skinned youth, dressed in a white shirt and casual attire. His posture upright and gaze unwavering. Glancing at his watch, he bore an air of arrogance, seemingly disinterested in mingling with the common folk. Clutched in his right hand was a golden badge, unmistakably the emblem of a special admission. Glinting brilliantly in the sunlight as he walked forward, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him, casting respectful and admiring glances, regardless of whether they knew him. This special admission is incredibly handsome. A beautiful girl exclaimed, her face cradled in her hands as she gazed at the young man with admiration. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to be his girlfriend, another girl lamented wistfully. You think you stand a chance? Only someone as stunning as I could be worthy of him, a self-assured girl chimed in. Her words drew the attention of the crowd, who stared in disbelief. Ugh, how can someone be so shameless? At that moment, Gu Chang'an approached. Chapter 3. Morong Yunhai. Hello, I'm a new student here to register. Here is my admission notice, Gu Chang'an said, producing the notice for the registration staff. The staff member opened the notice and was instantly taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he cleared his throat and said, hello. His expression was complex as he regarded the admission notice, which prominently bore the words special admission. Here is your uniform and identity badge. The staff member handed Gu Chang'an a pristine set of official attire and a golden badge. Gu Chang'an inspected the badge, which bore his name, Gu Chang'an. This badge symbolizes your identity and serves as your dormitory key. It grants you free access to the library, the staff member explained. Thank you, Gu Chang'an nodded in appreciation and stepped outside, immediately causing another stir. Look, another special admission? The crowd turned in unison, but Gu Chang'an was already prepared. Having taken Jiang Tingting aside, and they walked away, Gu Chang'an made his way directly toward the dormitory area. The dormitory area is situated at the southernmost point of Huaxia Academy, where rows of dormitories stand, among which a row of independent villas is specifically designated for exceptional students. These villas boast an expansive area, each encompassing over 100 square meters, adorned with lavish and luxurious interiors. Gu Chang'an found his exclusive villa, pushed open the door, and entered to find the place impeccably clean, furnished with modern decor, fully equipped with appliances, including a kitchen and dining area, all presented in a warm color palette. This is student dormitory? Jiang Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. The reality far surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated accommodations akin to dilapidated rural shacks, never imagining such opulence. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings first. You will be responsible for cleaning. And then we shall go out for a meal, Gu Chang'an stated indifferently. Okay. Jiang Tingting nodded. Gu Chang'an ascended the staircase to the second floor, leaving Jiang Tingting in a state of confusion. The esteemed young lady of the Jiang family. Cannot believe he treats me like a maid, Jiang Tingting lamented silently. Having taken a shower upstairs, Gu Chang'an was about to rest when a sudden knocking echoed through the air. Frowning, he descended to open the door, revealing a man clad in a blue warrior robe standing at the entrance. He was robustly built, his features strikingly handsome, with a devilish smirk playing on his lips. Who are you? What business do you have with me? The man glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow. You must be the exceptional student, he queried. Gu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. What do you want? At that moment, Jiang Tingting, freshly bathed and clad in a short nightgown, descended the stairs, revealing her long, fair legs and a figure exuding a lazy sensuality. The man's attention shifted entirely to her, a playful glint in his eyes. I am Morong Yunhai, the brother of Morong Yunfei. And then? Gu Chang'an replied coldly. Morong Yunhai, unfazed by Gu Chang'an's demeanor, continued to scan Jiang Tingting with interest. Hand her over to me, and I shall overlook the matter of you bullying my brother. At this, Gu Chang'an's brows furrowed. Considering my current good mood, I suggest you leave immediately. After a brief silence, he spoke in a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, Morong Yunhai's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning icy. And he scoffed, Boy, what attitude is this? Leave. Gu Chang'an dismissed him contemptuously. Morong Yunhai, thoroughly incensed, clenched his fists, his piercing gaze fixed on Gu Chang'an, a murderous intent emanating from him, clearly provoked by Gu Chang'an's words. What, do you wish to fight? I shall oblige, Gu Chang'an replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes, exuding an aura so sharp it was chilling. Humph, at the upcoming freshman competition, you will pay the price. Morong Yunhai glared at him for several seconds before leaving with those ominous words. Jiang Tingting sighed and muttered, What a pity. Gu Chang'an turned to her with a mischievous smile. Come with me. Chapter 4. awakening from a dream. Jiang Tingting, caught off guard by Gu Chang'an's aggressive gaze, felt her cheeks flush. She understood that refusing Gu Chang'an's request would leave her with no choice but to endure unpleasant consequences. Thus, she bit her lip and followed him into the room. The space was expansive, featuring a bathroom, bedroom, living room, and furnished neatly with a sofa and television. Gu Chang'an shed his clothing and reclined on the soft bed. "Come over and give me a massage," he commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tingting approached him, seating herself beside him. Gu Chang'an closed his eyes, relishing the massage. While Jiang Tingting's technique was not particularly skilled, yet it carried a unique charm. Flushed and embarrassed, Jiang Tingting, despite having been with Gu Chang'an for a while, found herself in this unfamiliar situation. Not bad, continue," Gu Chang'an murmured lazily. Jiang Tingting exhaled in relief and switched her technique to comply. "Did you forget to eat?" "Apply more pressure," Gu Chang'an opened his eyes to inquire. Oh. Jiang Tingting's face turned crimson. "I only know to press here." "Oh." She hurriedly adjusted her method. "All right, continue, but be gentle. Don't hurt me." "Okay." Jiang Tingting experimented with various techniques until, at last, Gu Chang'an, reaching his limit of patience, declared, "Enough. Come up." Jiang Tingting's face was scarlet, her lips pursed, unable to find her voice. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she, just as Gu Chang'an was lost in a moment of transcendence, Jiang Tingting stealthily drew a dagger from beneath and approached him, plunging it into his side. A gasp escaped Gu Chang'an as he turned, disbelief etched across his face, blood spilling from his lips. "Why?" he stammered, struggling to comprehend the betrayal. "Because you deserve to die." A kick landed squarely in Gu Chang'an's abdomen, sending him crashing into a tea table and colliding with the wall. Another stab pierced his body. "Why? Why are you trying to kill me?" Gu Chang'an coughed up blood, bewildered. Jiang Tingting wiped the bloodied dagger, tears streaming down her face. "Because I am pregnant with your child." Her revelation left Gu Chang'an momentarily speechless. Yet in the next instant, he roared like a feral beast, "Impossible." But before he could finish, he was cut short, gazing down at the dagger embedded in his abdomen, his complexion paling, his pupils dilating, blood trickling from his lips. "Ha ha ha, you don't believe it? Then perish." Jiang Tingting laughed maniacally, stabbing him several more times until the final strike silenced Gu Chang'an forever. Dropping the blood-soaked dagger, she collapsed onto the edge of the bed. Staring blankly at Gu Chang'an's lifeless form on the floor, "I'm sorry, I was an undercover agent." She wept bitterly, clutching her chest as if a needle were piercing her heart, the pain overwhelming. Thus, Jiang Tingting, burdened with guilt and anguish, descended into darkness, her cries echoing through the room, tears soaking the pillow. In the dead of night, a handsome man awoke with a start from his dream. What was that dream? So vivid, he murmured to himself. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he felt a lingering dread, relieved that it was merely a dream. He then took out his phone and opened a video app,